Chapter 1. A Brush with Death. Lin Yu lay in his bed, daydreaming about the sweet date he would have the next day with the school beauty, a foolish smile gracing his face as he drifted into slumber. Kill! Clang! Ah! What the hell is going on? Lin Yu jolted awake, his eyes met with a flurry of dazzling blades. The sounds of clashing weapons, the cacophony of battle, and the anguished cries of dying soldiers filled the air, while his own body was tossed about as if someone were carrying him in a frantic escape. Running. Before Lin Yu could comprehend the situation, a black-armored cavalryman charged at him, thrusting a spear that glinted menacingly with cold light. A hint of cold light? How very real this dream feels. Lin Yu, seemingly unfazed, managed to make a quip even in the midst of chaos. However, the person beneath him was far less composed. The spear was swift and relentless, leaving no time to evade. Lin Yu could only muster a slight shift, the spear tip glinting as it pierced his shoulder. Thud! Warm blood gushed forth. This individual was indeed formidable, allowing the spear to puncture his shoulder while using the momentum of the horse to close the distance to the cavalryman. Before the rider could react, he executed a diagonal slash, cleaving both horse and rider in two. Dazed, Lin Yu raised a hand to wipe his face, reopening his eyes, nearly in tears. Before him were a pair of tiny hands, skin slightly flushed and trembling. These were unmistakably the hands of an infant, now smeared with blood, moving in accordance with his consciousness, grasping and scratching. What is happening? Can someone please explain the situation? Lin Yu's heart sank in despair, although it was hard to believe. Reality confirmed that this was no dream. A youth born in the new century, raised under the red flag, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Regrettably, his cries were reduced to a series of almost meaningless wails emitted by an infant. Just as Lin Yu was on the brink of a breakdown, a pair of strong hands covered him, and a hoarse voice gasped, "Little master, do not cry. We are escaping." Lin San managed to soothe the child in his arms while gritting his teeth to sever the spear that had struck him. Glancing up, he saw that the rebel forces continued to surge forward. "Scoundrels! Brothers, charge with me!" The sounds of blades clashing and the chaos of battle persisted. Lin San swung his sword with a mechanical precision, taking down the relentless waves of rebels one for one, two for two. His prowess, honed through the rigorous training imposed by the general, was unmistakable as he pierced through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly, Lin San swung his sword in vain, having fought his way out of the military formation. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a glance backward revealed a chilling truth. From the original squad of dozens, only two remained at his side. The general's teachings echoed in his mind as Lin San gritted his teeth, turned his horse around with sword in hand, and called out, "Brothers, let us charge in and save them. To hell with your rescue. Protect the young master and retreat." With a furious reprimand from the cavalryman, Lin San felt as if he could slap himself for losing his head in the heat of battle. "Very well. I will protect the little master. As we flee, you all hold the rear. Prioritize the young master's safety, rest assured. The one who can kill you, Lu Gu, has yet to be born. Take care." Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, Lin San urged his horse forward without looking back. The two riders turned their mounts, facing a sea of darkly clad rebels. "Hey, shall we have a contest? Old Zhao's daughter is red." Agreed. Perhaps it was a day cursed by fate, as Lin San had barely traveled 20 miles when his steed began to emit pained whinnies, foaming at the mouth. Alarm surged within him as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Is the warhorse exhausted? With no time to ponder how such a noble steed could suffer such a fate, Lin San swiftly dismounted, drew a dagger from his boot, and plunged it 3 times into the horse's rear. The steed, in agony, let out a pained cry and galloped away, vanishing into the night. Before Lin San could catch his breath or discern his direction, the sound of hooves thundered nearby, prompting him to roll into the underbrush to avoid detection. Through the dim moonlight, a group of black-armored knights surged past. Spotting the white cloth on their arms, Lin San spat in disgust. "Bah! Rebels!" Seeing the black-armored cavalry, Lin San's heart twisted in pain, tears blurring his vision. The mere fact that they could catch up meant that the brothers he left behind must have perished. Yet there was no time for sorrow. Lin San hastily wiped his tears and plunged into the nearby woods. His plan was simple. The main road was swarming with pursuers, and without a horse, he would fare better on the back roads, hiding with the child. However, fate had a way of intervening, and trouble found him just as he feared. Having left the main road for the woods, Lin San had barely traversed a few miles when he encountered a pack of ravenous wolves blocking his path. Lin San's heart sank as he lamented. How can there be such beasts near the county town? In ordinary times, these creatures would have been regarded as wild game, as the general would say, and he would have gladly captured them to improve the brothers' meals. But now, with grievous injuries and barely a fraction of his strength remaining, their encounter carried dire consequences. Among the wolves, a particularly robust alpha let out a low growl, and 5 wolves swiftly surrounded Lin San. He tightened his grip on the bundle containing Lin Yu and readied himself for combat. The wolves circled a few times, testing him before 2 suddenly lunged at him. Lin San pivoted, swinging his blade as he retreated, executing a horizontal slash followed by a diagonal thrust, taking down 2 of the attacking wolves. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 charged from behind, one aiming for his throat while the other 2 targeted his legs. Feeling the rush of wind as they approached, Lin San gritted his teeth against the searing pain, maintaining his stance as he turned, parrying one wolf midair and leaping over the 2 at his feet. His movements were swift and decisive. Within moments, 3 of the 5 wolves lay dead. Lin Yu, cradled in his arms, witnessed the scene unfold, still unable to grasp the situation, but unable to suppress a cheer of good. Hearing the young master cry out, Lin San panicked, momentarily disregarding his own wounds as he made a beeline for the alpha. Wolves are cunning and treacherous creatures. Upon seeing Lin San charge, the alpha let out a sharp howl and turned to flee. The pack scattered, surrounding their prey from a distance. This creature realized that although this two-legged being was formidable, it was gravely injured and not worth a risky assault. Patience was key. Lin San felt a surge of desperation, vowing to himself that once he captured the alpha, he would have wolf meat hot pot like the general. As the 2 sides stood at an impasse, Lin San's anxiety escalated. From the direction of the main road came the thunder of hooves, the sounds of fighting and howls of wolves indicating the pursuers had arrived. A small group of cavalry, around 16 or 17 strong, clad in black helmets and armor, approached, with the lead rider being a towering figure, sharp-eyed and brandishing a long spear. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin San's eyes turned red with fury as he shouted, "Zhang Ida, you bastard! How dare you betray the general?" The man, known as Zhang Ida, merely snorted in response, signaling for several riders behind him to encircle Lin San while others dispersed the wolves. Zhang Ida rode closer, circling Lin San 3 times, his spear pointing menacingly. "Lin San, you've grown bold." Hand over the child. Lin San shielded Lin Yu with one arm while gripping his sword with the other, teeth clenched in defiance. "What do I have to fear? You treacherous, ungrateful wretch. The general has held you in high regard, even naming you himself. Yet today, you dare to pursue the young master? You wear a guise of humanity." Zhang Yi's face darkened, and he fell silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, who peered through the folds of the wrapping in bewilderment. "Zhang Fei? Huh?" After a long pause, Zhang Ida seemed to arrive at a decision, advancing a couple of steps on horseback, spear in hand. "Choose one. Either you or the child can live. You die, and I will take the child. You live, and I will petition the Lord on your behalf." Lin San surveyed his surroundings, despair flooding his heart. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Indeed." Zhang Ida nodded slightly, remaining silent. Lin San gently caressed the young master in his embrace, his mind racing. "I have heard the general say that Zhang Ida possesses the integrity of Jibu. His promise is worth 1,000 gold. Although I do not know who Jibu is, Zhang Ida has proven to be a man of his word. Today, I am beyond exhausted and cannot fight any longer. I can only do my utmost to seek a glimmer of hope for the young master." Resolute, he lowered Lin Yu, reversed the blade against his neck, and gazed at Zhang Ida, raising his voice. "General Lin Jun of the general's army meets his end today. I hope General Zhang remains true to his word." With that, he tightened his grip, preparing to end his own life. This panicked Lin Yu. He understood the gravity of the situation. Although he still struggled to comprehend his crossing into this world, he could see that Lin San genuinely cared for him. Now he was willing to sacrifice himself for Lin Ye's sake. What could Lin Yu do? He immediately cried out to stop him. Yet, as an infant, all he could produce were a few cries, utterly powerless to change the course of events. Just as Lin San's blade was about to sever his throat, a clang resounded as Zhang Yi thrust his spear, knocking the knife from Lin San's grasp. Lin San, filled with rage, gripped his knife tightly, his aura surging fiercely. "You treacherous rogue, have you changed your mind?" Zhang Yi's dark visage suddenly seemed to break into a smile as he declared loudly, "This concerns the son of the great general. Caution is paramount. Hence, Zhang, merely conducted a test. Please do not take offense." Taken aback, Lin San slowly lowered his knife. "Puzzled you?" Zhang Yi straightened his posture. "I have received the general's immense kindness. How could I ever entertain the thought of treachery? This matter pertains to the young general, which is why I sought to ascertain your intentions. I beg for your understanding." He then turned, brandishing his spear towards the surrounding riders, proudly asserting, "We are not rebels." Only then did Lin San notice that the riders were devoid of the white silk ribbons worn by traitors. Indeed, they were not rebels. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "General, your noble conduct is commendable. I, Lin, express my gratitude to the great general on your behalf." As he prepared to bow, Zhang Yi quickly extended his spear to halt him. "No need for such formalities. This is not the place for discourse. Quickly change your attire and accompany me." With that, he commanded someone to bring a horse and a set of armor. Lin San, not one to stand on ceremony, donned the armor, securely wrapping Lin Yu close to his chest. Mounting the horse, he followed Zhang Yi onto the official road, galloping swiftly until they finally burst forth from the county city at dawn. This journey was fraught with peril, a veritable bloodbath. Zhang Yi's cavalry suffered considerable losses as well. Later, to confuse the enemy, the group tore white cloth from their inner garments and tied it to their left arms, masquerading as rebels, allowing them to escape unscathed. At the crossroads, the group halted, and Zhang Yi bid farewell to Lin San. "Xiao San, I shall escort you only this far. Please take care of the young general." Lin San, taken aback, inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" "To quell the rebellion." "How many men?" 16. Lin San's heart raced with urgency. "The rebels number at least 300,000. Zhang Yi gazed northward, exhaling deeply, his smile radiant as the morning sun. Someone must take action, mustn't they? The early morning sunlight bathed Zhang Yi's dark face, seemingly casting a faint golden glow upon him. Lin San remained silent, his heart tumultuous. "Xiao San, where do you plan to go?" Lin San pondered. "To Linjiang in the east. The strategist's home is there." "Very well." The group exchanged handshakes in farewell. Lin San watched the receding figure and bowed deeply, then mounted his horse, heading south with Lin Yu in tow. Chapter 2. Gathering of Heroes. Lin San fled south with the child, avoiding main roads and opting for secluded paths. Day and night they pressed on, enduring hardships and sleeping under the stars. The trials seemed endless. Lin San, being an adult, managed to persevere despite his injuries. However, Lin Yu suffered greatly. The newborn, subjected to such tumultuous upheaval, was rapidly fading, barely clinging to life. Lin Yu, nestled in his swaddling, hung his head, contemplating. "I wonder if I will return home after starving to death. Grandfather and grandmother, I long for braised pork ribs and soy sauce beef." Lin Ye's parents had passed away during his childhood, and he had been raised by his grandparents. Although there were state policies supporting the families of martyrs, the hardships faced by the elderly in raising a child for nearly 20 years were unimaginable. In this inexplicable journey, Lin Ye's heart ached most for the two elderly who had toiled so lovingly to nurture him. The thought of his grandparents grieving over his untimely demise brought forth tears once more. He also recalled his childhood sweetheart, with whom he had planned to confess his feelings after the college entrance exams. Now, such hopes were utterly dashed, deepening his sorrow. As Lin San galloped, he heard the child's cries once again, and his already furrowed brow tightened further. Counting the days since he had last begged a farmer for some rice soup, which barely sustained the child, He realized it had nearly been a day. Though he had never cared for a child before, he had heard that infants required several feedings each day. Observing the child's vacant eyes, Lin San pondered before raising his finger to his mouth, biting it to draw blood, and offering it to Lin Yu. A typical child might have accepted it, but Lin Yu was no ordinary infant. With the spirit of an adult, he instinctively resisted drinking blood, turning his head defiantly, resolutely refusing. "Let me die, and perhaps I will return to see my grandparents. In my next life, I will do as I please. I shan't endure this any longer." Lin San was frantically distressed the child refused to drink the blood and had fallen silent, his condition worsening. In a state of desperation, Lin San jostled on horseback, nearly losing his composure. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the towering mountains and ancient trees. There were no signs of habitation. Due to the war, even the wild beasts had fled, leaving him without the means to hunt a mother animal. Just as despair began to settle, an elderly man emerged from the woods, appearing to be in his 50s, with a head full of gray hair. He held a fishing rod in his left hand and 2 small fish in his right, humming a nameless tune as he ambled along the path. Without giving it much thought, Lin San dismounted in delight, approaching the elder and inquiring, "May I ask, good sir, where are we? Are there any nearby farms?" The old man was momentarily taken aback, then looked closely at the ragged, slender figure standing before him, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old, with a bulging bundle in his arms that was indiscernible. The horse was indeed a fine steed, but both horse and rider bore signs of blood, clearly indicating trouble. The elder instinctively took a cautious step back, scrutinizing Lin San for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" "I am fleeing the chaos of the county city and have come here in search of refuge. I hope you can guide me." The elder regarded him again, then replied, "This is Xiaohua Mountain. There were a few families at the foot of the mountain, but with the recent turmoil, they have all scattered." With that, he turned and disappeared into the woods without acknowledging Lin San's follow-up questions. Lin San watched the elder hastily retreat, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Ah, what is this world coming to? Is there not a shred of trust left among people? Xiaohua Mountain, Xiaohua, Xiaohua? Suddenly, Lin San smacked Lin Yes swaddling, a spark of realization igniting within him, and he began to stomp in excitement. "I found it!" "Ah!" Lin Yu, who had been drifting into unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the sudden outburst, fuming in response. As Lin San calmed the child, he leapt onto his horse, turning towards the official road and making his way to Xiaohua Mountain. Before long, he veered off the main path, navigating around a cliff, ascending the mountain trail. The more Lin San traversed, the more familiar and swift he became. As dusk approached, he and Lin Yu rounded a mountain base, revealing a vast expanse before them. Amidst the trees, a grand residence stood majestically on the mountainside, its white walls and red tiles exuding an air of grandeur. Following the mountain path to the front gate, Lin San glanced at the plaque, which bore 3 gilded characters, "Gathering of Heroes." Elated, Lin San exclaimed, "At last, I've found it," and promptly dismounted to knock on the door. With a creak, a doorman poked his head out from a side gate, asking, "Who goes there?" "Please inform the second brother that an old friend, Lin San, has come to pay a visit." The doorman scrutinized Lin San for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement and hurried to relay the message. Lin San paced anxiously before the gate, wishing fervently for any means to avoid seeking help from others. In this dire situation, distinguishing between friend and foe had become exceedingly difficult. Though he possessed a robust physique as a martial artist, even with his injuries, he could still move. However, the child could not go without nourishment. He had considered other options, but in this chaotic time, not only had the farmers fled, but even the wild beasts had vanished, leaving him unable to catch a mother animal for sustenance. Desperation drove him to seek refuge here, praying that fate had not turned against him and that his second brother remained unchanged. If even his second brother had changed, Lin San glanced down at the child in his arms with a bitter smile, then that would be our fate. As Lin San was lost in these thoughts, he heard hurried footsteps from within the courtyard, and the grand red door swung open. A robust man with fiery red hair emerged, laughing heartily as he approached, his voice booming like thunder. Lin Junxian, it's good to see you. I've missed you dearly. The newcomer was none other than Shan Tong, the master of the Gathering of Heroes. Shan Tong, originally a practitioner of Qi, had inexplicably descended from the mountain years ago, abandoning his cultivation and returning home to take over the family estate. His generous and righteous demeanor set him apart from the typical aloof cultivators. Over the years, he had forged friendships with countless heroes, gaining immense renown across the northern regions. Years prior, Lin San had visited here with a great general, and after a night of revelry, the original name Erxinzhuang had been changed to Gathering of Heroes, to which Shan Tong had readily agreed. After years apart, they were unexpectedly reunited today. Upon learning of Lin San's arrival, Shan Tong was overjoyed, but his expression shifted dramatically when he beheld Lin San's current state. "Brother, what has happened?" Overcome with emotion, Lin San nearly shed tears, forcing a painful smile as he replied, "Brother has encountered great misfortune and comes seeking refuge. I implore you, second brother." Before he could finish his sentence, Shan Tong grasped both of Lin San's hands tightly. "Fear not, brother. Arriving at the Gathering of Heroes is akin to returning home. Come, let us talk inside." With that, he pulled Lin San along, leading him to a secluded courtyard. Shan Tong ushered Lin San into the room and turned to the steward, instructing, "Send everyone who works in this courtyard away. No one shall remain within 100 meters. Also, inform the servants from earlier to keep their mouths shut, or they shall face dire consequences." The steward complied and took a few steps before Shan Tong added, "And summon Dr. Zhao and Mama Lu to come here." Understood. The butler promptly obeyed and hurriedly approached Lin San, asking anxiously, "Brother, what has transpired? Where is the general?" He then lowered his gaze to the swaddled Lin Yu, inquiring, "Who is this?" Upon seeing that there was no one else around and recognizing a familiar face, Lin San could no longer contain his emotions. He sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, causing Shan Tong to pace frantically in circles. "Stop crying. Speak, for heaven's sake." In a moment of desperation, Shan Tong resorted to raising his hand and delivering 3 sharp slaps to the back of Lin San's head. Smack! 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 These 3 strikes roused Lin San from his sorrowful stupor, abruptly halting his cries as he lamented, "Oh, my second brother! The general is gone. The emperor has perished. The coalition forces have been utterly annihilated, and Prince Chun has revolted. The strategist, after giving birth to a little master, has also departed. Everyone is lost." With that, he fell into another fit of tears. Shan Tong, unable to bear the sound of Lin San's weeping, stood frozen in shock. He then exclaimed in despair, "How can this be?" Just last month, news arrived that the coalition was advancing rapidly, preparing to besiege the capital of Liao. With the general's brilliance and the emperor's valor, how could such a fate befall us? Prince Chun is but a powerless and ignorant noble. What strength does he possess to incite a rebellion? Frustrated, Shan Tong began to stomp his feet in agitation. "For heaven's sake, speak. What good does your weeping do?" Lin San wiped his tears and continued to recount, "I know not. We were ordered to protect the strategist. 5 days ago, as the strategist was about to give birth, we suddenly received urgent news that the emperor had passed and the general had met his end. The coalition forces completely defeated. The strategist commanded us to rush to the front lines for an inquiry. Yet, as we exited the city gates, we beheld the flames rising within the city and the relentless cries of battle. Lu Shun captured a prisoner and learned that Prince Chun had revolted. We couldn't attend to the front lines. We returned to rescue the strategist, but by the time we reached the general's residence, the strategist was already gone. We could only ensure the little master's escape from the county city, fighting fiercely until I was the sole survivor. After this, the two embraced, weeping in shared sorrow, until Shan Tong finally stifled his cries and asked, "Who is responsible for the general's demise? Who could it be?" In a fit of rage, Shan Tong slammed his fist onto the ground, causing the stones to shatter and scatter. A fragment struck Lin Ye's rear. Though cushioned by the swaddling, it still caused a sharp pain that jolted the unconscious child awake. Having resigned himself to despair, Lin Yu had awaited death, only to find that living was arduous, and dying even more so. Overwhelmed by grief, he began to wail. Seeing the child cry, The two men momentarily set aside their own sorrows to comfort him, though neither was accustomed to such a task. Shan Tong, in a fluster, turned red in the face, as if possessed by a spirit. At that moment, the butler hurried in to report that the doctor and nurse had arrived, bringing a semblance of hope to the two men. Shan Tong swiftly opened the door to admit them, instructing the doctor to attend to Lin San's wounds while the nurse took Lin Yu behind the screen to nurse him. He also commanded the butler to prepare a feast, turning the scene into quite a commotion. Half an hour later, Lin San had bandaged his wounds and donned clean garments. He emerged to find Shan Tong waiting. Just as they were about to converse, Mama Lu appeared, carrying the sleeping Lin Yu. Seeing them, Mama Lu beamed, saying, "This little fellow is simply adorable. Even such a tiny babe blushes while nursing." The sleeping Lin Yu thought to himself, "Before I arrived here, I had never even held a girl's hand. How could I not blush?" After speaking, Mama Lu gently set Lin Yu down and, with a keen sense, exited the room while carefully closing the door behind her. Shan Tong turned to Lin San and asked, "Do you know who orchestrated the general's downfall?" "I do not know." "Really?" After a moment of silence, Lin San slowly uttered a few words. "Xianzong, aristocratic families." Shan Tong fell silent. Indeed, in this world, there should be no one capable of plotting against that individual. If there were, it could only be from the outside those lofty, immortal sects and the powerful families of practitioners. The two exchanged silent glances, the only sound being the flickering of the lamp within the room, marking the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, Shan Tong seemed to arrive at a resolution. He rose and approached Lin Yu, gently taking a strand of his hair. "Rest for now, leave the rest to me." Chapter 3. The Great Cause. As soon as Dantong departed, the steward personally brought several dishes to the table, a delightful array of rice, vegetables, and soup, presenting a feast for the senses. After days of arduous travel, Lin San was indeed starving, devouring the meal with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Leaving nothing behind, he wiped his mouth, let out a satisfied belch, and then leaned against Lin Yu, clutching his knife as he drifted into slumber. After days of toil, and with injuries weighing heavily upon him, Lin San was utterly exhausted. Logically, having arrived at a relatively safe place and enjoyed a hearty meal, he should have succumbed to sleep the moment he closed his eyes. Yet, despite the overwhelming wave of drowsiness, he found himself unable to rest. His mind replayed vivid scenes. The inferno at the general's manor, the resolute sacrifice of his comrades, the thunderous hooves of the black cavalry, the silhouette of Zhang Ida as he departed, and the penetrating gaze of Dantong just before his leave. These images flickered through his brain, leaving his spirit restless and without respite. For a fugitive, where could he find solace? Just as the clock struck midnight, and he began to drift into a semi-conscious state, a faint clamoring reached his ears. Lin San jolted upright, his eyes wide open, gripping his steel knife as he approached the window, every sense on high alert. The sounds of shouts and curses echoed incessantly, mingling with the distant whinnies of horses. Resolute, he decided to investigate the source of the commotion. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and the steward rushed in. Spotting Lin San, he anxiously exclaimed, "Quickly gather your things and follow me. The authorities have arrived." A wave of dread washed over Lin San, and his expression shifted dramatically. The steward hastily entered the room, making his way to a sturdy pillar in the corner. Then he embraced the column and, with a commanding shout, began to rotate it. Lin San's gaze remained keen. Absorbing every detail, his intrigue peaked. The pillar, as thick as a person's waist, was remarkably smooth, devoid of any foothold. Yet the steward managed to turn it with bare hands, and he noted with astonishment that there were no traces left behind on the pillar-esque surface. To his surprise, the steward was indeed a master of his craft. With a swift motion, the corner's blue bricks parted with a resounding crack, revealing a darkened opening that led to a staircase descending into the depths below. The steward, perceptive to the intense skepticism in Lin San's eyes, reassured him, "Do not worry. This place was established by our master in earlier years. That it is a veritable sanctuary, impervious to prying eyes from the outside." Lin San's heart waged a fierce battle within him, torn between the desire to enter this hidden chamber and the instinct to flee. Yet, with no viable options left, he clenched his teeth, gathered little Lin Yu in his arms, and lit a lantern, cautiously descending the staircase into the secret room that he could only trust in the general's discerning judgment. Once inside, the steward meticulously reset the mechanism and swiftly tidied the room. Ensuring that no traces remained before turning to close the door behind him, Lin San ventured deeper into the concealed chamber. He descended the winding staircase, the dark passage seemingly endless, counting silently in his mind, 20, 50, 100. He continued down until, after 350 steps, a faint glow appeared ahead. Quickening his pace, he finally reached solid ground, only to be struck dumb by the astonishing sight before him. This was no mere secret chamber. It was a treasure trove. Before him lay an expansive cavern, partially hewn by human hands, soaring nearly 10 meters high and stretching close to 100 meters in length and width. The ground was strewn with an array of chests, most of which were wide open, brimming with a dazzling assortment of jewels, jade, gold, silver, antiques, and other priceless artifacts. Above, 9 luminous night pearls glimmered like stars set into the cavern ceiling, casting their radiant light upon the treasures below, illuminating the chamber as brightly as day. Not only was Lin San left speechless, but Lin Yu, who had awakened upon entering the cave, was equally entranced. Despite being a time traveler of noble birth, she had merely been an ordinary high school student on Earth, accustomed to yearning for a single smartphone. Never had she laid eyes on such opulence. Her eyes widened, shimmering with astonishment as she murmured in disbelief, "This is wealth beyond measure." The child's excitement jolted Lin San from his own astonishment. Instinctively, he reached out to shield Lin Yu's eyes from the dazzling light, mindful of his potential to overwhelm her delicate senses. Swallowing hard, he marveled. This could sustain the coalition supplies for months. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Yu gazing intently through the gaps between his fingers, her eyes fixated on the treasures before them. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Even a child, not yet a month old, could be captivated by such riches. The strategist's words about wealth being a conduit to power rang true. Then, as if struck by a thought, he gently turned Lin Yu's head and solemnly imparted, "Your father once said that within books lie golden houses. In literature, well, everything exists. Yet, these mere trinkets of copper and silver should not be our focus. Do you understand?" Lin Yu wished she could roll her eyes dramatically in response. If only her infant body could manage such a complex motion. After imparting his wisdom to the young heir, Lin San collected himself. Resolved not to gaze at the treasures any longer, he selected a sealed chest to sit upon, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. What if I am betrayed? Wouldn't that be akin to being trapped in a jar? Yet, quickly reconsidering, he thought, if Dantong allowed me entry into such a secret chamber, then he likely harbors no ill will towards me. Still, he pondered the chamber's ability to withstand the methods of a Qi cultivator. Recalling the supernatural abilities of those practitioners, Lin San felt a swell of anxiety. Although martial arts and Qi cultivation were divided into 9 ranks, and martial artists of the 6th rank could easily overpower Qi practitioners, the tables turned once a Qi cultivator reached the 6th rank and attained the Golden Core stage. Rumor suggested that martial artists could contend with Qi cultivators of the same level after reaching the 3rd rank. But such martial artists were exceedingly rare. Moreover, a Qi cultivator who broke through to the 1st rank could ascend into the heavens in broad daylight, while a martial artist at the 1st rank, though formidable enough to rival a Golden Core practitioner, could only enjoy a mere century and a half of wealth and power. In contrast to the martial artist's strength, Qi cultivators possessed various mystical techniques, with divination being their signature skill. Although Dantong was also a Qi practitioner, Lin San wondered if he would be able to assist him. Seated there, lost in thought, his expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white. The turmoil within him akin to a bottle of mixed flavors, too complex to articulate to others. Time dragged on, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 2 hours. Eventually, Lin San could no longer remain seated. Pacing the cavern restlessly, his heart ablaze with unease, he waited and waited, but even as the oil lamp flickered and extinguished, Dantong had yet to return. This is dire. Something must have gone awry. Otherwise, knowing the child is here, he wouldn't take this long to return. Lin San hoisted Lin Yu and, with a voice tinged with dryness, declared, "Little master, young general, I dare to call you my nephew. Given the circumstances, we cannot remain passive. If you wish to charge forth with me, give a blink or a nod. I shall leave you here, Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Seeing Lin Yu's wide eyes unblinking as they gazed at him, Lin San erupted in a hearty laughter. Very well. Let us, uncle and nephew, brave the flames and the mountains together. May the great general watch over us. With that, he secured the swaddled infant to his chest and drew his blade. Ascending the staircase with determination, that he considered that the intricate mechanism set by Dantong would not be easily bypassed. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret chamber, he was taken aback. After groping around for a while, he found the mechanism's blocking panel utterly unyielding. With reddened eyes, he swung his steel knife against it, producing a shower of sparks. Yet the panel remained unmoved, in a fit of frustration. He nearly bashed his head against the wall, cursing his own folly for landing in such a predicament. Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the chamber as the blocking panel began to tremble. Someone had activated the mechanism. Lin San quickly ducked down the staircase, clutching his steel knife and hiding in the shadows. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and as light spilled into the chamber, Lin San peered out. His heart soaring with joy was none other than Dantong. At present, Shantong finds himself in quite a disheveled state. The hairpin that once held his hair in place is lost, his crimson locks cascading freely. His sleeves are absent, and his face bears streaks of black and white. Under the flickering light of the flame in his hands, he appears thoroughly disarrayed. Lin San, upon seeing Shantong, no longer hides but steps forward. Exclaiming, "Second brother, you have finally arrived." Upon spotting Lin San, Shantong's lips curl into a smile, reassuringly saying, "Fear not, brother, all is well. Follow me." With that, he strides downwards, and Lin San closely follows, cradling Lin Yu. Moments later, they enter a cavern where Shantong stands firmly in the center. His left hand forming a gesture while his right hand points askew, murmuring incantations. Then, with a forceful shout, he commands, "Rise." Before their eyes, 9 luminous pearls embedded in the cave's ceiling radiate a brilliant light, casting shimmering halos that gradually coalesce into a luminous portal upon the cave wall. The brilliance flickers, and, in an astonishing transformation, the portal solidifies into a stone door adorned with intricate runes, leaving Lin San utterly astonished. Lin Yu, witnessing such miraculous feats for the first time, gazes with wide eyes, her astonishment crystallizing into 2 simple words. Neo-X. In the narrative, Lin San is portrayed as a mere 7th-tier martial artist, while Lin Yu is depicted as a freshly minted traveler, both wholly unaccustomed to such wonders. The orbs above are not mere luminous pearls but rather spiritual stones utilized by Qi practitioners, specifically 9 mid-grade spiritual stones. It is known that a single ordinary low-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold, and yet these mid-grade stones are even more valuable. Thanks to the array of these spiritual stones, the formation exists to shield this locale from prying eyes, and it is this very formation that conceals the 2 from being discovered. Lin San, with Lin Yu in his arms, follows Shantong through the stone door, only to be astonished to find themselves at the foot of the mountain, gazing around. The sun hangs low in the west, and colorful clouds roll across the sky. He realizes he has spent a full day within that secret chamber, and upon looking back, the radiant stone wall is now devoid of the door. "What an exquisite formation!" Lin San exclaims. "Second uncle, you are indeed remarkable." As Shantong leads the duo around the mountain's base, they encounter the steward accompanied by over 10 attendants, standing near a horse-drawn carriage. Shantong approaches, takes a package from the steward, and hands it to Lin San, saying, "I have devised a means for your escape. The rebels will assume you are dead and will cease their pursuit. However, this gathering of heroes is too crowded for you to remain. I have arranged for transportation and personnel to escort you to South Jin." Although Lin San does not fully grasp the underlying truth, he recognizes that Shantong bears immense responsibility in this matter. He promptly raises his garment and kneels, proclaiming, "Second brother, your life-saving grace is a debt of heaven. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he bows 3 times, each resounding with sincerity. Shantong pulls Lin San to his feet, stating solemnly, "My bond with the general is one of life and death. Such trifles are unworthy of mention. There is no need for such formality." He gestures toward the package, saying, "Inside are some silver coins for your journey, along with an incomplete martial arts manual I stumbled upon years ago, though not whole. It should suffice. Consider it a gift from your uncle to his child. The mention of the manual sends a jolt of excitement through Lin San, elevating his opinion of Shan Tong yet again. Thank you, second brother. I shall accept this on behalf of my young master. Your gratitude is noted. Lin, I shall remember this kindness, and do allow me to repay it in the future. However, for this journey to South Jin, it would be prudent to travel light. 1 man and 1 horse will suffice. Despite Shan Tong's insistence, Lin San politely declines, and after several exchanges, Shan Tong relents, waving his hand to dismiss the attendants. Yet he retains the wet nurse, Lu Shi, who smiles at Lin San, saying, "The others need not accompany us, but she must surely go with you." Lin San concedes, realizing the truth in her words. Lu Mama. Cradling Lin Yu, boards the carriage, and Lin San turns to say, "May the mountains and waters be kind. Second brother. Take care." "Take care, brother," Shan Tong replies. Lin San leaps onto the carriage, raising the whip, and the vehicle begins its winding descent down the mountain, soon vanishing into a cloud of dust. Shan Tong watches the carriage until it fades from view, slowly closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. Tears threaten to spill from his eyes, yet he swallows them back. The steward, unable to contain his emotions, covers his face and weeps, "Master." Shan Tong's face twitches violently. After a moment, he opens his bloodshot eyes and speaks hoarsely, enunciating each word. "Remember this, my eldest son, Shan Ing, was born amidst a difficult labor, and alas, he was lost." Chapter 4. The budding lotus. As time passes swiftly, 12 years glide by in the blink of an eye. The infant has blossomed into a graceful youth. Yet, as the eminent writer Wu Jingzhong once remarked, time is like a wild donkey, never ceasing in its gallop. This wild donkey has collided headlong with Lin San, who, barely 40, now bears a stooped back and a hunched posture. Coupled with his graying temples, he ventures out to shop with the still graceful Lu Shi, evoking an uncanny sense of father-daughter resemblance. The current Lin San and the once dashing man he was seem worlds apart. In this small town of Hapu, nestled in the Kangwu region of South Jin, the hunchback blacksmith has become a local celebrity. His acclaim stems not merely from his exceptional smithing skills or his striking appearance, having what a charming and graceful wife, but also from his astute son. While other children of 3 still wore open-crotch pants, his child had stealthily ventured into the town's famed Suihong Tower. Claiming it was for the sake of experience to AT5, he commenced his education in a private school, only to see 2 of his 3 teachers fall ill within a fortnight, with the last one leaving a farewell letter to seek a new life elsewhere. At 8, he found himself targeted by human traffickers in town. Instead of succumbing to abduction, he bravely assisted the constables in rescuing numerous kidnapped children, including the second daughter of the Liu family from the eastern part of town. Liu Yue.at10. He suddenly took up martial arts. Yet without seeking renowned masters or high-ranking individuals, he practiced under the thundering waterfall at the back of the town, battling against the rushing waters. Over time, this endeavor became a sight to behold in the town. This year marks the 6th year of the Xiangfu era in South Jin, and Lin Yu is now 12 years old. With red lips, white teeth, and eyebrows that resemble swords, that he has transformed into a strikingly handsome young lad. After parting ways with Shan Tong at the Gathering of Heroes, Lin San, along with Lin Yu and Lu Mama, journeyed tirelessly, eventually settling in this quaint town. Lin San established a blacksmith shop to make a living, while Lu Mama, having lost her family, naturally became Lin San's wife, and nominally, Lin Yu's mother, from the moment Lin Yu learned to speak. Showcasing intelligence and memory far beyond that of ordinary children, Lin San was both astonished and compelled to publicly claim their father-son relationship. Internally, he did not conceal Lin Yu's origins, but withheld many details. Citing Lin Yu's youth as the reason for discretion 2 years ago, Lin Yu finally began practicing the secret technique, the burning method, gifted by Shan Tong. However, he encountered excruciating heat during his training, facing near-death experiences repeatedly. Eventually, Lin San devised a clever solution, training beneath the waterfall, harnessing the immense vapor to temper the heat generated by the technique. 2 novices, akin to blind men groping an elephant, embarked on this arduous training under the waterfall for a full 2 years. It remains uncertain whether Lin Yu possesses extraordinary talent or mere luck, but he indeed succeeded in mastering the technique. One day, a sudden surge of water erupted from the waterfall, followed by flames that soared upwards. creating the illusion of the waterfall flowing in reverse, with vibrant rainbows shimmering within the flames. Technical work, worthy of praise, commented the five-star critic Su Mao Nian from A Parallel World. Beneath the waterfall, Lin Yu felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. With a mighty leap, he shouted, "Open!" His entire being transformed into a fiery blaze, propelling him upward against the torrent, challenging the heavens. In that moment, Lin Yu believed himself invincible. Yet, the harsh reality proved otherwise. He barely ascended a foot before being forcefully thrust back down to the depths of the pool. After a few breaths, he resurfaced, seething with indignation. This is simply unscientific. Yet, it is entirely reasonable, came a tinkling voice. Lin Yu turned to see a girl in a white dress, smiling and squatting by the water's edge, causing his face to darken further. Experience in the Jianghu. Making a fool of oneself is not terrifying. What is terrifying is being seen, and even more so when it is by someone familiar. The moment of embarrassment shared with a familiar girl felt utterly mortifying, much like Lin Yu's current state of mind. Let it all perish. I am exhausted, he thought, plunging his head beneath the water, allowing his body to float and drift. As he floated, the girl on the shore couldn't help but burst into delightful laughter. Then picked up a stone and tossed it at Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Stop playing dead and come over for dinner. I brought your favorite almond crisp." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu ceased his charade, planted his feet in the water, and with a swift motion, flipped himself onto the shore. He took the food box from the girl's hands, and his face lit up with joy as he began to devour the contents without uttering a word. The girl's expression shifted as she protested. "Hey, leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet." Lin Yu turned away, ignoring her, and continued to feast with reckless abandon. The girl, unbothered by propriety, joined in, declaring, "If you don't share, I'll eat it all." After a flurry of playful snatching and chaotic exchanges, the pair lay side by side on the grassy bank, contentedly patting their full bellies, gazing at the clouds rolling across the sky. Despite the roaring waterfall beside them, their hearts were enveloped in tranquility. Many years later, Lin Yu would occasionally dream of this moment, where a fleeting instant became eternal. After a long while, Lin Yu rose with a puzzled expression, asking, "Where are the ribs for today?" Before he could finish, a soft, cool hand grasped his waist. "Brother Yu, what did you say?" The maiden's voice was soft and melodious, her large eyes blinking innocently, exuding an aura of purity and innocence. The dish she crafted was tender, yet satisfyingly rich, with a hint of saltiness and a delightful charred aroma. He Bo's culinary skills had evidently advanced. The girl, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course, it is delicious. This is crafted by none other than yours truly." When Lin Yu felt her small hand slip away, he exhaled in relief, grateful for his fortune, and immediately began to flatter her. "Miss Liu, with your extraordinary talent and intellect, you have effortlessly surpassed your predecessors with your debut dish. Given time, you shall surely become one of the culinary masters of this world. As for me, a mere humble follower, I vow to remain by your side through thick and thin." He gazed at the young lady with sincere and earnest eyes, his longing evident. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully punched Lin Yu's chest, exclaiming, "Who said anything about being inseparable with you?" Lin Yu theatrically fell back, wincing. "Ouch, that hurts." Lu Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation and, rising to gather her food container, remarked, "I must take my leave now. If I tarry too long, I shall face Mr. Chen's wrath." Lin Yu quickly got up, eagerly following her. "All right, let me escort you." Lu Yu scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment before smirking. "No need for that. Your immediate concern should be finding some clothing to wear." Lin Yu, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. In his moment of excitement, he had inadvertently turned most of his garments into rags. Walking alongside a young lady in mere shorts was undoubtedly unseemly. Be careful on your way, he advised. Lu Yu nodded, turned, and took a few steps before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into my third uncle just as I was leaving town. He asked me to inform you that he and your mother have urgent matters to attend to. He instructed you to take good care of the shop and to refrain from mischief, or else he has authorized me to give you a good thrashing." She then flashed her teeth in a mock display of menace, raising her small fist before quickly departing. Left in a state of shock, Lin Yu stood there dumbfounded for a moment before shouting, "What the heck? I'm only 12. Although he felt a surge of indignation, he understood that his third uncle would not leave without reason. Especially not with Lu Shi in tow, that he surmised that something must have transpired at the residence of the second master. Hence his uncle's hurried departure, leaving no time to inform him personally. The thought of this only fueled Lin Yu's anger further. How could his third uncle entrust Lu Yu, that little girl, to watch over him? Did it not imply that his days would be even more drab and dreary? 4 years ago, when he had saved her, she was nothing more than a soft-spoken little girl who called him brother. How had she transformed into a fierce force in just a few years? Was the mountain behind him the infamous Laoji Shudao Mountain? Shaking his head and sighing, Lin Yu lamented, "The world has declined, and the hearts of men have grown cold." Having spent years training in this secluded spot, he found a stash of spare clothing and simple tools hidden in a corner behind the waterfall, sparing him the embarrassment of returning to town in tatters. After retrieving the clothes from behind the waterfall, he meandered homeward. Chapter 5. A reappearance as dusk fell. Lin Yu returned to his family's blacksmith shop, only to find the doors firmly locked and the windows barred, the entire establishment sealed tight. A testament to the owner's diligence and caution, he circled the premises 3 times before plopping down on the ground, staring blankly at the door. "Uncle, how am I supposed to get in? Am I to scale the walls like a thief?" After sitting idle for a while, Lin Yu sighed in resignation, approached the door, and grasped the brass padlock, that a faint surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, and within a few breaths, the lock yielded with a creaking sound. Easily twisted apart by Lin Yu's hand, that he casually tossed the broken lock aside with a smirk, a mere brass lock, easily crushed. At that moment, a green-clad maid came rushing down the street and immediately spotted Lin Yu standing at the entrance. "Young Master Lin, the young lady sent me to deliver the key to you. She mentioned she had forgotten it in her haste." She extended her delicate hand, presenting an aged brass key. Lin Yu looked from the key in the maid's hand to the broken lock in his own. Lost in thought, can a cracked walnut still nourish the brain? Once the maid departed, Lin Yu reluctantly unlocked the door and rummaged through the shop for a while until he discovered 2 iron rods, seemingly pre-ordered by someone else, that were just the right size and weight. There are always more solutions than problems. Securing the door from within, Lin Yu hurried to his room in the back courtyard. Retrieving a fire technique manual gifted by Dan Tong from beneath his bed, that he began to study it intently. Of course, he had named it himself, its origin known only to him. Though he had long memorized the incantations and techniques, he still found value in revisiting them, a habit instilled in him by Lin San. Especially today, as he had finally reached the first tier of qi refinement, diligence was paramount that I in the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest mistake could lead to dire consequences. Lin San had once shared a tale of a colleague who, while practicing the military's body refinement technique, mistakenly confused 2 vital pathways in his practice. As a result, when his qi began to surge, it spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc within his body. Although he was ultimately saved, he lost the ability to function in a crucial area. Thus, despite Lin Yu's often carefree demeanor, he approached his training with utmost caution. His motto in this regard was one suggested by M.R.H.U. from his past life. Boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify. After all, while Lin San could impart knowledge about martial arts, the path of the qi cultivator was one he had to navigate alone. Lin San had once contemplated finding a mentor for him, but most qi cultivators remained hidden within secluded mountain sects or aligned with powerful court families, rarely revealing themselves to ordinary folk that in such a vast world. Where could he possibly search? This also explained why Lin Yu, with his talent, had only recently entered the ranks of a 9th-tier qi cultivator after 2 arduous years. After all, crossing the river by feeling the stones requires not only courage but also a stroke of luck. As Lin Yu immersed himself in the manual, revisiting the material, he often gleaned insights he had previously overlooked. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise and quickly rolled out of bed, stowing the manual beneath it, and rushed towards the sound. Upon reaching the shop's street-facing window, he leaned in to listen more closely. The noise becoming increasingly clear, the sound of hooves and clattering armor. Puzzled, Lin Yu thought, it was nearly dusk. Where could cavalry be coming from in the quaint town of Apu? Curiosity piqued, he carefully cracked the door open to peer outside. The sight that greeted him nearly caused him to tumble backward in shock. Armored riders clad in black, the very imagery that haunted his nightmares. Were these the infamous black cavalry of the Li Tang? Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not the same. Their armor and mounts bore different insignias, that of the Southern Jin royal family. This revelation eased Lin Yu's tension, and he became acutely aware of the cold sweat that had dampened his clothes. He scolded himself for being cowardly. As a newly minted 8th-tier warrior and 9th-tier chi cultivator, he should not have feared such a cavalry. How embarrassing it would be if Lu Yu were to witness him falter. Remembering Lu Yu sent a jolt of anxiety through him. The direction the black cavalry had taken was towards the east of the town, and aside from himself, the only other family that could attract the attention of government cavalry was the Lu family. Could it be that these riders were headed for Lu's residence? Unable to remain still, Lin Yu quietly secured the shop door and summoned his courage to follow at a distance, though he had little connection with the Lu family. Risking his safety was not worth it if it meant leaving Lu Yu in danger. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lin Yu trailed behind the black cavalry. The procession wound through the town, eventually arriving at the Lu family's estate, but a soldier dismounted and approached the gate, and soon the entire Lu residence was ablaze with light, the main doors swinging wide open. Old Master Lu, Lu Jin, adorned in a splendid robe, personally greeted a distinguished elder clad in purple. After a brief exchange, he ushered the riders into the estate. Lin Yu, too far away to catch their words, could only infer from their gestures that the two parties seemed quite familiar. Had he been worrying unnecessarily? After observing for a while without incident, Lin Yu chastised himself for being overly cautious and turned to head back home. Before long, he arrived at his house, stretched lazily, and collapsed in a bed, falling into a deep, sweet slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Yu was jolted awake by an urgent knocking at his door. To his astonishment, the frantic voice calling his name sounded eerily like Lu Yu's. Lin Yu, Lin Yu. The voice was panicked, tinged with tears, as if she were in distress. Lin Yu sprang from his bed, hastily flinging open the door, and indeed found her standing there, though she was now clad in rough, coarse garments, an improvised bag slung across her shoulder, resembling a boy in disguise. Her face was pale, her body trembling, and she looked at him with wide eyes filled with fear. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire his own quick wit. In this moment of crisis, his first question was, "How did you get in here?" At this moment, Lu Yu was hardly in the mood to jest with him. With a voice tinged with desperation, she choked out, "Lin Yu, help me." Only then did Lin Yu, caught off guard, notice Lu Yu's distress that a heavy feeling settled in his heart. This was bad that he hurriedly pulled Lu Yu inside the house. What happened? To his surprise, Lu Yu could only shake her head, tears welling in her eyes. "That I don't know. What are you talking about?" Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, reverting to the dialect of a past life. After a moment's contemplation, he came to realize that she was merely an 11-year-old girl, and it was only natural for someone so young to be bewildered by such grave matters. After all, she was still in elementary school. Without further ado, he firmly grasped Lu Yu's hands, gazing into her eyes, and gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Just answer my questions, nod or shake your head. Did something happen at home?" Lu Yu nodded. "Was it the Black Knights?" Initially, she nodded but then shook her head. "I don't know, but there are more of those people at home today." Lin Yu smacked his thigh in frustration, muttering, "Those rascals are indeed up to no good," that he quickly asked, "How can I help you?" Lu Yu withdrew her right hand and produced a purple wooden box from her bag. "That my father managed to give me this, telling me to take it to my second uncle and escape through the back door." Lin Yu took the box, inspecting it closely, yet he could discern nothing unusual. He placed it on the table and continued to hold Lu Yu's hands. "Where is your second uncle?" "In Lingling." "Where is Lingling?" Lu Yu shook her head. "How long will it take to get there?" Again, she shook her head. Lin Yu, momentarily at a loss, asked with a hint of incredulity, "What do you know then?" Lu Yu nodded solemnly and declared, "I came to find you." Seeing the tearful girl before him, with her eyes resembling blossoms that could speak, all of Lin Yu's earlier frustrations suddenly dissipated. A smile broke across his face as he gently embraced her. "That I'm here." Chapter 6. Annihilation of the family. Lin Yu had no desire to investigate the situation at the Lu family home. The fact that Lu Yu had escaped indicated that the Lu residence was undoubtedly a den of peril. Given his own capabilities, venturing there would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile. Moreover, as the saying goes in military strategy, speed is of the essence. That if the goal was to flee for one's life, decisiveness was paramount. The worst course of action was to dither, pondering this and that, only to be caught by pursuers in the end. When it came to the matter of fleeing for survival, Lin Yu was well acquainted with the concept. Not only had his first day after traversing into this world been spent in flight, but even in his past life, he had seen numerous cinematic portrayals of desperate escapes. He had witnessed at least hundreds of them. That a scholar of Tang poetry, he could recite verses even if he could not compose them himself. Lin Yu swiftly packed a small bag for himself and took some of Lin San's savings for travel expenses. After a moment's hesitation, he also stuffed in the burning decision and grabbed a short dagger from the shop before turning to whisk Lu Yu away towards the back mountain. When one is fleeing, the instinctive choice is always the most familiar place. This rule applied to Lin Yu as well. Since arriving in this world, he had largely resided in the small town. And after years of familiarity, the back mountain had become his most intimate refuge. Having trained there for 2 full years, as Lin Yu raced along with Lu Yu, it quickly became apparent that an heiress like her could scarcely keep pace. They had barely traveled 2 miles, just reaching the foot of the mountain, when she could no longer endure the exertion. With no choice left, Lin Yu hoisted her up and continued his ascent to the peak. He reasoned that while he did not know where Lingling was, he at least knew that Hapu lay southeast, near the coast, to be why heading north along the mountain, he was likely on the right path. No matter the specifics of Lingling, it must surely lie to the north. Most importantly, he could leverage the familiar mountain trails to evade any potential pursuers. Just as they reached the mountainside, Lu Yu suddenly began to struggle violently. This struggle was significant. After all, Lin Yu himself was merely a 12-year-old child, and despite his training, his age limited his strength. As a result, Lu Yu's vigorous thrashing caused Lin Yu to lose his footing, and they both tumbled to the ground with a thud. Dazed and disoriented, Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration rising within him. "What on earth are you doing?" Before he could rise to question her, he noticed Lu Yu standing up, swaying, her gaze fixed intently down the mountain as if she were entranced. Following her gaze, Lin Yu was struck with horror. "My goodness," he gasped, before them lay Hapu town engulfed in smoke and flames. With distant echoes of screams, shouts, and the clatter of hooves carried by the mountain breeze that in the short span of less than half an hour, the town they had just left had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream, calling out, "Father! Mother!" She then dashed madly down the mountain. Seeing this frantic scene, Lin Yu quickly closed the distance, seizing her tightly and urgently exclaiming, "Lu Yu, calm down. You are heading to your doom." At that moment, Lu Yu was beyond hearing reason. The thought of her father, mother, and family, all in the town, likely facing dire peril, drove her nearly to madness. Lin Yu shouted a few more times, but her frantic state granted her extraordinary strength. And fearing for her safety, he hesitated to exert too much force in restraining her, but he found himself struggling to hold on. With a determined resolve, Lin Yu raised his right hand and struck Lu Yu on the back of her head with a sharp slap. The blow was effective. She collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Lin Yu rushed to check her condition, feeling her pulse and checking her breathing. After a thorough examination confirmed that Lu Yu had merely been rendered unconscious by the blow, he finally felt a sense of relief. That was terrifying. He thought that in the heat of the moment, he had resorted to a tactic reminiscent of scenes from his past life as films without a second thought. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of regret. Such recklessness could lead to lifelong remorse. Fortunately, he realized it was a stroke of luck. That it should be noted that a heavy blow to the back of the neck can indeed induce unconsciousness. But here lies the crux. This area is also one of the body's most vulnerable spots. That a strike in this region could easily lead to grave consequences for most people. So unless one is a protagonist, such methods should never be emulated, lest one regret it too late. Lin Yu lifted Lu Yu into his arms and cast one last glance back towards the town before stomping his foot and hastening towards a cave he remembered from his past. Within Hapu town, a horrific massacre was unfolding. The streets were teeming with soldiers, and corpses littered the ground. The soldiers showed no mercy, killing anyone in sight and setting fire to homes. The small town of Hapu had descended into a sea of flames. Amidst the chaos, a black knight on horseback approached an elderly man dressed in purple, dismounting and kneeling before him. Reporting to the commander, the Lu family, including Lu Jun and his 2 sons and 1 daughter, totaling 126 souls, have all been exterminated without a single escapee. However, the items we sought have not been found. What? Not found? The purple-clad elder erupted in fury. What is Song Yu doing? Bring him to me at once. Before long, the armored knight escorted a young scholar, appearing to be around 20 years old, before the purple-clad elder. Clad in scholar's attire, his demeanor betrayed no scholarly air, only a sullen expression, as Song Yu approached to pay his respects. He had scarcely begun to speak when the elder bellowed, "Song Yu, what assurance did you give to the prince before coming here? The items were supposed to be in Hapu, at the Lu residence. Now that the Lu family is annihilated and Hapu lies in ruins, I bear the brunt of this calamity that you're telling me you found nothing. Do you wish to meet your senior brother that badly? I can facilitate that for you right now." In a panic, Song Yu fell to the ground, beating his head against the floor. "Commander, please see reason. My senior brother did indeed tell me personally that the items were entrusted to Lu Yin. It cannot be mistaken. Please spare my life." "Spare your life? That would be easy, but you must retrieve the items for me. Wealth and glory shall be yours that if you cannot find them. Next year on this day will mark your anniversary." Song Yu scrambled to his feet, declaring, "I will interrogate the Lu family members again. Even if they have iron jaws and steel teeth, I will pry the information from them." The purple-clad elder, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "Very well, that I shall send you to meet Lu Yin." With that, he raised his hand to strike down upon Song Yu, who in terror rolled and crawled away, prostrating himself and begging for mercy. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Song Yu's eyes as he exclaimed, "Commander, I know where the items have gone." Song Yu crawled a few steps on his knees, raising his head to report to the purple-clad elder, "Lu Yin has 2 sons and 2 daughters. We only managed to capture 3. There is still a young daughter. She must have escaped with the items, such a crucial item, and Lu Yin would dare entrust it to a mere girl." Under the dim light, the elder was struck by the realization that it was precisely because she was a girl that no one paid her any heed that a remark from Song Yu awakened the elder in the purple robes, who then summoned several black-clad riders, instructing them, "Divide into 5 teams, each leading 10 soldiers. Search thoroughly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find both the items and the people." Pointing at Song Yu, he commanded the soldiers, "If you cannot retrieve the items, bring back his head." The knights acknowledged the order and swiftly dispersed in 4 directions. Meanwhile, Song Yu, with a flicker of cunning in his eyes, led one team directly toward the back mountain. Chapter 7. The pursuers. A small campfire flickered inside the cave, casting shadows on the 2 who sat in silence. The glow illuminated Lu Yu's increasingly pale face, her eyes swollen and devoid of spirit, as she hugged her knees and stared vacantly into the flames. After a long pause, Lin Yu broke the silence with a gentle, "My condolences." The moment those words left his lips, Lu Yu's tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, yet she bit her lip tightly, stifling any sound. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt his heart ache. After 30 years in this life, and the previous one, he had accumulated considerable experience, yet when it came to women, he was utterly at a loss. He fidgeted nervously, wanting to say, "Stop crying. Don't be sad," but the words stuck in his throat. He pondered, searching for more comforting phrases. But after 3 decades of being single, he found himself out of his depth. After a moment's contemplation, he thought it might be best to step outside and allow her some time to collect herself. He retrieved a piece of dried food from his backpack and placed it beside Lu Yu, saying, "Stay here for a while. I'll go find some water." Such naivete. What use was water at a time like this? What the girl needed was a reassuring and warm embrace. Even the author felt the urgency. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Yu gazed at the sky and noticed the first light of dawn creeping in. Letting out a soft sigh, "What a night it has been." Following the path he had taken to arrive, Lin Yu aimed to reach the waterfall halfway up the mountain to fetch water, hoping to use the supplies he had stashed there to prepare something warm for Lu Yu. However, as he rounded the cliff's edge, he looked up to see a dark mass of cavalry winding their way up the mountain path. His heart sank. Trouble was upon him. Without a second thought, he turned and fled back. In his haste, coupled with the crumbling rocks, he accidentally dislodged a handful of stones, which tumbled down and struck Song Yu squarely on the head. With a yelp, Song Yu clutched his head and looked up, spotting Lin Yu's fleeting figure. Elated, he shouted, "There is someone above! Capture him alive!" The knights spurred their horses forward, and soon they reached the mountaintop. Scanning for any sign of their quarry, the leader, a burly man with a long beard, turned to glare at Song Yu, his expression menacing. "Why are you staring? The person can't have gone far." "Hurry and pursue," Song Yu commanded, rubbing his head as he rode to the summit. The burly man assessed Song Yu, snorted, and waved his hand, spread out in chase. Lin Yu dashed back into the cave only to find Lu Yu in the same state he left her. Desperation bubbling within him as he slapped his thigh and urged, "We must go. The pursuers are here." To his dismay, Lu Yu seemed as unmoving as a statue, utterly unresponsive to his words. Lin Yu lamented inwardly. This girl has lost her wits in a moment of urgency, disregarding all decorum. He scooped Lu Yu up and grabbed her bag, sprinting out of the cave. As he exited, his peripheral vision caught sight of the approaching pursuers. Curse it, they were fast. As Lin Yu sprinted, two riders arrived at the cave, exchanging glances before one sped off to report back. Moments later, Song Yu, accompanied by a dozen men, stormed into the cave, seeing the fire still burning. Song Yu's heart leaped with joy. "We found them." He dispatched someone to relay the news while leading his men in pursuit of Lin Yu's direction, despite the treacherous mountain path. Riding was still swifter than walking, in less than half an hour. While Lin Yu was frantically fleeing, a sudden rush of wind whistled past his ear. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He sidestepped and jumped aside just in time to see a black arrow narrowly miss Lu Yu's shoulder, embedding itself into the stone wall with a resounding thud. That was close. If it had struck her, who knows if she would have survived. Yet, this brief delay meant they were inevitably caught. Hoofbeats echoed all around as a dozen men encircled them. Bows were drawn and blades unsheathed, poised to tear the two apart at a single command. Realizing escape was impossible, Lin Yu gently set Lu Yu down, swiftly unsheathed his short dagger, and positioned himself before the stone wall. His eyes wide and voice booming. "Who dares to come forward and seek death?" His thunderous declaration echoed, reminiscent of the legendary Zhang San's valor at Changban. While fear gripped him, the moment called for bravery, and he was prepared to face it. Song Yu, riding forward, scrutinized the two with a smirk at a mere child. "Who among you is from the Lu family?" When neither responded, Song Yu dismissed further conversation, stating, "One sheep can be herded. Two can be captured. We'll take you all back for questioning," alive with a wave of his hand for soldiers dismounted, grinning maliciously as they approached, completely disregarding the dagger-wielding youth. "Wait." Lu Yu's voice rang out from behind Lin Yu. "I am from the Lu family. Take me instead and let him go." As she spoke, she pulled off the headscarf that concealed her hair, revealing her true identity. That Lu Yu's intention was straightforward. Having been cornered, her life or death mattered little. She could not let Lin Yu bear the brunt of the consequences. Unfortunately, reality is not a storybook, and upon hearing her declaration, laughter erupted from Song Yu and his men. "What a spirited girl! Ha ha ha!" The girl goes and the boy humph. With a dismissive snort, Song Yu turned his horse around, ready to leave. The soldiers, who had just been prepared to strike, grinned wickedly as they advanced towards Lin Yu and began to separate to capture Lu Yu. "Don't you worry about me. Run," Lu Yu urged, panic rising as she saw Lin Yu standing firm, unyielding. That at that moment, the first two soldiers approached, dismissing Lin Yu as a mere child. They swung their swords down, glinting menacingly, prompting Lu Yu to cover her eyes with a gasp, only to hear two sickening thuds. That Lu Yu thought it was over, that Lin Yu had perished. As she uncovered her eyes, ready to cry out. Yu, she was taken aback. Lin Yu had miraculously maneuvered behind the two soldiers, his dagger stained with blood, while the soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, blood gushing from their severed throats. This unexpected turn of events stunned not just Lu Yu but everyone present, including Lin Yu himself. He was aware of his own strength, an 8th-grade warrior, newly minted as a 9th-grade Qi practitioner. According to Lin San's teachings, he believed he could hold his own at the 8th level. But given his age and inexperience, he thought it unlikely he could defeat foes of a higher caliber. Yet in that moment, as the two soldiers had lunged to attack, Lin Yu instinctively executed a swift maneuver, dodge and strike, fluidly and seamlessly. Realizing only afterward that he had emerged victorious, Lin Yu stood there, momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, chaos erupted behind him, a cacophony of disbelief. That it was remarkable. Although these soldiers were merely regular cavalry and not the elite black-armored riders, they were still seasoned fighters, and yet a mere child had brought them down with a single strike. Song Yu halted his mount, astonished by the commotion behind him. Well, who would have thought this little brat was a practitioner? Exchanging glances with the two black-armored knights beside him, Song Yu clasped his hands and urged, "Please, act quickly to prevent any prolonged delay. The princess matters are of utmost importance." The leading knight nodded, spurring his horse 3 paces closer to Lin Yu. "Child, state your name. I do not slay nameless ghosts under my blade." Just then, Lin Yu regained his composure. Hearing the inquiry, he steadied himself, puffed out his chest, and declared, "I am known as Guo Su of the Great Tang. My father is Guo De, the Duke of Fenyang, famed General Guizi." This revelation, the collective gasp of the soldiers echoed through the air as they stepped back in unison. Shock etched on their faces, while Song Yu nearly toppled from his horse. Who was this Guo De, one might ask? Was he the comedian from those skits? What a terrifying name over the past decade. Every nation from the southern reaches of Jin and Wu to the northern domains of Qi and Lu, and even the wild lands of the Great Liao, had felt the might of Guo Da's armies. If they hadn't, it was likely due to Guo Da's strategic prowess. Though separated by Han Kingdom from the southern Jin and Great Tang, would have inflicted considerable losses upon them in years past. The once tumultuous Great Tang rapidly stabilized and regained its strength, thanks in no small part to the contributions of Duke Guizi of Fenyang. In recent years, the Southern Jin dynasty has witnessed a gradual decline in its national strength, while the Northern Han Kingdom has persistently invaded due to past grievances. Had it not been for their obsequious servitude to the Tang dynasty, it is likely that their territory would have long since been surrendered. As the military leader of the Tang, Wang Guodao of Fenyang wields considerable influence over the Southern Jin, a fact that is quite evident. Today, however, this formidable warrior has been reduced to a mere anecdote, as Lin Yu's reputation has been called into question. Song Yu, after much contemplation, finally steadied his mind, glancing at Lin Yu with a mix of disbelief and curiosity for a full minute, internally grappling with the thoughts. Is it true? What if it is? If it is false, what then? His mind raced, and without pausing, he stepped forward and clasped his hands, addressing Guo Gongzi. "What brings you to this remote place? If not to revel in the comforts of the royal palace." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with a spark of inspiration. "There lies a possibility." With an earnest expression, he replied, "The ancestral teachings of the Guo family dictate that a young man must embark on a journey of 1,000 miles by the age of 12. Are you unaware of this?" Song Yu pondered. Being a native of the southern Jin, he was indeed unfamiliar with the customs of the Tang. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he bellowed, "Nay, you deceive us. That girl just referred to you as Yuge. Are you not Guo Su?" Lin Yu's heart sank momentarily, yet he maintained his composure and retorted with a scoff, "Ignorance. My name is Su, styled Ziyu, a name graciously bestowed upon me by His Majesty of the Tang." Song Yu regarded the youthful figure before him, unable to ascertain the truth that if it were anyone else, the matter could easily be resolved with a swift execution. But this was Guo Da's son. Who would dare lay a hand on him? Even if the boy were mostly an impostor, the risk was too great to gamble. The consequences of failure would be dire. As he contemplated, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. This young man appeared to be the protector of the Lu family girl. How credible could his claim of being Guo Su be? What should be done? The indecision gnawed at him, and he slapped his thigh in realization. "I shall not involve myself in this matter. Better to err on the side of caution. Should this boy speak the truth, my life would be forfeit." With that thought, he turned to the 2 black-clad riders and instructed, "Please keep a close watch on them. I must report back to Lord Changshu." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly mounted his horse and departed. The 2 riders exchanged glances, and the bearded man, seeing the unfolding situation, decided to follow suit. "You stay here. I shall keep an eye on Song," he declared before hastily riding off. The remaining black rider, clad in dark armor, wore a face even darker than his garb. Chapter 8. The fierce battle. These 2 were not simpletons. Their actions were influenced not only by the formidable reputation of Wang Guoda, but also by the stringent command of their leader. After all, no one was foolish. If this boy spoke the truth, they would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Rather than courting such peril, it was wiser to return and seek counsel. However, fate had other plans that in the blink of an eye. The hunting party of 13 had dwindled to 8, with 2 dead and 2 fled. The remaining black-armored knight and his 8 soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to advance or retreat, at an opportune moment. "May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" The black-armored knight hesitated before responding. "Mo Ming Dada. So you are brother Mo?" Guo Su pays his respects, Lin Yu said, bowing slightly. Might I ask why you are pursuing this young lady? We are mere strangers who have crossed paths by chance, and it appears this misunderstanding has arisen. Mo Ming was taken aback, pondering the implication. Was it possible that this so-called Guo Su was not allied with the Liu family girl? A flicker of ambition ignited within him, envisioning the grand accolades that could come his way. This girl has stolen a precious item from my family's general, and thus we seek to reclaim it. My master is merciful. As long as the item is returned, we shall not pursue her further, for she is still but a child. Lin Yu's lips twitched in disbelief, recognizing that Mo Ming was a master of deceit, boldly proclaiming notions of mercy. The town of Ipu, after all, was home to thousands. The thought of his familiar neighborhood being ravaged, the pang of loss for those he had known for over a decade, was a torment beyond words. Taking a deep breath to quell the tempest within, Lin Yu turned to Lu Yu and winked. Dear maiden, I had no idea you were of such character. Do hasten to return the item to Brother Mo. Lu Yu, having observed the exchange, understood Lin Yu's unspoken message. With a feigned expression of reluctance, she slowly retrieved the purple box from her belongings and handed it to Lin Yu, cradling the wooden box. Lin Yu turned to Mo Ming and declared, Brother Mo, I entrust this to you. That he then tossed the box into the air, which arced gracefully towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming's heart raced with excitement as he laughed heartily. Thank you, Guo Gongzi. His gaze fixed on the descending box. He prepared to catch it, but in that fleeting moment, Lin Yu lunged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger, closing the distance in an instant. Lin Yu reached Mo Ming before he could react. Though momentarily distracted by the box, Mo Ming, a seasoned 7th-grade warrior, was quick to respond. Sensing danger, he executed a leap from his horse, catching the box with one hand while swinging his blade with the other, aiming to ward off the approaching Lin Yu. Based on his experience, Mo Ming was certain Lin Yu intended to engage in close combat. After all, how could the short blade in Lin Yu's hand reach him from a distance? His sweeping strike was intended to dissuade Lin Yu from advancing. As long as Lin Yu did not close in, he could seize the box, and the question of whether he could defeat the boy never crossed his mind. Even if he were to battle one-on-one, defeating a boy who appeared no older than a teenager seemed a guaranteed victory. But Lin Yu, undeterred, did not flinch or evade, with both hands gripping his blade. He executed a diagonal slash, just an inch away from Mo Ming's blade, that Mo Ming was momentarily puzzled. What was happening? Suddenly, a brilliant flame-like aura erupted from Lin Yu's short blade, catching Mo Ming midair. With a resounding crack, the black-armored knight was cleaved in two, his body erupting into a gruesome display of red and black. You are a practitioner of Mo Ming's last words were cut short as he departed this world. Lin Yu, having dispatched Mo Ming, pressed on without hesitation, directing his blade toward the remaining 8 that witnessing the brutal demise of their leader. The remaining soldiers lost their will to fight and fled in terror. Lin Yu swiftly pursued the last soldier, seizing the horse's tail and vaulting onto the steed. The soldier, casting a fearful glance, was paralyzed with dread. Without wasting time, Lin Yu drove his blade into the soldier's neck. With a spray of blood, the soldier struggled momentarily before Lin Yu dragged him to the ground. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the carnage, fled in a panic, their hearts gripped by fear. After chasing for a few paces and realizing the others had escaped, Lin Yu glanced around, only to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Unable to suppress the blood surging from his mouth, he coughed violently. Lu Yu rushed forward, alarmed. You go. What's wrong? You go. At that moment, Lin Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, his internal energy in turmoil. Yet he could not afford to focus on recovery. He grasped Lu Yu's hand urgently. Quick, mount the horse and let us flee. With great effort, he mounted Mo Ming's stallion, pulling Lu Yu along as they dashed into the depths of the mountains. Before long, the sounds of galloping hooves echoed from below the mountain. The elder in purple, upon reaching the scene and witnessing the chaos, erupted in fury. Turning to Song Yu with a menacing grin, he raised his hand to strike before Song Yu could offer any feeble defense. Despite the distance, the elder's strike landed squarely on Song Yu's chest, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground, clearly gravely injured. The bearded man hastily knelt, trembling uncontrollably. The elder cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling Black Knight. His heart filled with resentment, yearning to end him as well. However, he recalled that the man was a loyal servant of the prince and relinquished the thought that for the sake of the prince. I shall spare your life. Take your men and retrieve the individuals before sunset. Gratefully, Li bowed and mounted his horse to pursue, only to hear the elder's ominous voice call out from behind. Guo Shui does indeed have a son named Guo Su, yet he is already 36 years of age this year. Upon hearing this, Li's face flushed with embarrassment and rage, a kaleidoscope of colors splashing across his features. Li Cheng, Song Hui, Lu Lang. You three shall lead your elite troops alongside Li Yi. Strike swiftly and ensure a decisive victory, leaving no room for error. 3 riders emerged from behind, receiving their orders that Li ground his teeth in frustration, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Yu. Rest assured, my lord, I shall capture the little thief alive and bring him back for 1,000 tortures. With that, he led his entourage in pursuit. This time, it was not merely a handful of elite black riders accompanied by a few foot soldiers, but rather a formidable contingent of over 100 elite black riders from southern Jin, all of whom were at least of the 8th rank, with several leading the charge as 7th-rank warriors. At this point, the author could only wonder how Lin Yu and his 2 children might escape. Let us wait and see. Chapter 9. A cautionary tale. Lin Yu and Lu Yu fled desperately, akin to a dog driven from its home or a fish that narrowly escaped a net. Lu Yu, a young lady of noble birth, had never ridden a horse in her life, and the jolting movements of the steed left her disoriented. Had it not been for Lin Yu's tight grip, she would have surely fallen. Lin Yu, too, was in a dire state, heavily injured yet striving to heal as they fled, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. Their predicament was indeed a sight to behold. After half an hour of arduous travel, they scaled the back mountain of the small town and officially entered a vast expanse of mountains. The range, whose name Lin Yu did not know, was formerly called the Great Wilderness due to its sprawling stretch of hundreds of thousands of miles, serving as a natural boundary between nations, referred to by neighboring states as the Great Wilderness Mountains. The author speculates that this may also be linked to a certain individual fond of consuming beast milk. The back mountain of Hepping Town was, in fact, a continuation of a spur of the Great Wilderness Mountains. While there was still a path accessible for horseback riding on the back mountain, once they entered the Great Wilderness, the vegetation towered overhead, and the dense foliage rendered it nearly impossible for human beings to navigate. Reluctantly, the two had to abandon their mounts and proceed on foot. Just before leaving, Lin Yu recalled Lin San's actions upon his initial traversal and mimicked them, striking the rear of the warhorse 3 times. Consequently, the steed, in pain, let out a long neigh and galloped off, but ironically, it ran in the very direction Lin Yu and Lu Yu intended to pursue. Exchanging glances, Lu Yu blinked her large eyes. Lin Yu cleared his throat and forced a smile, saying, "Keep up, that dawn." Sunlight pierced through the valley's mist, illuminating the mountain contours, and the entire world seemed to awaken. The fog rising in the mountains intertwined with the blue sky and white clouds, creating a dreamlike tapestry. At this moment, Lin Yu and Lu Yu were cautiously navigating a cliffside, oblivious to the breathtaking scenery around them. Their entire focus was on the ground beneath their feet, an incline of nearly 60 degrees, where a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. They had not intended to traverse such treacherous terrain, but after walking only a few miles, they witnessed a chilling sight. Amidst the towering mountains and concealed by dense trees, a large and a small tiger, 3 vividly colored ferocious tigers, blocked their path. In Lin Yu's past life, he was aware that the largest tiger was the Siberian tiger, measuring around 2.5 meters from head to tail. Yet, the 2 young tigers alone each measured nearly 2 meters, while the female tiger was close to 4 meters long, equivalent to the size of 2 Siberian tigers. Moreover, Lin Yu's keen senses detected a faint green aura swirling beneath the female tiger's feet. Demonic beasts? The 2 were utterly terrified, their minds racing. Lin Yu, steeling himself to fight, was halted by the sharp-eyed Lu Yu, who pointed out the reason the tigers did not charge them. There lay the corpse of a pitch-black warhorse, sprawled on the ground, its legs outstretched, being devoured by the 3 tigers. Clearly, the predators had no interest in them as they had a meal at hand. Simultaneously, they swallowed hard, not daring to make a sound, and quietly retreated a few steps before breaking into a run. Fortunately, they escaped the jaws of death. However, Due to the tiger's obstruction, they were forced to abandon the relatively easier path and circle around, ultimately arriving at this perilous location. With no other choice, they could only inch forward cautiously. Fortunately, this treacherous stretch was not long. After about 100 meters, the slope began to ease, allowing them to proceed gradually until they finally found solid ground. Suddenly, Lu Yu collapsed to her knees, tears welling in her eyes, yet a smile graced her lips, a curious mix of laughter and sorrow. Seeing this, Lin Yu knelt beside her, contemplating before gently embracing her and stroking her back, saying, "Do not fear. I am here." Sometimes, words need not be plentiful. They simply need to resonate with the soul. That moment. Lu Yu, upon hearing Lin Yu's voice and sensing the warmth emanating from him, finally released the pent-up emotions she had been harboring, breaking down into sobs. They held each other tightly, one weeping while the other offered solace, as if the wind itself hesitated to intrude, transforming the howling mountain breeze into a gentle caress. After some time, as the cries subsided, Lin Yu rose to survey their surroundings. Towering peaks loomed around them, with wild grass flourishing, and a small stream meandered through the chaos of stones and deadwood. Upon spotting the water, they were overjoyed. Since their escape the previous night, they had been on the run for nearly 10 hours without a morsel to eat or a sip to drink. The sight of water immediately intensified their feelings of thirst and hunger. "You look, water. Let us go catch some fish. I'll make you grilled fish," he exclaimed, pulling Lu Yu along. Reaching the stream, they disregarded cleanliness and dove in, drinking heartily as if they were whales devouring a river. After a long while, they nestled by the stream, gasping for breath, splashing water at each other. Yu broke a piece of dry rations and handed it to Lin Yu. He accepted it but then tore it in half, offering her a share. "You eat more." "I'm not hungry." Yu pushed it back, saying, "I have enough." "You eat." They bantered back and forth, the small piece of food shifting between their hands. Eventually, Lin Yu took it back, downing it in 2 bites and proclaiming, "Tonight, we'll feast on fish, grilled fish." "Yes, ha ha ha, little thief, you can have the first bite." Lin Yu was startled and turned around to see a long-bearded man rushing down the slope, wielding a long knife. None other than the Black Rider Li Yi, with more than a dozen others closely following him, all armed. "It's over. We're done." 4.1 Might wonder why so few had pursued them when there had been over 100 before. The truth was that once they entered the great wilderness, the rugged terrain made it impossible to ride, forcing the pursuers to dismount and split into 4 teams to search the area, coordinating via signals that as luck would have it. Li had just passed over a ridge and spotted the 2 of them by the stream, indulging in their meal, fueled by a mix of old grievances and newfound anger. He impulsively abandoned the idea of signaling and charged down instead. Lin Yu knew this time there would be no mercy. Last time, luck had favored him, but he could not rely on that a second time. Drawing his dagger from his waist and gritting his teeth, he prepared to confront Li Yi. Their blades clashed in an instant, and with a resounding clang, Lin Yu was sent flying, spiraling down into the stream below. It was a battle of an 8th-rank warrior against a 7th rank, compounded by Lin Yu's injuries, and the force of Li Yi's charge was beyond what Lin Yu could withstand. Panic-stricken, Lu Yu leapt into the stream without a second thought to save him. Having struck successfully, Li did not pursue further, but instead stood firm, commanding his subordinates to spread out, encircling the 2 in a half-moon formation. Having gauged Lin Yu's capabilities in their brief encounter, he realized Lin Yu was merely an initial 8th-rank warrior. "There's no need to rush. I shall savor the torment of this lying brat to satisfy my grievances," he thought. Chapter 10. A breach of martial ethics. Upon seeing Lin Yu fall into the water, Lu Yu screamed and hurriedly splashed into the stream to pull him up. Lin Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, his body trembling like a winnowed grain, and as he opened his mouth, blood spewed forth before he collapsed into Lu Yu's embrace. With great effort, she dragged him to the riverbank, frantically slapping and pressing on his chest. "Lin Yu, please wake up." After a while, Lin Yu groaned and slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by dozens of pursuers, watching them like cats with mice. The bearded man at the forefront wearing a sinister grin. "It's over," he thought, feeling a chill wash over him. Li Yi approached, knife in hand, and said, "Little one, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Yu could easily guess Li Yi's intentions. The reason he hadn't struck while he was unconscious was merely for the sport of a cat playing with its prey. Indeed, Lin Yu's speculation was correct. Li Yi and his men refrained from attacking because they believed the situation was already in their favor, and it would be too easy to kill Lin Yu after all the trouble he had caused them. Without needing to confer, they encircled the two, waiting for Lin Yu to awaken so they could toy with him again, seeking to alleviate their pent-up hatred. Meanwhile, Lin Yu assessed his own condition, already heavily injured. He now found himself in an even worse state. The previous reckless fusion of martial energy and fire spirit had left his meridians in chaos, and now both his lower and upper dantians were completely empty. Lin Yu despaired internally. How can I possibly fight now? But losing a person does not mean losing the battle. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and unsteadily rose to his feet, raising his hand towards Li Yi and saying, "Hand me the knife." That Li let out a hearty laugh, casually gesturing, and one of the soldiers behind him tossed a long knife, which clattered to the ground before Lin Yu. Lin Yu picked up the long knife, gripping it with both hands, and fixed his gaze on Li Yi, declaring, "I'm waiting for you, come." Li burst into wild laughter. "Child, when you reach the underworld, remember to declare your name. The one who slays you is Li Yi, the Zhicheng Xiaowei of the Great Jin." With that, he swiftly turned, swinging the long knife in a grand arc, descending upon Lin Yu like Mount Tai crashing down. Beside them, Lu Yu was filled with despair. The previous scene was still vivid in her mind. Lin Yu was no match for the man before her. The current situation seemed grim, with both of them on the brink of death. Not only was her own life at stake, but she had also entangled Lin Yu in this peril. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry," she thought, steeling herself, and pulled the hairpin from her head, charging towards Li Yi with reckless abandon. With her hands tightly gripping the pin, she closed her eyes and lunged forward. This girl was unlike any ordinary maiden. Even when facing death, she would not resort to self-destruction, but would fight fiercely to bring someone down with her. Lin Yu had initially prepared to withstand the crushing blow from Li Yi, but as he saw the knife descending, he was about to parry when, at that moment, Lu Yu dashed in from behind. Thrusting her hand toward Li Yi, "Oh no!" Lin Yu felt a jolt of dread, realizing it was too late to pull her back, that he heard the clash of metal as Li Yi's blade met Lin Yu's short knife. Lin Yu braced himself for another powerful strike, but when the two blades collided, it was entirely unexpected. The force of Li Yi's strike was less than a tenth of what he had anticipated. Without time for confusion, Lin Yu instinctively pushed his blade out, only to focus closely and see that Lu Yu's hairpin had deeply embedded itself into Li Yi's chest, that Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted in shock, his mouth twitching as if to say, "Impossible! I want to live." But before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. This stunning turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. Li, clad in full armor and possessing the physique of a seventh-rank warrior, was supposed to be extraordinarily resilient. Logically, a mere hairpin should not have been able to penetrate his defenses. Yet he lay dead, and under such inexplicable circumstances. After Lu Yu thrust her weapon, she felt an overwhelming force surge through her, followed by a sudden halt as she pierced through something soft. When she opened her eyes, she found herself covered in blood. The lifeless form of Li Yi sprawled before her. Startled, Lu Yu let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, instinctively grabbing Lin Yu's trousers. Trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. What could she say to justify this? She had killed a man and frightened herself to the core. If Li Yi could somehow know, he would surely be tormented by the injustice of his demise. Lu Yu's cry snapped the stunned soldiers back to reality, and chaos erupted. "The Xiaowei is dead?" they exclaimed, and in an instant, more than 20 men with long knives surged forward. This was no longer a simple duel or a game of cat and mouse. It was a fight to the death. Seeing this, Lin Yu disregarded the puzzling thoughts of how Li Yi had failed to dodge, or how an ordinary girl like Lu Yu could easily pierce the heart of a seventh-rank warrior. He buried these questions deep within and charged in a battle against the throng that as an eighth-rank warrior, albeit injured, Lin Yu faced 22 adversaries. Logically, both he and Lu Yu were doomed to perish. Lin Yu had intended to fight desperately for survival. Even ants strive to live. How much more so for a human? However, as the two sides clashed, Lin Yu suddenly realized that things were not as they seemed. The group of men often paused mid-fight, seemingly bewildered. For instance, when 4 men simultaneously attacked Lin Yu with their steel blades, He leaped into the air to evade their coordinated strike, effortlessly executing a counterattack with his long knife. What was meant to be a feint turned into a fatal blow. None of the four could evade, and they met their demise at Lin Yu's blade. The sight of four severed heads flying into the air, accompanied by a downpour of blood, was surreal. Lin Yu had just slain four men, leaving him in a daze. Did these people truly fight so fiercely? Do you want to die so badly? I've only just traversed into this world a mere few years ago. Do not deceive me. Having just dispatched four opponents, more surged forth. Surrounding Lin Yu, he deftly maneuvered through the throng, showcasing the martial techniques he had honed over the years, like a tiger entering a wolf's den, whenever he chose to strike. One of his foes would inevitably fall, as if he were slicing through vegetables that in no time. Only 2 men remained from the original 20, but these 2 exchanged glances, realizing the grim fate of their comrades. The child before them was cutting through their ranks as if they were mere fodder. It was a sight too surreal to comprehend that in an instant, the number had dwindled to just 2. And the fire of rage in their hearts was swiftly replaced by terror, and no longer daring to continue. They shared a glance, and in unison, swung their blades, forcing Lin Yu back a step before fleeing in panic. Lin Yu would not let them escape, pursuing them relentlessly. After covering a mere 10 meters, he noticed the 2 men trembling in unison, their pace faltering. Overjoyed, Lin Yu surged forward without hesitation, swiftly dispatching the last 2 with a couple of clean strokes. As he killed the last of them, Lin Yu's mind gradually cooled, and he began to ponder the recent events. Why had those 2 suddenly halted? Could they have been stricken with illness? But it was improbable for both to succumb simultaneously. Could it be that this desolate mountain was haunted? Chapter 11. The master, while Lin Yu mumbled to himself and turned to head back, he felt a sudden dizziness, a sweetness rising in his throat, followed by a mouthful of blood erupting forth. His head spun, and he collapsed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness in the distance. Lu Yu gasped and rushed towards him, cradling Lin Yu's head in her arms, urgently calling out, Lin Yu, wake up! Brother Yu, please wake up! Don't scare me!" Lu Yu cried and patted him, but Lin Yu remained unresponsive, his brow furrowed in silence. This terrified Lu Yu, who clutched Lin Yu and wept uncontrollably. The harrowing experiences of the day had been overwhelmingly cruel for her. Even adults would struggle to endure such trials, let alone an 11-year-old girl, once cherished and pampered at home. Now, in a single day, her world had crumbled, her family destroyed, and the relentless pursuit of danger loomed ever closer. With her sole support now fallen, how could she find the strength to rise again? While she mourned, she suddenly heard a somewhat aged voice behind her. Lu Yu looked up in a start, her tear-filled eyes meeting an elderly man standing before her. Dressed in simple attire and worn shoes, his hair was white as he approached with a bamboo staff. Moving slowly yet swiftly closing the distance, the old man looked down at Lin Yu and shook his head with a sigh. A fine child, yet foolish. What have you learned? At least he possesses some spirit and cunning. He then produced a small vial and instructed Lu Yu, fetch some water, but Lu Yu instantly seized upon this chance, not daring to question further, and hurried to the stream, cupping her tiny hands to gather some water. After a moment's thought, she took a deep sip before racing back. The old man continued to shake his head at Lin Yu, but when he noticed the small amount of water in Lu Yu's hands, his eyes widened in admonishment. Yet upon seeing her cheeks puffed with water, he quickly changed his mind, saying, "Come here, feed him this medicine." That he poured a small green pill into Lin Yu's mouth, that Lu Yu hurried over, pouring the water into Lin Yu's mouth, planning to spit it back in her hand to feed him more. That moment, the old man interjected, "Just do it directly. There isn't enough water for the medicine to dissolve." Lu Yu looked up at the old man, and then down at Lin Yu, her lips moving as she steeled herself and pressed her mouth against his. After a long while, they parted. And Lu Yu, her cheeks flushed, looked at the old man with hopeful eyes. The old man gently patted Lin Yu's chest and pressed on his neck, saying, "It's all right. He will wake soon with that." He stood to leave that Lu Yu, filled with joy, quickly knelt and implored, "Benefactor, may I ask your name? I shall repay your kindness in the future." However, when she looked up, the old man had vanished without a trace. "Benefactor? Benefactor?" Lu Yu sprang to her feet, searching frantically for the old man's figure. If it weren't for the vivid sensations she had just experienced, she might have thought she had encountered something unclean. Just then, Lin Yu let out a long groan and slowly regained consciousness, but he felt a cool sensation in his chest and abdomen, a refreshing chill flowing through his blood to his limbs. A sensation of indescribable comfort, to his astonishment. The severely injured organs and meridians were gradually realigning and healing, while the strands of martial energy within his dantian were slowly gathering and replenishing. His injuries had already healed significantly. Seeing Lin Yu awaken, Lu Yu hurried back, and he asked in astonishment, Yu, what happened? How am I feeling better? Lu Yu meticulously recounted the recent encounter with the elderly man, deliberately omitting certain minor details. Upon absorbing Lu Yu's narrative, Lin Yu felt a stir within, recalling the enemy's reactions during their earlier fierce battle, and suddenly everything became clear to him that he turned to Lu Yu and remarked, Lu Yu, we have indeed encountered a true master. With that, he knelt down and expressed, Lin Yu is profoundly grateful for the senior's life-saving grace. He then bowed 3 times towards the surroundings, and naturally, Lu Yu followed suit. After rising, both understood that this was a place fraught with danger and that they could not linger, so they hastily gathered some silver, provisions, and water flasks as spoils of war. Lin Yu even discovered a short dagger on Li Yi, which was evidently of exquisite craftsmanship, and with a sense of delight, he accepted it before pulling Lu Yu along as they made their way deeper into the great wasteland mountain. Brother Yu, you may call me Yu Yu, she said. Very well, Lu Yu, he replied. Lin Yu. On the mountaintop, the silhouettes of the young man and woman gradually approached and drifted away, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon them. The sky tonight was clear, a fact Lin Yu greatly appreciated, and he called out, Lu Yu, look, there is a temple. Following Lin Yu's gesture, Lu Yu indeed spotted the outline of a structure not far ahead. Having traveled this distance, they were already weary and sought a place to rest securely. However, amidst the vast mountains, finding an appropriate spot was no easy task. Just as if fortune favored them, the place they sought appeared before their eyes. As they drew nearer, the temple became increasingly distinct. It turned out to be an abandoned earth temple. From the outside, it was difficult to ascertain how long it had been forsaken, with weeds now towering over half a person's height, and broken blue stones peeking through the foliage. The plaque of the Earth Temple hung askew above the entrance, and the entire dilapidated structure was enshrouded in cobwebs, with wild grasses thriving unchecked. Lin Yu used a short dagger to clear a path, tightly grasping Lu Yu's hand. Before long, they arrived at the temple's entrance. Lin Yu gently pushed against the half-open wooden door, which with a creak and a thud, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Lin Yu waved his hand to disperse the flying particles, casting a glance around to reassure himself. Although the place was indeed ancient and crumbling, most of the roof tiles remained intact, and while the surrounding walls and wooden windows were largely in disrepair, they still offered some protection from the elements that would suffice for them to seek refuge here for the night. Thank goodness, we shall rest here tonight, he declared. Lu Yu responded softly, her voice gentle. Lin Yu could not help but glance at her in surprise, noticing that her gaze was lowered and her cheeks flushed from their journey. What was going on? The young master had no inkling of the girl's tender thoughts. Chapter 12. The ruined temple. Lin Yu scoured the temple for a while, searching for broken tables, chairs, and wooden windows to gather some fuel for a fire. The humid air in the desolate mountains was heavy, and while he had recovered, Lu Yu, being a girl, surely could not endure such conditions. Upon returning from his search, he spotted Lu Yu standing before a shattered statue, her hands clasped together as she murmured softly. The girl's delicate figure, with hair cascading like a waterfall, contrasted beautifully against the weathered statue. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. You still believe in this? I did not before, but now I do, Lu Yu replied, bending down to bow 3 times. Why is that? Lin Yu inquired. Lu Yu shot him a glance, saying, Thanks to the protection of the temple tonight, we are sheltered from the wilderness and can rest safely, so of course, I must believe Dada. Indeed, Lin Yu reflected, realizing the truth in her words. He too discarded the wood and clasped his hands together, bowing as he said, Thank you for your protection, revered deity. Lin Yu pays his respects. He mimicked Lu Yu and bowed 3 times. The first bow went unnoticed. The second yielded no response, but upon the third, a loud crack resonated from above that a sudden thunderclap echoed through the air, startling both of them, followed by a torrential downpour. How strange! It was such a clear night when we entered. The weather in the great wasteland mountain changes far too swiftly, Lin Yu remarked in bewilderment. He quickly gathered the firewood and set about constructing a bonfire before the statue. With a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, he waved his hand and a red light shot forth from his palm, igniting the entire bonfire. "Well done, brother Yu," Lu Yu exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. "Hee hee," Lin Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Indeed, since consuming the spiritual medicine gifted by that benefactor this evening, not only has my injury healed, but my own spiritual power has increased significantly. I am now a 9th-tier Qi practitioner. With one more step, I shall be referred to as a foundational elder." Lu Yu smirked. "You were quite modest at first, but in a mere 2 sentences, your true nature has emerged to be called an elder at the foundational stage. You're quite proud, aren't you?" "Of course, come call me Lin the Elder and let me hear it," Lin Yu teased, earning an expected roll of the eyes in return. They conversed and shared laughter. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to a time long past, a time that, in reality, had merely been yesterday. Yet, in the span of a single day, it felt as though a year or even a decade had elapsed. After roasting some of their provisions over the fire and quenching their thirst, Lin Yu turned to Lu Yu and said, "There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Dom. I want to see what lies within this box," he said, the firelight illuminating his face. Lu Yu noticed a rare seriousness in his expression. "I wish to understand what it is that compels this group to go to such lengths, to destroy an entire town just to possess it." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu resolved, "All right, I too wish to know why." With that, she unfastened her pack and retrieved the purple box, handing it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted it and examined it closely. The box was a deep crimson hue, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled birds, beasts, and fish, yet were none of those things. The box's surface was remarkably smooth, and after scrutinizing it from various angles, Lin Yu found no discernible seams. "This appears to be a mechanism box," he murmured. "You need to press here and here." Lu Yu pointed at 2 locations on the design that resembled eyes. Following her guidance, Lin Yu pressed the indicated spots, and indeed, they were movable. "This little girl has some skills," he remarked, casting an impressed glance at Lu Yu, who responded with a playful display of her small tiger teeth. As the 2 panels clicked into place, the box emitted a couple of sounds, and the patterned front slowly revealed a slight opening. Lin Yu grasped the lid and, with Lu Yu's encouraging gaze, pulled it open, gently unraveling the yellow silk inside. What lay within the box was soon unveiled to their eyes. A desiccated clump of yellowed plant material, roughly the size of 2 fists, resembling a bundle of ripe wheat. Quietly resting inside, they exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting their mutual astonishment. They had envisioned various treasures: gold, silver, jewels, secret manuals, ancient mysteries, yet never could they have imagined that it contained merely a withered plant. Lin Yu gingerly lifted it and handed it to Lu Yu, then continued to search, but the box was small, and there was no more to be found. Finally, they decided to dismantle the box entirely, hoping to uncover any hidden compartments. However, it turned out to be a futile endeavor. Within the purple box, there was only that one plant, and oh yes, a piece of yellow silk wrapped around it. "Do you recognize this?" Lin Yu inquired. Lu Yu shook her head. "I have never seen it. My father did not mention it." Lin Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "What kind of treasure could this be? It feels oddly familiar." "Really, brother Yu, think carefully," Lu Yu urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yu paced in circles within the dilapidated temple, cradling the dried plant. And just as Lu Yu's anticipation began to wane, he suddenly exclaimed, "No way!" Lu Yu quickly stood up, asking, "Did you remember something?" Lin Yu seemed not to have heard her. His focus utterly captivated by the object in his grasp, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "Lin Yu," Lu Yu called again, stepping closer and waving her small hand in front of his eyes, finally drawing his gaze toward her. Then, Lin Yu sprinted outside the temple, throwing the plant into a puddle outside. Lu Yu panicked. This was something her family had risked their lives to save. How could Lin Yu dare to do such a thing? She rushed forward to stop him, but found herself caught in his embrace. "Don't move, trust me," he urged. Lu Yu looked into Lin Yu's eyes, which were filled with solemnity, and instinctively ceased her struggle. In truth, Lin Yu was already 99% certain of what the plant was. Yet he still found it hard to believe. It simply did not make sense. They stood together, gazing silently at the plant in the puddle. After a long moment, when Lu Yu's cheeks had turned crimson and she could no longer bear the tension, Lin Yu released her and retrieved the plant, observing it quietly for a while before suddenly sitting at the temple's entrance. His expression one of astonishment that Lu Yu hurriedly took it from him, examining it closely, and was astonished to discover that not only had the once dry plant gained weight, but more importantly, the very tips of the plant had begun to exhibit a hint of green. Gently brushing against it, rubbing her eyes to ensure it was not an illusion of her own making, she turned to Lin Yu and incredulously inquired, "Lin Yu, it has come to life?" Lin Yu gazed at the plant cradled in her delicate, pale hands, a wave of immense dissonance washing over her worldview. The author of this novel must have lost their mind. Meeting Lu Yu's astonished gaze, Lin Yu could only murmur, "Yes, it has come to life. In my hometown, this plant is known as the Jinbai." She continued, "Oh, and it has another name, called the Nine Deaths Reviving Herb." With a clatter, Lu Yu lost her balance and collapsed to the ground, her grip still tightly holding onto the Nine Deaths Reviving Herb, as if cradling the entire world. Chapter 13. A Rare Treasure in Nine Deaths Reviving Herb? Lu Yu sat on the ground, her expression one of stunned disbelief, yet her eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Observing Lu Yu's demeanor and tone, Lin Yu was puzzled. "Have you heard of this?" Lu Yu's head bobbed vigorously, as if propelled by an unseen force, the Nine Deaths Reviving Herb that resurrects the dead. Then her expression faltered, the light in her eyes dimming abruptly as she slowly lowered her hands, wrapping them around her knees, tears cascading down like raindrops. That it turned out that her father, mother, brother, and sisters had perished because of it. Lin Yu reached out to pat her back, but words of comfort eluded her. How could one offer solace in the face of such tragedy? After a long while, seeing Lu Yu's sobs begin to subside, Lin Yu extended her fingers to lift the Nine Deaths Reviving Herb, also known as Jinbai, only to notice that the plant's vibrant green began to slowly fade from the tips downward. "Be careful," Lu Yu exclaimed, catching a glimpse of Lin Yu's actions from the corner of her eye. "You say this thing can resurrect the dead." Lin Yu continued to hold it, waving it in front of Lu Yu, only for it to be snatched away by her, of course. Aside from some rare elixirs known only to the Qi practitioners, this is the only spiritual herb in existence. When it first appeared in the Tang dynasty, it truly caused a tremendous stir. As Lu Yu sighed, she cautiously placed the herb into a purple box. Who would have thought that after so many years, this item would end up in my family? Turning her gaze to the yellow silk on the ground, she gritted her teeth and opened the box again, preparing to wrap the spiritual herb in the silk, only to be halted by Lin Yu's grasp on her hand. With a complex look in her eyes, Lin Yu asked, "Could you tell me more about this? What I recall seems to differ from what you've described." Lu Yu looked at Lin Yu in confusion, wondering why her account would differ from what he had recognized. However, she did not dwell on it and briefly recounted the story she had heard from her father. This spiritual herb likely appeared around 30 years ago, at a royal banquet in the Tang dynasty. The identity of the donor has been lost to time, but it is known that within half a day, just as you demonstrated, it revived upon contact with water. A renowned physician from the valley recognized it and explained its miraculous properties, causing quite the uproar, which seemingly led to significant conflict later on. Seeing Lin Yu engrossed in her tale, Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as she continued. "It is said that this herb was eventually secured in the Tang imperial treasury, but during the chaos of the Tang's Chun Wang rebellion over a decade ago, it somehow found its way into the martial world, sparking a bloody storm." As Lu Yu recounted this, memories flooded back of her sitting on her father's knee, listening to stories, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "After that, my father never spoke of it again. I have no idea how this herb ended up in my home, or how it claimed our family's lives." Lin Yu remained silent for a long time after hearing Lu Yu's brief account, while Lu Yu, consumed by her grief, was unwilling to elaborate further. The only sounds in the dilapidated temple amid the storm were the crackling of the burning firewood and the rain outside. "Lin Yu, what was it like in your memories?" As Lu Yu gradually calmed down, she finally noticed Lin Yu's expression of perplexity beside her and curiously asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. After listening to Lu Yu's narrative and contemplating for a while, he ultimately chose to accept the reality that the spiritual herb Lu Yu spoke of was likely the Nine Deaths Reviving Herb, or Jinbai, and that it resembled the potted plants back home on Earth. In his childhood, A wandering physician had once set up a stall at the entrance of his school, selling powdered forms of this herb and publicly demonstrating the process of resurrection. Young Lin Yu, along with many other children, had been utterly astounded, eagerly offering their pocket money to purchase it. However, just as the physician collected the money, he was apprehended by teachers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and was taken to the local police station. This incident prompted the school to organize a special session for teachers to educate students about the truth, during which Lin Yu discovered that this herb was jianbai, a type of fern. Such plants were abundant in the hills of the countryside. Although it lacked the miraculous power to bring the dead back to life, it was still considered a valuable medicinal herb, primarily used to invigorate blood circulation, eliminate blood stasis, and stop bleeding. In simpler terms, it was effective for treating gynecological ailments that he vividly recalled how, during his adolescence, upon hearing the teacher's explanation, he and his classmates had all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Later, to remember this, he had taken a 2-hour journey to the nearby mountains to dig up a few roots to pot. Lin Yu gazed at Lu Yu's tear-filled eyes, the words on the tip of his tongue. But he swallowed them back that Lu Yu could not bear any more distress. What you described is quite similar to what I have heard. It is indeed marvelous that Lu Yu instantly broke into a faint smile. Gently caressing the box, the uneven patterns on the box gradually coalesced into the likeness of her family. Noticing Lu Yu's expression dimming again, Lin Yu felt a pang of pain in his heart and hurriedly changed the subject. Lu Yu, have you tested your aptitude for cultivation? Lu Yu paused, then replied while continuing to explore the box. When I was young, my elder brother had assessed me and said I lacked talent for martial arts. But I seemed to possess a slight possibility of becoming a Qi practitioner that my father had planned to take me to find a master next year. Recalling this sorrowful matter caused her eyes to redden once more. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed, secretly amused at how this girl, no matter her stature, seemed to be made of water, crying so easily that in truth, Lin Yu understood Lu Yu. She was not weak, coming from a family of officials. She had lived a life of luxury, yet she was not a pampered bird in a gilded cage. Her insights and strategies surpassed many. However, no matter how knowledgeable or determined Lu Yu was, she was still merely an 11-year-old child who had yet to finish elementary school in her previous life. That was precisely this realization that prompted Lin Yu to shift the conversation. But unexpectedly, the more he tried to divert it, the more serious it became that do you know who they are. Since the topic shift proved ineffective, Lin Yu had no choice but to consider another approach. Today, the person named Li Yi claimed to be a Guayi general. Do you know anything about this? Lu Yu pondered for a moment and shook her head that my father has never discussed court matters with me. At home, he only talks about such things with my 2 older brothers. Lin Yu silently criticized this feudalistic nonsense while feeling fortunate that such customs existed. Otherwise, Lu Yu might also have fallen victim to this calamity. Noticing the rain outside intensifying with no signs of letting up, Lin Yu stood up to search for some dry twigs and branches, returning to clear the incense altar before turning to Lu Yu, saying, "You should rest here, that I'll keep watch for the night." Lu Yu understood that this was not the time for sentimentality. In the wilderness, there was no room for such niceties. She laid down on the incense altar, and fatigue washed over her. Almost as soon as her head touched the bundle, she fell into a deep sleep, her rhythmic breathing echoing softly. Lin Yu, observing the girl who seemed to have fallen asleep in an instant, was struck by an absurd thought. Isn't this reminiscent of a sacrificial offering for a cult? Chapter 14. Kaishan in the early morning, Lin Yu awoke to the sound of birds chirping and the gentle breeze. Stretching his limbs, he turned to see the still sleeping girl and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is hardly distinguishable from a coma without a medical assessment." Originally, the two had agreed that Lin Yu would keep watch during the night, and they would switch once Lu Yu awoke in the latter half of the night. However, to Lin Yu's dismay, the girl fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, remaining oblivious to the thunderous storms and flashes of lightning throughout the night. Lin Yu found herself reluctantly having to call her to wake up, but her heart ached at the thought. Thus, she could only lean against the door, dozing off while keeping vigil to be by her own admission. Enduring the night felt as though it cost her a day of life, that in truth, for practitioners, staying awake all night merely leaves one feeling a tad lethargic. It bears little consequence, with the gradual enhancement of their cultivation. Sleep becomes a luxury rather than a necessity. Whether one is a martial artist or a Qi cultivator, The essence of their practice lies in harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform themselves and achieve a fundamental elevation. In this process, sleep, a method for ordinary people to recuperate, is increasingly supplanted by meditation and cultivation. After all, time, in many respects, holds greater value for practitioners. Countless heroes of yore have perished due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. Of course, Lin Yu, at present, does not need to contemplate such matters. Her strength is insufficient, and she still requires rest. Moreover, she is merely 12 years old, with ample time for cultivation ahead of her. The girl slept soundly. Her body curled up like that of an infant. Gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tiles, illuminating the girl's face, where tear stains dotted the corners of her eyes, evoking profound sympathy in Lin Yu. Unconsciously, she reached out to gently wipe them away, that moment. Lu Yu let out a soft sound and gradually stirred awake, sitting up in a daze, with her head still bowed and eyes shut. She stretched her limbs and loudly called out, "Xiao Zhu." Midway through her exclamation, she realized she was no longer at home. With a sigh, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a pair of blood-red ones, causing her to jump back in fright. The remnants of her drowsiness dissipated instantly. "Lin Yu, are you trying to scare me to death?" Lin Yu, equally speechless, sat sideways on the incense table, rolling her eyes as she replied, "I came to check if you were dead, sleeping like a log." Realizing how exhausted she was, Lu Yu felt guilty for not having woken up to allow Lin Yu to rest. Seeing Lin Yu's red-rimmed eyes tugged at her heartstrings, and she pondered for a moment before looking up and flashing Lin Yu a radiant smile. "Brother Yu, don't be mad." Upon witnessing that smile, Lin Yu felt a stir in her heart, but quickly reminded herself that the girl was only 11 years old. Just 11. After considerable mental fortitude, fortunately, Lin Yu's years of socialist education in her past life held firm. She let out a light snort and said, "Humph, that smile is quite unappealing. Come down and eat." Lu Yu stuck out her tongue and followed Lin Yu to the spot where they had made a fire the day before. She looked around eagerly, her large eyes blinking at Lin Yu, clearly inquiring. Whereas the food, Lin Yu crouched down, using a short knife to dig into the earth that in no time, she unearthed several fist-sized clumps of earth. When they collided, they cracked open, releasing a faint aroma of meat that made one's mouth water. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled instantly. "Did I ask this wild chicken? When did you bury it?" Lin Yu chuckled. "After you fell asleep last night, I heard some noise behind me, so I went to check. Turns out, a flock of wild chickens was also seeking shelter from the rain. I managed to catch a few, wrap them in yellow clay, and they should taste quite good." Saying this, she handed one to Lu Yu, and the two squatted down to feast. Lu Yu, starving, completely abandoned any semblance of ladylike behavior, twisting a chicken leg in her mouth until only the bone remained, devouring it with remarkable speed. Of course, in front of Lin Yu, she had never been overly concerned about maintaining a proper image. After they had both been abducted together for several days, appearances became trivial in the face of their circumstances. As their relationship deepened, the natural innocence of youth rendered them unconcerned with propriety. And Lu Yu, in Lin Yu's presence, felt liberated. Lin Yu, not being an ancient person himself, found nothing inappropriate in her behavior, and, in fact, felt an increased fondness for this little sister. However, if one were to claim that Lin Yu had fallen in love with the girl, he would vehemently deny it. He was merely an older brother looking after his younger sister. Nothing more, nothing less. Soon, the two had devoured 4 or 5 wild chickens entirely. Delicious. Lu Yu licked her lips and, rather ungracefully, patted her stomach. Lin Yu wiped his hands and stood up, glancing at Lu Yu's still flat stomach. Puzzled as he mused, do girls really have another space within? Upon sensing his odd gaze, Lu Yu gave a light huff, tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve to wipe her mouth, and, amid his struggles, wiped her hands on him before tilting her head back and leading the way out of the temple. Seeing her already somewhat dirty clothes now smeared with grease stains, Lin Yu was incensed. "Lu Yu! Wow, Lin Yu, look! What is it?" he answered while hastily getting up to follow her, as if his earlier outburst had nothing to do with him. "Hey, you old lickspittle," Lin Yu muttered as he stepped out of the temple. Following her gaze to the sky, and the morning sunlight, a rainbow appeared between 2 peaks, while a gentle mist rose from the valley below. Amid the hazy fog, countless colorful butterflies danced gracefully. What a veritable paradise! So beautiful it seemed almost otherworldly. Wow. Lin Yu searched for elegant words, but alas, it was all his fault for his teacher leaving too soon, and his own lack of education led him to exclaim, "What a feast for the eyes!" Hearing Lin Yu's exclamation, Lu Yu playfully nudged him with her elbow. The latter could not possibly be angry. He merely chuckled and, slinging their bags over their shoulders, led Lu Yu down the winding mountain path until they soon entered the valley. As they strolled through the valley, savoring the fresh, moist air, they beheld a myriad of exotic flowers, cascading like silk threads and blooming like fireworks in a riot of colors. Overwhelming in their beauty, a swarm of butterflies fluttered amidst the flowers, akin to nature's own spirits. Perhaps this place had never been trodden by outsiders, for the butterflies curiously approached the two uninvited guests. With eyes brimming with delight, Lu Yu moved lightly, reaching out her finger, and in no time, a butterfly perched on it. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her, as if she were cloaked in a golden radiance, like the legendary goddess of Wushan. Occasionally, small creatures scurried past them, curiously observing the two intruders. Lu Yu would pause now and then, attentively observing these little animals, as if she could sense the vitality and vigor of nature through them. In contrast, Lin Yu was more attuned to nature's gifts, soon adorning his waist with a heavy bounty of wild rabbits and chickens. Lu Yu shot him a speechless glance before turning away with a sigh. "You re a real glutton." Lin Yu shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "Well, just don't eat too much." Lu Yu huffed dismissively, rolling her eyes at him, and continued to skip ahead. Silently, Lin Yu followed, the two of them laughing and joking as if they were on a spring outing rather than fleeing for their lives. As they meandered through the valley, despite the arduous path, the stunning scenery proved irresistible. Eventually, Lu Yu could no longer resist the temptation and chased after the butterflies scattered across the hillside, her peals of laughter echoing through the valley. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, and Lin Yu's heart dropped as he hurriedly rushed towards Lu Yu, who stood frozen, hands clasped over her mouth, staring in terror at the grass. Upon Lin Yu's arrival, she urged him, "There is someone." Seeing the situation, Lin Yu approached cautiously, using his short knife to gently part the grass. To his horror, he discovered a soldier lying still among the foliage, utterly motionless. Reaching out to check for signs of life, he found that the soldier had long since perished. Noticing the clothing, it matched that of the assailants from the previous day. How had they met their end here? Exchanging glances with Lu Yu, they both understood without needing to speak. With Lin Yu leading the way and Lu Yu following closely behind, they cautiously searched in the direction of the corpse. They had barely taken a few steps when they stumbled upon another body, also sprawled on the ground. As they continued to observe, one body after another came into view. Upon closer inspection, they found no fewer than several dozen had met their demise in this place. Lin Yu felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, inwardly exclaiming how fortunate they were. This group of 100 must have been pursuing them, and the distance from the dilapidated temple they had occupied last night was scarcely more than 10 miles. Had they been caught by this group, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu examined the bodies closely, only to be astonished to find that none bore any external wounds. Confusion welled up within him. How could these individuals have died so suddenly here? Could it be that this seemingly paradisiacal Butterfly Valley concealed deadly perils? A sudden chill coursed through Lin Yu as he thought, "This is not a place to linger." Realizing the potential danger nearby, he quickly grasped Lu Yu's hand and hastily led her away. Before long, they exited the valley and ascended the opposite peak. Once they reached the summit, they paused to gaze back at the valley, which remained serene, with colorful butterflies still flitting about. Yet, the dangers Lin Yu had contemplated had not yet materialized. Exchanging glances, they found a patch of shade beneath a tree and sat down. "I initially thought there might be some terrifying presence lurking in the valley, but it seems that hasn't been the case. Yet, how could all these people have died here?" Lu Yu shook her head slightly, equally perplexed, but then her eyes brightened as she remarked, "Could these individuals be the ones who pursued us yesterday? If they all perished here, does that mean we are temporarily safe? Perhaps, but one must not be careless." After joyfully spinning around twice, Lu Yu embraced Lin Yu tightly, softly expressing, "Brother Yu, thank you." The sudden surge of emotion caught Lin Yu off guard, leaving him at a loss as to where to place his hands. His speech faltering, well, it's nothing." That suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Lu Yu gently released her grip on Lin Yu. Gazing up at him with determination, "I understand now. It was that esteemed figure who rescued us yesterday. It was he who intervened." Lin Yu felt a stir within and recalled the mysterious savior Lu Yu had mentioned. That a moment of clarity dawned upon him. After pondering the matter, it became evident that it could only have been that venerable individual. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. With this thought, Lin Yu quickly pulled Lu Yu to her knees, and together they bowed deeply, stating, "We are eternally grateful for the two life-saving favors bestowed upon us by the venerable elder. Today, we humbly offer our respects." Upon concluding their tribute, they bowed 3 times towards the 4 cardinal directions. Lin Yu continued, "In the days to come, should you require anything, we shall face any peril without hesitation." After performing their rites, the two stood, adjusted their garments, and walked away slowly. Atop the mountain peak, a gentle breeze stirred, and the elderly figure with silver hair vanished in an instant, leaving behind a soft whisper. "The little one possesses quite a sense of courtesy." Unlike that wretched old father of his, Lin Yu and Lu Yu chose not to continue forward. Instead, they returned to Dai Valley. However, despite their suspicions, Lin Yu dared not let his guard down. What if they were mistaken? Their return was primarily motivated by Lin Yu's desire for the supplies carried by the soldiers. That it should be noted that their escape had been executed in haste, leaving them devoid of necessary provisions. Traversing the vast wilderness without supplies was simply unfeasible. Originally, with pursuers on their heels, they had no choice but to press on, but now the situation appeared to have stabilized. While Lin Yu lacked the courage to lead Lu Yu back, he did possess the audacity to scavenge some valuables from the deceased. Indeed, a considerable amount. He discovered a few pieces of silver from one body, some dried rations from another, and even pulled a water flask from yet another. The two searched diligently, with Lu Yu's load increasing until she finally exclaimed, "Lin Yu, I can't carry any more." Lin Yu turned to see that her arms were nearly overflowing. He quickly took some of the items from her, found a clear spot to set them down, and resumed their scavenging. As Lin Yu searched the bodies, Lu Yu efficiently gathered supplies, their teamwork seamless, reminiscent of seasoned thieves. Fortunately, although the deceased bore no external wounds, the absence of blood rendered the scene less daunting for Lu Yu, who would otherwise have hesitated to navigate through such a grim tableau. With so many bodies scattered about, Lin Yu was reluctant to let Lu Yu wander alone. Thus, it took them approximately 2 hours to thoroughly search the area. However, as they beheld the mound of accumulated supplies, Lin Yu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. So engrossed in their search, he had not contemplated how they would transport such a bounty. Ultimately, it was Lu Yu who devised a plan, prompting Lin Yu to strip several garments from the bodies and tear them into strips. Under Lin Yu's watchful gaze, Lu Yu's nimble fingers performed a dazzling array of maneuvers, gradually creating a massive bundle before Lin Yu's very eyes. Lin Yu sincerely praised, You truly are remarkable." They ensured to gather all the food and medicinal supplies, as well as essential tools like water flasks and flint. Naturally, they needed to bring along the silver, for while it may not be useful in the mountains, once they descended, they would find it indispensable. With the bundle nearly full, Lin Yu stuffed in a few more articles of clothing before hoisting it onto his back, while Lu Yu took up a long knife, and together they hurriedly exited Dai Valley, making their way deeper into the mountains. 3 days later, the elder returned with the remaining subordinates and discovered the site. But by then, Lin Yu and Lu Yu had long since departed. Gazing at the scattered corpses and the supplies left behind, the elder's furious roar echoed throughout the canyon. "Do you take me for a transport leader?" Chapter 15. Emergence. As the sun and moon continued their eternal dance, time sped by. Lin Yu, accompanied by Lu Yu, navigated the treacherous terrain of the great wilderness mountain. The hardships and adversities they faced, the biting winds and relentless snow, did not deter their progress. Rather, they gradually honed Lin Yu into a more capable and formidable individual. The towering one-eyed giant, the enchanting yet lethal man-eating flower, the massive python as thick as a grinding stone, the fox demon that emerged amidst clashing thunder, the pervasive miasma, and the myriad of venomous insects. All were trials they encountered during their 2-year journey. On this day, Lu Yu turned 13. Lin Yu had prepared a sumptuous feast for her, and they sat by a stream, savoring the sweet spring water and feasting on an assortment of wild fruits. Healthy and delicious. Ugh! Lu Yu spat out a spoiled fruit pit, glaring at Lin Yu, who sat cross-legged opposite her, But where's my roasted fish? It's been 2 years. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless and handed her a few more wild fruits while continuing to munch on his own. Crisp, crisp. He bit into a sour fruit, nearly causing him to wince in pain. After managing to swallow, he stood and waved at Lu Yu. Fear not, my strength is greatly increased. My martial arts have reached the 7th rank, and my chi cultivation has progressed to the 8th rank. A few small fish are no challenge at all. Lu Yu glanced sideways at him, then returned to her fruits, remaining silent. Crisp, crisp. Seeing Lu Yu's demeanor, Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration, but he could not comprehend why. In this flourishing wilderness teeming with diverse flora and fauna, they had yet to encounter a single fish. Despite their numerous expeditions to various deep pools and streams, they had found no trace of fish whatsoever. It was indeed a peculiar mystery. This unfortunate reality had rendered Lin Yu's promise to Lu Yu unfulfilled, and her teasing regarding this matter had become one of her few sources of amusement. The notion of roasted fish had gradually morphed into a unique romantic notion shared between the two. Having satisfied their hunger, they continued to follow the winding stream, circumventing perilous peaks and traversing rolling hills until a city unexpectedly appeared at the mountain's base. Lin Yu turned to Lu Yu, who was looking back at him. Excitement surged in their eyes. Lin Yu embraced Lu Yu tightly, exclaiming, Yu, we've made it out. They held each other tightly. The joy of having endured countless trials and finally achieving rebirth erupted in that moment. They leapt and danced, tears of joy mingling with laughter. Lin Yu let out a howl akin to a tiger's roar, releasing the exhilaration within his heart. After a while, once they had regained their composure, they adjusted their clothing and checked their bundle before hastening towards the grand city. As they approached, the terrain gradually flattened, revealing a road, the presence of rural households, and the occasional passerby, who pointed and whispered at the two emerging from the mountains. Though Lin Yu could not make out the exact words of the onlookers, he could surmise from their gestures that after 2 years of living in the wild, their clothing had become severely tattered, relying on tiger and deer skins for modesty. Furthermore, having endured the elements for 2 years, they had become almost feral. Thus, their sudden emergence from the mountains was bound to attract attention, unfazed by the murmurs. They pressed on, determined to reach the city gates. As they drew near, the imposing entrance of the city came into view, emblazoned with 3 colossal characters. Shishing City. Yu murmured, we really made it here? What place is this? Lin Yu inquired. Shishing City was originally an ordinary small village at the foot of Mount Dahuang. Later, the founding emperor of southern Wu resided here and ultimately established the foundation of the Wu kingdom, transforming the village into what is now Shishing City. Lin Yu's heart suddenly understood. After all, this was indeed a land of dragons and phoenixes. Come on, let's head into the city. Whatever you wish for. I'll treat, he declared, slapping his satchel, which evoked a light laugh from Lu Yu, who found his extravagant demeanor amusing. The duo approached the city gate and paid the 2 coins entrance fee each. They smoothly entered Shishing City. These gatekeepers are rather greedy, demanding 2 coins, Lin Yu remarked. They strolled along the main street, engaged in conversation, with the sounds of various vendors calling out their wares, creating a familiar, yet strange ambience for the two who had been away from civilization for 2 long years. Lu Yu unconsciously tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's clothing, reminiscent of their time spent in the mountains. While walking, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring their appetites. Looking around, they discovered the source of the delightful scent, a few dozen meters ahead. 4 massive red canopies fluttered in the breeze, beneath which a red sign with golden characters proclaimed, Drunken Immortal Tower. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was the place to at the entrance. A waiter was greeting guests when he noticed the approach of 2 rugged figures, one tall and one short, dressed in tattered clothing and adorned with tiger skins around their waist. He hurriedly welcomed them. Welcome, but we do not accept mountain goods. What nonsense about mountain goods? We're here to stay and dine. Lead the way, Lin Yu replied deliberately in a rough voice, tossing a piece of silver to the waiter. The waiter caught it, and upon inspecting it, his eyes brightened. Wow, this must be worth 3 coins. He quickly bowed and ushered them inside. Given their current attire, had they not shown some wealth, they might not have been allowed entry. After all, which restaurant would serve beggars? Once inside the main hall, the waiter guided them to the counter, calling out to the innkeeper, Innkeeper, we have guests seeking lodging. A plump innkeeper was busy tapping on an abacus. Why was it that innkeepers were always calculating? Upon noticing the newcomers, he put down his accounts with a beaming smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like 2 rooms? 1 room will suffice. Prepare a few good dishes and a pot of wine, and send them to us shortly," Lin Yu replied, glancing at Lu Yu and adding, "Also, bring 2 buckets of hot water. My lord wishes to bathe. Waiter, please procure 2 sets of fine clothing as well." He then pulled out 2 silver ingots from his bundle and placed them on the counter, clearly displaying an air of affluence. The innkeeper weighed the ingots, realizing they were worth 10 taels of silver, and promptly handed a key to Lin Yu, instructing the waiter, "Make sure to heed the guests' requests. Please escort them to their room and arrange everything quickly." The waiter nodded eagerly and led them to room 3 on the 2nd floor. Once the hot water was brought in, the 2 of them took turns washing off the grime of 2 years, refreshing themselves in clean attire, and indulged in a hearty meal. Lin Yu then summoned the waiter to inquire about Lingling City. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you, sir, that I have no knowledge of Lingling's whereabouts. You must ask the innkeeper," the waiter replied. Lin Yu nodded and followed the waiter back to the counter. Upon hearing their inquiry, the plump innkeeper thought for a moment before responding. "Lingling is located 200 miles to the northeast, though we are in Shishing City. If you head northeast, you will reach Linhe, and beyond that lies Lingling. You may hire a carriage here, and it should take you 2 days to arrive." Lin Yu thanked the innkeeper and returned to their room, sharing the information with Lu Yu. "The innkeeper says we can hire a carriage, and we'll reach Lingling in 2 days, so no need to worry that we still have money." Lu Yu inquired, concerned about their finances. "Yes, I found quite a bit among that group of people that we still have several hundred taels." Lin Yu replied contentedly, patting his satchel, "That let's rest well today, and tomorrow we shall seek a carriage to Lingling." Chapter 16. Speculation. The following morning, Lin Yu extricated himself from Lu Yu's octopus-like sleeping position. Looking down, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. "This little girl has groaned that you're awake," Lu Yu mumbled, groggily stretching, her youthful figure subtly revealing itself. Lin Yu cleared his throat to avert his gaze and said, "I will head to the carriage shop first. We'll have breakfast when I return." After taking a few steps, he unconsciously sighed softly. "Yeah, please grow up quickly, da." Lu Yu looked at Lin Yu, puzzled. Lin Yu coughed again and hurriedly exited the inn. He successfully hired a carriage, returned to Drunken Immortal Tower for breakfast, settled the room charges at the counter, and set off towards Lingling amidst the driver's calls that seemed like fate. They had no idea where Lingling was. And amid the pursuit of their enemies, they had unintentionally traversed the entire Greater Huang Mountain into the territory of the Wu Kingdom, only to discover that Lingling was indeed part of Wu. Truly, it was a matter of timing, destiny, and fortune. The journey was uneventful, with no bandits encountered along the official road. After 2 days of bouncing around in the carriage, they finally arrived at the long-awaited Lingling at noon. Upon entering the city, they asked passersby for directions, and after 2 hours of winding through the streets, they finally arrived at the Lu residence. Lin Yu approached and knocked thrice on the large red door, which promptly swung open, revealing a doorman in a coarse robe. "Who is it?" Lu Yu quickly stepped forward and replied, "Dear sir, I am here to find Lu Chung, my second uncle that my name is Lu Yu." The doorman stared in shock at Lu Yu, repeatedly urging her to wait a moment before hurriedly announcing her arrival. Shortly after, a commotion erupted inside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. With a creak, the door opened wide, and a man in his 40s rushed out, exclaiming, "My child!" He enveloped Lu Yu in a tight embrace. "Second uncle!" Lu Yu cried out, bursting into tears. Lin Yu watched, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. "You have suffered, my child," Lu Qing said, pulling Lu Yu along as they began to walk back. After a few steps, he realized there was another person present and blushed, quickly apologizing to Lin Yu. "Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. I forgot about you in my excitement. Please come in. Come quickly and inform everyone that Yuer has returned." He called to a young servant dressed in green, who promptly hurried to relay the message. Lu Chung led Lu Yu inside, with Lin Yu following closely behind. Once in the living room, before they could exchange pleasantries, a woman's voice echoed from the inner chambers. "Where is Yuer?" Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed into the room, spotting Lu Yu, and tears cascaded down her face like a string of pearls. She embraced Lu Yu tightly, unwilling to let go, just as the sobbing began to subside. The sound of footsteps approached, and 2 young men entered the room, bursting into tears upon seeing Lu Yu. What a family reunion! For a full half an hour, all the relatives who needed to be there had arrived. And after introductions, Lin Yu met each one in turn. The first to arrive was the middle-aged woman, Lu Qing's wife, Lu. The two young men were his sons, the elder, Lu Kai, and the younger Lu Qing, although several female relatives arrived later. Lin Yu did not receive detailed introductions. With so many people, conversations became a jumble that it was only when Lu Qing spoke up that the women were asked to return to their quarters. And the two sons went back to their own courtyards, allowing for a quieter moment to discuss Lu Yu's situation in detail. From their conversation, Lin Yu learned that the destruction of Hapu and the annihilation of the Lu family had already spread throughout the southern kingdom. As a result, Lu Qing and his wife had fallen gravely ill, only recovering after many months. They had never expected that today Lu Yu would return like a phoenix rising from the ashes, which explained the commotion throughout the Lu household. That the uncle and niece shared their feelings. Lu Yu recounted the hardships she had faced along the way, bringing tears to Lu Qing's eyes. Once Lu Yu finished her tale, Lu Qing solemnly bowed to Lin Yu, saying, "Little brother, your assistance in escorting you on this journey is a debt of gratitude that weighs heavily on my heart. I owe you my deepest respect." Lin Yu quickly supported him, insisting on politeness, while Lu Yu also intervened to prevent Lu Qing from bowing too low. That was a close call. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If Lu Qing truly bowed down, it would have been a serious matter, as this was Lu Yu's only living elder. After helping Lu Qing back up, Lu Yu leaned closer to him and whispered, "Second uncle, we need to find a safe place." Gently patting her satchel, Lu Qing's eyes flickered with understanding, and he rose, saying, "Follow me to the study." The three exited through a side door, twisting and turning until they arrived at a courtyard. Lu Qing left a steward to guard the entrance and led them into the study. "What is it?" Lu Yu asked, untying her satchel and producing a purple box. "When the incident occurred, Father only allowed me to bring this, instructing me to give it to second uncle." She then carefully lifted the lid, revealing the withered 9 Deaths rebirth herb, which had long since dried out. "What is this?" "This is the 9 Deaths rebirth herb." "What?" Lu Qing's expression shifted in shock. This the legendary herb that caused a stir across several nations decades ago. I have tested it with Lin Yu, and indeed it is the case. Furthermore, Lin Yu has encountered Lu Qing in her hometown. Lu Qing's brow furrowed tightly as he stared intently at the herbs contained within the box, and then suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. I always said that my elder brother is a man of kindness and integrity, who never harbors enmity towards others and refrains from political strife. How could he suffer such a calamity? It turns out that the root of it all lies in this. Lu Yu gently placed the box on the writing desk and anxiously inquired, "Does second uncle know who was involved at that time?" Lu Qing shook his head, then nodded. In the past 2 years, I have sent several groups of people to investigate, but unfortunately, the journey is long and the time has passed, leaving us with no leads. Now, seeing this herb and hearing your accounts, I finally have a general understanding. Lu Yu quickly pressed for more information. "Who is it?" Lu Qing sighed softly, running his hand over the miraculous herb that claimed the lives of my elder brother's family, and said, "More than 2 years ago, Emperor Xian of Jin fell gravely ill, with no remedy in sight, and even those who practiced the way could do nothing. Later, it seems he heard from somewhere that this herb had fallen into my elder brother's hands, seeking it as a means of survival. However, some people did not wish for him to live, and thus my elder brother became a victim of the feud between the two families. Are you suggesting that someone wanted to prevent the late Emperor of Jin from recovering and stole this herb?" "Indeed. The most likely culprit is the current Emperor of Jin, the second Prince Zhu Sun from back then." "Why?" "According to Lin's account, there was a person who claimed to be Li Yi, a valiant officer. And at that time, the second prince commanded the Ministry of War, holding military power. Furthermore, Emperor Xian had not explicitly declared a crown prince, yet favored his younger son. Once he passed away, the second prince would have been the one with the greatest chance of ascending to the throne. Which indeed turned out to be the case as Zhu Sun became emperor." "That makes sense." Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Qing's speculation. Zhu Sun possesses strength, motive, and is the greatest beneficiary of this case. Triple advantages stacked up. He cannot evade responsibility. Zhu Xun, that Lu Yu bit her silver teeth, her eyes reddening. Lin Yu quickly spoke to comfort her. "We will seek vengeance, for Uncle Lu and for the thousands of townsfolk who perished." "We certainly will." This statement was directed towards Lu Yu, but also served as a promise to himself. Chapter 17. Farewell. As time flowed and seasons changed, the days passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, on the 3rd day, Lin Yu could no longer remain still and sought out Lu Yu to express his desire to leave. Lu Yu's large, peach blossom eyes blinked in confusion and reluctance. Where do you want to go? This is my home. Your home too. Has someone wronged you? Come, let us settle the score with them. Lin Yu scratched his head and quickly interjected, Lu Yu, it's not as you think. Then what is it? Are you going to leave me all alone in this foreign land? The girl's eyes shimmered with tears, yet her face bore a stubborn expression. She clutched the hem of Lin Yu's clothing tightly, just as she had done for the past 2 years, resembling a dog on the verge of being abandoned by its master. Lin Yu cleared his throat, suppressing an untimely retort, and gently took her hands in his, softly explaining, we have escaped for over 2 years now. That I miss third uncle. I want to find him. With such a great incident occurring in Apu, I cannot imagine how my parents will feel upon returning. Lu Yu's expression stiffened. This was a reason she could not counterpoint. 2 years had passed since Apu was destroyed, the scene of flames still vivid in her mind. Even someone as astute as she could imagine the heartache and despair that would engulf Lin San upon returning to Apu and witnessing that devastation. Yet, to part with Lin Yu was something she could not bear. With tears in her eyes, she firmly declared, Then I shall go with you. You cannot abandon me. Lin Yu smiled as he gently patted Lu Yu's small head and embraced her, whispering in her ear, I can't bear to part with you either, but this journey is fraught with hardships, and I cannot take you with me. Moreover, that Chongqing Ju requires a safe environment for you to practice without worry. Lu Yu raised her small face, stubbornness evident, refusing to heed his words. That I won't practice. I don't care. I just want to go with you. I am an unmarried young lady. You have held my hand, embraced me, and we have slept together. You cannot simply cast me aside. Oh dear, Lin Yu thought, feeling overwhelmed, as if he were a beast. The girl spoke the truth, and he found himself unable to refute her. Though they had only slept together out of necessity due to the cold in the mountains, it was indeed a reality. Yet, allowing Lu Yu to accompany him on a journey fraught with unknown dangers was a risk he could not take. What if something were to happen to her? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before earnestly advising, I need your strength. I need your assistance. You know my family matters. Sometimes, expressing the same sentiment in a different way yields varying effects. Lin Yu. Over these past 2 years, aside from his own experiences of crossing over and the specifics of his father's identity, he had confided in Lu Yu about everything else. After all, he needed someone to share his burdens with. And Lu Yu was the best choice. Lu Yu was taken aback, tears finally spilling over as she understood she could no longer prevent Lin Yu from leaving. The upheaval in the Lu family, the harrowing escape, and 2 years of survival in the wilderness had matured her far beyond her peers. Moreover, Lin Yu had presented her with a reason she could not counter. He needed her. That was all there was to it. For how long? At most 6 years. Remember to write. All right, 1 letter each month. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled something, lowered her head to ponder, then shook her head that no, at most 5 years. You must return. For daughters of noble families, the age of 16 to 18 is the time for marriage. Lin Yu immediately recognized this too, a light-hearted chuckle escaping him, diffusing the heavy atmosphere. Are you that anxious? Can't you wait a year? Go away. If you don't return in 5 years, I will get married immediately. The girl, flustered and furious, yanked her hands away, leaving behind a single statement before turning and running off. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yu remained speechless for a long while. The next morning, Lin Yu bid farewell to Lu Cheng, graciously declining the Lu family's generous gifts of gratitude. He packed a small bundle and left the Lu residence. Heading northward, after walking a short distance beyond the city gates, Lin Yu suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. This place is no less than 10,000 miles away from the Zhu Xian Zhuang in Yuzhou, Tang Dynasty. How could I possibly walk there on foot? After Lin Yu left last night, his mind had been filled with thoughts of her, causing him to forget such an important matter. Standing by the roadside in frustration, he could only turn back towards the city. He must buy a horse, after all. Just as he turned to take a few steps, a girl appeared, driving a pair of horses towards him. Remember, just 3 years. Ah, wasn't he at 5 years? Go away. The youth gazed at the rapidly departing figure, cupping his hands together, a promise echoing through the heavens and the earth. Wait for me. Back in her chamber, Lu Yu sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought. The 2 years of daily companionship, sharing life and death, had left the two with no secrets. She had learned of Lin Yu's childhood experiences and understood the burdens he bore, which left her with no reason to impede his departure. No matter how reluctant she felt, to love someone is not to confine them by one's side. That is possession, not love. Remembering Lin Yu's words, he needs her. Lu Yu suddenly felt invigorated. She retrieved a piece of yellow silk from under her bed, her fingers gliding over it. As she touched it, lines of text began to emerge in her mind. Changqing Ju, one of the 10 legendary cultivation techniques in the world. The 9-turn resurrection grass that brought about the demise of the Lu family was the most absurd treasure in this world. Yet, the yellow silk that encased it was the true treasure of the realm. The unpredictability of worldly affairs is indeed remarkable. Reflecting on the process of discovering the Changqing Ju, Lu Yu found it almost unbelievable. After days of torrential rain in the mountains, the two had taken refuge in a cave, drenched to the bone. That it just so happened that the girl was experiencing her monthly cycle, naturally leading to a hint of crimson. The girl, embarrassed, sought a place to hide, while Lin Yu was equally awkward and at a loss. However, the matter needed resolution, and Lin Yu recalled some articles he had secretly read in his past life. Crafting feminine hygiene products. The first choice was this yellow silk. Yet, no matter how he tore or cut it, it remained unscathed. That it was at that moment they realized it could be a treasure. After careful observation and multiple experiments, they discovered that the yellow silk was densely inscribed with reverse characters. These so-called reverse characters are inverted inscriptions, and due to their minuscule size, they had gone unnoticed. Mistaken for mere decorative patterns, it took them 3 full days to decipher every last one. The Changqing Ju, a top-tier water attribute technique, and according to Lin Yu's deductions, Lu Yu must possess a water affinity, as she had been unable to cultivate the fire Ju. Indeed, Lu Yu had tried to practice the fire Ju, but a simple attempt had caused her immense pain, leaving her covered in dark red marks, nearly scaring Lin Yu to death. Later, Lin Yu surmised that Lu Yu must have a water affinity. Otherwise, she would not have such a strong aversion to fire attribute spiritual energy that A.S. described. The Changqing Ju was a top-tier water technique. Unfortunately, to cultivate the Changqing Ju, there is a unique condition to meet. One must immerse themselves in water for 6 hours daily, without interruption, until they reach the entry level. Clearly, at that time, the two did not have such an opportunity. However, within the Lu residence, this limitation would not pose a problem at all. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Yu insisted on keeping Lu Yu. Lu Yu gently caressed the yellow silk. Her eyes filled with infinite tenderness, as if her gaze transcended space to behold a familiar visage. You must take care of yourself. I await your return down on the official road, as if sensing her thoughts. Lin Yu halted his horse and looked back, murmuring, wait for me. Chapter 18. The Heist Boss. Do we really have to pull off a job here? This is the official road. Shut up. What do you know? If you're going to do something, do it big. How much can we earn by robbing passing merchants on the mountain paths? If we're going to do it, let us make it grand. Shout with me. Make it big. Make it strong. Create brilliance. The youthful bandit cast a resentful glance at his leader, reluctantly echoing, make it big, make it strong, create brilliance. His voice was so low it barely resembled a whisper. The boss, infuriated, struck the back of his head with a slap. Speak up, haven't you eaten? Of course I haven't. If I had food, would I be running into you? The young bandit muttered under his breath. Lin Yu shot him a glare. What did you say? The boy shrank back in fear, suddenly brightening as he pointed ahead. Boss, look. Someone's coming. At this, Lin Yu turned to see indeed 2 horse-drawn carriages approaching from afar. Kid, stick close to me and learn. Watch how your boss does it. He grabbed the black scarf hanging around the boy's neck and wrapped it around his own face, seizing the young bandit's spiked club and let out a fierce shout as he dashed forward. Hey, this mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass through here, leave behind some toll. No one dares to say no. I will handle killing, but not burying. At that moment, he stood by the roadside, the breeze brushing against him, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. The wind picked up, and the carriages rushed forth, kicking up a cloud of dust as they traveled northward. The young bandit turned crimson, his lips trembling incessantly. Lin Yu coughed lightly, glaring at him. This is a terrible example. Remember that. The young bandit nodded vigorously, though the twitching of his lips seemed to betray his true thoughts that is robbing really this difficult. How strange, they're ignoring me. Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration and decided to disregard the young bandit. Turning back into the woods to await the next target, that he had encountered this young bandit that very morning while traversing a narrow path towards the Tianmen Pass, which lay on the border between Wu and Chun. Just days away from the pass, he had stumbled upon this roadblock set by the young bandit that time. The boy stood by the roadside, ragged and dusty, and Lin Yu had assumed he was a beggar or a refugee. Given his diminutive stature, no older than 11 or 12, Lin Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, halted his horse and reached for some loose change to toss his way. To his astonishment, the young bandit suddenly leaped onto the horse's back, threatening Lin Yu with a spiked club for money. It was then that Lin Yu realized he had encountered a bandit. The young bandit was no ordinary person. In fact, given his frail and diminutive frame, he was even less than ordinary. Lin Yu, a newly promoted 7th grade martial artist and 8th grade chi condensation practitioner, easily overpowered him. The boy was utterly beaten, and after a thorough thrashing, Lin Yu pulled down his mask, revealing that he was, indeed, just a child, barely 9 years old. How bizarre it was that a 9-year-old would resort to highway robbery. Lin Yu chuckled softly, forgetting that he himself had killed for the first time at merely 12. Seeing that he was just a child, Lin Yu refrained from punishing him too harshly, that he initially intended to toss him some silver and continue on his way, but seeing the skinny boy wielding a club taller than himself, he couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, Lin Yu was only 14 himself. Even in his previous life, he had been just 18 when he arrived here and still possessed a childlike disposition. Thus, he whimsically decided to take the young bandit under his wing as a subordinate, declaring himself the boss, intending to teach the boy what robbery truly entailed, what professionalism meant. Yet to his dismay, he had bitten off more than he could chew. It was exceedingly awkward. Returning to the woods, Lin Yu reflected on his failed lesson. Firstly, he realized he had positioned himself too far to the side and should have stood in the middle of the road. Secondly, he needed to target carriages traveling alone. Having concluded his reflections, Lin Yu sat down quietly to meditate and awaited his next prey. "Boss, look! Here they come again!" The young bandit's voice rang out, causing Lin Yu's eyes to light up as he quickly turned to the official road. Indeed, a carriage was approaching from the south. Where one falls, one must rise again. Lin Yu patted his backside, fiercely grasped the spiked club, and from the same position, let out another roar before charging forth. This time, his timing was impeccable, positioning himself right in front of the carriage. With the club in hand, he bellowed, "Hey!" The occupants of the carriage, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure in the middle of the road, quickly pulled the reins, causing the horses to rear back, halting just 2 steps away from Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu recited his carefully prepared lines, "Oh dear, this mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass through here, leave behind some toll. No one dares to say no. I will handle killing, but not burying." To enhance the intimidation, Lin Yu infused his tone with dramatic flair, aiming to instill fear in the hearts of his adversaries. The carriage fell into an eerie silence, devoid of the panic and cries Lin Yu had anticipated. The young man driving the carriage did not dismount or speak, merely observing Lin Yu and the young bandit emerging from the woods with a peculiar look. For a moment, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Lin Yu blinked, cleared his throat, and stepped closer to the young man, brandishing the spiked club. "What are you looking at? We're robbing you." The young man regarded the severely damaged spiked club in Lin Yu's hands and then glanced at the two of them, one clad in a splendid robe, yet burdened with a bundle, and the other in tattered clothing. Emaciated with a pallid complexion, he was being robbed by 2 children who, combined, barely matched his stature. The young man gently brushed Lin Yu's club aside with his slender fingers, a smile dancing in his eyes as he teased. "What do you two wish to steal?" At this question, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not actually considered what to steal. He lacked for nothing in terms of wealth or horses. This was merely a bout of boredom that had led him to this charade, and he thought it through. Meanwhile, the young bandit appeared far more focused. "Food. Anything to eat will do." Ignoring his boss's fierce glare, he added, "Meat would be best." That a hearty laugh echoed from within the carriage as the elder gentleman instructed the young man, "ZMO, fetch them some food." The young man complied, turning to retrieve some provisions from the carriage, handing a few pieces of dry rations to the eagerly approaching young bandit. After a moment's thought, he also produced half a roasted chicken and offered it to him. "Don't be picky. This is what I tore off." The young bandit paid no mind to such trivialities. Upon seeing the rations and chicken, his eyes lit up, clutching the dry rations in one hand and the chicken in the other. He devoured half the rations in a single bite, still unsatisfied, and took a hefty bite out of the chicken breast. After a few chews, he choked, rolling his eyes back in distress that, oh dear. Lin Yu clasped his forehead and squatted down. He felt that the most regrettable decision of his life had just manifested. How had he been so foolish as to take in such a creature? He felt as though he had lost all face. Yet he could not simply abandon him. After all, this was his very first subordinate. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, rose to his feet, and gave a firm pat, finally managing to swallow that bite. Even at this stage, the young bandit wouldn't part with his food. Chapter 19. The loss of a subordinate. The young bandit gasped for air like a fish out of water, looking down to continue gnawing. Lin Yu swiftly slapped him down to the ground, angrily admonishing, "You have no manners. Your boss hasn't eaten yet." The young man, ZMO, observed the two squabbling over food by the roadside and chuckled lightly. "No need to rush. There's more in the carriage. Here, have some water." As he spoke, he handed over a green gourd to Lin Yu, who awkwardly smiled and accepted it. Strangely enough, he was genuinely thirsty. At that moment, the carriage curtain lifted gently, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard, who, supported by ZMO, slowly descended from the carriage. The elder's hair and beard were both white. His face marked with age spots, yet his eyes shone bright like lamps. Upon seeing the elder alight, Lin Yu hurriedly swallowed the chicken leg, kicked the young bandit, wiped his mouth, and rose to bow respectfully. The elder's voice rang out cheerfully. "Have you finished eating, boss?" Lin Yu felt his cheeks flush slightly, forcing a smile as he replied, "Yes, thank you, elder." "And thank you." Young Sir ZMO's expression stiffened at this. And just as he was about to speak, the elder interrupted, continuing, "Where do you two young brothers hail from? What brings you to such a state of hunger?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly did not know how to respond. Should he admit he was merely indulging in a role-playing game, pretending to be a bandit? Wouldn't that make him seem insane? Fortunately, there was a genuine bandit among them. When the little bandit saw the leader and did not respond, he took the initiative to speak that MY family has suffered from military disaster. The entire village perished, and we have been starving for 4 or 5 days. I truly have no other recourse. Subsequently, the little bandit cast a sorrowful glance at the leader beside him, his meaning unspoken yet clear. "Poor child," the elder said, tenderly stroking the little bandit's head and pinching his slender arm. "Poor child." He then turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "And what of you? From your attire, you do not seem like one who is at their wit's end." Meeting the elder's kind gaze, Lin Yu seemed to glimpse his grandfather from a past life who had raised him. And the carefully prepared words were suddenly rendered inexpressible. He could only respond truthfully. "I was on my way to the Great Tang to search for family, but along the journey, I encountered him and, in a moment of playful spirit, inadvertently offended the elder. That I sincerely apologize for my transgression." The elder chuckled lightly, raising a hand to stop Lin Yu from bowing an apology. "No matter, young man, in my youth, I too committed many foolish acts." After a brief pause, the elder continued, "I have a humble request to make of you. Esteemed leader, I wonder if it is appropriate to speak." "What sort of question is that?" "Having just feasted on your provisions, how could I refuse?" The elder gestured gently toward the little bandit standing beside him and proposed to Lin Yu, "I seem to share a bond with this child. Might you be willing to allow him to become my humble apprentice?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Yu and the little bandit were taken aback, exchanging glances before asking, "Do you wish for this?" The little bandit, clearly overjoyed, was about to nod in agreement, but then remembered his current status, pouting and lowering his head to say, "I shall heed the leader's wishes." The little one was quite perceptive. Lin Yu thought. After a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands in salutation to the elder and said, "Then I shall entrust this little brother to you. Kind sir, may I ask how you are addressed?" "I shall certainly come to express my gratitude in the future, that I in truth, such matters typically do not require hesitation." The elder appeared to be no ordinary person. The way ZMO carried himself subtly exuded an aura surpassing that of a master. A perception Lin Yu could only glean now that he had reached the 7th rank. Lin Yu's hesitation stemmed from concern. What if this person turned out to be malevolent? Yet upon reconsideration, since the little bandit had consented and he had no better alternatives, he could only take a chance. The elder, with keen insight, naturally perceived Lin Yu's apprehension and chuckled heartily. I am Yan Huan, a resident of Luoyang. Young brother, you are welcome to visit me anytime. So it is the esteemed Yin elder before me. I am Lin Lu, and I thank you for your kindness. Lin Yu performed a deep bow, only to find the little bandit still staring blankly at him. Angered, he struck the back of the little one's head and chided, "Have you lost your wits? Hurry up and pay your respects to your master." The little bandit was jolted from his stupor and promptly began to bow earnestly to Yan Huan, who praised him repeatedly while helping him to his feet, a broad smile adorning his face. "Child, what is your name?" "I am surnamed Hu without a given name. My family simply calls me Heir Shaozi." Yan Huan pondered for a moment and said, "Then henceforth, you shall be called Ziyuan." That he gestured to the young woman beside him, saying, "This is your elder martial sister." Qiao Zimo. Upon hearing this, both the little bandit and Lin Yu were left dumbfounded. Elder martial sister? Lin Yu thought to himself. No wonder she reacted so strongly when I addressed her as old brother. Turns out she is a lady of refined quality. The little bandit, now to be called Hu Ziyuan, respectfully bowed to his elder martial sister and then turned to Lin Yu, saying, "Leader, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself." Infuriated, Lin Yu felt an urge to strike him again. Just as he had taken in a new little brother, he was now being taken away by another. That a pang of bitterness welled up within him as he admonished, "Stay close to the elder and learn diligently. Treat him as you would your own parents. No, treat him with even greater affection and respect. You must regard your elder and younger martial siblings with more reverence than you do me. And foster camaraderie. Do you understand?" "Yes, thank you, leader. Please take care of yourself. That I will come to see you once I have mastered my skills. Get lost." Lin Yu gazed up at the sky, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen him. Yan Huan assisted Hu Ziyuan onto the carriage and turned to bid Lin Yu farewell. "Young brother, I must take my leave now. Should you visit Luoyang in the future, I will welcome you warmly. Take care, esteemed elder. Until we meet again." Qiao Zimo helped the elder onto the carriage, nodded to Lin Yu, cracked the whip, and they rode off into the distance. Lin Yu stood watching the departing carriage, lost in silence for a long while before he sighed deeply. Just as I welcomed the little brother, he has already run off with someone else. He led his own horse out from the woods, retrieved the map bestowed by the Lu family, oriented himself, and spurred his horse onward. Beneath the expansive sky, the figure of the young man gradually faded from view, a cry echoing from afar. "Old man, are you blind? Can't you see such talent right before your eyes?" Chapter 20. A tragic event. Reunions with old friends often bring tears of joy. Ever since the little bandit departed, Lin Yu had envisioned countless scenarios of their future encounters. The little bandit returning as a skilled practitioner, seeking to usurp his position, or perhaps returning in despair, lamenting his lack of success and seeking refuge. He imagined countless scenarios, yet never once did he anticipate meeting the little bandit again under such dire circumstances. Outside Tianmen Pass, throngs of people gathered. The little bandit's head hung high, drenched in blood and tears. 10 meters away, Yan Huan dangled from a flagpole, his white hair billowing in the wind. Just 5 days had passed, and they were forever separated by life and death. Lin Yu's vision blurred with rage, his heart twisted in anguish. He was about to leap into action to seize the body when a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Qiao Zimo standing there at that moment. She bore no resemblance to the spirited figure he had first encountered. Her face was as white as a sheet, her eyes bloodshot. Dressed in the garb of a commoner, a straw hat perched atop her head, shaking her head in silent protest. Lin Yu followed Qiao Zimo out of the crowd, the two of them walking in silence. After a short while, they arrived at a cave where they could take refuge. "What is going on?" "You need to help me." They both spoke simultaneously upon entering the cave, their eyes locked, a tempest of fury simmering within them. Eventually, it was Qiao Zimo who broke the silence with a bitter smile, explaining, "My master has a long-standing nemesis, someone he has been unable to track down for years. It turns out that this foe has been secretly hiding within Tianmen Pass. This time, when my master and I, along with a few disciples, passed through, we were inadvertently discovered. That night, they attacked us, catching my master and me completely off guard. My master was severely injured, and my junior brother was killed on the spot. To allow me to escape, my master fought valiantly, ultimately perishing alongside the foe. That disciple, in a bid to slander my master, accused him of being a spy and intends to display his body for 3 months. After explaining, Qiao Zimo remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Yut. That moment, her tear-filled eyes and sorrowful expression bore a hint of feminine grace, that he wants to draw you out and eliminate you. Doesn't he? Will you help me? Lin Yu leaned against the stone wall, observing the once dignified woman before him, now weary and despondent, and recalled the tragic deaths of the master and disciple, his heart heavy with sorrow. How can I assist you? With this, she reached into her bosom and produced a white jade vial, opening it to reveal a pill the size of a longan. The pill was black, adorned with delicate azure patterns. What is this? Qiao Zimo smiled radiantly, her previously androgynous features softening with a touch of femininity. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable worry rising within him. Why is she smiling like that? Has she lost her mind? This is the Qingming pill, crafted by my senior brother. Once ingested, in conjunction with our sex techniques, I will reach the martial king realm within 10 breaths, sufficient to slay the guard. What must I do to assist you? The greatest flaw of this pill is that it takes a quarter of an hour to take effect. During that time, my meridians will be in disarray, rendering me completely immobile. Upon hearing Qiao Zimo's explanation, Lin Yu was filled with admiration for the master who had concocted this pill. What sort of madness must one possess to create such a self-destructive concoction? A quarter of an hour, or roughly 7.5 minutes, could spell disaster in battle. Sometimes, even a second's delay could cost a life, and 7 minutes was ample time for one to perish 200 times over. Qiao Zimo clearly noticed the unusual glimmer in Lin Yu's eyes that in fact, when she first received the pill, her thoughts were quite similar to Lin Yu's. Instinctively, she offered an explanation regarding her master brother. During this journey, my master is set to visit the Dan Ding immortal sect to seek an acquaintance that my master brother, unfortunately, had urgent matters to attend to and could not accompany him. Thus he entrusted me with this pill to ensure that the issue at hand within our sect can be resolved seamlessly. After clarifying the matter concerning the pill, the conversation naturally shifted back to as for how you can assist me. I need you to bind me and deliver me to that sentinel that he has plastered the entire city with notices, actively hunting for me, that if you present me to him, it will buy me some time. Once I am within 10 paces of him, he is doomed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu began to comprehend the situation. Yet 2 questions lingered in her mind. She inquired, but why not take the pill and, once the chaotic period is past, pursue him then? Suddenly, Lin Yu appeared to realize something, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. What will happen to you in 10 breaths? The woman maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion, yet the corners of her lips curled into a subtle smile as she gestured. Have you ever encountered firecrackers? Lin Yu was struck with alarm. This woman must be losing her mind. She quickly urged, Sister, please, let's not act recklessly, that we must think of a solution. Surely there are other ways to survive. Qiao Zimo regarded the anxious expression of the young man before her and couldn't help but smile softly, retorting, So, great leader, do you possess any clever strategies? That Sentinel is a martial sovereign, even at my peak. The chances would merely be 50-50. Lin Yu fell silent, mentally calculating her own abilities. As a novice 7th-rank martial master, she knew that the next tier was 6th-rank martial sovereign, followed by martial sovereign. Goodness, how can one fight across 2 great realms? My cultivation in the immortal path is barely sufficient to condense my pulse, and all I can muster are 2 flame blades, of little use. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with a plan. Let us return and seek assistance. From what you've said, the Yin family is certainly not an ordinary force that we could invite some powerful allies. And avenging this matter would be a piece of cake. To her surprise, Qiao Zimo gently shook her head, pulling up her sleeve to reveal a sinister, dark spiral on her pale arm. The poison that man possesses is beyond my control. Even I cannot suppress it most. I have 5 days before this toxin invades my heart. Great leader, I am running out of time, alas. Lin Yu exclaimed, pacing anxiously within the cavern. What are we to do? This problem seems insurmountable. Can I truly watch this girl sacrifice herself like a firecracker? Qiao Zimo observed Lin Yu's troubled demeanor, feeling a swell of emotion. We are mere acquaintances, and the bond we shared has been severed with my junior's demise. Yet I find you are genuinely distressed over my plight. Such individuals are rare, and no need for such sentiments. This path is one I chose myself, that I have been orphaned since childhood, raised and taught by my master. If I cannot avenge my master, then living in this world is akin to being a decaying tree. I end frustration. Lin Yu kicked a stone several meters away, shouting, "Is there truly no other option? Are there no other pills? Must it end with a bang? Doesn't your master brother practice alchemy? Has he not provided you with any antidotes?" Qiao Zimo offered no response but stood and bowed deeply to Lin Yu. "I entrust this to you, great leader." With a long sigh, Lin Yu squatted on the ground, lost in thought for a considerable time, before softly inquiring, "Is there anything else I can do to assist you?" Her question pertained to future arrangements. Qiao Zimo had long anticipated her fate. Nodding, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, caressing it before handing it to Lin Yu. "After my task is completed, please return my master's and junior's ashes to the Yin family in Luoyang, and kindly pass this pendant to my master brother with the message that Zimo has departed." Lin Yu accepted the pendant, tucking it safely away. After a moment's contemplation, she added softly, "Miss Qiao, may I have a lock of your hair? It would provide your master brother with a memento." Immediately regretting her words, Lin Yu scolded herself for her indiscretion. To her surprise, Qiao Zimo's eyes brightened, and she deftly severed a lock of her azure hair, wrapping it in a piece of fabric and offering it to Lin Yu. "Great leader, I entrust this to you." Chapter 21. The Sentinel Yu Lin useless. 2 days have passed, and you cannot even capture an injured woman. What purpose do you serve? A thunderous roar echoed throughout the Sentinel's residence, causing all the servants within to tremble in fear. Walking on eggshells, lest they provoke the wrath of the furious Sentinel, I end the Grand Hall. A middle-aged man resembling a general hesitated before bowing his head in response to "My lord, perhaps the woman has already fled Tianmen Pass. After all, as you mentioned, she is gravely injured and may not have much time left, or perhaps she has succumbed to her injuries." Before he could finish, he felt unsteady and was suddenly hurled forward. Crying out in fear, "My lord, spare me!" with a scream, blood erupted like smoke and mist, gradually coalescing into a dark, massive hand. The Sentinel, Yu Lin, delicately flared his nostrils, slowly absorbing the blood mist as his blood-red eyes snapped open. "That woman cannot have escaped far, that I do not tolerate uselessness. Within a day, if you fail to find her, you will all become my blood food. Now leave." The remaining 4 subordinates summoned every ounce of strength to restrain their trembling legs. Slowly bowing and retreating. Once outside, they disregarded everything and fled, not stopping until they had run nearly a mile from the Sentinel's residence, turning into an alley to catch their breath. The officials were all pale, panting heavily. "Brother Sun, Wei survived another day." The man addressed as Brother Sun slowly shook his head, but merely prolonging the inevitable. "Who knows if tomorrow will not end like Wang Kai?" A slightly plump middle-aged man chimed in bitterly. "Since this Sentinel arrived 3 months ago, we are all that remain of our former colleagues, that I truly wonder what the Emperor was thinking, sending such a lowly sorcerer here, that we suffer greatly. Enough of that. We must focus on our tasks. Our lives depend on him, and our fates are no longer our own." With collective sighs of frustration, the group dispersed. Sun Run, burdened with a heavy heart, approached the city gate, where the previously posted wanted notice still drew a crowd, with people bustling and gossiping. Parting the throng, he quickly scribbled a few lines on the notice before stepping aside. The crowd erupted with lively discussions. "Anyone with information about this person will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Capture this spy, and you shall receive 10,000 gold. No questions asked." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. All eyes turned towards the official. Sun Run raised his hands to quiet the commotion, declaring, "Please, everyone, do not worry. This is the latest bounty from the Sentinel." With emphasis, he pointed at the portrait of Qiao Zimo on the wanted poster. "This individual is a spy from the Qin Kingdom, responsible for the deaths of numerous officials from the Sentinel's residence and hundreds of citizens outside the city. The Sentinel is furious and has issued the highest bounty, 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. My heavens!" The crowd erupted once more into chaos, gasping in disbelief. "That is a fortune. 10,000 gold is an enormous sum. A typical household spends merely 20 to 30 taels of silver a year. How long could 10,000 gold sustain a family?" Many contemplated for a long while, unable to calculate a precise figure, only knowing they would never have to worry about food again, perhaps even for the next generation. The crowd buzzed with excitement, calling friends and allies to spread the news. Soon, the entire Timan Pass would be aware of the bounty. As Sun Run observed the surging crowd, his heart was devoid of joy. He wondered how the Sentinel would react upon learning of his overstepping. Yet, as he thought of the impending deadline, he could only hope to find the person in question, hoping that the Sentinel would spare him in his joy. Lost in thought, he noticed a figure pushing through the crowd, standing before the notice to examine it closely. The individual then inquired, "Is it true that capturing the spy will yield 10,000 gold?" Sun Run focused his gaze and saw a young gentleman clad in fine robes, appearing to be a well-to-do youth. "Rest assured, young brother, this matter is no falsehood. Capture him and bring him to the garrison, and I shall immediately fulfill my promise to this." The youth let out a jubilant cheer, stepping forward to tear down the notice. "Very well, my lord. Wait here. I shall fetch him at once." He spoke. He parted the crowd and strode towards the outskirts of the city. Observing the boy's actions, Sun Run could not help but chuckle inwardly, reflecting on how money indeed moves the world. This small lad certainly speaks boldly. He promptly ordered for another notice to be posted. Having prepared plenty of them, Lin Yu exited the city gates. He gazed up at the figures of the master and apprentice high upon the flagpole. His teeth clenched in frustration. "Elder, little brother, do not disperse. Wait for me to avenge you." Within the cave, everything was in readiness. Lin Yu found it unbearable to persuade her further. He truly could not bear to see this girl tread such a path. Qiao Zimo's brows lifted slightly, her expression tranquil, even a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Lin Lu, I have no time left. The blood poison has already seeped into my organs. Even deities cannot save me now." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a long sigh. His heart twisted in anguish. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. "Are you prepared?" Qiao Zimo nodded and replied solemnly, "Let us proceed," with a determined bite of his teeth. Lin Yu drew a short knife, mercilessly slashing at Qiao Zimo's limbs and torso multiple times, each cut deep enough to expose bone, transforming the scene into a crimson tableau, with reddened eyes and gritted teeth. Lin Yu continued his relentless actions, retrieving the rope he had purchased within the city to bind the girl securely. Throughout the ordeal, Qiao Zimo remained silent, her delicate form trembling slightly. What a fine girl. Such a pity, Lin Yu lamented as he sighed, tearing his outer garment to create several slashes, rolling on the ground to smear himself with blood. After assessing his appearance, he deemed it insufficiently convincing. Biting his teeth in determination, he raised his fist and struck himself twice on the face. Wiping a smear of blood across his visage, he hoisted Qiao Zimo over his shoulder and turned to leave. At the bounty notice station, Sun Run had just turned to depart when a commotion erupted at the city gates. Before he could investigate, he spotted the youth he had seen depart not long ago, striding towards him with someone slung over his shoulder. Lin Yu approached Sun Run, unceremoniously dropping Qiao Zimo onto the ground, and brandished the bounty notice, laughing heartily that "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. I have brought you the person. Where is the gold?" Upon seeing the youth's bloodied visage, Sun Run was taken aback, his heart racing as he blinked in disbelief. "What did you say?" He could hardly believe his eyes and ears. Had this boy truly captured the bounty target? Noticing the steward's skepticism, Lin Yu wasted no words, thrusting the bounty notice forward while lifting Qiao Zimo's head and placing it atop the notice. "If you doubt, see for yourself." Sun Run nearly leapt in astonishment upon recognizing her. His heart felt as though windows had swung wide open, illuminating his thoughts. He reached for Qiao Zimo's bindings, eager to take her away. However, Lin Yu was not about to allow that. He swiftly seized Sun Run's hand, coldly snorting, "My lord, where is the money?" Only then did Sun Run realize his oversight, hastily explaining, "Oh dear, it seems I was careless. Come, young brother, let us proceed to the garrison to collect your reward." With a disdainful snort, Lin Yu hoisted Qiao Zimo and followed the lord, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Soon entering the garrison, Sun Run instructed Lin Yu to wait in the courtyard while he hurriedly rushed off to deliver the news. Within a mere few breaths, a resounding roar echoed, and the garrison commander, Yu Lin, appeared at the top of the steps, effortlessly dragging Sun Run along. That moment, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Qiao Zimo. She nodded, tilted her neck back, and swallowed the elixir she had been holding in her mouth. In an instant, Lin Yu witnessed Xiao Zimo's body tremble violently. But upon closer inspection, she seemed to be controlling it. He understood that this was not an illusion. The effects of the medicine had commenced. Subdued by her formidable willpower, the time from taking the medicine to being able to act would take no more than a quarter of an hour, and all he needed to do was assist Xiao Zimo, delaying the garrison commander for that duration. Just a quarter of an hour. At any cost. Chapter 22. The young master of the Xiao family. Upon reaching the hall, Yulin spotted Lin Yu and Xiao Zimo, and his face lit up with joy as he erupted into a boisterous laugh. But he carelessly threw Sun Run to the ground and stepped forward, seizing Xiao Zimo by the hair, inspecting her closely before breaking into another sinister grin. Sister Xiao, it has been a while, hasn't it? Ha! He intended to drag Xiao Zimo inside. Could Lin Yu simply stand by? He quickly interposed himself, declaring, Commander, I have brought you the spy. What of the promised reward of 10,000 taels of gold? Yulin's brow furrowed. How dare this brat obstruct him? A flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes as he struck out. And Lin Yu, caught off guard and with nowhere to evade, was struck squarely in the chest. With a thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body hurled backward 3 zhong, crashing against a pillar. His fate uncertain. After sending Lin Yu flying, Yulin seized Xiao Zimo and attempted to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he heard Lin Yu's loud shout, Why Yulin? You have audaciously overstepped. Do you believe that I, Xiao Yu, can summon my ancestors to obliterate you? Yulin halted, intrigued by the turn of events, and turned to regard the struggling Lin Yu. Xiao family? Which Xiao family? Lin Yu straightened his neck. Locking eyes with Ulin, there is second Xiao family in the world. Of course, it is the Muyang Xiao family. Yulin pondered briefly, a strange gleam in his eyes. Muyang Xiao family? And who might you be? I am Xiao Yu, descendant of the ancestor Xiao Feng. The Xiao family, the foremost family of the Wu Kingdom, has endured for millennia, remaining steadfast despite the rise and fall of dynasties. Yulin had not only heard of it, but was well aware of its renown. He never expected this lad to claim to be a member of the Xiao family. Immediately, Yulin released his grip on Xiao Zimo, unexpectedly clasping his hands in greeting, and inquired curiously, Are you truly a young master of the Xiao family? Seeing this, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. This was promising. Indeed, to his surprise, Yulin did not show shock but burst into raucous laughter. Pointing at Lin Yu, You brat, how long has it been since you returned home? The Xiao family. It has long since perished. Today marks a day of celebration for you. Not only have I captured this fleeing wench, but I also have the pleasure of acquiring a remnant of the Xiao family. Come here. Yulin's eyes gleamed with malice as he reached out, drawing Lin Yu towards him as if he were a mere puppet. Despair washed over Lin Yu. The plan had crumbled. He and Xiao Zimo had meticulously crafted this scheme, only to encounter such a monumental blunder. The Xiao family had perished. A millennia-old lineage had vanished during this brief time. How could it be so utterly devastating? In the midst of his internal lamentations, Yulin provided no respite for contemplation. He gripped Lin Yu's head, sneering, You little brat, I can use your corpse to exchange for treasures in the future. As he spoke, he prepared to drain Lin Yu's life force. In that moment, a flicker of inspiration struck Lin Yu, and he seized the opportunity to escape. Wait, I possess a treasure. Yulin's obsidian hand halted abruptly, a mocking scoff escaping his lips. The Xiao family has been exterminated. You, a self-proclaimed member, possess a treasure. You little imp, if you had a treasure, would you still covet this meager bounty? There's a way. Despite Yulin's words of disbelief, he did not continue his assault, revealing his insatiable greed. I am not afraid of your avarice. I merely fear your disinterest. If you desire, that suffices. As a scion of a prestigious family, Lin Yu held his head high, refusing to exhibit any hint of panic despite being captured. The Xiao family is a millennia-old lineage. We certainly have contingency plans. My ancestor once secretly revealed to me the location of a treasure, one of our family's hidden assets. If you let me go, I shall disclose this place to you. We can then join forces, and our fortune shall multiply. Lin Yu endeavored to speak earnestly, crafting a plausible narrative. But alas, the hastily conjured tale bore too many flaws. Was Yulin so easily deceived? You little brat, you really think you can spin a web of lies? I believe the Xiao family would have contingencies. But I doubt that an old man would divulge such secrets to a mere child like you. You remain here." As he spoke, he prepared to strike again. This frightened Lin Yu to the core. He had to continue the ruse. He quickly propped Yu Lin's hand away from his head, speaking each word with urgency. "The ancestor is actually my father." Upon uttering this, Lin Yu felt the pressure on his head ease, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He hurriedly checked his head and neck, relieved to find everything intact. My goodness. I almost lost my head. This was a true brush with death. Previously, no matter the battles he faced, Lin Yu always retained the capacity to resist. But today, encountering this martial arts master, he found himself utterly powerless. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, just as Lin Yu was still shaken. Yu Lin spoke again. "Produce a token for me to seed at a token." "Where am I to find one?" Lin Yu blinked in confusion, slowly reaching for the bag slung across his back, contemplating what within it could serve as a token. Why was this quarter of an hour dragging on so slowly? He pulled out this item, only to find it unsuitable. He rummaged through the meager contents of the bag, feeling the weight of desperation. As Lin Yu was on the verge of emptying the contents of the package, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his eyes. This is it." He extracted a map from the bundle and respectfully presented it, saying, "My lord, please take a look." Wai Yu Lin took the map, unfurled it, and was immediately consumed by rage upon seeing Lin Yu's incessant smirk. "You little rascal, do you dare to deceive me with an ordinary map?" "Nay, my lord, allow me to point something out," Lin Yu replied, but he spread the map on the ground, indicating several circles and lines drawn upon it. My lord, while this may appear to be an ordinary map, these lines and symbols were meticulously crafted by my ancestors, and they contain a secret verse that I shall recite for you. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yu stole a glance at the guardian lord. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, gathering his composure, he clasped his hands and declared, "My lord, please listen closely. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron." As he recited the elements, he furtively observed Xiao Zimo, who remained motionless on the ground. Wasn't it supposed to be a mere quarter of an hour? Why has it not yet passed? I am running out of verses, he thought, realizing that the periodic table, though extensive, contained only a limited number of terms, none of which seemed to resemble a treasure-hunting incantation. Initially, Yu Lin listened intently, but as Lin Yu continued, the words began to sound increasingly discordant. With a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "You little rascal, I shall flay your skin." While Lin Yu was still reciting, he noticed a flash of crimson in Yu Lin's eyes, followed by a swift strike aimed at him. Oh no, not again. Just as the situation grew dire, a figure darted between the two, unyielding and unabashed, raising a fist to counter the incoming palm. With a resounding clash, the two exchanged blows. Yu Lin was sent flying 10 paces, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain, while Xiao Zimo remained unperturbed. "Master Sister, strike him down," Lin Yu shouted, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he pointed at Yu Lin. In an instant, Xiao Zimo lunged, his knees bending slightly before he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing directly above Yu Lin, startled, looked up and exclaimed, "You," but did not finish his sentence before a powerful punch sent him crashing down. A thunderous roar erupted upon impact, and Yu Lin's feet were driven deep into the earth. Yu Lin bellowed in rage, but Lin Yu speculated he intended to proclaim, "I will kill you." Yet Xiao Zimo offered no opportunity for retort, unleashing a flurry of fists that silenced Yu Lin's fury. In mere 4 breaths, Xiao Zimo incapacitated Yu Lin, who was now buried, leaving only his head above ground to howl in anguish. As the guards and Sun Run, who had been hiding moments earlier, stood dumbfounded, Xiao Zimo descended from the air and with a swift motion aimed a palm at Yu Lin's head. This strike would surely shatter it. "Master brother, take care," Lin Yu cried out, but his expression shifted as he witnessed the encounter. Just as Xiao Zimo's hand approached Yu Lin's head, Yu Lin's visage transformed from black to red, then back to black, and once more to red in rapid succession. Just as Xiao Zimo's palm descended, a deafening boom followed, and rather than Yu Lin being harmed, Xiao Zimo staggered back 3 steps from the recoil. Blood prison. Yu Lin now bore eyes as dark as night, grinning malevolently. "Xiao Shimi, what can you do to me?" Though he was oblivious to how Xiao Zimo had inexplicably augmented his strength to the 4th tier. He was certain such power could not endure indefinitely. Once her energy waned, victory would be easily grasped. "Qiao girl, I shall assist you." Lin Yu, upon witnessing the failure to harm Yu Lin, felt a surge of desperation. If Yu Lin retaliated, his life would surely be forfeit. He drew his dagger, preparing to charge forward. That moment, a raspy voice from Qiao Zimo urged, "Run." Lin Yu hesitated, but upon seeing the gravity of the situation, he turned and fled without a second thought. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo wasted no time, transitioning from a strike to a grasp, seizing Yu Lin's head with both hands and hoisting him up effortlessly, encircling him tightly. "Master brother, take care." "No," Yu Lin roared, struggling, but his injuries rendered him powerless. Lin Yu managed to escape 100 paces. A cataclysmic sound resonated behind him, followed by an overwhelming force that slammed into him like a colossal hammer, launching him several dozen meters away. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, and before he could regain his senses, debris rained down upon him. After a considerable struggle, he staggered to his feet, only to behold the devastation before him. Goodness, is this the aftermath of firecrackers? Surely, a missile would not wield such might. In that moment, Lin Yu truly grasped the awe-inspiring power of a high-tier warrior. This was merely the 4th tier. Imagine the devastation a mythical 1st-tier being could unleash. Even a nuclear bomb would pale in comparison. Shaking his head to dispel the overwhelming thoughts, Lin Yu hurried towards the crater, eager to ascertain the fates of Qiao Zimo and Yu Lin. Upon reaching the edge, he peered inside, only to find it utterly barren, save for the ashen earth. Oh no! Lin Yu slumped down at the crater's edge, smiting his thighs in despair, tears streaming down his face. Feeling both sorrow and sympathy for Qiao Zimo, as he wallowed in despair, he noticed movement within the charred earth. That a dark hand struggled to emerge from the scorched soil, and soon, Yu Lin painfully pulled himself free. Though he appeared wretched with shattered bones and severed limbs, he managed to laugh maniacally. "Qiao Zimo, you shall never be my match. To kill me. Dream on. To survive. You can only dream." Lin Yu, brandishing his dagger, struck decisively at Yu Lin's neck, only for the blade to clink against an impervious barrier, producing a metallic sound. The resilience of a 5th-tier warrior's physique surpassed even that of refined iron. Yu Lin's fury ignited upon realizing it was this little rascal who had dared to challenge him. "You little brat, I shall strangle you." He attempted to grasp Lin Yu, but his injuries rendered him feeble. His remaining hand flailed in vain before dropping limply. Determined, Lin Yu raised his dagger, channeling his fiery resolve to deliver a decisive blow. This time, he succeeded in breaking through Yu Lin's defenses, inflicting a shallow wound. By heavens, I shall not relent until you are vanquished. With renewed vigor, Lin Yu swung his dagger relentlessly, the blade clanging against Yu Lin's flesh, creating several gashes. This prized weapon, once procured from a relentless pursuer, had served him well over the years. Is this even human? As he beheld the damage to his dagger, a stroke of inspiration struck Lin Yu. Reminiscent of tales from his previous life. Perhaps, let us seize this moment. With his left hand firmly pinning Yu Lin's head, he pressed his right foot down upon the thrashing right hand, positioning the dagger at Yu Lin's throat to commence sawing. In an instant, flesh was torn asunder. In that moment, he silently thanked his 9 years of compulsory education and the venerable Lu Ban. Despite Yu Lin's formidable physique, being subjected to such a barbaric act rendered him powerless to resist. Flailing and thrashing, he howled in agony, "You little rascal! I shall kill you!" Lin Yu, resolute in his intent, sawed relentlessly, blood spraying and flesh erupting until, in a mere moment, Yu Lin's head was severed entirely from his body. What a gruesome fate! Chapter 24. Surrounded prior to the explosion, Sun Run had already fled. Even before Lin Yu did a essay result, although he stumbled and bore injuries, he unexpectedly survived. When he finally arrived at the crater's edge, he was met with a horrific sight. "Oh my heavens," he screamed, rolling and scrambling away in terror. At the bottom of the pit, the youth who had just unveiled the proclamation was drenched in blood. Laughing maniacally, with Yu Lin's severed head clutched in his hand, Sun Run, in sheer panic, dashed away, colliding with several others who had come to investigate the commotion. He collapsed, wailing, "Quick, quick! The Lord is dead! The Lord is dead!" Upon witnessing Sun Run's terror, the others hesitated, exchanging glances before ordering their subordinates to lead the charge. The soldiers, however, were not fools. They recognized the imminent danger and shrank back from the likely death trap laid before them. The result was a ragtag band of soldiers, shuffling forward 3 steps only to retreat 2, taking their time to finally arrive at the edge of the massive pit that as fate would have it. Upon their arrival, they were met by Lin Yu, who was charging towards them, carrying the severed head of Yu Lin. Both sides were taken aback by this unexpected encounter. The soldiers, upon seeing the figure with blood-soaked black hair and a crimson-stained body, were horrified, especially when their gaze fell upon the gruesome head in his hand, that a collective gasp erupted, and in a frenzy, they scrambled to retreat, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs to aid their escape. The officials, witnessing the soldiers' panicked flight, attempted to intervene but were unable to stop the chaos, and soon they too abandoned their posts, heedless of the situation at hand. With such a cacophony and the sheer depth of the pit, who would not be terrified? In the midst of this turmoil, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He had intended to draw his dagger and engage in battle, yet now, with no adversary in sight, he decided to leave. He hastily made his way to the city gates, where the soldiers, having received the alarming news, were already fleeing. The commotion was beyond what mere mortals could withstand. He successfully retrieved the remains from the flagpole, cradling the bandit's head in his arms, and, shouldering the body of the venerable Yan Huan, he journeyed back to the cave where he had previously lingered. Together, he and his companion prepared the bodies, fashioning a wooden form for the little bandit before placing the 2 into a prearranged pile of kindling. Then as the flames leapt into the sky, their remains gradually transformed into wisps of smoke. "Little brother, I have avenged you," Lin Yu murmured. "Remember to earn a fortune down below, find a wife, and have children. You, so young, have never experienced life, and yet you perished. How fortunate you are." After lamenting for a while over the little bandit, he began to voice his grievances regarding the elder Yin. "Old sir, your vengeance has been exacted. Rest easy at your advanced age. It is hardly premature to take care of your young apprentice over there. The lad is rather foolish." Lin Yu took a moment to gather himself, angrily kicking the lifeless Yu Lin beside him. From his pocket, he produced a white jade pendant and began to lament about Xiao Zimo. "Your senior sister, at least, has a body to return, yet you have nothing left. When I return to Luoyang and encounter your longed-for senior brother, how shall I explain? Your junior sister has turned to ashes, leaving only this jade pendant you entrusted to me. How shall I even begin to speak? Was it not cruelty to put me in such a predicament? No matter how I advise you, you refuse to listen. That as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. You are remarkably young and already at the 5th rank. Seeking revenge will not be difficult given time." Alas, the more he ruminated, the angrier he became. He rose and kicked Yu Lin into the cave, seething. "You wretched brat. If only I could bring you back to life just to kill you again." The evening sky blazed like a fiery sun descending, and with a sorrowful expression, Lin Yu gathered the ashes of the 2 to emerge from the cave, determined to retrieve Yu Lin's head and hasten his journey. This was something he must return to the Yin family. Losing it was simply inconceivable. However, as soon as he stepped out of the cave, his expression shifted dramatically. Outside, a wall of shields and spears stood before him. Several commanding officers, armed and vigilant, were glaring intently. The people of Tianmen Pass were in pursuit. Indeed, Lin Yu's lack of experience played a role in this predicament. He had not considered that a significant garrison could fall victim to ambush without consequence. How could the officials not pursue accountability? He had brazenly set fire to the corpses in a cave not far from the city gates, as if the guards of Tianmen Pass were blind to such audacity. While it was true that many soldiers had fled in fear, once a few officials conferred, they quickly regained their composure. They had to pursue. At the very least, they needed to provide an account. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences from above, and none of them would escape unscathed. After a brief discussion, they reorganized their ranks and prepared to set off when news reached them that smoke was rising from the southern mountain. They promptly led their troops to the scene, cornering Lin Yu directly. What was to be done? Lin Yu's mind raced. His first instinct was to fight, but upon reflection, he realized he lacked the strength to contend with such a formidable force. Weighing his options, he wisely chose to retreat. That if confrontation was futile, cunning would be his only recourse. With this thought, Lin Yu straightened his face and coldly declared, "Where is Yu Lin's head? Hand it over, and I shall spare your lives." That he completely disregarded the 100 men before him. Sun Run and the others exchanged glances, their expressions indicating a shared uncertainty. Clearly, Lin Yu's words had sown seeds of doubt among them. Was he mad, unable to see the numbers against him? Or perhaps he had some hidden trump card that gave him such audacity? The implications of their glances were numerous, but ultimately, it was Sun Run who stepped forward to confront Lin Yu. Young Master Xiao, having slain our garrison commander, do you think you can simply walk away without consequence? Upon hearing a response, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence that he feared not the others, but rather the prospect of their impulsive decision to strike without allowing him a chance to speak. Now that they had engaged in dialogue, he had them right where he wanted them, but he paid no heed to Sun Run's words, merely casting a dismissive glance at the gathered soldiers, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A mere Tianmen Pass, nothing more than a flock of chickens and dogs. With a mere wave of my hand, I could extinguish you all. Yet, out of kindness, I choose to spare you, and you dare to come here. Brimming with arrogance, truly, you know not the meaning of peril. That as soon as he spoke, Lin Yu regretted his bravado, wishing he could take back his words that he had raised the stakes too high, and now it seemed impossible to back down. The art of deception required a gradual build-up. Once one left no room for negotiation, the game was lost, as expected. The slightly plump official among them exploded in fury. Brothers, kill him. Avenge our commander, with a swift motion of his blade. He signaled the soldiers to charge that if they truly rushed him, even Lin Yu would not withstand the onslaught. Who would dare? In that critical moment, Lin Yu shouted, brandishing a round, gleaming black orb. Behold, the treasure of the Han family, the Thunderfire Bomb. It was this that ended Yu Lin's life. Who dares to test its might? His voice echoed with a commanding presence reminiscent of the legendary Zhang San's decisive stand at Changban that moment. The soldiers collectively took a step back, astonished. This was not to say that the soldiers of Tianmen Pass were cowardly. Rather, the massive pit left by the fallen commander loomed large in their minds. If this threat were indeed genuine, given their proximity to Lin Yu, they would face certain death. Who among them would not fear for their life? If such a prominent commander had fallen, how could they hope to survive? The four officials exchanged glances, their faces pale with shock. The remaining three turned to Sun Run, for he was the only one present during the incident. Unfortunately, when Xiao Zimo had made his move, Sun Run had sensed the danger and made a hasty exit. Thus, he was unaware of the events that followed. Consequently, when Lin Yu brandished the orb, he could not ascertain its authenticity, merely nodding uncertainly before hastily shaking his head, leaving his companions in utter confusion. Brother Sun, what do you mean? Is this item genuine or not? I cannot say for certain. It may be real, or it may be false that I did not witness the event myself. Sun Run replied, his words lacking clarity. The group exchanged glances, none willing to take the first step forward. Their hesitation was palpable. If they did not act, the soldiers remained equally indecisive, merely standing in place. This was the downside of lacking a decisive leader. Had there been someone capable of rallying the group, Lin Yu's bluster would have been ineffective. Amidst their indecision, Lin Yu called out, "Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter within the cave. Your current position is no different from being inside it. You have witnessed the explosive power of this item." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and sauntered back into the cave, as if everything were under his control. The officials exchanged glances, pondering whether to enter step inside would mean yielding complete control to Lin Yu. Yet to remain outside would lead to a stalemate. They could not afford to prolong this standoff. But what if he truly possessed a weapon of such power? What if it is a ruse? Chen asked. Can you guarantee its authenticity? The debate continued, with no one able to convince the others. Finally, Sun Run, gritting his teeth, declared, "Enough arguing. I will enter if I do not return within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. We will launch an assault." This was not an act of noble sacrifice from Sun Run. He understood the gravity of the situation, that he had brought Lin Yu here, and it could be said that the death of the garrison commander was on his head if the higher-ups sought accountability. He would be the first to be held responsible. Faced with death either way, he had no choice but to gamble. With a grim expression, he stepped into the cave and faced Lin Yu, grunting his displeasure. Yet Lin Yu paid him no mind, casually tossing the orb in his hand. Suddenly, Sun Run spoke with clarity, "Young Master Xiao, I am here. What are your intentions? Let us come to an agreement." When pushed to the brink, even a civil official could resort to the language of the underworld. Lin Yu, cradling the Thunderfire Bomb, smiled at the official who had led him to the garrison. "There is no need for concern, my lord, that I have no desire for mutual destruction. This matter concerns only myself and Yulin. Now that it is concluded, you may continue your duties, and I shall attend to mine. Is it not best for all parties involved?" Sun Run's mind was in turmoil. He wished to distance himself from the conflict, but the law was unforgiving. He could only respond coldly, "Young Master Shao, do you truly believe you can escape after killing our garrison commander?" Dreaming, one would think that this is a matter that should be resolved with immediate action due to the palpable tension. However, both parties exhibit a classic case of mutual fear, each hesitant to make the first move. What to do then? Continue the discussion, of course. Yet, deep down in Lin Yu's heart, uncertainty loomed. He could only proceed step by step. His expression hardened, and two icy glints shot from his eyes. "That it appears, my lord, that you are intent on opposing me, Shao. Very well. Since my family has already been destroyed, I shall take you along on this journey to the underworld. It shall not be a lonely road after all." Upon noticing the faint red glow emanating from Lin Yu's hand, the official was nearly struck with fright, hastily raising his hand to halt the proceedings. "Young Master Shao, remain calm, please." Unable to find any other recourse, Sun Run contemplated revealing everything. Whether the outcome be favorable or not, it was time to lay all cards on the table. "Young Master Shao, the death of the Sentinel must be accounted for. Otherwise, should the higher authorities pursue this matter, even if we escape today, we shall not evade tomorrow." That a glimmer of hope sparked within Lin Yu's heart upon hearing the official's words. He feared not your demands, but rather the reckless zeal of a fool eager to fight. Such an approach would render any argument moot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu made up his mind. They wanted an explanation, and he would provide one. My lord, please observe closely. Lin Yu transferred the thunder firebomb to his left hand, drawing forth a short blade from his side and tossing it towards them. This very item was used to take the head of Yulin. The hilt bears a distinctive emblem, which should suffice as an explanation. Sun Run retrieved the short blade, and indeed, there was a lone wolf insignia on the hilt. What a cunning mind this young Master Shao possesses. The wolf emblem, exclusive to the imperial family of the Great Jin, is meant to frame the Jin royal family for this crime. Does my lord find this sufficient? Acceptable. Safe travels, my lord, that I shan't see you off. Take care, young Master Shao. Sun Run stepped out of the cave and called out loudly. The villain has been cast off the cliff, his body shattered, leaving only this deadly weapon behind. When the authorities arrive, they shall uncover the truth regarding this blade. That a middle-aged man, evidently close to Sun Run, approached and whispered, "Brother Sun, do you think this will work?" Sun Run nodded. "Of course, this blade is no ordinary weapon. Just take a look." That he pointed out the emblem on the blade, and as several officials gathered to inspect, comprehension dawned upon their faces. Now it makes sense. After a brief discussion, they all agreed that this course of action was viable. And without further hesitation, they summoned their men and hurried back to Tianmen Pass to report the matter to the Sentinel. Inside the cave, Lin Yu utilized his spiritual energy to eavesdrop, and once all the soldiers had retreated, he swiftly exited the cave and took off running, covering over 20 miles before finally finding a sheltered spot to rest. That was close, too close. In truth, Lin Yu's escape from peril was largely due to luck. The ruthless Yulin had been merciless, having killed more than 20 officials in just 3 months at Tianmen Pass. Given the small number of officials present, the death of Yulin was met with elation by Sun Run and his companions. They had no genuine desire to avenge him. Their sole concern was avoiding blame from above. Once Lin Yu provided the true culprit and brandished the thunder firebomb as a threat, these officials would simply take the opportunity to extricate themselves from the situation and flee. There would be no one left with a sincere intent to avenge the fallen Sentinel. Otherwise, even if Lin Yu could eloquently articulate his case, he would inevitably find himself embroiled in yet another deadly struggle. Chapter 26. The aftermath. In the early spring of March, the ancient city of Luoyang in the Great Zhou was awash in vibrant green. Historically known as Luoyi, it occupied a central position in the realm. Its status as the capital of the Great Zhou dates back to an era beyond reckoning, during the time when the Great Zhou unified the realm. Countless edicts flowed from the 16 gates of Luoyang, commanding the entirety of the land through the extensive network of official roads. The celestial sects bowed in deference. The demonic sects retreated into obscurity. and the noble clans submitted. It was an age where imperial authority reigned supreme, a time of pride for the Zhou people. Yet, that pride was fleeting. The realm fractured, the 9 tripods scattered. Today, the Great Zhou finds itself unable to match the strength of the Liao in the north, the Wu and Jin in the south, or even the Qi in the east, let alone contend with the ever-watchful Tang and Han in the west. They could only bully the 3 lesser states of Qian, Lu, and Zheng, which languished at the bottom of the hierarchy. Yet, Qian and Zheng were vassals of Jin, while Lu had long been subservient to Qi. The Zhou, situated amidst the chaos, was indeed a battleground. It could not form alliances due to its past glory. Once the ruler of the world, it now endured untold humiliation that, of course, as the saying goes, even a rotten ship has 3,000 nails. Despite the Great Zhou's diminished national strength, its splendid culture remains unmatched in the realm. Amongst its treasures are the renowned library, which claims to house texts from across the ages, and the ancient families that have persevered through the ages. The Yin family is one such lineage that is one of the few families to survive the zenith of the Great Zhou. The Yin family has remained a beacon of faith for scholars. Even as the nation's power waned over the millennia and the territory diminished by 9/10. However, today, the once bustling Yin residence stood closed, with the servants and attendants inside disinterested in their duties, their minds wandering as they gazed longingly at the central hall of the estate. Did you say that both the master and the junior sister have departed? A scholarly youth, adorned in Confucian robes, had red-rimmed eyes and a trembling voice as he clutched Lin Yu tightly. Resembling a madman as he incessantly questioned, "How could this be? My master is a 4th-tier powerhouse, and with my junior sister's assistance, who could possibly threaten him in this 1st and 2nd-tier dominated realm? Could it be a 3rd-tier expert? Even if they couldn't win, how could they not escape?" At that moment, Lin Yu felt like a mere toy in the youth's grasp, being shaken about uncontrollably. The small boy nearly lost his footing. Big brother, please let go of me," he sputtered, a mouthful of blood splattering onto the youth's face. Surprisingly, this act seemed to snap the youth back to reality, but he quickly tended to Lin Yu, pushing on his acupoints and administering medicine until, after some time, Lin Yu finally stabilized. The youth wiped his face and apologized. "Young brother, my apologies for the moment of panic. May I ask your name?" "I am Lin Yu. I encountered Elder Yin and Miss Qiao within the territory of Wu." Initially, Lin Yu pondered how to convey the news in a manner that would spare the Yin family from further sorrow. Yet, given the current state of affairs, he realized that if he delayed, the elder brother would surely shake him to pieces. Thus, he hurriedly recounted how he encountered the bandits, how they had robbed the master and junior sister, and how he ultimately avenged their deaths by killing Yulin, leaving no detail unaddressed. The entire Yin estate erupted in wails of grief, with several female relatives already having lost consciousness from their weeping. Finally, Lin Yu produced 2 items from his robes. One, the so-called Thunder Firebomb used as a ruse, and the other, the jade token and a lock of hair that Xiao Zimo had entrusted to him. Choking back tears, he said, "Elder brother, these are the ashes of the elder and your junior brother. As for Miss Qiao, this is the token entrusted to me by Miss Qiao to deliver to you personally." Indeed, the Thunder Firebomb had merely served as a container for ashes when Lin Yu initially entered the city to gather information. Should the officials at Tianmen Pass learn of the truth, one can only imagine their fury. Demu Zichu trembled as he reached out to take the items, then collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Yu, too, felt tears welling up in his eyes as he recalled the departed. His heart ached with sorrow. However, to remain in despair was not the solution. Wiping his tears, Lin Yu urged, "Brother Mu, let us not dwell in grief. The pressing matter is to arrange for the elder's final rites and ensure a proper burial." His words only seemed to deepen Mu Zichu's sorrow, causing him to wail even more loudly while clutching the urn and jade pendant, lamenting with all his might. Just as Lin Yu was at a loss, the curtain was drawn aside, and the elderly matriarch, having just regained her composure, emerged with the support of 2 attendants. She raised her walking stick and struck the ground forcefully several times. "This is not the time for lamentation. Stand up." Her voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly rousing Mu Zichu from his despair. With all the Yin family members absent from the estate, it fell upon him, the eldest disciple, to take charge at this moment, while others may falter. He could not. With this thought in mind, Mu Zichu wiped his face with his sleeve, nodded at the elderly lady, then turned to Lin Yu, quickly bowing in gratitude. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. Please allow me to express my thanks. Lin Yu rushed forward to assist him. However, he was unprepared for the immense strength behind the elder brother's bow, which felt as though he were lifting an entire mountain. Brother Mu, please rise. Oh dear. As both bowed and supported one another, they found themselves kneeling together, and Lin Yu heard the stone tiles beneath them crack as the blue stone floor shattered under the pressure. Good heavens, what kind of cultivation does this elder brother possess? Little did he know, Mu Zichu's prowess had long since reached the 4th rank, a testament to the saying that the student surpasses the master. Unlike old Yin, this individual was indeed a bona fide 4th-rank transformation master. Did he truly think to bow before a 4th-rank powerhouse with such intent? A commendable thought, indeed, yet not to be encouraged. This was precisely why Mu Zichu not only bowed in earnest but also tempered his strength. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have been in dire straits. That it was not until Mu Zichu respectfully offered 3 deep bows that the two finally assisted each other to their feet. After arranging for Lin Yu to be escorted to a guest room for rest, Mu Zichu busied himself. With the elder of the Yin family having passed, it was imperative to inform all concerned parties. Nearby servants were dispatched with invitations, while those farther afield sent swift riders to carry the news. For those even more distant, only carrier pigeons would suffice. Meanwhile, among the far-flung celestial clans, messages conveyed by flying swords streaked like comets. Bearing the news of the elder's demise, in just 3 days, the Grand Yin residence was nearly overflowing with visitors. It was then that Lin Yu comprehended why his reception at the Yin estate had been conducted by this unrelated senior brother. Although the Yin residence was ancestral, the Yin clan did not reside there. The younger generations of Yin had already pledged allegiance to various renowned sects and did not dwell there regularly, which is why Lin Yu encountered the senior brother instead of another. Upon receiving Mu Zichu's flying sword message, each of those returning youth hastened back using various means, and nearly all of them came to express their gratitude to Lin Yu. Leaving him somewhat dazed, that he felt rather like a deity in a temple. Waves of visitors came and went, conducting affairs for a full half-month, with individuals arriving from all corners of the world. This experience was akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, as Lin Yu listened to tales from the majority of the world's factions, including a visit from a formidable figure of the demonic path. At that time, dark clouds loomed ominously, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. That a young man clad in a dark robe, with raven hair, silenced the throngs with just a glance, after offering a stick of incense. He stood silently before the spirit tablet for a moment before drifting away without uttering a word. Lin Yu silently committed this name to memory. Dongfeng Bai of the Dark Demonic Sect. Chapter 27. Xiao Bai boss, a bowl of tea please. Coming right up, the tea stall owner replied, looking up just in time to see a youth dismounting from his horse. Yet, the owner's eyes could not move away. Not because of the boy's remarkable appearance or attire, which he hardly registered, but because all his attention was fixated on the dazzling white steed beneath him. Such a magnificent creature. The horse was pure white, stretching an impressive 14 feet in length and standing over 9 feet tall, exuding an aura of majesty and grace. Furthermore, it bore no blemishes, and its amber eyes sparkled like jewels even in daylight. The tea stall owner was no stranger to the world, having traveled far and wide, yet he had never encountered such a divine steed. Who in this world does not love horses? Just as there are no individuals on earth who do not admire luxury cars. Lin Yu, seeing the owner's eyes widen in astonishment, sighed in resignation. Such events had become all too common on his journey, and he waved his hand gently before the entranced tea stall owner, saying, "Boss, a bowl of tea." "Please, coming right up, please take a seat." The owner quickly regained his composure, ushering Lin Yu to a seat and pouring a generous bowl of tea, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, what is the name of this magnificent horse?" "It is simply too splendid. It is called Xiao Bai, da." The tea stall owner, having lost count of how many times he had been taken aback by the name of the white horse, felt a swell of pride within Lin Yu, who instinctively touched the ring on his hand. "Truly, my naming prowess is unparalleled. Indeed, to bestow such a name upon this divine steed is a feat unmatched." After attending to the funeral arrangements for the 3 elders of the Yin family, Lin Yu expressed his intention to take his leave, but the Yin family insisted on retaining him for an additional 7 or 8 days. Following a series of pleas and refusals, when Mu Zichu and the matriarch sensed Lin Yu's resolve to depart, they ceased their insistence and began preparing farewell gifts for him. And Mu Zichu not only arranged various tokens of gratitude, but also gifted Lin Yu a treasure, the very ring he now wore. Though it appeared unremarkable and somewhat dull, it was in fact a rare storage ring among practitioners. Such a ring could fetch a fortune in any imperial city, enough to last a lifetime. Lin Yu had retained a bundle merely to keep up appearances, for the significant items had long since been stored within the ring. When he retrieved something, it appeared as though he were pulling it from his bundle, when in reality it was simply a transfer from the ring, a necessity for traversing the martial world. The horse, originally named Zhao Yi by Long Ju, had been gifted by Yan Huan's second daughter, a 6th-rank Golden Core practitioner training at Lingshan Sect. It was said that this horse bore dragon lineage, a genuine spiritual beast, albeit with a relatively diluted bloodline, thus possessing only the strength of a modest 8th-rank spiritual beast. Nevertheless, the draconic bloodline was exceptional, granting this horse extraordinary speed, rivaling that of a 6th-rank powerhouse in a full sprint for a brief duration. A treasure such as this was given without a second thought, a testament to the depth of their gratitude. Upon acquiring the horse, Lin Yu found the name too lengthy and hard to remember, so he unilaterally decided to rename it, ignoring the white horse's seemingly forlorn gaze that an 8th-rank spiritual beast. Its intelligence had awakened. When the tea arrived, its fragrance was delightful. Lin Yu took a gentle whiff. Aromatic. He had not anticipated that such a roadside tea stall would offer tea of such fine quality. As he raised the bowl to his lips, a large white head suddenly poked in from behind, slurping up the tea in 2 swift gulps. "Hey, get lost," he exclaimed in annoyance, only to be met with a gentle tongue. "Are you a dog?" Lin Yu quickly dodged and stood up, evading Xiao Bai's playful assault. Looking at the empty bowl in his hand, he could only pull out a few pieces of silver and reluctantly say, "Boss, another bowl, and for it a bucket as well." "All right, just a moment." The tea stall owner chuckled as he took the silver, and shortly thereafter, he returned with a large wooden bucket of tea, pouring a bowl for Lin Yu and giving the rest to the white horse. This entire process left onlookers dumbfounded. Lin Yu glanced at the tea in his bowl, then at Xiao Bai, who was happily drinking, that he suddenly realized that the tea, which had initially smelled delightful, now seemed somewhat lacking in quality. After finishing their tea, Lin Yu rested at the stall, engaging the owner in idle chatter about various topics. This owner was quite a character. He could converse with anyone, from royal families to common folk. Eventually, Lin Yu even began reminiscing about matters from his past life, resulting in a lively exchange that as Xiao Bai grazed nearby. Lin Yu noticed the sun dipping towards the west and bid farewell to the tea stall owner. Summoning Xiao Bai, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a cloud of dust appeared on the road as 4 riders approached swiftly from the distance, all clad with swords, looking like hurried travelers of the martial world. Initially intending to leave, Lin Yu paused upon seeing their demeanor, deciding to pull on the reins and stand by the roadside, planning to let the group pass. However, this very gesture led to unforeseen trouble. The group consisted of 5 individuals, riding 4 horses, and the incident occurred with the 2 leading riders that as they approached, the leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yu and his horse. Exclaiming, "What a fine steed!" he immediately pulled on the reins, causing his sturdy blue horse to rear up and come to a halt beside Lin Yu. "Young brother, I must buy this horse," he declared, producing a gleaming gold ingot from his robe and tossing it over. Instinctively, Lin Yu reached out to catch it, weighing it lightly in his hand. 50 taels, without waiting for Lin Yu to respond. The youth sitting behind leaped down to seize the horse, executing the action seamlessly, clearly accustomed to such dealings. However, when he attempted to pull on the reins, he found them unyielding. What's the meaning of this? "Friend," the youth glared at Lin Yu, demanding an explanation. In truth, had Lin Yu been governed by his former temperament, he would have acted long ago. However, after experiencing the incident involving the venerable Master Yin, he has matured significantly. In the depths of the mountains, tigers and leopards lie hidden. In the fields, one may encounter a qilin that if it is possible to refrain from action, one should endeavor to do so. Otherwise, should he find himself in a chaotic melee against opponents of the 4th or 5th rank, his fortune may not guarantee his survival. My apologies, dear friend, but I truly cannot sell this horse. Lin Yu said with a smile, returning the gold ingot that had just been thrown at him. To his surprise, his courteous words only incited further hostility from his adversary. The youth's countenance darkened at the remark, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched a kick toward him, barking, "Get lost!" Even the most placid temperament has its limits, and Lin Yu, not one to cower, met the attack with a kick of his own. A clash ensued, and Lin Yu, quick to respond, struck first. The moment the youth's leg was raised halfway, he let out a pained cry as Lin Yu's kick connected with his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. This escalated the situation dramatically. Chapter 28. Liaojin Lin Yu's retaliatory kick stirred a hornet's nest, for not far off, several others were present. Upon witnessing the youth being struck, the remaining companions could do nothing but dismount and swiftly encircle Lin Yu. The leader, a middle-aged man, leapt from his horse and rushed to embrace the youth, calling out frantically, "Huar, Huar!" After a flurry of slaps and shouts. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood and gradually regained consciousness. His face as pale as a sheet. "Father, it hurts so much." Any parent would find such distress unbearable. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he pressed his hand against the boy's dantian. Channeling his vital energy to heal him, it is worth noting that true energy differs from spiritual energy. Not all forms of true energy can heal. Only energy of the same origin can do so. Foreign energies can merely push blood through the body without penetrating the meridians, and if they collide, it can lead to fatal consequences rather than healing. While the middle-aged man tended to his son, 3 others engaged Lin Yu in combat. Armed with knives and a sword, they closed in on him, their weapons aimed at his vital points, intent on delivering lethal blows. Yet Lin Yu was no easy target. Angered by their unprovoked attack, he stood his ground. His strength had increased significantly since 2 years prior, allowing him to leap several meters high and deliver strikes with the force of thunder, retaliating with vigor against his attackers. After a few exchanges, Lin Yu assessed the situation. Though these 3 were indeed skilled warriors of the first rank, displaying hints of combined attack techniques, they were no match for him. If not for their slight coordination, none among them could withstand a single strike from Lin Yu. As the fight progressed, he noted that their tactics had become predictable. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped behind the swordsman, channeling his true energy to enhance his palm, and struck forcefully at the man's back. The swordsman sensed an ominous wind approaching from behind, but it was too late to evade the attack. He shut his eyes in resignation. That critical moment, another figure emerged from behind, pushing the swordsman aside with his right hand while raising his left to counter Lin Yu's palm with a strike of his own. It was the middle-aged leader. The 2 palms collided, sending a shockwave that toppled the 3 ninth-rank warriors to the ground. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air. This was no mere flesh striking flesh. Even 2 stones would struggle to produce such a noise. Following the impact, Lin Yu found himself propelled backwards several steps, his hand tingling with numbness. This man was at least of the 7th rank. Are there truly so many masters in this era? Lin Yu pondered, feeling a surge of anxiety. The middle-aged man, equally astonished by the sensation in his hand, observed that Lin Yu appeared to be of a similar age to his own son. Yet the depth of his true energy cultivation was not inferior to his own. Have my decades of training gone to waste? The middle-aged man thought, torn between seeking vengeance for his son and the pressing matters at hand. Recognizing that the youth before him was formidable and that he could not easily subdue him, he decided that he could not afford to delay his urgent task. "Very well," he said, suppressing his anger. "You possess remarkable skill, young brother. I am Liaojin of Mo Yun Ridge. May I ask for your name?" "Mo Yun Ridge? I have not heard of it," Lin Yu mused, perceiving it as the domain of a formidable bandit. Which explained the youth's brazen demeanor. He thus fabricated a name, declaring, "I am Lu Qingfeng." Not one to strike a smiling face, Lin Yu sensed that the man had pressing matters to attend to and replied accordingly. "Ah, so you are Brother Lu. My son was at fault earlier, and I apologize for that," Liaojin said, bowing slightly in deference. This sudden shift from hostility to camaraderie left Lin Yu somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a fierce battle, and now they were conversing as if old friends. Such behavior was beyond his experience in the world of martial arts. Let us not take it too seriously. It was merely a chance encounter for some sparring, did I no harm done, he replied, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat. However, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will not detain you further. The roads of the martial world are long. We shall meet again. With that, he mounted his horse, cradling the injured youth, and prepared to leave. Liao Zhen was acutely aware that the youth's strength was considerable, and he could not easily subdue him. Yet, he had pressing matters to attend to, and his subordinates were oblivious to the nuances of the situation. The swordsman, who had nearly been felled moments ago, seized the reins in a panic, exclaiming, "Chief, are we really just going to let him go? He struck our young master." Such lack of awareness was astounding. He failed to consider that this was the chief's own son and that a confrontation was inevitable. Liao Zhen cast a weary glance at his subordinate and replied, "We must hasten to Zhu Xianzhuang. Time is of the essence. Brother Liu did not act with malice, so why dwell on it? Let us depart." Seeing that the chief had spoken, the swordsman could only glare at Lin Yu before mounting his horse and preparing to leave. Their conversation was devoid of subtlety, and Lin Yu overheard every word, his heart stirring with concern. Were they also heading to Zhu Xianzhuang? The tone of their conversation suggested that something had transpired there. He could not let this opportunity slip away. He needed to inquire further. "Liao Chief, please wait. I have a matter to discuss." Lin Yu called out, raising his voice. "What is it?" Liao Zhen frowned, feeling a tinge of impatience. He thought, if this young man proves to be bothersome, I will have no choice but to deal with him. To his surprise, Lin Yu continued, "Are you headed to Zhu Xianzhuang in Jiannandao? Might I inquire what has occurred there that necessitates your urgent departure?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Liao Zhen suppressed his rising ire and replied coldly, "You are familiar with Zhu Xianzhuang. Indeed, we are headed there, as it has been besieged by the imperial army. We are on our way to provide assistance." The revelation struck Lin Yu like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind in a whirl that Zhu Xianzhuang is under siege. What of Uncle Dan and the others? In that instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. Having spent over a decade in this world, those closest to him were none other than the individuals at Zhu Xianzhuang. The Lin couple needed no introduction. Even though he had only briefly met Dan Tong, the man had once saved his life. Over the years, Lin Yu and Lin San had pieced together how Dan Tong had rescued both their lives. Likely trading his own son for Lin Yu's survival did I end 2 lifetimes. How many could perform such a selfless act? How could Lin Yu not hold Dan Tong in the highest regard? Hearing the news of Zhu Xianzhuang's predicament ignited a sense of urgency within him. "Liao Chief, I must confess, I share a past with Master Dan. Might I accompany you?" Liao Zhen exchanged glances with his companions, hesitating briefly before responding, "Since you are an acquaintance of Master Dan and unafraid of danger, then come along." With that, he spurred his horse forward, the great steed shooting off like an arrow, with the others closely following. Lin Yu wasted no time, leading his own steed, Xiao Bai, to join their ranks. Chapter 29. The destruction of the manor. The journey to Zhu Xianzhuang was fraught with peril. Although skilled martial artists from across the north were making their way there, they were still up against the regular imperial army. A lone martial artist could easily defeat 10 soldiers. Yet when faced with a well-formed battalion, even 100 skilled fighters might struggle against 100 ordinary foot soldiers. This was the foundation of the imperial authority in this world. Moreover, which court was devoid of its own cultivators? Though Lu Qingfeng was young, he was already of the 7th rank, making him a significant asset for the rescue at Zhu Xianzhuang. It is worth noting that the highest ranks among the martial artists in the world were only at the 6th rank, with those of 5th rank and above rarely mingling with the likes of them. It was precisely this reasoning that led Liao Zhen to agree to Lin Yu's company without hesitation. As for Lin Yu, he too found himself in a similar mindset. Liao Zhen's confidence in having an ally bolstered his own resolve. Despite his 8th rank cultivation being somewhat inadequate and his incomplete techniques limiting him to only a fire blade technique, he still possessed a trump card. Lin Yu was fully confident that, should he unleash his full power, he could swiftly eliminate this bandit chief. As for the others, 3 9th ranks and 1 8th rank youth, he was certain that even if he were to be injured after defeating their leader, he would have no trouble dealing with them. This, too, elucidates the audacity he possesses. Immediately after a life-and-death struggle, he dares to walk alongside others. That is no mystery. His strength lies in this. Both factions now harbor a profound belief in their own superiority. If matters were to unfold in a conventional manner, They might find themselves in conflict at any moment, and the outcome remains uncertain. Consequently, the group, each with their own concerns, had scarcely covered 20 miles when they encountered another band of travelers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out they, too, were bound for Juxianzhuang. With no further ado, they decided to join forces. Thus, this entourage grew exponentially, akin to a snowball, swelling in number and diversity. Within 3 days, their ranks swelled to an astonishing 40 or 50 individuals. Observing the burgeoning crowd, several prominent figures from the martial world recognized the necessity of a leader. It was likely that those who dared to assist were all well-known masters of the realm, each possessing their own set of skills. Each time one attempted to assert superiority, another would contest it. Ultimately, they convened and, in a spontaneous decision, elected an elder from the martial community, a man named Su Yuanju, to serve as their temporary leader, guiding this throng towards the Grand Juxianzhuang in the Jiannan region of the Tang dynasty. The choice fell upon Su not only because he was a legendary figure, but also due to his extensive experience. Unlike Qi practitioners, martial artists do not significantly extend their lifespans through their training. Most common martial folk retire from their pursuits around the age of 50 due to waning vitality. Yet this venerable elder had navigated the martial world for a full 60 years and had surpassed the age of 80. Although his prowess might have diminished, his standing in the realm was unparalleled. Choosing him as their leader garnered unanimous respect. Dissent was unthinkable, for many present could very well be his juniors, perhaps even descendants of his disciples. However, the growing number of people also had its advantages. The escalating tensions between Lin Yu and Liao Zhen were quelled, leading to an unexpected camaraderie between the two that young Liao Hua, far from harboring resentment, treated Lin Yu with utmost deference, nearly becoming Lin Yu's ardent admirer. After all, it is only natural for youth to idolize those who exhibit strength. Ironically, it was Lin Yu who felt a twinge of awkwardness. Every time he addressed Liao as Brother Lu or Feng Go, he was overcome with guilt, acutely aware of his own identity and the truth behind his name, secrets he could not divulge. After all, in just over a decade, who could say whether those who once pursued him had truly given up? Especially upon entering the Tang dynasty in Jiannan, he felt it prudent to exercise utmost caution. The group traveled under the stars, their numbers steadily surpassing 100. On this day, Lin Yu finally beheld the grand mountain he remembered. Juxianzhuang had arrived. With over 100 riders approaching, the spectacle was undeniably impressive. Yet, as the company ascended the mountain path, they encountered not a single soul. Neither the inhabitants of Juxianzhuang nor the rumored besieging army were in sight. Had something gone awry? Had they arrived too late? Someone in the crowd whispered, "That a jinx." Lin Yu silently cursed, spurring his horse to follow Su Yuanju, racing towards Juxianzhuang. Alas, a sudden shout from ahead sent a jolt of alarm through Lin Yu's heart, prompting him to hasten forward. There, amidst the mountainside, thick smoke billowed, flames reaching for the heavens. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was indeed the site of Juxianzhuang. Oh dear, the good is hindered, while the bad is swift. In his panic, Lin Yu disregarded all else. Galloping forth towards the entrance of the manor, that as he drew near, his heart sank. The once magnificent Juxianzhuang lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland stained with blood and engulfed in flames. From a distance, he spotted the colossal Jingguan ablaze in the center of the devastation, and tears welled up in his eyes. Ignoring the inferno surrounding him, he dismounted and charged forward. The relentless forces of fire and water were merciless. Should he truly rush in, he would surely meet his end. Fortunately, Liao Hua, who had been tailing him closely, sensed the peril and exerted all his strength to restrain the flailing Lin Yu. "Stand down. Brother Lu, remain calm. The manor's master is surely safe." This embrace and exhortation finally allowed Lin Yu's frenzied thoughts to cool slightly. At that moment, the main contingent of their group arrived, over 100 pairs of eyes fixated on the towering Jingguan amid the flames. Their collective teeth clenched in fury. That it was unclear who first shouted, "Vengeance! Vengeance!" Instantly, the fervent cries of 100 voices echoed through the mountains. This clamor reverberated through the hills, reaching the ears of the officer Gao Le, who, upon hearing it, let out a cold snort and turned his horse around. "What? Are there still remnants?" he commanded. "Relay the order, retreat." The 200-foot soldiers, who had been trailing, swiftly reversed their formation and charged back towards Juxianzhuang. Chapter 30. Avoid overtime. As the crowd mourned, the oblivious officer, accompanied by his subordinates, returned, astonished by the sight of such a large gathering that he had initially presumed they were merely a few stragglers hiding away. Never anticipating that over 100 individuals would appear, all mounted. Form ranks. As the soldiers formed their lines, the officer raised his weapon and bellowed, "Who are you to weep so bitterly here? Are you not aware of the edicts of the court? Disperse at once." In his view, he had been quite courteous. As a soldier of the imperial army, refraining from exterminating the group on the spot was already an act of clemency. Yet, to his astonishment, his words ignited an uproar. Just as Lin Yu had been seeking vengeance, an opportunity had presented itself. Drawing his long knife from his side, he charged forth without hesitation. Young Liao Hua, gritting his teeth, unsheathed his own short blade in fervent pursuit. Under Lin Yu's lead, the 100 or so individuals surged towards the military formation like tigers descending from the mountains. The narrow path favored their advance. The two groups were not far apart, and all were adept martial artists. Thus they were swift, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the front of the military ranks. Gao Lu had barely time to shout, "Raise your spears," when the youthful figure leading the charge unleashed a crimson glow from his long knife, followed by a sweeping arc of fiery blade energy. The first 10 spear-wielders barely had time to grunt before they were cleaved in two along with their weapons. Heavens above! The officer's spirit fled in terror, and he turned to flee at that moment. He had no time for his own soldiers. He was no fool, and could clearly see that this young man wielded techniques of the Qi practitioners. Faced with over 100 opponents, retreat was the only option. The officer's courage shattered, and as he fled, the formation disintegrated. Without the cohesion of their ranks, the foot soldiers stood no chance against the 100-strong group. The assailants crashed into the military formation like wolves among sheep, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Within mere moments, all 200 soldiers under Gao Li's command fell to the ground, slain by the blades of their assailants. This was indeed a living testament to the adage, an incompetent general can doom 1,000 troops. Just moments prior, Lin Yu had surged forward, striking down with a fiery blade, causing the soldiers to scatter in panic. Through the chaos, he spotted the unmistakable figure of Gao Lu atop a great steed, a sight that was impossible to ignore. With Gao Lu fleeing ahead, Lin Yu pursued relentlessly to the officer glanced back. He nearly lost his wits from fear. In that instant, he could care less about his remaining men. He fought his way through, desperate to escape with his life. However, at this moment, who cares whether you are an official or not? Even soldiers yearn for survival, and thus they will naturally resist. Consequently, in this brief interval, Lin Yu soared through the air, stepping upon the fallen soldiers beneath him. "You are here," he declared, as a blade of fiery energy shot forth from behind. Sweeping horizontally from the horse's rear, a horrified scream escaped the official's lips as he fell to the ground, howling in agony. The horse, along with the official's legs, was cleaved into two. Lin Yu unleashed 3 successive fiery blades, his entire body quivering as his meridians surged with energy. Upon landing, his eyes sparkled with stars, and a sweetness filled his throat. The warrior's true Qi and the spirit energy cultivated by the Qi practitioners flowed through the body's meridians. Fundamentally, the quality of spirit energy surpasses that of true Qi. Thus, those of lower tiers who cultivate both typically focus on the path of Qi practitioners while auxiliary practicing warriors true Qi, aiming to strengthen their physique in the absence of body refinement techniques. Once a Qi practitioner reaches the 6th tier and condenses their golden pill, true Qi can no longer exist within them. They utilize spirit energy to operate warrior techniques. Conversely, for warriors, upon reaching the 6th tier, all true Qi circulating within them leaves no room for spirit energy. However, unlike Qi practitioners, warriors cannot employ true Qi to practice Qi techniques. This interplay, compounded by various other factors, leads to the strength and status of high-tier Qi practitioners being superior to that of high-tier warriors, a situation that persists until the 2nd tier, at which point it changes. Specifically regarding Lin Yu, the martial arts techniques he practiced were quite rudimentary. Merely the military breathing methods and martial skills taught by Lin San. In contrast, the Qi practitioner's technique, the burning formula, was exceptionally intricate. Although incomplete, it was far beyond the simplistic martial arts techniques. Consequently, Lin Yu's highest cultivation level was that of a 7th-tier warrior, yet his most formidable technique was the self-developed fiery blade, a fusion of martial true qi and spirit energy. The violent clash of true qi and spirit energy within his body drastically enhanced the fiery blade's power, yet it also severely damaged Lin Yu's meridians, proving to be a double-edged sword. On one side, Lin Yu felled the Lieutenant Gao Lu, while on the other, 100 or so individuals completely annihilated the remaining soldiers. The crowd surged forward, gazing at the wailing official on the ground, clamoring, "Kill him to avenge the master of Juxianzhuang. Make him pay for his misdeeds." In their bloodlust, they were ready to pounce upon the lieutenant and reduce him to a pulp. "Hold on, brothers. Wait until I have questioned him." The crowd turned to see a frail old man pushing through, his hair white as snow. It was none other than Su Yuanju, the temporary leader chosen during the public's election. Being the leader, the crowd afforded him a measure of respect and parted to create a path. The Su Yuanju stepped forward, swiftly delivering several strikes to halt the wailing, then grasped the official by the collar and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "I ask," you answered, "if you dare utter a single no, I shall have you skinned alive." The temporarily silenced Gao Lin nodded fervently, pleading for mercy. "I will tell you, great hero, spare me." "Who ordered the destruction of Juxianzhuang?" "The county magistrate brought people here." "What has become of the master of the single estate?" "I do not know. I was merely ordered to set the fire." "Some were captured by the county magistrate, and I do not recognize who the master is. Spare me, please." "Then why did the county magistrate send troops to besiege Juxianzhuang?" "I do not know. I was just following orders." "Great hero, spare me." "Oh, after all, the pain of a severed leg was beyond what a mere mortal could endure." Su Yuanju had only temporarily numbed Gao Li's nerves, and as the pressure was released, the official resumed his wailing. Fortunately, the essential questions were asked, and as the man had outlived his usefulness, Su Yuanju retreated, allowing the crowd to surge forward, their blades rising and falling, reducing him to a bloody pulp. "Now, as for you, once the task is complete, make haste to depart. Why linger and risk your life?" Moments later, Su Yuanju summoned the 30 or so leaders to a secluded grove to discuss. "Let us decide. The mastermind should be the county magistrate. As for whether there are others behind him, we currently lack leads." According to the official's confession, some from Juxianzhuang were taken back to the county city. "Let us deliberate on our next steps." Before he could finish, a loud and coarse voice interrupted. "What else can we do? Break into the county city to rescue them and kill the magistrate for revenge." The Su leader fear. Lin Yu turned toward the voice to see a rugged man with long, unkempt hair tied with a cloth strip, his dark face resembling that of a fierce beast. That he wore an open tunic, revealing a protective layer of fur, and wielded a heavy iron staff, exuding an air of menace. Lin Yu recognized him as the famed rogue Lu Kuai, a close ally of Liao Zhen. In the world of wandering heroes, reputation is paramount, and Su Yuanju could hardly bear the provocation. With a swing of his iron staff, a nearby stone shattered with a crack. "That I have roamed the rivers and lakes for 60 years. I do not know the meaning of fear. Perhaps Lu the hero would enlighten me." Chapter 31. Xingning fear you? Nonsense. This was quite the scene, as their brief exchange almost escalated into conflict. Fortunately, the majority present were seasoned veterans who stepped in to separate the two, soothingly speaking and offering heartfelt reassurances, thus quelling the brewing storm. Once calm was restored, Liao Zhen spoke decisively. "We must rescue those in peril and eliminate the county magistrate. However, we need a foolproof plan, and we must act swiftly. Otherwise, if too much time passes without our team returning, they may be on guard, making our actions increasingly difficult." That a young man in white added. "Moreover, we cannot send too many people. A large group would attract unwanted attention. That a smaller contingent can rendezvous with the main force outside the city." Suppressing his rising temper, Su the leader continued. "Liao and Li's points are valid. Thus, let those of 7th tier and above proceed to the county city to rescue them, while the others remain outside to provide support. Does everyone agree?" At that moment, Lin Yu, who had remained silent, stood up. "What the seniors say is indeed correct, but not all the masters should head to the county city. That we must leave some strong individuals behind for support. Especially you, Su Senior. You cannot go. That if another were to take your place, they would struggle to unite the remaining heroes. This critical responsibility falls solely upon you." Initially, Su Yuanju felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Lin Yu's words. If such sentiments had come from someone of his own rank, he would have readily accepted them, but coming from Lin Yu, A mere child, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, any trace of discontent vanished like mist. Haha, you flatter me, young master. I have been in this world for decades, and my experience is but modest. Let this mission to enter the city be led by Liao the Great Master. Does everyone agree? Upon considering the matter, the assembled crowd realized they had little choice but to acquiesce, nodding in agreement. Thus, it was decided, after discussing additional details, Liao Jun and a total of 18 strong warriors mounted their horses and hastened towards Xingning County City. Along the way, Lin Yu's heart surged with excitement. After more than a decade, he had returned to the land of the Tang dynasty, the Jiannan Dao of Xingning City. Liao Jun led his group to a point 2 miles east of the city. Everyone, there are too many of us here. We are too conspicuous that it would be better to disperse into the city. There is an east rising in within, where we can gather. What do you think? No one voiced any objections. Liao Jun glanced at his companions and casually pointed to Lin Yu and a pair of brothers that all you brothers, Wei brothers, you may accompany me. Sounds good. The four departed from the main group, galloping swiftly until they reached the eastern city gate. The guards spotted them from afar. Halt! Where do you come from? A dozen soldiers surrounded the four in a fan formation, with the gate officer at the forefront. Hand resting on his sword, demanding answers, Liao Jun, having traversed the world for decades, was well acquainted with such trivial matters. With a beaming smile, he dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting. Thank you for your hard work. Soldiers, we are merely travelers, and as night approaches, we seek shelter within the city, that we kindly ask for your assistance. That he bowed in greeting. A silver ingot discreetly slipped into the gate officer's hand. The officer, a seasoned veteran, deftly concealed the ingot with a swift motion, and had Lin Yu not possessed keen eyesight, he would not have discerned the officer's technique. Truly, practice makes perfect. All right, you may enter. The county city has seen its share of troubles lately. Rest briefly and depart quickly to not cause any disturbances. Thank you, soldier. Indeed, wealth can sway even the most obstinate of wills. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof, with a county magistrate of dubious character. It is only fitting that every official beneath him, large and small, is equally inclined to corruption, leading to the calamity that has befallen the vast city of Xingning. A few individuals entered the city, and Liao Jun, well acquainted with the surroundings, swiftly made his way to the Dongxing Inn. Upon entering, he immediately sought out the innkeeper. Lao Huang, that you've gained weight again. The innkeeper, who appeared to be in his 30s, had a fair complexion and a plump physique, exuding an air of prosperity. His already small eyes widened into a mere slit upon seeing Liao Jun, and he rushed forward, bowing, Brother, it's been ages. I've missed you dearly. Liao Jun quickly helped him up, and after exchanging pleasantries, he pulled the innkeeper aside and whispered, Lao Huang, I've come with an urgent matter. Clear the guests from the inn. I need it for the next few days. Without a moment's hesitation, the innkeeper, upon hearing Liao Jun's request, sent his attendants to knock on each door and urge the guests to leave. But persuading guests to depart was no simple task. Several hot-tempered individuals nearly tore down their doors in protest. Lao Huang had to coax and compensate them, bowing and scraping, especially considering the formidable presence of Lin Yu and his companions, who were armed and ready for conflict, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Finally, after much effort, the guests begrudgingly vacated. Lin Yu observed from the counter, mentally calculating that in a single attempt, the innkeeper had likely lost no less than 200 taels of silver. What kind of relationship could yield such favors? His face was a canvas of confusion, which did not escape Liao Jun's notice. The latter chuckled softly. Brother Liu, are you puzzled as to why this innkeeper is so compliant with my requests? Indeed, I seek enlightenment from you, Brother Liao, Lin Yu replied. Liao Jun, twirling his short beard with a hint of pride, recounted, This innkeeper, surnamed Huang and named Jin Gei, worked under me over a decade ago for 2 years. After suffering an injury that prevented him from traversing the martial world, I offered him some silver to help him establish this to my surprise, his business has flourished over the years. And he has even expanded from the Great Zhou to the prosperous city of Xingning in the Great Tang, that if one were to calculate it correctly, I might even hold a small stake in the Dongxing Inn. Now I see, Brother Liao's noble character is truly admirable, Lin Yu responded. Though he felt an unsettling premonition in his heart, he wished to advise Liao Jun to proceed with caution. But seeing his confident demeanor, he swallowed his words. Brother Liao, I will step out to scout the surroundings, Lin Yu suggested. After a brief contemplation, Liao Jin agreed, advising, Brother Liu, exercise caution. The prefectural office is located to the west of the city. You may want to investigate there first. Understood that in truth, Lin Yu's intentions were twofold. Firstly, to gather information, and secondly, to revisit the place of his birth, Xining City. Although he had arrived outside the city in Lin San's arms, he had often heard tales of the city from Lin San over the years. This time, he seized the opportunity to explore the Lin residence of over a decade ago. For many years, Lin Yu had been curious about the identities of his biological parents, yet Lin San, citing his young age, had only shared snippets of information without elaboration. All he knew was that his father was a general in the Great Tang, who once commanded the coalition forces against Liao Das for his mother. He knew even less, only that she was his father's military strategist, a female strategist, no less. Chapter 32. Infuriating Lin Yu's curiosity about his mother surpassed that of his father's. After all, through years of piecing together clues, he had formed some conjectures about his father's identity. However, his mother remained shrouded in mystery. Tio held a position of military strategy while bearing a child. She must have been an extraordinary woman. Merely contemplating this made Lin Yu's heart race with excitement. It was undeniably a legendary tale. Following Lin San's previous directions and discreet inquiries, Lin Yu navigated to an old street in the western part of the city. This area, once home to the city's nobility, now lay in ruin. The once vibrant and tidy streets were now overgrown with wild grass, and the crumbling walls echoed a past grandeur now lost to despair. The dilapidated stone lions and half-collapsed doorways whispered tales of former glory and present decay. As Lin Yu walked quietly along the old street, he occasionally shook his head in disbelief, akin to a traveler lamenting the merciless passage of time. He continued until he reached the bustling streets again, where the tension slowly dissipated and his clothes became drenched with sweat. Over a decade had passed, and yet there were still eyes watching from the shadows. As he entered the old street, his heightened senses as a practitioner went into overdrive, reaching a peak as he approached the Lin residence, that he felt the presence of multiple hidden observers, some seemingly possessing the legendary perception of Qi practitioners, as though they could see right through him. This sensation faded only once he entered the main street, yet Lin Yu remained cautious, refraining from acting recklessly. That he took his time, glancing around, engaging with vendors, and even provoking a minor dispute with a passerby. After traversing 2 more streets, he found a secluded spot to sit, drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Such perceptive abilities are rare, requiring at least the 7th rank to even begin to grasp. And to sweep with such breadth, one would need to be at least at the 5th rank of the Yuaning realm. Had he been discovered, how could a mere 7th rank practitioner like him have escaped? It was infuriating that they had been watching for over a decade. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts and exhaling deeply, Lin Yu felt relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively. As he stood to survey his surroundings, he noticed, quite serendipitously, that he was seated beside a 2-story tea house. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Such establishments were always gathering places for news, that if matters at the Lin residence could not be resolved, he could not afford to delay his efforts to save someone. Strolling into the tea house, a server promptly approached him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. How many in your party? What would you like to order?" Upon entering, Lin Yu felt a pang of hunger. After a long journey and a battle, he realized he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for quite some time, but he turned to the server and said, "1 order, a pot of good tea, and a serving of pastries. Our Dahong Pao is this year's new tea, and our osmanthus cake is a true delicacy. Would you care to try a portion?" "Very well, bring it swiftly." Truth be told, Lin Yu was not well-versed in teas or pastries. Previously, Lu Yu often brought him cakes from the Lu family, but he would forget all about them once he had wiped his hands clean, earning him a scolding from Lu Yu, who once called him a pig. Thinking of Lu Yu, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He wondered how she was faring, whether she had settled in well. Finding a bustling spot, he settled in, and before long, the server brought the tea and pastries. Lin Yu took a bite and shook his head. "Not as good as what Yuera makes." After sipping the tea, he grimaced. "Not as delightful as what Yuera brews." That in truth, it wasn't that Lu Yu's cooking was superior. He simply missed her. As he sat in the tea house, enjoying the pastries and tea while listening to the lively chatter around him, Lin Yu felt a rare sense of contentment. This was what life should be like. Regrettably, such a leisurely life was merely a fantasy, not meant for him. After finishing 2 pots of tea and polishing off a plate of pastries, he realized he had been gone for nearly an hour without gleaning any useful information. Feeling his stomach grow full, he patted his belly and chuckled, standing to leave. Just as he was about to call for the server, 2 individuals entered the door. One was clad in blue robes and wore a square scarf, appearing to be around 40 years old, while the other, much younger, likely in his 20s, was similarly dressed but sported a golden hairpin atop his head, indicating a difference in status. The two entered, and the server who had been about to assist Lin Yu quickly turned to greet them. Mr. Chen, young Master Lu, how do you do? Allow me to extend my greetings. The server bowed deeply, his face beaming with enthusiasm. The young man gave a slight nod and waved his hand. Yes, the usual, pleased out of course. Right this way to the private room. The server bowed at a 90-degree angle, leading the two into an upstairs private chamber. Lin Yu observed this interaction closely, his curiosity piqued. These two did not seem like ordinary individuals. Once the server returned, Lin Yu signaled him over and furrowed his brow. Why do you have private rooms? Why wasn't I taken there? Are you treating me as a lesser guest? Seeing that Lin Yu appeared somewhat irate, the server quickly offered an apologetic smile. Please don't take offense, esteemed guest. I simply didn't mention it because you hadn't asked. I would never dare to neglect your needs. The private room upstairs is all yours. Lead the way, Lin Yu replied with a huff, following the server to the private room upstairs. Upon entering, he nodded in approval. Now this is a fine place for tea. Bring a pot of your best tea and pastries. He tossed 10 taels of silver to the server. But I have a question for you. If you answer well, the rest is yours to keep. Thank you, young master. Please ask away. The server's voice trembled with excitement. After all, 10 taels was a small fortune. His monthly wage barely amounted to 2 taels. Lin Yu leaned in closer and asked, who were the 2 gentlemen who just entered? What are they here for? Little did the young master anticipate that this particular question would be posed. The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Who are the 2 individuals you speak of, my lord? Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the waiter suddenly realized, you must be referring to Mr. Chun and young Master Lu. Indeed, what do they do? The guest observed. You must be a newcomer, recognizing both of them, that Mr. Chun is the advisor to the magistrate, while young Master Lu is the magistrate's son. Lin Yu nodded. I see. Thank you. You may return to your duties. Here, take this as a token of appreciation. After dismissing the waiter, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as sleepiness struck, but he knew he must listen intently, as the matter discussed today could very well pertain to the affairs of the Gathering of Heroes Inn. Once the waiter served tea and snacks, Lin Yu secured the door from the inside and stealthily approached the wall, straining his ears to listen carefully. The voices of the 2 men in the adjoining room became distinctly audible. Chapter 33. Intelligence. Lin Yu strained to overhear their conversation, which initially seemed trivial. They spoke of frivolous matters, one mentioning a courtesan, and their dialogue meandered aimlessly, filled with inconsequential gossip. These 2 have chosen a private room merely to engage in idle chatter. Just as Lin Yu began to feel his efforts were in vain, a breakthrough occurred that he heard the individual presumed to be young Master Lu sigh and speak in a hushed tone. Sir, what do you think will become of our family in the end? Why would you entertain such thoughts, young master? The magistrate is currently enjoying a prosperous career. Why such pessimism? It is all due to the unrest surrounding the Gathering of Heroes Inn. I cannot fathom why my father insists on deploying troops to eradicate that den of thieves that is the largest stronghold of bandits in the entire northern region. Now that he has stirred a hornet's nest, our family's lives may hang by a thread. Young master, you worry too much. The magistrate has his plans in place. There is no need for concern that if those who should be punished are dealt with. I truly have no reason to worry. However, reports indicate that the bandit leader has escaped, leaving only a few women and children captured, that if we do not eliminate the root of the problem, it could lead to our greatest calamity. Rest assured that Dan Tong has only 1 child, and he is in our custody, that he will not escape, especially since the magistrate has already dispatched men to hunt him down. If all goes well, his head should be delivered to us in a few days. Excellent. Then we must keep a close watch on this child. Should Dan Tong escape, capturing him would become much more complicated. You truly possess great insight, young master. The magistrate has already issued orders. Dan Tong's wife and child are imprisoned in the dungeons, and a meticulous web of surveillance has been established, whether it be Dan Tong or any remnants of his faction. Attempting a rescue would be nearly impossible. That is reassuring. Your efforts are commendable, sir. One must not overstate their contributions. It is simply my duty. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. He then heard of a new courtesan at the East City's Chuanfang Pavilion, noted for her beauty and grace. I shall treat you to a visit shortly, the young master said at this point. Lin Yu decided he had heard enough. The conversation had shifted to trivial matters. The words he had just overheard stung his heart like a needle, igniting a fierce anger within him. He longed to kick down the wall and strike down those two scoundrels. Suppressing his fury, he continued to listen, only to discover they were now discussing matters of romance. One day, I shall slice you both into pieces. Calculating the time, Lin Yu realized it was prudent to return and relay the information. This operation had yielded significant results. Not only did he learn that Uncle Dan had not been captured, but he also discovered the whereabouts of his family. An accomplishment indeed. The pressing concern now was to gather everyone and devise a strategy. Is the dungeon truly a place where humans can survive? Do the elderly, women, and children who enter there still have their lives? Countless scenes from films and dramas replayed in Lin Yu's mind. Igniting a fire within him, resolute, he decided not to hesitate any longer. Those two men likely had little more to discuss. The rescue was paramount. Exiting the tea house, he set his course and hurried back to the Dongxing Inn. Upon arrival, he found the remaining 17 individuals already gathered. They were engaged in animated discussions around several tables, and as Lin Yu burst through the door, they exclaimed, "Young Master Lu has returned." Lin Yu greeted them with a bow and immediately approached Liao Jin, saying, "Brother Liao, I have gathered information." Overjoyed, Liao Jin replied, "That is wonderful. Young Brother Lu, please tell us the current situation." At that moment, the innkeeper, Jin Fuge, brought forth a bowl of tea. "Young master, you must be weary. Please drink some water and speak at your leisure." Despite having consumed ample tea earlier, Lin Yu felt parched from his hurried journey. Gratefully accepting the tea, he drank it all and then conveyed the information he had gathered to everyone present. Upon hearing Lin Yu's account, Liao Jin exhaled deeply, visibly relieved that I knew our second brother was fated for greatness. How could he fall to such a mere magistrate? However, our mother, sister-in-law, and children are in their hands. Brothers, we must discuss how to rescue them. Before he could finish, a burly man stood up, his voice booming. It was Lu Kuai. What is there to discuss? We should simply storm the magistrate's residence and capture him directly. Seeing Lu Kuai leap into action again caused Liao Jin's head to ache. He helplessly explained, "This matter cannot be rushed. We must strategize carefully. Although we possess some skills, this vast city is home to many hidden talents. And we must proceed with caution that if we wish to rescue them, we must act swiftly. We should strike tonight while they least expect it. They will surely let their guard down." The speaker was a Taoist priest in his 30s. With a square face, bushy eyebrows, and a flowing beard, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. Lin Yu recognized him as Sima Shang, said to hail from the prominent Sima family of Henan, now seemingly a wandering Taoist. Indeed, Taoist Sima is correct. We must act quickly. The longer we delay, the more arrangements they will make, and it will become increasingly difficult for us to rescue anyone from that dungeon. The speaker was Wei Zhong, the eldest of the Wei brothers. There's something uniquely daunting about this dungeon in the magistrate's city. Wei Zhong surveyed the room and noted the puzzled expressions on Liao Jun's and others' faces. He explained, "What you may not know is that this dungeon is unlike any other point 10 years ago. A brother of mine was imprisoned here, and despite several attempts at rescue, we could not even breach the dungeon door." Gasps of disbelief echoed in the room, and Liao Jin was taken aback that he knew the Wei brothers were skilled fighters. How could such individuals falter at the dungeon's entrance? Wei Zhong continued, upon further inquiry. "I learned that while this dungeon is nominally under the jurisdiction of the magistrate, it has been directly managed by the Ministry of War for over a decade and is fortified with layers of defenses designed by skilled masters. You may find this hard to believe, but this dungeon is equipped with numerous crossbows." Crossbows? How could such weapons exist within a dungeon? The room erupted in astonishment, a wave of panic washing over them. The mere mention of these weapons instilled fear rather than awe. Crossbows, also known as 8-bolt crossbows, are unmatched weapons of the military. Their bolts weigh 5 pounds and can reach nearly 1,000 meters. capable of piercing heavy armor within 100 meters. There are records of 8-bull crossbows slaying individuals of the 4th rank on the battlefield. The government forces especially favored these devices when hunting down individuals from the martial world. In close quarters, beneath the might of the 8-bull crossbows, all are treated equally, be they talented youths or renowned elders. Unless one possesses a rank of 3rd or above, they would be instantly felled by a single shot. Now, faced with such weapons, how could the gathered assembly not feel trepidation? Who in the martial world had not heard of their fearsome reputation? Who had not witnessed comrades fall victim to these devices? If it were not for their cumbersome size and difficulty in transport, the martial world might not even exist today. Seeing the fear etched on their faces, Wei He, the second Wei brother, stood to reassure them. There is no need for alarm. While the crossbows are formidable, they also have weaknesses. They are not easily maneuvered. If we can catch them off guard and set them ablaze, we will have nothing to fear. Indeed, leave this matter to us, brothers, that we have experience with these weapons. During our time in the military, we frequently encountered them in battle. Rest assured. Chapter 34. The magistrate. The crowd erupted in joy upon hearing this. And they turned to the speaker, who was Jiao Meng, and his sworn brother, Meng Tai. Liao Zhen immediately declared, "Excellent. We shall entrust this task to the two of you. Please exercise caution." At that moment, the only scholar among them, He Shihua, paused his incessant drumming on the table and spoke up. "Liao, I believe it would be wiser not to engage in a direct assault. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the ringleader. If we swiftly apprehend the magistrate, I assure you he will have no choice but to release the prisoners within 3 strikes, with him as our hostage. We need not fear any crossbows or other weapons." That as soon as these words were uttered, those beside him, including Lu Yu, Qian Feng, Deng Tong, and Gao Xiang, all expressed their agreement. That at this moment, Lin Yu, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward and said, "Brother Liao, the points raised by my elder brothers are indeed valid. Why don't we split into 2 groups? One to assemble a large force to capture the county magistrate under the cover of night, while the other stealthily infiltrates the prison to locate and protect the hostages. What do you think?" He had a knack for summarizing, Liao Zhen thought to himself. However, the situation was indeed as Lin Yu had articulated. The most prudent course of action was to pursue both strategies concurrently, and thus he hesitated no longer. Very well, the 2 Wei brothers will join forces with Sima Zhaizhu, Jiao Meng, and Meng Tai to infiltrate the prison. Their objectives are twofold: to ascertain the whereabouts of the lady and others, and to safeguard them quietly, as well as to seek an opportunity to incinerate those troublesome crossbows. The rest of the brothers shall accompany me to capture the county magistrate. Does that sound agreeable? Agreed. We shall heed Brother Liao's command. The crowd echoed in unison. With the plan set, they each prepared in silence. Lin Yu, however, returned to his room, burdened with thoughts. Lying on his bed, he began to contemplate the night's undertaking. From his heart, he harbored little hope for this endeavor. The preparations had been scant, the plan nearly non-existent, and their success relied almost entirely on improvisation. Did they truly intend to storm the county magistrate's residence to rescue people? It was not merely a daunting challenge. It was akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, was there truly no high-ranking expert left in the city? Perhaps not, for he still vividly recalled the piercing gazes he had felt at the Lin residence, which lingered in his mind like a thorn in his side. Yet some things were feasible while others were not. He could not neglect his family, nor could he afford to delay that if word spread in the city that the large contingent of soldiers had not returned to camp. An investigation would inevitably reveal the existence of individuals like him, making any rescue attempt even more arduous. After much restless contemplation, he realized that the sun was now setting, and their action loomed near. Lin Yu sprang up from his bed. What is destined to be a blessing cannot be avoided. If misfortune lies ahead, I shall confront it. Rising, he descended to the main hall, where he encountered the innkeeper, who was bustling about, bringing plate after plate of dishes to the table. "Young brother, you arrived just in time. Please help me inform the others that dinner is served, due to the presence of Liao Zhen and the others." The innkeeper had even granted leave to the waitstaff and cooks, fearing any misstep. Thus, Lin Yu found himself conscripted in a service. "Thank you for your hard work, Innkeeper Huang. You are too kind, my brother, that I shall savor your culinary skills shortly." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yu went from room to room, calling out to gather the others, only to discover that 5 individuals were missing: Wei Zhong, Wei He and 3 others had already set off for the prison. Just as Lin Yu was pondering this, He Shihua emerged behind him with a light chuckle and explained, "Ah, I see now. These fellows are quite eager to as the group settled down." Liao Jin rose, holding up a wine bowl. "Brothers, the sun has set, and the moon rises in the east. Here we gather at the Eastern Rise Inn, and in accordance with this auspicious moment, our mission shall surely meet with great success." Cheers. Due to the impending action that night, no one dared to indulge excessively in drink, and they hastily consumed their meal, treating it as a pre-battle feast. Preparations were complete, and the hour had arrived. A dozen brave souls surged forth into the vast night like tigers unleashed, as Xingming City braced itself for another upheaval. Within the county magistrate's residence, the atmosphere was lively, with a cacophony of voices and brilliant lights illuminating the courtyard, where tables were filled with local dignitaries and officials. County Magistrate Lu Hongji raised his glass, his face alight with triumph. "I am deeply grateful to all of you for your support, which has enabled me to eradicate the bandits and restore peace to our land. I can now report my gratitude to His Majesty and ensure the safety of our common folk that I humbly toast to you all. Let us drink." With that, he downed his cup in one go. "Thank you, my lord," the assembled guests responded, rising to toast him in return. After a round of drinks, Lu Hongji's countenance flushed with merriment, and he declared the banquet opened at his command. The sounds of stringed instruments filled the air. What a splendid county magistrate he was! Not content with the mountain delicacies and ocean treasures laid before him, he had even invited an entire musical ensemble to perform, savoring the exquisite cuisine and enjoying the refined melodies. The guests reveled in delight. Just as Lu Hongji basked in his success and joy, Mr. Chun, whom Lin Yu had encountered previously, hurried in from the back hall and whispered a few words into Lu Hongji's ear. At once, the county magistrate's expression shifted slightly, and he waved his hand, smiling at those nearby. "Please enjoy your meal, my friends, that I must attend to a personal matter and will return shortly. Lord Sun will entertain you in my stead." Lord Sun, seated nearby, promptly rose to acknowledge the command. "Yes, my lord." None among the gathering were fools. They were all astute individuals. The magistrate's subtle actions did not escape their notice. Once Lu Hongji's figure faded from view, hushed murmurs began to circulate among the guests. "What is the magistrate up to?" "I am not certain. It seems he mentioned something about a personal matter." "Nonsense. The magistrate arrived with only one young man in attendance. How could he have so many personal matters?" "Then what do you surmise?" The whispers grew louder, a chorus of speculation filling the air. This scene was not lost on Lin Yu and his companions, who were perched atop the roof. They had initially felt that the crowd was too large for a successful ambush, but now, fortune smiled upon them as the county magistrate had departed. "Brothers, follow me." Liao Jin boldly led the way, and the group, cloaked by the night, swiftly pursued across the rooftops. Meanwhile, Lu Hongji traversed through the back hall to a side chamber, casually pushing open a door. Inside, a middle-aged general, clad in armor, stood at the table. Upon seeing the magistrate, the general immediately clasped his fists in salute. "Greetings, my lord, that I am at your service." "General Jiang, why are you not stationed at the barracks?" The words were flat and distant, accompanied by the magistrate's somewhat impatient demeanor, making it evident to all that General Jiang was not favored. This was not without reason. Lu Hongji had extended a cordial invitation to the general for this banquet, only to be politely declined on the grounds of military duties. That as the superior officer, Lu Hongji's ire simmered beneath the surface at being so publicly snubbed by his subordinate. However, due to the constraints of court protocol and the dignity of officials, he refrained from openly expressing his displeasure. "Do you expect me to smile at you?" In response to the magistrate's coolness, General Jiang maintained his stoic expression, seemingly oblivious, and continued with a mechanical, icy tone. "My lord, I have conducted a roll call of the soldiers returning to camp and discovered that among the 3 regiments you deployed today, one detachment of approximately 200 men has yet to return. I seek your guidance on whether there are alternative arrangements." This revelation caught Lu Hongji off guard, and his brow furrowed deeply. That detachment should have returned by now. Could it be? Panic surged within him, and he momentarily set aside his previous dissatisfaction. "Quickly, deploy 2 squads, one to secure the magistrate's residence and the other to rush to the prison. Ensure the prisoners are kept under tight surveillance." Before he could finish, General Jiang's countenance changed dramatically. With a swift motion, he drew his waist sword and bellowed, "Who goes there?" In that instant, the roof above shattered with a loud crash, and a gleaming iron blade descended like the weight of Mount Tai. The unexpected assault took everyone by surprise. General Jiang barely managed to deflect the blow with his sword, only to be sent flying several meters away by the sheer force of the strike. Before he could ascertain the identity of his assailants, blades and swords rained down upon him from all directions. 2 swords and a spear. The assailants were Lin Yu and Li Jun wielding blades. He Shihua and Lu Yu brandishing swords, and Shangdong's Yu Sheng with a spear. Under such a coordinated surprise attack, anyone else would have met their demise, but this General Jiang was no ordinary man. He fought fiercely for his survival that a commander tasked with defending a city was not to be underestimated. With his hands crossed in front of him, he spun and pivoted, executing a sweeping maneuver that deflected Li Jun's blade and sent He Shihua's and Lu Yu's swords flying. However, he was already at a disadvantage. Unable to react swiftly enough to counter the incoming strikes from Yu Sheng and Lin Yu, in a moment of desperation, the general hurled his sword towards Yu Sheng while simultaneously propelling himself forward, barely evading Lin Yu's lethal strike. Although he managed to gain a few inches, that small distance could mean the difference between life and death. Lin Yu's strike was originally aimed at General Jiang's neck, intending to sever it in one fell swoop. However, due to a mere half-foot distance, the blade did not meet flesh, but instead struck the armor upon his body, creating a shower of sparks. The force of the blow sent the general staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Although his armor remained intact, he was nonetheless shaken, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With this momentum, General Jiang stumbled a couple of paces, disregarding the terrified magistrate behind him, and with a mighty roar, he leapt to escape through the window. This sequence of actions transpired with such swiftness that the 5 assailants had barely settled into position. Unable to strike again, should he manage to flee, Lin Yu and his companions would face considerable trouble. Fortunately, there were many who had come this time. Lin Yu and his group could not intercept him, and any subsequent attempt would be too late. Just as General Jiang was about to make his escape, a fist came flying from the side, striking him squarely in the chest that a resounding crash echoed as his heart guard shattered, and the general was sent hurtling backwards. The assailant was none other than Liao Zhen. A scream of agony erupted as General Jiang flew back, blood gushing from several puncture wounds in his chest, inflicted by Li Jun and his companions. Realizing he had been struck back, they rushed from behind, and despite the general's formidable prowess, he could utter no curses. He was left helpless as they mercilessly stabbed him into the ground. Lu Kuai approached with his iron staff in hand, taking a couple of steps closer to the still struggling General Jiang, and without hesitation, he struck him thrice. "You corrupt official, take this," after the 3 blows. The onlookers beheld the once mighty general. He was utterly ruined, his head smashed beyond recognition. Witnessing such carnage, Lin Yu was left speechless. He had intended to capture the man, thinking he might still be of use. But now, the man was reduced to a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, Qian Feng, Ding Tong, and others had already subdued the magistrate and his advisor, pressing their steel blades against the throats of both men. After all, he was an official. It warranted an extra blade, did it not? The magistrate was on the verge of losing control of his bladder, having never encountered such horror as a civil servant. Even when he had accompanied troops to quell the gathering at Zhu Xianzhuang, he had always kept a safe distance within the ranks. Never had he witnessed such brutality up close. "Good sirs, spare my life." The advisor, Mr. Chun, trembled as he begged for mercy. "Did I in light of this?" It seemed the advisor exhibited more official demeanor than the magistrate himself. The group swiftly dealt with General Jiang and encircled the magistrate, each wielding their weapons with ferocious expressions, particularly Lu Kuai, whose iron rod bore traces of crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, the magistrate was so frightened that he gasped and collapsed to the ground. This incident sent shockwaves through the gathering of martial artists, leaving them in disbelief. Ultimately, it was Liao Zhen, their leader, who stepped forward, grasping the magistrate by the collar, raising his massive hand like a fan, and began to rain slaps upon the magistrate's plump head. With over 20 resounding slaps, the magistrate's head swelled, cheeks bulging as if they had been inflated, and the once ordinary head now appeared larger than before. Remarkably, this brutal treatment had a restorative effect, with the magistrate spitting out several of his teeth. "Good meal, it's over." The entire persona of the man was now rendered as if air had escaped from him. his speech now a mere whisper. Chapter 36. The dungeon had he not retained some usefulness, Liao Zhen would not have shown mercy. Otherwise, a single slap would have sent the magistrate's head flying. Leaving him no opportunity to speak, did I ask you? Dare you utter a single falsehood? I will flay you alive. You are Lu Hongji, the magistrate of Xingning City. Liao Zhen lifted him effortlessly, as if he were a chick. His chilling words making Lu Hongji tremble uncontrollably. That I dare not. I am but a humble man. Where is that family member of the Dan family? In the great dungeon. They are all locked up. Upon hearing this, a weight was lifted from the hearts of those present, and they felt a flicker of hope. The mission had now succeeded halfway. Lin Yu, observing the exchange between Mr. Chen and the magistrate, suddenly conceived an idea. Brother Liao, why not have this corrupt official draft a decree allowing the advisor to lead a few brothers here under the pretense of a night interrogation? That makes sense. Liao Zhen's face brightened at the suggestion. Originally, their plan was to capture the magistrate and escort him to the dungeon, but that would inevitably lead to a direct confrontation with the entire garrison of the county. Though these 18 were formidable fighters, the opposing troops were not to be underestimated, as Lin Yu suggested. This alternative was indeed more prudent. Excellent. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Lin. Qian Deng Gao and Jia, will you accompany Brother Lin on this errand? The four immediately agreed, and Liao Zhen turned to the trembling magistrate. Corrupt official, do you understand? Yes, good sirs, I shall write it right away. Lu Hongji, who had just been thrown to the ground, nearly lost consciousness again. Fear gripping him as he struggled to write a decree at the desk, handing it over with utmost respect. Lin Yu took the document, examining it closely twice and finding no faults that he glanced at Mr. Chen, who was cowering like a quail beside him, and smiled. This advisor is invited. You heard clearly, correct? Will you accompany me? Though Lin Yu's tone was soft and his face smiling, the advisor was not naive. He knew that once involved, even if he managed to escape this time, he would still face charges for colluding with criminals. Better to die than to face that fate. Thus, despite his fear, he repeatedly shook his head, implying a refusal. This provoked Lu Kuai's ire. Unlike Lin Yu, he was not so easily soothed. Raising his bloodied iron rod high, he grinned menacingly. Do you wish to die? I shall kill you first, seeing that he had no choice. Mr. Chen realized that self-preservation was paramount. Good sirs, it is not that I refuse to go. Rather, your attire needs changing. Otherwise, it will attract too much attention. His words jolted the others into awareness. They had been so caught up in the moment that they had overlooked this crucial detail. They were still dressed as common folk, in attire befitting wanderers of the martial world. Utterly incongruous with that of officials, the TO approached the dungeon in such garb would raise suspicions among any observant guards. Do you happen to have any official uniforms? None here, but there are many soldiers on duty in the main hall, that I can summon a few, and you good sirs can don their attire. Once this was understood, the group exchanged glances, realizing they had no other option. Very well, we shall rely on your assistance, Mr. Chen. Once the task is accomplished, we shall surely reward you handsomely. Let us proceed. Indeed, that Mr. Chen led the way, with Lin Yu following closely behind. They traversed a couple of corridors and soon reached the main hall, where they observed several soldiers patrolling. That Mr. Chen cleared his throat and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Come here, I need your assistance. The soldiers, bewildered and exchanging glances, hesitated, unsure of what to make of the situation. However, they could not ignore the command of the magistrate's advisor, a favored figure. They approached, waiting for instructions. Follow me. I have a task for you. With that, Mr. Chen turned and strode away, his movements decisive and unhesitating. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, nearly revealed the short blade he held as he followed closely behind. Ah, this advisor certainly has a flair for theatrics. Seasoned actors surpass the inexperienced, as Lin Yu murmured to himself. He closely followed Mr. Chen back into the side room, with the soldiers trailing behind them. Suddenly, before the soldiers had a chance to comprehend the situation, someone had already lurked behind the door, and in an instant, they were silenced. Their necks snapped before they could utter a sound. What a tragic fate. The group hastily stripped the armor from the fallen soldiers, tossing their bodies inside to keep General Jiang company. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Let us move. As Lin Yu and his companions donned the armor, they followed Mr. Chen towards the dungeon to rescue the captives. Along the way, Lin Yu began to understand why, during their earlier assault, not a single soldier had been present in the side room, it turned out they had all been dispatched to guard the banquet hall. Lu Hongji himself had reason to fear. After quelling the gathering at Zhuxianzhuang, he had taken precautions, deploying layers of protection around the banquet hall that in his view, it was foolproof. However, he never anticipated that General Jiang, who had not intended to attend, would arrive and be led to the side room. Accompanied only by an advisor incapable of martial prowess, this had inadvertently facilitated the actions of the brave fighters. Fate had conspired to present him with this opportunity, and it was indeed his destined trial. The prison in Xingning City is indeed not far from the Yamen. Shortly, several individuals arrived at the entrance of the prison, where the sentry, spotting Mr. Chen from afar, recognized him immediately as a team leader. Hastening a few steps, bowed and greeted him. "Ah, Mr. Chen, why are you here instead of attending the banquet at the governor's residence?" Mr. Chen cleared his throat, nodding in acknowledgement towards the team leader, and said, "The governor has tasked me with escorting several high-profile prisoners for a night interrogation." The man showed no suspicion, promptly nodding in compliance. "Very well. Your efforts are appreciated. Such trivial matters could have been handled by another, yet your presence is indeed valued. Please, follow me." The team leader led the way, and they moved leisurely into the prison. Upon entering the main gate of the prison, Lin Yu beheld the legendary 3 giant crossbows. Each of the 3 machines was composed of 3 long bows, with thick crossbow bolts tightly arranged upon the bowstrings. The dark arrows glimmered ominously in the flickering torchlight. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers stood guard nearby, bows drawn and blades unsheathed, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a mix of shock and relief. With such formidable defenses in place, a direct assault was utterly futile. If a confrontation were to ensue, the casualties would be devastating. Suddenly, Lin Yu was struck by a thought. Where have the Wei brothers hidden themselves? I hope they haven't taken action while we're here. That would be a death sentence. He pondered how to alert them as they proceeded deeper into the prison. Upon reaching the interior, Mr. Chen presented the governor's orders to the guards that he himself had not devised a solution to this predicament and was growing increasingly anxious. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. "Please wait here. I shall bring the prisoners forth." The guard merely glanced at the order before addressing Mr. Chen. The brief exchange, though consisting of only a few words, struck Lin Yu like thunder, leaving him dumbfounded. Could it be that the voice belongs to Wei He, the second brother of the Wei family? It can't be. Although the prison was dimly lit, he believed he could not be mistaken. The guard, despite bearing a striking resemblance to Wei He, had a completely different visage. How peculiar! What if it truly is Wei He? If he sees us here to interrogate the prisoners, he might resort to desperate measures to save them. Realizing this, Lin Yu discreetly kicked Qian Feng beside him and subtly signaled before stepping forward. "Mr. Chen, such high-profile prisoners cannot be taken lightly. Perhaps I should accompany you to ensure their safe retrieval." Under the dim light, Lin Yu's youthful countenance caught the guard's attention, who was astonished, eyes widening like saucers. "That Liu Qingfeng? What brings him here?" Indeed, the guard was Wei He. Chapter 37. The female prisoner let us clarify how Wei He became a guard. In truth, it is not so complicated. One cannot traverse the martial world without possessing a unique skill. The eldest of the Wei brothers, Wei Zhong, boasts a 7th-rank martial prowess, unmatched on both sides of the river. Conversely, the second brother, Wei He, while lacking in brute strength compared to his elder sibling, possesses a remarkable ability, disguise. His tale is quite extraordinary. As a child, he wandered off and accidentally fell into a ravine. Miraculously, rather than meeting his demise, he stumbled upon a long-dead skeleton in a cave and discovered a tattered manual. A true protagonist's backstory. From that point onward, he honed his skills in disguise to an exceptional level. In the martial world, disguises are typically achieved through various potions or props to alter one's appearance and voice. Wei He, however, practiced a technique that allowed him to temporarily transform his entire skeletal and muscular structure, achieving a level of realism that even high-ranking experts would struggle to detect without any disguising tools. According to the manual, this technique was originally intended for Qi practitioners, yet it could also be practiced using genuine energy, albeit with significantly diminished effects. After over 20 years of cultivation, he had only reached the 8th rank, but even so, his disguises could last a full day and night. Earlier that day, the brothers had received orders and left the inn, heading directly to the prison. However, They quickly realized their previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. The prison, appearing lax from the outside, concealed a labyrinth of complexities within. With their number alone, not only was it impossible to rescue someone, but even to infiltrate unnoticed seemed insurmountable. Just as their anxiety peaked, they noticed a hapless guard staggering out of the prison, presumably off to embrace his wife. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. They stealthily followed him down a narrow alley, subdued him, and after a thorough interrogation, devised a plan. Wei He would use his skills to impersonate the guard and enter the prison to provide covert protection, while Wei Zhong, Sima Shang, Jiao Ming, and Meng Tai would disguise themselves as servants and capture bandits, entering the prison under Wei He's guidance. Should anyone inquire, Wei He would simply explain that these were thieves caught by his family, who needed to be detained for a few days to face the consequences. Inside the prison, he was the authority. Who would dare question him? Thus, they proceeded without incident, although their intention to confine the disguised bandits, Jiao Ming and Meng Tai, nearby was thwarted. The innermost cells were already occupied by soldiers assigned to guard duty, all clad in plain clothes, some even smeared with blood, clearly a deliberate trap. Ultimately, they had no choice but to confine the two in a nearby empty cell and await the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Wei He was growing increasingly anxious, contemplating how to manage the situation when Lin Yu and the others arrived, escorting Mr. Chun to interrogate the prisoners. Seeing Lin Yu, Wei He felt a mix of surprise and joy. Understanding that circumstances had shifted, they must adapt swiftly. It is indeed prudent. Let us accompany this brother as well. The originally orderly Wei Zhong and Sima Shang, upon noticing Lin Yu, immediately grasped the situation and stepped forward to take their orders. Yes, sir. During the brief moment of bowing, Wei Zhong discreetly winked at Lin Yu, clearly signaling, "Look, it's me." That Mr. Chen observed their subtle exchanges with a growing sense of dread. Who are these rogue elements? They seem to have ties to the prison. Remembering his precarious situation and the grim fate of General Jiang, he wondered whether he would survive this ordeal. His voice, barely perceptible, carried a hint of a hoarse sob. Then, you shall all go together. Those present possessed keen ears. It was impossible for them not to notice. Lin Yu's lips twitched, relieved that they were all allies. Otherwise, such a commotion could spell disaster. Thankfully, the other guards were far enough away to be oblivious, or else the situation would have become exceedingly precarious. Wei He, masquerading as the guard, led the way, with Wei Zhong, Sima Shang, and Lin Yu closely following behind. What brings you here? Has something changed as they walked? Lin Yu remained vigilant, observing every detail within the prison, responding softly to Wei Zhong's inquiry. Indeed, we have taken control of the governor, and we are here to escort the prisoners. What are the other two brothers? They are inside. We shall exit together shortly. As they conversed quietly, the four soon arrived at the designated cell. Inside, a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, clad in prison garb, was slumped against the wall in slumber, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old child in her arms. Dust was deliberately smeared across her face, yet it could not conceal her exquisite beauty. Strands of hair cascaded around her, and a few tears clung to her long eyelashes, glistening prominently. The child, seemingly in deep sleep, occasionally emitted soft snores, while the mother's brow remained furrowed, her grip on the child unwavering. To her, he appeared to be her entire world. Goodness, what a beastly elder uncle. How could he let a girl bear a child at such a tender age? Lin Yu inwardly lamented, aware that girls married young in this world. Yet considering the girl's appearance, could she really have given birth at merely 12 or 13? It was utterly monstrous. Meanwhile, Wei He had already produced the keys, dazedly unlocking the cell door. The sound of the rattling chains jolted the half-asleep woman awake. Seeing a group of soldiers opening the door, she panicked, instinctively drawing closer to the wall with the child in her arms. What do you intend to do? Her voice, though soft, retained its charm, even amidst her fear. However, the cell was confined, and having just been pressed against the wall, there was nowhere for her to retreat. In the name of the governor, we are here to interrogate Misty and at that moment, all eyes in the prison were fixated on this scene, even with the guise of a guard. Wei He dared not let his guard down, adopting a stern demeanor as he proclaimed, "Take her away." Understood. Lin Yu and the others exchanged glances, silently affirming their understanding, and stepped forward to restrain the woman. Their original intention was to discreetly inform her of the situation as they approached, but upon their movement, the woman suddenly cried out, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, may I speak to my child one last time?" "No need. You will both be taken together." At that moment, as Lin Yu and the others entered the cell, the woman, cornered against the wall, was merely 7 or 8 meters away from them. Was that even a distance worth mentioning? Time was of the essence, yet they were running out of it. Indeed, the moment the woman laid eyes on the guard before her and received no response, despair engulfed her heart. Tales from the underworld and stories from operas all spoke of the same fate, should she proceed. The outcome for the two of them would be dire. Faced with such a torment, she contemplated that it would be far better to seek liberation, for they were children of the rivers and lakes. Free to act as they wished, with a swift motion of her right hand, she produced 2 dark, ominous vials of poison, and resolutely, she closed her eyes and swallowed one in a flash. She aimed to force the remaining vial into the child's mouth. Oh my heavens! Chapter 38. Dan Waining. This scene nearly sent Lin Yu into a state of shock. Instinctively, he channeled his energy, covering the 2 or 3 meters that separated them in an instant, grasping the woman's hand just in time. "Let go of me!" she cried out in pain, causing the pill in her hand to slip free with a shriek, rolling in her throat as Lin Yu watched in horror. The child was saved, but she had ingested the poison. Good heavens! In an instant, Lin Yu felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder, and a single thought spiraled endlessly in his head. Has she lost her mind? Why would she choose death? He stood frozen, but those around him did not share his stupor. They had witnessed the shocking events unfold, and Wei Zhong and the others rushed forward, witnessing the woman consume the poison. Being seasoned veterans of the underworld, Wei Zhong and Sima Shang remained calm under pressure. Without hesitation, Wei Zhong lunged forward, seizing the woman by her feet and lifting her upside down, while Sima Shang's fists flew, striking her abdomen with a series of rapid blows. Even a man would struggle to withstand such force from a 7th-tier warrior. With a violent retch, the woman expelled the poison along with blood and gastric fluids. The scene was harrowing. In his urgency, Sima Shang disregarded the need to hold back. Though he did not use his full strength, the blows from a 7th-tier warrior were not something a frail woman could endure. Now, the poison was expelled, but the woman was grievously injured, blood streaming from the corners of her mouth. Oh dear, what a calamity! This scene nearly drove Lin Yu to despair. Sima Shang, equally stunned, found himself at a loss. Just as Lin Yu regained his composure, Sima Shang was left in shock again, in his fervor to save a life. He had momentarily forgotten the gravity of the situation. What if he had inadvertently killed this sister of San? He would never be able to live with himself. It would be a fate worse than death. Fortunately, at his side was the composed Wei Zhong, who, seeing the dire circumstances, quickly assisted the woman, discreetly slipping her a healing pill while channeling his own energy to treat her injuries. Thankfully, this young lady had not trained in martial arts. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more complicated. If a warrior's energy were to conflict, it could cause severe damage to her meridians. After a considerable effort on Wei Zhong's part, the woman's condition stabilized. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes, and through the dim light, she immediately recognized the anxious face of Wei Zhong. The rage in her large eyes swiftly transformed into shock and confusion. It's you. Thank heaven she recognized Wei Zhong. Quick-witted, he swiftly covered her mouth before she could speak further, leaning in to whisper, "Sister, how can it be you? We have come to rescue you." What upon hearing this? The woman felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against a wall. What was this madness? In such critical circumstances, she had no time to ponder or explain to the others, seeing that the woman had stabilized. Wei He, who had been anxiously waiting outside, gritted his teeth and said, "We must leave swiftly. The master is waiting." "Forgive me, sister," he murmured, as Wei Zhong and Lin Yu took her by either arm and hurried her away. With Sima Shang closely following, still cradling the sleeping child, upon reaching the duty room, Wei bowed and announced, "Sir, we have brought the Dan mother and child. I shall accompany the master to the yamen. As 2 prisoners just delivered this afternoon also await your review." These words, Mr. Chun could not help but twitch his lips. Good heavens! This group was about to flee, and there was an insider among them. Wasn't he there? Yet what could he do? He had no choice but to cooperate with the charade. Very well, Let us proceed quickly and bring them along. We cannot keep the master waiting. Before long, Zhao Meng and Meng Tai arrived, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared amusement. Ahem, sir, please. The group filed out, passing by the 3 heavy crossbows and the station soldiers that Mr. Chen made several attempts to slip away. But he found himself tightly encircled by the others, and dared not move. Oh dear, it's not that I, old Chun, fear death. I simply wish to remain useful to the court. Strangely enough, this exercise in mental fortitude lightened the burden on Mr. Chun's heart, and he felt as though he walked with a lighter step. The party returned to the prefect's residence without incident, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers, and a flurry of speculation filled the air. In no time, whispers filled the banquet hall, as everyone noted that the prefect had just entered that side, but had emerged with several others that no one could ascertain what had occurred. However, given the prefect's usual tyrannical demeanor, even the lower-ranking officials of the county dared not approach to inquire. Lin Yu and the others were oblivious to these developments, nor would they have cared about the official's psychological turmoil. At this moment, Lin Yu was stunned by a piece of news that left him utterly speechless. What did you say? She's not my second aunt. Then who is she? The group returned to the side room, dispatching 2 brothers to stand guard outside, and there was no longer any need to pretend to escort the woman. Yes, everyone settled down. Wei Zhong's words left them all baffled, seeing the astonished expressions on their faces. Wei Zhong clarified, brothers, you may not be aware, but this woman is no stranger. She is the biological sister of Dan Ergu, Dan Weining. Weining, allow me to introduce you. This is Liao, the great leader. This is Lu, the hero. And this is he proceeded to introduce each of the 18 present, aside from himself. Sister, you look quite pale. Could it be that the wretched official still dares to mistreat you? This single remark not only sent the timid Lu Juanshou tumbling to the ground in fright, but it also left Lin Yu and the others feeling awkward. What could they say? Had they stirred up a hornet's nest? Would Lu Kuai, known for his fiery temper, be able to endure this? Striding toward the prefect, he seized him with fury. Wretched official, I shall kill you. I am done for. Lu Hongji closed his eyes, ceasing to struggle. If you wish to end my life, then do so. After all, I have nothing left to lose. Better to die early and be reborn than to suffer in this world. Though he had come to terms with his fate, could he truly die so easily? The others rushed to intervene, and Dan Weining also voiced her concern. Brother Lu, you misunderstand. I am merely unwell. I have saved this prefect's life. Suddenly, Sima Shang noticed something peculiar and exclaimed, Miss Dan, why is the child still asleep? After all the turmoil in the prison and the journey, the child in Sima Shang's arms remained soundly asleep. That it was quite unscientific. Upon hearing Sima Shang's words, the crowd awakened to the absurdity of the situation. How could anyone sleep so soundly amid such chaos? All eyes turned to Dan Weining. Tears welled in her eyes as she urgently explained. Yu is ill. The village doctor had already prescribed medicine, but before he could take it, the soldiers stormed in. Let me see. Lin Yu, taking the child into his arms, gently examined him, checking his eyelids and pulse. His expression growing increasingly grave. The child had a fever and cough which, while not a rare illness, required immediate treatment. Otherwise, he would not survive until the morrow. In that moment, the room fell silent, for everyone present understood that to treat the child, they would need to delay their departure from the city, that if the army were to react, escaping would become significantly more difficult. But could they afford to let the child suffer without treatment? What had brought them here? In the midst of this dilemma, Liao Zhen made a decisive proclamation after a moment's reflection that we shall return at once, seek a doctor overnight, and if we cannot exit the city by dawn, we will take this wretched official hostage. With a hostage in hand, what do we have to fear? Lin Yu immediately voiced his support. I stand with Brother Liao. The others nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence, and delay could spell disaster. Wei Er, stepping forward, swiftly applied pressure points to Lu Hongji and Mr. Chen, rendering them unable to speak or move, as if they were mere statues. What an impressive technique. Wei Er's skill left Lin Yu in awe. In his previous life, he had often seen such techniques portrayed in dramas and had longed to master them. Since his own training began, he had frequently contemplated this subject. Yet, alas, such techniques were not found in the manuals. Nor had Lin San ever instructed him. While he recognized the acupoints, he had no knowledge of how to apply pressure, nor which acupoint required what force to achieve specific effects. This was a skill no one had taught him. He could not simply wander the world seeking practice, lest he be branded as a rogue. Today, upon witnessing Wei Ye's remarkable skill, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the opportunity to seek his guidance. For mastery of diverse skills is never a burden. Thus, Jiao Ming and Ming Tai swiftly draped the two captives with garments and hoisted them away, while Lu Kuai seized Shan, whinnying with ease. He, cradling the child, nimbly ascended to the rooftop with a mere tiptoe, and soon the group vanished into the vastness of the night, leaving behind a landscape strewn with rubble and lifeless bodies. Chapter 39. Exchange within the inn. Manager Huang anxiously awaited, pacing back and forth in the lobby, muttering to himself with a visage marred by fear. Let there be no mishap, but at that moment, the inn's door was forcefully thrust open, and Liao Zhen entered first, followed closely by a throng of companions. "Brother, you have returned. I was frantic," he exclaimed. "And who are these individuals?" Liao Zhen waved his hand urgently. "Brother, do not concern yourself with that. Is there a familiar physician adept in treating rheumatic lung heat?" Manager Huang quickly rifled through his mind for known doctors and replied, "Indeed, there is Mr. Luo from Rena Hall, who specializes in this ailment. Which brother is afflicted? It is the child. Please hasten to summon him, and offer a generous fee for his services that if he cannot be brought, procure the necessary medicine." Without hesitation, Manager Huang promptly grabbed some silver and dashed towards Rena Hall. How he would find someone at such a late hour, and how he would persuade them, is of little consequence. In the end, he successfully summoned the physician. The elder doctor examined the child meticulously, nodded, and retrieved 3 packets of herbs, stating, "Indeed, it is rheumatic lung heat. Brew these herbs into a decoction, ensuring that 7 bowls of water reduce to 1 that administer in 3 doses, with half-an-hour intervals. Once the 3 packets are consumed, recovery will follow." Forgive my intrusion, esteemed sir, but I possess some knowledge of pharmacology that is half an hour, not rather too brief. Upon hearing Hishirwa's words, the elder was not displeased. He stroked his beard and smiled, his keen eyes scrutinizing Hishirwa. This Dr. Luo was of considerable age, with a medium stature, white hair and beard, and a multitude of age spots. His gait revealed a slight tremor. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, glimmering like lanterns in the dim light of the evening, that he said, "Water has no fixed form, and neither does medicine adhere to a single method. Both must adapt to the ever-changing conditions of illness and patient. Healing is thus, and so too is everything else." The elder's ethereal demeanor and profound words momentarily captivated all the assembled heroes. Lin Yu, too, listened intently, pondering the deeper meaning behind the elder's statements, wondering if he were indeed a true master. After Dr. Luo departed, Shan Weiniang took the medicine to the kitchen to prepare it. Those with experience understood that the brewing of traditional Chinese medicine is not a swift endeavor. As the group gathered, finding nothing to occupy themselves, they left 2 individuals to guard the captives while the rest retreated to their rooms for rest. Meanwhile, the 2 captives had long been bound with ropes, their mouths gagged with rags, and were confined to the woodshed, where they were watched in turns. Unable to sleep, Lin Yu insisted on seeking instruction from Wei Yi regarding acupoint techniques, but he found no need for pretense. His own military skills were insignificant, and since Wei Yi was not adept in the same, he rummaged through the gifts received from the Yen residents and found a martial arts manual. Presenting it to Wei Yi, "Brother Wei, this is a treasure I have chanced upon, and I bestow it upon you today." The manual was titled Lin Yu's Sword Technique, described as a supreme method capable of reaching the 4th rank. Wei Yi was utterly astonished. For the sake of mere acupoint techniques, Lin Yu had gifted him such a precious tome. However, he did not decline, for the world of martial arts is devoid of unnecessary formalities. "Brother Lu, to speak candidly, this technique is precisely what I have sought, that I shall not indulge in pleasantries. I gratefully accept." Wei Yi was indeed a man of action. Having received the gift, he promptly began to teach. For Lin Yu, the acupoint techniques were akin to a thin pane of glass. Yet it was this very pane that he could not breach without assistance, with one teaching earnestly and the other learning fervently. Within less than an hour, Lin Yu grasped the principles and essentials of acupoint manipulation. "Brother Lu, this is a skill honed through practice. There is a perfect target at hand. Let us practice, Unfortunately for Lu Junsho and Mr. Chun, they found themselves at the mercy of these two that with Wei Eryi directing, Lin Yu would point, and each technique was executed on the two captives, alternating through 3 or 4 methods, until the pair was left in a state of despair. Unable to live or die.it is important to note that acupoint techniques are not merely about immobilizing an individual. There are techniques that cause one to remain still, others that induce chaotic movement, some that inflict pain, and others that cause numbness, among various others. Ultimately, save for a few lethal techniques, Lin Yu had employed every method on the two captives until Wei Eryi nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yu expressed his profound gratitude to Wei Eryi, yet the latter felt a twinge of guilt, believing it unfair to exchange his rudimentary skills for a 4th-rank manual. Should word spread through the martial world, would he not be seen as a rogue? After much contemplation, he resolutely retrieved his own manual on disguise techniques. Brother Lin, this is my cherished skill, the original manual on the art of disguise. I see you are a keen learner, thus I present this manual to you. This manual was an unexpected acquisition for me, and all my skills stem from it. Please do not refuse. This was a surprising delight for Lin Yu. To say he was not envious of Wei Erye's abilities would be a falsehood. Yet, as this was a cherished skill of Wei Erye's, he felt compelled to refrain from requesting it. Never did he anticipate that Wei Erye would voluntarily offer the manual. Second brother, you honor me. I cannot decline. Thank you, second brother. Wei Erye's generosity stemmed from his own reasons, although the art of disguise was profoundly complex. He always felt it eluded him, presenting numerous challenges. Most critically, this technique lacked any offensive capabilities. While it excelled in surprise, what martial artist does not harbor dreams of wielding a sword in the world? Now, with the sword technique in hand, although it could only be cultivated to the 4th rank in the martial world, who has reached the 4th rank? At the 6th rank, one could stride through with confidence. To dedicate himself solely to cultivation, he resolved to part with the original manual, severing his own aspirations. Chapter 40. Secret Chamber. Both men returned to the 2nd floor, thoroughly satisfied, and encountered Sean whinnying emerging from a room. Miss, how is the child faring? Upon seeing the two, the young lady smiled brightly. The medicine has been administered, and I just felt the child. The fever has subsided. A divine healer. Lin Yu could not help but exclaim internally. Considering the time since the elder's departure, it had scarcely been 2 hours, and the child had only begun the initial dose. Was traditional Chinese medicine truly this miraculous? At that moment, chaos erupted in the streets, and the clamor of shouting and neighing horses filled the air. The two exchanged worried glances and hurried downstairs, gently pushing open the inn's window to observe. There, they beheld troops clad in armor. Rushing past in formation, it seemed the affairs of the county office had been discovered. Lin Yu turned to see Liao Jun, accompanied by several others, all looking towards them. Clearly, the commotion had awakened everyone. Though startled, there was no panic among the group. The discovery was merely a matter of time, and they had anticipated this outcome when they chose to remain in the city to treat the child. Liao brother, what shall we do? As the group looked to Liao Jun for guidance, it was evident that they would need to await his decision. That it appeared that the officials would soon begin searching house by house, and it was imperative that they vacate the premises. Yet, Manager Huang was called upon. Suddenly, being mentioned by name, Manager Huang appeared momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he grinned widely. Brother, you know me all too well. Brothers, gather your belongings and follow me. With that, he turned and made for the courtyard, leaving the others perplexed and bewildered, but they quickly followed suit. Manager Huang led them to the courtyard, approaching the water well, and vigorously turned the crank. Before long, he hoisted the bucket up and cheerfully declared, which brother will go first? Among those present, aside from Lin Yu and Sean whinnying, all were seasoned veterans of the martial world. And upon witnessing the scene, they all understood that a secret chamber. They were astonished that Manager Huang had constructed a hidden chamber within the inn, and even more so that its entrance was concealed within the well, rather than within a contrived mechanism indoors. At this moment, there was no time for modesty. Liao Jun took the lead, and the others followed the well rope downwards. The well had a slightly gourd-shaped interior. Initially straight, but after descending 5 meters, the walls gradually curved inward. After approximately 30 meters, just before reaching the water surface, A pre-opened iron door appeared before Lin Yu. That moment, the well rope halted. Precisely to the point. With a swift step against the well wall, Lin Yu gracefully leaped into the chamber, and as he entered, he was immediately dazzled. Goodness, Manager Huang's reputation is indeed well-deserved. Before his eyes lay a plethora of gold, silver, and precious jewels, glimmering enticingly in the light of the torch, operating in truly this lucrative. Not only Lin Yu, but also the others present shared this thought. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the hearts of men. Indeed, it is money. Fortunately, this group of individuals is indeed devoid of avarice. Otherwise, with the abundance of treasures that fill this secret chamber, a fierce conflict would surely ensue. The entire chamber measures merely a dozen meters in radius. And although there are over 20 of us here with limited space to maneuver, it suffices for our needs. Before long, even the two wretched captives were blindfolded and bound, standing upright. The last to bring up the rear was the diminutive Su Hong, who, relying on his exceptional lightness of foot, eschewed the use of ropes and instead descended swiftly, employing a technique akin to that of a gecko scaling a wall. The cramped secret chamber, now accommodating 21 individuals plus a child, quickly became stifling. Thankfully, the exit is at the wellhead, ensuring proper ventilation. Otherwise, before the officials could arrive to apprehend us, we might succumb to suffocation. The gathering comprised primarily of men. Sitting on the ground posed no discomfort. Yet the presence of a young lady seemed to weigh on their consciences. Lin Yu, after a moment's contemplation, offered his cherished tiger skin rug to her. According to familial hierarchy, he ought to address the young lady Dan Waning as aunt, but gazing upon her youthful visage, only a few years his senior, he found himself unable to utter such a term, and a woman relishes being referred to as part of the older generation. He could only comfort himself with this thought. Dan Waning, perceiving his gesture, did not hesitate to express her gratitude in a hushed tone, gently settling down while cradling the child, and subsequently inquired, "Does young Master Lu have ties with my elder brother?" "A familial connection, indeed," he replied. That my father, it is said, shares a deep bond with Dan Tong. Thus the term family friends is hardly an exaggeration. A flicker of confusion crossed the young lady's mind. If they were indeed family friends, how could she remain oblivious to this fact? At the very least, her elder brother should have mentioned it. Yet, after ruminating for a time, she realized that her brother had never once brought up any connection with the Lu family. Lin Yu, contemplating the situation, resolved to seize this opportunity to speak candidly with the group, lest the matter of his concealed identity be revealed later, leading to unfavorable consequences, especially when he would inevitably encounter Dan Tong. In truth, Lu Chengfeng is but a pseudonym. My true surname is Lin, with you as my given name, that I am traversing the world. One must exercise caution, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Miss Dan's voice was not loud, yet in the confined space, everyone heard him clearly. While others remained silent, Liao De, the leader, turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, glaring at him with intensity. Lin Yu, wearing a broad smile, hastily bowed in apology to everyone. Such matters are not uncommon in the realm of martial arts, and the group would not hold it against him, especially after Lin Yu's open admission, which rather prompted them to regard him with newfound respect. The dim chamber was illuminated only by a single torch, casting a warm orange glow that highlighted the young lady's captivating, sorrowful peach blossom eyes. That moment, Wei Zhong, the elder Wei, leaned closer and quietly asked, "Miss Dan, we received word that it was your sister-in-law and child who were captured. How did you come to be here?" This inquiry echoed the sentiments of the others, for they had only focused on rescuing individuals and had not had the chance to delve deeper into the circumstances. Now, in their sanctuary, they had the opportunity to ask for clarification. Thus, although it was Wei's question, everyone else listened intently, including the bound Lu Junshou, who perked up his ears despite his predicament, the young lady. Dan Waning smiled faintly, her lips curling into a delicate smile as she began. "The situation is not at all complicated. For the past several days, my sister-in-law has been tirelessly assisting my elder brother in fending off the officials, while I was unable to contribute and remained indoors to care for the child. When the officials stormed in, I was unable to flee and was captured. That a military officer inquired about my identity. And holding the child in my arms, I instinctively claimed to be my sister-in-law for self-preservation. Understanding dawned upon them. Indeed, it was not a convoluted tale filled with intrigue, but rather the instinctual actions of an unarmed young woman seeking to protect herself. The thought of a young maiden being imprisoned was enough to send shivers down their spines. Curse those corrupt officials. They are the architects of this calamity. Lu Hongji remained in the corner. His ears perked when suddenly he was kicked to the ground, followed by a barrage of heavy boots striking his body, leaving him writhing in agony. Alas, his mouth was covered, rendering him voiceless in his suffering. The esteemed governor of Xingning City had fallen into such disgraceful circumstances. It was truly deserved. While the throng surrounded the governor, only a few stood by him, in the midst of the chaos. The governor's secretary, who had been lurking in the shadows, was horrified to see the fierce-looking group approaching him. Meanwhile, his master lay on the ground, akin to a dead dog, groaning incessantly that he could only pray fervently for divine mercy. "O heavens, save me! I do not wish to perish." It is curious how fate works. A group comprising Qian Feng, Deng Tong, Gao Xiang, and Jia quickly cornered him, and it seemed he was destined to follow his master's unfortunate path. Just as Mr. Chun was steeped in despair, he heard Liao Zhen quietly exclaim, "Halt! Someone approaches." This revelation spared Mr. Chun, allowing him to escape the jaws of death, as he glanced back at his master, who lay resembling a lifeless creature. He couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and trepidation. Chapter 41. The lost horse. The crowd had merely sought to vent their frustrations and had not intended to inflict serious harm. Otherwise, considering the governor's already depleted state from indulgence, a single kick from any one of them would have sufficed to send him to his demise without a sound. Everyone held their breath, listening intently, and soon enough, the distant sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. To prevent the two captives from seizing the opportunity to cry for help, Wei Er pushed Lin Yu forward, gesturing towards the captives. Lin Yu immediately understood, advancing to the two and deftly pressing several acupressure points, rendering them motionless. They remained utterly still, save for the occasional flutter of their eyelids, resembling corpses with a flicker of breath. "Ah, this adds another skill to my repertoire. My combat prowess has increased by at least 10. Lin Yu mused, feeling a swell of pride as he listened carefully to the sounds above. Not long after, the splashing of water echoed, prompting alarm. What if something has happened to Manager Huang? Just as he prepared to investigate, Lu Yu raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head while mouthing the word stone. Understanding dawned. The officials were searching the area, assessing whether the well was dry enough to conceal someone. Damn those officials. Lin Yu seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration that in truth, he need not harbor such animosity. As he stood in this position, his disdain for the officials was palpable. Had he found himself on the side of the government, who could say whether he might not have uttered a similar curse? Often, one's stance dictates their perspective. Allegiances shape opinions, an adage that transcends time and place. This concealment lasted 3 days and nights, testing the limits of their endurance. Had it not been for Manager Huang's timely provision of sustenance, they might have succumbed to starvation. Over the course of these 3 days, the officials had searched no less than 20 to 30 times, and the stones thrown into the well were nearly sufficient to block it entirely. On the first day, the child from the Dan family awakened, and Dan Wanning gently recounted the events of the past few days, introducing him to everyone present. The old saying rings true: dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring knows how to dig. Indeed, this was evident in the young child, Dan Yu, who, despite being only 4 or 5 years old, faced such upheaval without a whimper, graciously thanking each person for their life-saving efforts. The small child articulated himself with the eloquence of an adult, prompting Liao Zhen to reflect on his own troublesome offspring. Glancing at Lin Yu beside him, he found himself perplexed that it is often said that others' children appear superior, while one's own seem lacking. How could it be that every child he observed seemed far more commendable than his own troublesome progeny? Following this incident, it was imperative that he find a suitable mentor to guide the little rascal properly. As Liao Zhen pondered over the prospect of seeking a tutor for his son, a voice rang out from the wellhead. "Brother, come out. The officials have retreated." At last, the moment had arrived, after 3 days of confinement in that cramped chamber. The sense of oppression was palpable, especially with a woman present, making the rough men feel particularly uneasy. Now, liberation was at hand. Eagerly, They began to assist one another, hauling themselves upward with buckets, each leaping from the well like fish breaking the surface of water. However, what of Dan Wan-ing and the child, who lacked martial skills? Ultimately, Lin Yu took the lead, first lowering a rope to assist Dan Wan-ing before emerging from the well with Dan Yu in his arms. Upon reaching the surface, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air, his heart soaring with exhilaration that he had never before realized how sweet the air outside could be. Observing Lin Yu's ascent, Manager Huang approached him with a sheepish grin, his hands awkwardly rubbing together. "Brother Liu, there is something I must inform you." Seeing the awkward smile on Huang's face, Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest. "What is it, Brother Huang?" As soon as the officials arrived, it was as if they were raiding a household. Even the beds in the guest rooms were destroyed. Later, I had to part with some silver to prevent further disturbances. And then, Manager Huang spoke hesitantly, his demeanor fraught with embarrassment, causing Lin Yu to grow increasingly anxious. "Brother Huang, please speak plainly. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for such hesitation." "Very well. I shall no longer conceal my sentiments. My dear brother, I am truly sorry. That magnificent white steed of yours was taken away by a man of authority, and despite my efforts to intervene, I was unable to stop it. How utterly outrageous." Lin Yu clapped his hands in frustration, his heart bleeding with sorrow. Given the current predicament, where can one possibly find another steed? I can barely hide from others, let alone complicate matters further and put everyone in jeopardy. The voices of the two conversing were far from hushed. Every keen ear present could hear their heartfelt exchange, and they all felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Yu. Liao Zhen approached with a sigh, placing a comforting hand on Lin Yu's shoulder. "Fear not, my brother. Once we rescue our comrades, I shall ensure that your horse is returned to you." "Count me in," echoed another voice. As Liao Zhen surveyed the crowd, feeling the sincerity in their gazes, Lin Yu's heart was somewhat eased. He waved his hand in a show of magnanimity. "Thank you, esteemed brothers. It is merely a horse. Our primary concern is of greater importance." With that, the incident faded, and the group returned to the inn's main hall, only to find it reduced to a mere ruin. Tables and chairs lay shattered, doors and windows askew. Yet, remarkably, not a single wine jar from the counter lay broken. They had all been taken away, jars and all. "These bandits are worse than mere brigands." Liao Zhen's exclamation seemed to curse all present, himself included. Among those who call themselves men of the rivers and lakes, aside from those with families and businesses, who among them is not tainted by the touch of banditry? Just look at the gathering. The Dan family, led by Dan Wan-ing, is notorious for being the largest bandit den in the north. As for Liao Tong, he is a long-standing bandit chieftain, ruling over his domain for many years. Only Lin Yu and Sima Shang, hailing from the Sima family of Henei, remain untainted by such associations, while the rest bear the marks of banditry to varying degrees. "Old Huang, please take those two rascals to the woodshed and prepare some dishes. Our brothers have been subsisting on meager fare these past few days." "Understood," replied Huang, grasping the rope binding the captives and dragging them towards the woodshed. With the hall now devoid of seating, the assembly settled on the floor for an extended meeting. "Brothers, I have a proposal to present. I suggest that Brother Su venture outside the city to locate the main forces encamped nearby, arranging to meet at the stroke of midnight for assistance. Under the cover of darkness, we can scale the city wall. Should anything go awry, I will signal, and the brothers outside will engage while we break free. Together, we shall prevail. What do you all think?" With his words hanging in the air, Liao Zhen looked expectantly at the crowd. A gentle breeze slipped through the window's gap, playfully rustling the edges of their clothing. Producing a soft whisper, silence enveloped the room. "Someone speak up." After a moment of eerie stillness, just as Liao Zhen's eyes began to redden with frustration, someone finally broke the silence. "Brother Liao, what more is there to discuss? Let us proceed as you propose." "Indeed. We shall follow your lead, brother." Liao Zhen managed an awkward smile. "Very well. Then, Brother Su, your efforts will be greatly appreciated. We shall depart after our meal." The meeting was adjourned. Observing the slightly disheveled figure of their leader, a shared understanding brought smiles to the faces of the gathering. Is this truly wise? Might Brother Liao take offense? "Fear not, Sister Dan. All shall be well." The tension that had been building among the group dissipated as laughter filled the room. After several days of pent-up frustration, the laughter broke the tension. After the meal, Lin Yu staggered back to his room, only to find his bed upturned. Truly, these bandits are no better than the officials they emulate. How vile the old society was. He muttered complaints as he tidied his bed and collapsed into sleep. Though his body had endured little hardship, his spirit had been under extreme strain. Ever prepared for battle at a moment's notice, as he lay down, exhaustion overtook him. "Get up, you lazy bum! The exam is upon us, grandfather." Lin Yu jolted awake, speechless for a long moment. Outside, the crescent moon hung high, casting dual shadows within the room that he missed home. For over a decade, he had feared dreams yet longed for the company of old friends. Would he ever have the chance to return? "No, I shall return. I must." Chapter 42. Betrayal at the Third Watch. Everyone gathered in the hall. Liao Jin surveyed the crowd, his gaze skimming over each face before furrowing his brow. "Where is old Huang?" "Still asleep. Perhaps that I shall go and rouse him." Liao Zhan waved dismissively. "No need, he need not accompany us. Brothers Jiao and Meng, please fetch that wretched official. I intend to execute him as a tribute." "Understood," replied Jiao and Meng as they accepted their orders. "Brother Liao, are we not to bring him back for a proper tribute?" Liao Jin turned to Lin Yu, nodding as he explained, "Brother Lin, our actions have been exposed, and the city is teeming with soldiers. It is now impossible to discreetly extract him." Lin Yu fell silent, recognizing the truth in Liao Jin's words. Indeed, the foremost priority in escaping the city under the cover of night was speed. The two captives were more a burden than an asset. Although Mr. Chen had been quite cooperative, those who assist the oppressors deserve no mercy. The inn fell silent, save for the crackling of the lanterns. Just then, Jiao and Meng rushed in, panic evident on their faces. "This is bad. The wretched official has vanished." "What?" The chilling proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Liao Zhan, in a fit of rage, struck the supporting beam beside him, splintering it with a resounding crash. The column, the size of a bowl, flew several feet away. In the woodshed, Sima Daoyi meticulously inspected the severed rope, noting the clean cut indicative of a sharp instrument. "Brother Liao," the official was released. "We have a traitor among us. Brother Liao, old Huang is missing. The room is empty, brother. The horses have fled." One after another, dire news confirmed their worst fears. The traitor was none other than Huang Jingui. In that moment, despair overwhelmed Liao Zhan, the great chieftain, as he sank to the ground, weeping into his hands. "Brother, do not grieve. We must hasten our escape. Brother Lin, oh dear." Liao Zhan raised both hands, striking himself in a frenzy. In his fury, he could no longer remain passive. The others rushed to restrain him, offering words of comfort until Liao Zhan finally calmed down. "Brothers, I, Liao, have misjudged. I owe you all an apology." With that, he knelt and bowed deeply 3 times to his comrades. Shoving aside Lin Yu, Liao Zhan sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. "Brothers, follow me out of the city." Having spoken, he strode forth, the others closely trailing behind, just a few steps outside the inn. The sound of galloping hooves erupted, and the clamor of soldiers descended upon them like a swarm, encircling the 20 men in an instant. They were surrounded by layers of soldiers, numbering no less than 1,000. In the distance, shadows danced, hinting at even more foes lurking. A black-armored cavalry commander emerged from the throng, boldly announcing, "Surrender, and you shall be spared. Resist, and you shall perish without mercy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The oppressive aura of death bore down upon them, as shields formed a wall and spears stood like a thicket. Good heavens! This cannot be the garrison of the county. It resembles the regular army of the Great Tang. Liao Zhan's words sent a chill through the hearts of the gathered men. They all understood the disparity in might between the garrison of Xingning and the formidable forces of the Great Tang. While they might disregard the average county soldiers, the elite troops of the Great Tang, who once triumphed over the North, inspired fear and trepidation. In truth, aside from the disparities in equipment and treatment, the most significant difference lies in the nature of the soldiers themselves. The regular troops consist of ordinary men who, possessing a measure of strength, can wield weapons and engage in combat. Conversely, even the most common soldiers in the regular army possess a foundational understanding of martial arts, although they may not all be formidable warriors of the highest caliber. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of the average garrison troops by an order of magnitude. Liao Jun is undoubtedly aware of this reality. However, such circumstances are beyond his control. Brother Wei, protect Miss Dan. Brother Sima, safeguard the child, and we shall charge toward the eastern city gate, he declared decisively, opting not to waste words with the commanding officer. With a swift push off his toes, he propelled himself like a firecracker toward the leading general. Following his lead, the group surged forward with the ferocity of tigers descending a mountain. The black-armored general, recognizing the formidable force of Liao Jun's approach, chose not to confront him head-on. Instead, he deftly leaped from his horse, executing a mid-air kick that collided with Liao Jun's fist, redirecting himself into the ranks of his soldiers. The formation of archers was already taking aim, with shield-bearers at the forefront and spear-wielders behind. Before they could penetrate the military formation, arrows began to rain down from behind, putting everyone in peril. This is untenable. We must retreat. Liao Jun bellowed. As they deflected the barrage of arrows, the group hastily retreated back into the inn, and Liao Jun followed suit, shutting the door with a resounding thud that in a matter of mere breaths. They gauged the disparity in strength between the two sides that we cannot contend with them. Liao Jun gritted his teeth. Brothers, what strategies do we have? The back door is surely blocked as well, in that case. We shall make our escape via the rooftop. I refuse to believe these soldiers can pursue us there. His words jolted Liao Jun into elation. Brother He, you are truly talented. I admire you greatly. Let us ascend. The inn was 3 stories high. The ground floor housed the main hall, while the second and third floors contained guest rooms. Upon reaching the third floor, Lu Kuang brandished his iron staff and leaped upward, striking the roof with tremendous force. The ordinary brick and tile structure could not withstand such an impact, resulting in a sizable hole being smashed through. Once again, Liao Jun led the charge, and the others swiftly followed suit, utilizing their agility to reach the rooftop and make their way toward the eastern city gate. However, the black-armored general was not about to let them escape so easily. With a furious roar, he commanded, "Pursue!" The order reverberated like thunder, and a large contingent of soldiers surged down the street in hot pursuit. Many formidable warriors from the ranks also leaped onto the rooftops, giving chase. Under normal circumstances, this group would have been impossible to catch. However, the predicament lay with Miss Dan. Although Dan Waning hailed from a family of martial artists, her physical limitations prevented her from mastering the arts of combat. Among the 18, the weakest boasted a rank of 8th tier, effortlessly traversing rooftops as if walking on level ground. But she could not keep pace. Thus, when they ascended to the rooftops, Liao Jun had assigned the Wei brothers to support her. While Sima Shang carried the child in the chaos of their flight, the Wei brothers, burdened with Dan Waning, fell behind. After all, traversing rooftops with someone in tow was far more arduous than running on solid ground. Glancing back, Wei Darren realized the pursuers were drawing nearer, less than 10 paces away. With a brief moment of contemplation, he made a resolute decision. Second brother, take Miss Dan and go ahead. I will hold them off. Without heeding his brother's protests, he seized Dan Waning by the waist and flung her onto Wei Er's shoulder before turning to confront a nearby officer. With his long knife slicing through the air like a shooting star, he charged. The officer, fueled by determination in his pursuit, was elated to see the thief charging toward him, envisioning the glory and riches that awaited him. Without a second thought, he met the charge with his own blade. This was sheer folly. Intoxicated by the prospect of accolades, he underestimated Wei Darren, believing him to be merely a common brigand. Did he not witness the previous flurry of arrows being deflected? Little did he know that Wei Darren was a bona fide 7th tier master. While 7th tier may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of the world, in the small town of Xingning, it was a position of immense power, while the officer was merely of the 8th tier. As their blades clashed, the officer felt a tremendous force surging through his weapon, causing him to lose grip and send his blade flying. His face contorted in shocked, "Oh no," before he could react. Wei Darren's knife descended with lethal precision that a sickening crack resonated, and the officer's scream was cut short as he was decapitated in a single, flawless stroke. However, this brief delay allowed the pursuing soldiers to close in, and soon, over 10 of them surrounded Wei Darren. In that moment, none were concerned with the codes of chivalry. They brandished their weapons and charged in unison. Though these soldiers were mostly of the 8th tier, with a few barely scraping by at the 1st tier, They were well-coordinated and overwhelming in numbers that in an instant, Wei Darin found himself besieged from all sides, unable to fend off the relentless onslaught. This predicament illustrates one reason why, despite the strength of individuals in this world, the ruling authority remains intact. Even the mightiest martial artist struggles against the collective might of dozens or hundreds of lesser warriors. Naturally, once one's prowess exceeds the third tier, sheer numbers become irrelevant. As Wei Darin faced his impending doom, a thunderous voice rang out, akin to a clap of thunder from the heavens. "Brother Wei, do not panic. We have arrived." The voice heralded the arrival of a comrade wielding an iron staff, who, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely on the head. The unfortunate officer let out a cry of despair as he was sent flying several meters. His skull crushed, with his sword drawn, Wei Darin glanced around, filled with gratitude. Their comrades had returned, with Lu Kuang at the forefront. "I apologize, brothers. I have been a hindrance. Everyone, rally together. Not a single one of us shall be left behind." Attack. With their comrades back in the fray, the pursuers faltered and fled in disarray. The group rescued Wei Darin, but they could not afford to chase after their enemies. Their primary focus was on survival. They turned and continued their dash toward the eastern city gate. However, while they sought to evade their pursuers, the officers were relentless, trailing closely behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The relentless pursuit felt akin to vengeful spirits clutching at their heels. Eventually, Liao Zhen issued a command, disregarding the pursuing soldiers. "Let them chase us. We shall make for the eastern city gate." With a band of them on the rooftops, the soldiers below had a clear path to follow, making it nearly impossible for them to lose track of their quarry. The reinforcements converged at the eastern city gate. The officials were not oblivious. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they swiftly commanded their troops to adjust their formations. When Lin Yu and the others finally reached the eastern city gate, their spirits sank. They beheld the battlements brimming with soldiers, bows drawn and arrows poised, while the ground was swarming with a sea of troops, extending as far as the eye could see. With a formidable force pursuing them from behind, they found themselves trapped with no escape in sight. Liao Zhen retrieved the signal cannon from his pocket. Igniting it, a brilliant flare erupted into the sky, illuminating the night with a spectacular firework display. "Brothers, it has come to this. We have no choice but to fight. It is my failure to recognize the dangers that led us to this predicament. Should misfortune befall me, I vow to serve as a beast of burden in my next life to repay you all. Brother Liao, do not speak in such terms. To share this moment with all of you is a blessing. Even if we perish today, I hold no regrets," proclaimed Li. "You speak wisely, brother. Today we face death together. What is there to fear? To journey to the underworld alongside my brothers is an honor," echoed he in a surge of solidarity. They brandished their weapons, ready to charge forth. This fervor alarmed Lin Yu, who urgently intervened. "Brothers, hold. The signal has been sent. Let us wait for our reinforcements before we engage." Lin Yu's counsel bore merit, yet the enemy was upon them, and retreat was no longer an option. "Brothers, wait. I shall buy us some time." Without waiting for a response, Lin Yu leaped from the rooftop. As soon as he landed, he was quickly surrounded by a throng of soldiers. An officer bellowed, "Rebels, surrender at once." Facing the imminent threat of spears poised to strike, Lin Yu remained unperturbed, standing firm. "Bring forth your highest-ranking officer. I have words to share." His audacious declaration left the small officer incredulous, eliciting a chuckle. This rebel mad? Perhaps only a fool would engage in treasonous acts." The officer wasted no time in issuing commands. "Kill the rebel. A bounty of 1,000 taels awaits," with the order given. The soldiers advanced, but Lin Yu's plan to delay had yet to unfold. Just then, a languid voice echoed from the city gate. "Hold." The soldiers parted, revealing a figure on a white horse, who approached Lin Yu. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu recognized him. It was the young Master Lu, whom he had encountered during a clandestine meeting with Mr. Chun at the tea house. Young Master Lu halted his steed a mere 10 paces from Lin Yu, squinting at him with a discerning gaze. "Oh, it is you rebels who have kidnapped my father. Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly? Surrender now, and perhaps I shall show you mercy." Was he truly a fool? Upon our first encounter, I must confess that your appearance did not reveal your true nature. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. I have come here specifically regarding this matter. Now, in dire straits, we are willing to seek your mercy and merely wish to converse with you. You wish to discuss terms with me? With your meager group of merely a dozen individuals encircled by my grand army. What leverage do you possess to negotiate conditions? Pray tell. Who are you, and can you speak for your companions? Before this esteemed Lu could even utter a word, his attendant interjected vehemently. How dare you? My master is the illustrious son of a county governor. You have no right to question him. Have you grown weary of life? The speaker, indeed, was a mere sycophant. Lin Yu remained unfazed, continuing to engage this young lord with a smile. Ah, so it is the esteemed Lu. What a pleasure. Pray observe, we are skilled individuals of the 7th and 8th ranks. Should a conflict arise, the casualties among the soldiers present would be numerous. However, if we were to ally with you, one must first paint a grand vision. Who knows, the other party might just take the bait. That is a valid point. Do you share the conditions you desire? Tio Lin Yu surprise. This young lord readily acquiesced, leaving him at a loss. This was certainly not how the game was played, and he was ill-prepared for such a turn of events. Just as Lin Yu was ruminating on what terms he could propose to prolong the conversation, another figure emerged from behind the soldiers, a black-armored commander, the very one encountered earlier at the inn. This commander rode forth, inclining his head slightly towards young Master L. Do not be fooled by this man's cunning. They have already fired a signal cannon, and I suspect there are rebellious elements lurking nearby, that we must act swiftly to eliminate this threat. That a wise man indeed, but unfortunately, he was speaking to deaf ears. Young Master Lu didn't even glance back, merely snorting dismissively. Jin Huiran, it is only due to your deceased father's reputation that my father granted you this position. Your lack of gratitude is one thing, but to dare issue commands to me. What are you, but a mere insect? Depart, and do so swiftly. Before so many witnesses, to be publicly berated like this was intolerable. Jin Huiran's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, akin to a merchant's wares displayed in a shop, each hue more ghastly than the last. Suppressing his fury, Jin Huiran gritted his teeth. You cannot let personal grievances overshadow public duty. These individuals have been specifically summoned by the Lord, and should even one escape, we shall bear the consequences. Begone. Do you comprehend? Leave, and do so as far as you can. This time, Jin Huiran was genuinely enraged. He could no longer endure such humiliation. Clenching his teeth, he tightened his grip on his sword, and without uttering another word, he turned to depart. He had warned them, and that was the extent of his benevolence, that if this fool chose to court his own demise, who could be blamed? His exit delighted Lin Yu. Fortune had smiled upon him, as if a pillow had fallen from the heavens, just as he felt drowsy. Young master, your might is commendable. To have the honor of knowing you is a stroke of great fortune. Enough with the pleasantries. State your terms, that if I find them agreeable, I may generously accept you. Otherwise, you shall await your demise. After the earlier interruption, Lin Yu had finally conjured a suitable excuse. Young master, we have 2 conditions. Should you agree and fulfill them, we shall acknowledge you as our leader, never to betray you. Can you speak for your group? Certainly. Very well, he replied, and Lin Yu collected his thoughts, glancing at the moon above to gauge the passage of time before continuing. Firstly, the traitor Huang Ge cannot coexist with us. We hope you will deliver him into our hands. Until he is dealt with, we shall find no peace. Secondly, we request a formal decree from the county governor, absolving us of our past transgressions. Only then can we sincerely assist you. That is all. If you can manage that, I shall have no qualms about accepting you as allies. Young Master Lu nodded, feigning disdain. I ask that all such trivial matters do not require my father's intervention. Lu Fu, fetch that Huang fellow and bind him swiftly. As you command. The servant hurried off, the unfolding events seeming almost dreamlike. Was Lu young master perhaps a touch too naive? Could there be a hidden agenda? Lin Yu could not help but harbor doubts, for Lu's demeanor was unexpectedly unanticipated. He had initially planned to engage in a bit of deception, hoping to delay for a short while. According to their prior agreement, once the signal was given, the assault would commence outside the city walls, and with the time needed to relay the message. It was unlikely to take more than half an hour. Of course, Lin Yu would never place all his hopes on those outside the walls. He entertained the notion of capturing a leader as a hostage. With his own skills, he believed he could execute a close-range ambush. Unless the opponent was of at least 6th rank, Escape would be nearly impossible, as long as he held a hostage. A slight delay would suffice. The plan seemed sound, but as events unfolded, they grew increasingly peculiar. Young Master Lu was deviating from the expected playbook, as if Lin Yu had thrown a 3, only for his opponent to respond with an A. Refusing to play along. Pray tell, why do you seek to ally with me? Have you considered joining another? Ah, young master, you are a paragon among men, a dragon among phoenixes. Upon first sight, I felt an inexplicable connection, as if fate had guided my path to a true sovereign after years of wandering. Flattery flowed like honey, lifting Lu's spirits to dizzying heights. Do you have more to say? Continue. At this, Lin Yu was at a loss for words. While onlookers and nearby soldiers were left in astonishment, did I ask this how he has always been? Liao Jin quietly inquired of Wei, who wore an expression of disbelief, having heard tales of young Master Lu's shrewdness. This is not right. I have heard he is quite astute. The onlookers were baffled, and Lin Yu, too, was left speechless, but he persisted in his praise. Young master, you are a figure of unparalleled elegance, a vision of grace. Truly, a model for our generation. Yes, continue. Lu's face beamed with delight, though his blood-red eyes marred the beauty of the moment. Ah. Lin Yu noticed something unsettling. While laughter typically softens the eyes, Lu's remained fixed and unblinking. As if they were drawn to him with an unnerving intensity, the whites of his eyes tinged with crimson. Clearly, this young lord was not in his right mind. Regardless, he would seize the moment while he could. With a wealth of cultural knowledge at his disposal, Lin Yu unleashed a torrent of extravagant praise, each compliment more extravagant than the last, showering young Master Lu with adulation. The young lord was thoroughly entertained, swaying with joy as he circled Lin Yu on horseback, nearly bouncing with glee. The surrounding soldiers were forced to clear a wide space as the exuberance of the moment grew. Gradually, however, Lin Yu sensed that something was amiss. His well of flattery had run dry. Just then, chaos erupted atop the city wall. What is happening? An enemy attack. Lin Yu looked up, his heart racing with elation. The ramparts were in disarray, as dozens of figures leaped from the walls. Led by an elderly man with a snowy beard. None other than Su Yuanju. Fear not, brothers. We have arrived. Chapter 45. An escape from peril. Su Yuanju's white beard flowed as he descended with the agility of a man half his age. He was a force to be reckoned with, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, as dozens of men leaped from the walls, landing with lethal intent. The soldiers of the opposing army found themselves overwhelmed. Cries of terror echoing through the air. Having anticipated the arrival of reinforcements at the first sign of commotion from the walls, Liao Jin brandished his sword and led the charge. Brothers, follow me. Attack! A dozen men surged forth like wolves among sheep. Leaping from rooftops into the fray, Liu Kuai wielded his iron staff with ferocity, sweeping left and right, as if a vengeful spirit had descended upon the realm. The regular troops of the Tang army were not so easily vanquished, but the earlier antics of young Master Lu had sown discord among their ranks. Not only had they driven away General Jian Huairan, but they had also severely undermined the soldiers' morale. It is said that the courage of the soldier is derived from the general, and the general's spirit is embodied in the soldiers, following the chaos instigated by young Master Lu. The soldiers' resolve crumbled, and they scattered in fear, unwilling to risk their lives for a cause that now seemed futile. Even the few officers attempting to maintain order were powerless to stem the tide. Eventually, the soldiers collectively decided, to hell with this. Whose life isn't precious? Let us flee. In an instant, the army fell apart like a house of cards. Amidst the throng, the illustrious Lu Gongzi, astride his white steed, stood out conspicuously. Lin Yu, having made her move, swiftly drew her blade and charged toward him. Alas, the sheer multitude of people proved overwhelming. For every adversary she felled, another appeared in their place. That it was not that these individuals sought to safeguard the inept young master, but rather the crowd's density rendered escape nearly impossible. Though they lacked intent, they inadvertently shielded him. As Lin Yu watched Lu Gongzi being jostled backward by the throng, the distance between them grew increasingly vast. With determination, she cleaved through a soldier obstructing her path and, summoning all her strength, bellowed, "Xiao Bai, return." A piercing neigh echoed through the air as Lu Gongzi's mount reared up, executing a complete 360-degree turn before charging directly toward Lin Yu. The nearby soldiers found themselves in dire straits. The white horse surged forward like a thunderclap, sending the hapless soldiers sprawling, their bones shattering upon impact. Indeed, that white steed was none other than the Bai Long Ma, affectionately dubbed Xiao Bai, which Lin Yu had previously lost to others. "You wretched beast, I shall slay you." Lu Gongzi, realizing he could no longer control the horse, drew his sword, intent on striking. Yet, before he could make a move, Lin Yu executed a swift kick to his chest. Lu Gongzi cried out in agony as his chest caved in, his body hurtling sideways through the air, and with a slight tilt of his neck. He perished mid-flight. Regrettably, Lin Yu had no desire to end his life at that moment. The peculiarities of his behavior warranted further inquiry. However, in the midst of chaos, words fell short, and the urgency of battle rendered such matters moot, leaving the situation an unresolved mystery. "Well done, Xiao Bai, come. Let us charge forth together." With a roar, the duo resembled a conquering titan. Vanquishing all foes in their path, that in the blink of an eye, they broke through the military ranks and rejoined Su Yuanju and the others. "Lin, brother, assist Miss Dan onto your horse. We must break through." As the group coalesced, their collective strength surged, akin to a tiger gaining wings, and with the soldiers in disarray, even the most skilled among them found themselves retreating under the onslaught. Thus, they surged toward the eastern gate of Xingning City. Upon arrival, there was no time for pleasantries. They lacked the luxury to negotiate for the gate's opening. With a united effort, the entire gate was shattered in an instant. The path ahead lay clear. Outside the gate, their comrades had long awaited, and upon witnessing their emergence, rushed to provide support. That in a cacophony of thundering hooves, they charged once more, dispersing the remaining soldiers who dared pursue. "Father, quickly mount." Liao Jin's face lit up with joy upon seeing his son. "Good son." Liao Jin leaped onto his warhorse, and as he observed another wave of soldiers being driven by their officers toward the city, he clapped Liao Hua on the shoulder. "Come, let us join forces and charge." With their command issued, the father and son duo fought valiantly. In that moment, Liao Jin realized, though his son may not have matched others in skill, he was certainly no weakling. Meanwhile, the soldiers within the city faced dire consequences. With their officers failing to emerge, they were forced into a futile pursuit, utterly unprepared for the wrath of seasoned warriors. They fell in droves, until every last one mounted their horses, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage outside the city gates, blood soaking the earth, and no one left within the walls dared to follow. Lin Yu, riding with her sword drawn, felt a surge of unbridled ambition. Born amidst this world, I fear neither the court nor its officials. In the autumn of the 9th year of the Dazhong era, 18 bandits wreak havoc in Xingning City, plundering the magistrate and raiding the prison, with casualties numbering nearly 10,000. In that moment, the world erupted in uproar. Thus began the legend of Lin Yu. Chapter 46. Lu Yu enters the fray a day later. At the borders of the Tang dynasty, Sima Daoi clasped his hands in farewell. That Su elder, Liao brother, esteemed comrades, I bid you adieu. May our paths cross again in the martial world. Sima brother. Lin Yu watched Sima Shang depart, his heart heavy with reluctance. Though their previous acquaintance had been shallow, their shared experiences had forged a profound bond. Alas, the bonds of the world are seldom eternal. Firstly, the magnitude of this incident would undoubtedly provoke inquiries from the Tang court. Secondly, the ambitions of the 200 individuals involved were exceedingly grand. Thirdly, they hailed from all corners of the land, having gathered to rescue the Zhu Xian villa. Although they had failed to save the villa, they had liberated the Dan family, which could be deemed a success. Thus, upon exiting Xingning City, the group convened, deliberating that rather than remaining together, it would be wiser to disperse and return to their respective homes and lands. That as the day progressed, the once substantial cohort dwindled to fewer than 100. Some were natives of the Tang, while others felt insecure traveling with the larger group and chose to take their leave. Among the 18 who had stormed the city, the first to depart was the diminutive Su Hong, a masterful thief adept in acrobatics, preferring to traverse the rooftops rather than ride a horse. He hastily bid farewell as soon as the matter concluded. Before leaving, he specifically sought out Lin Yu to bestow upon him a tome of secrets. Observing Lin Yu's perplexed expression, Su Hong elucidated, I share a bond of brotherhood with the Wei family, who informed me of your exchange of secrets. Naturally, I wish to learn as well, but Wei Er insisted that the tome belongs to you and that he has no authority to pass it on without your consent. Lin brother, what say you? With such an offer on the table, how could Lin Yu refuse? The items had originally been exchanged, and he had no right to impose restrictions. Casting a glance at the Wei brothers, who nodded ever so slightly, he expressed his agreement. Thus, he acquired a tome of secrets in exchange for two. That be why my calculation. I have profited. After bidding farewell to Sima Shang, the group traversed the border, entering the territory of the Dezhou. Among the remaining members, aside from Liao Jin's faction, most were from Dezhou and Dongqi. Rumor had it that a contingent from the Han Dynasty's martial world had also arrived. But they had not encountered Lin Yu and his companions. Years later, Lin Yu would learn that those from the Han, who had aimed to join the fray, faced unfortunate circumstances, as nearly 100 had come. Yet only a handful returned. However, the tales that circulated in the martial world only spoke of the 18 who had wreaked havoc in Xingning, while the countless lives lost in the ensuing chaos remained nameless and forgotten. Once the group entered Dezhou, they found temporary safety. After all, despite the might of the Tang, crossing borders to capture individuals was no simple feat. Though Dezhou may be weak, it possessed its own valor, refusing to allow foreign powers to act with impunity on its soil. Thus, the group scattered once more. It was then that Lin Yu approached Dan Weining, who was preparing to depart with the Wei brothers, and posed the question that had long lingered in his mind, but which he had hesitated to ask. Miss Dan, might I inquire whether your esteemed villa has hosted two guests in recent years? One male and one female, both around 35 years of age. The male is slender, with a sallow complexion, a short beard, and prominent features, wielding a standard steel knife. After a moment's thought, he added, their family name is San. The individual possesses a rather unique sense of humor. Finally, Lin Yu bit the bullet and adjusted his final remark, for after all, Lin San was his own uncle, and a certain level of respect was due. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. While the mention of Lin San might not resonate with her, invoking the name of the former wet nurse, Lu Shi, would likely be far more memorable, as she had once been a resident of the villa. With bated breath, Lin Yu gazed at Dan Weining, his heart lodged in his throat. Dan Weining blinked her wide eyes, observing him until Lin Yu's complexion turned crimson, prompting her to erupt in laughter. Are you referring to San Ge? I have indeed heard him speak of you. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Really? Where is my third uncle now? This revelation brought Lin Yu immense joy. He feared not that Lin San had never visited the Zhu Xian villa, but rather the notion of him becoming embroiled in danger during the villa's turmoil was a thought too dreadful to entertain. However, judging by the expression and tone of the woman before him, it seemed Lin San had not encountered peril, allowing Lin Yu to finally ease the tension that had gripped his heart. Dan Weining, however, appeared puzzled. San Ge and his wife left last year, saying they were returning home. Why have you not met? I ventured far from home over 2 years ago. Perhaps I simply missed them. Thank you, miss, and take care on your journey. May you be blessed, Mississippi Lin Gongzi. Until we meet again, that it was not that Lin Yu wished to part ways so swiftly. He merely noticed the Wei brothers awaiting him. Having lingered long enough, the mountains and rivers would surely bring them together again in the future. As he watched her silhouette recede into the distance, disappearing among the vast mountains, Lin Yu sighed deeply. Ah, and not even a backward glance. Lin De, if you wish to pursue her, why not? One must remember, a fierce woman fears a clingy man. All you need to do is, alas, Lin Yu delivered a swift slap to Liao Hua's head, adopting a stern expression as he admonished. What do you know, you little rascal? Enough of such frivolous thoughts. Focus on your training. Rubbing the back of his head, Liao Hua sulked. You're the little rascal. I am a year older than you. The elder brother's words rang true, and the younger brother felt a deep admiration, resembling a sycophant, which elicited a hearty laugh and playful rebuke from Lin Yu. The sorrow of parting gradually dissipated amidst the laughter. In truth, Liao Hua had misjudged the situation. Lin Yu harbored no romantic thoughts regarding the girl, Shan Weining, whom he had just met. Indeed, the young lady possessed an exquisite beauty, with fair, tender skin and, more importantly, a pair of expressive eyes. Yet at that moment, Lin Yu's heart was already claimed by another, and those enchanting peach blossom eyes reminded him of an old acquaintance, having been apart for several days. He found himself missing her dearly. Lin Yu gazed towards the southeast, his sight seemingly piercing through the fabric of space to glimpse the girl who occupied his thoughts day and night. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of miles away, she was confronting one of the most pivotal moments of her life. Within the room, a thick mist enveloped the air, rendering the opposite side invisible, while the mist lingered, coalescing and drifting in the confined space. Amidst the vapor, Lu Yu sat naked within a massive wooden tub, her fair skin glistening with droplets of water. The water within the tub rippled, as if it were boiling. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, quietly attuning herself to the spiritual essence of water in the world around her. For practitioners, sensing spiritual energy was not particularly challenging. Even those without innate talent could perceive it given proper methods and diligent practice. The true difficulty lay in the process of drawing this energy into the body. Lin Yu had once faced near self-immolation while attempting to draw energy into himself using the burning method, which led him to practice by the waterfall out of necessity. That Lu Yu faced a similar struggle. She had long since learned to sense spiritual energy, but without a renowned master to guide her. Her attempts to draw it into her body were akin to scaling a mountain. Moreover, she could never reveal her possession of the everlasting technique to anyone, even her own family, forcing her to navigate her cultivation in solitude. Fortunately, this everlasting technique was comprehensive, filled with detailed explanations, allowing Lu Yu to steadily progress in her practice. Since Lin Yu's departure over half a year ago, she had advanced from merely meditating for a few minutes to nearly 3 hours. And with such duration, she could surely accomplish the task of drawing energy into her body. As she felt the gradual transformation within her, Lu Yu sensed the spiritual energy slowly permeating her body, integrating with her meridians and dantian. Time passed, and in her meditative state, devoid of joy or sorrow, Lu Yu suddenly heard a resounding explosion from within her, akin to the birth of the cosmos. Boom! At last, a stream of spiritual energy broke through the barriers and converged within her dantian, circulating through her meridians in an instant with her focused intent. Duh! Lu Yu exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, causing the wooden tub beneath her to shatter with a loud crack. Water mist erupted in all directions. Lu Yu, have you succeeded? The commotion startled a maid resting in an adjacent room, who hurried to the door to inquire. Miss, are you all right? Lu Yu's voice, tinged with a hint of coolness, reached her ears. I am fine. You may go. The maid left, glancing back repeatedly, her curiosity piqued by her mistress's peculiar behavior, yet bound by prior restrictions that forbade her from entering the young lady's quarters. She could only return to her rest with a heavy heart. Inside, Lu Yu raised her hands, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Father, mother, I have succeeded in my cultivation, that I will avenge you. Do not worry. The orphan girl, burdened by the weight of her family's tragic fate, endured immense pressure and suffering that few could comprehend, even though her uncle's family treated her as one of their own. It could never replace the home she had lost. As the moment of her success dawned, the suppressed emotions surged forth, and Lu Yu collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. After a long while, she wiped her tears, donned her garments, and gazed out at the setting sun, her thoughts drifting to him. Brother Yu, I have succeeded. Chapter 47. The Brute. At this very moment, Lin Yu, whom Lu Yu longed for, was staring at Liao Hua with a look of incredulity. What did you say? Your father has gone back to Tang country on business. Liao Hua, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, Brother Lin, my father said there was an urgent matter to attend to. With you among us, we are safe. So he instructed me to escort you back to the mountain while he takes care of things. Once everyone had dispersed, Lin Yu intended to find a quiet place to stabilize his cultivation for a time before returning to Hepu. The vastness of the world made searching for the Lin couple futile. He thought it wiser to revisit the site of the incident, perhaps uncovering some clues. However, Liao Hua's persistent insistence to accompany him to Mo Yun Ridge left him no choice but to relent. After all, he reasoned, he could remain anywhere, so he agreed. Little did he know that on the first day, after Liao Jun suggested they rest a day to tend to the horses, the next day brought shocking news like a bolt from the blue. One could easily deduce Liao Jun's intentions that he had no urgent matters to attend to. It was not about the precious gold, but rather Lin Yu's name being written backward. Liao Hua was unaware. But Lin Yu knew that Liao Jun had suffered a significant setback at the hands of that manager Huang. Though the mishap had not escalated into a severe crisis, it was a tremendous humiliation for someone like Liao Jin, who navigated the martial underworld to in the world of martial arts. Reputation was everything. Manager Huang had effectively trampled on Liao Jin's pride. Now, upon hearing this news, it was clear Liao Jin must have secretly returned to Xingning City to seek vengeance. What a brute! Lin Yu ground his teeth in frustration. Was Xingning City a place to recklessly enter? They had just caused quite a stir there, and the defenses were likely at their peak. To venture there now would be akin to throwing oneself into the jaws of a tiger. Did Liao Jin think he could rampage through Xingning with his 7th grade cultivation? Though he was inclined to disregard the situation, his conscience would not allow it. With a clenched jaw, Lin Yu mounted his horse, ordering, "You all wait here. I will go find your father." Ignoring Liao Hua's protests, Lin Yu spurred his horse onward. The reason for not bringing Liao Hua and the others was clear. He was aware that, with his and Liao Jin's 7th grade prowess, they might not be able to win, but could potentially escape. Liao Hua and his companions, however, would only serve as bait, which likely was Liao Jin's reasoning for not including them. As for where to pursue, it was a matter of little thought. Retracing their steps was the only option, as Liao Jin would undoubtedly head to Xingning. Indeed, Lin Yu's intuition proved correct. Liao Jin had indeed gone to Xingning, and his reasons aligned precisely with Lin Yu's conjecture. Since the day he left Xingning City, the anger he had swallowed had festered within him. Such a robust man had ground his teeth in frustration until his son persuaded Lin Yu to join him in heading to Mo Yun Ridge. Now, free from worries, he exchanged a few words before turning back, heading straight for Xingning. Though Lin Yu deemed Liao Jin a brute, he was no fool. Years in the martial world had imparted wisdom. He understood that Xingning would be heavily fortified, resembling a den of tigers and dragons. That as he traveled, he meticulously devised what he believed to be a foolproof plan that in a small town not far from Xingning City. He encountered a fruit vendor whose appearance mirrored his own. After purchasing a complete set of disguises with his silver, he transformed into a merchant, carrying his goods and proceeding towards Xingning City. However, upon reaching the city gates, he was met with an unexpected sight. A few soldiers stood awkwardly, inspecting passers-by with the same indifference as usual. This left Liao Jin momentarily stunned, rooted in place. After contemplating, he decided that whatever happened, it was better if the guards weren't vigilant. This would make his own movements easier. Adopting the guise of a farmer, he blended with the crowd to enter the city. When it was his turn, the gatekeepers barely glanced at him, casually taking a few pears while waving him through in a display of impatience. Liao Jin feigned the demeanor of an old farmer, suppressing his anger and forcing a bitter smile. Lowering his head as he entered the city, that he found a marketplace to sell fruit for a time, ensuring he was not being followed, before casually seeking a small inn to secure a room for the night. After dinner and a brief rest to regain his strength, as darkness fell, he donned his night attire, covering his face with a mask. Pushing open the window, he leaped down and stealthily made his way toward the East Rising Inn, where Manager Huang was located. Today unfolded in ways he never anticipated. Initially, he had assumed that after a few days, Manager Huang's character would lead him to tidy up the inn. Yet upon arrival, the establishment remained in disrepair. Devoid of light, the door tightly shut, as if Manager Huang had never returned. Could it be that Manager Huang was too frightened to come back? Had he fled? Liao Jin contemplated checking the secret chamber. But upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary that if Manager Huang could not locate it, the county magistrate would surely know. If one sheep could be driven out, so could two. Resolute, Liao Jin set off toward the magistrate's office without hesitation. The journey was familiar, and upon reaching the magistrate's office, Liao Jin was taken aback, realizing, so that's how it is that it appeared the officials were genuinely afraid for their lives, which explained why the city felt unguarded. All the soldiers had been dispatched here. The entire magistrate's office was surrounded by troops, bowstrings drawn, swords unsheathed, and spears standing like a forest. Under the illumination of torches, the magistrate's office was as bright as day. However, this did not daunt Liao Jin, so afraid of death. Is this all they've got? Upon witnessing this chief's calculated maneuver, he adjusted his belt and trousers, gathering a surge of primordial energy within his dantian. With a swift motion, he leaped several zhang high, akin to a bamboo shoot sprouting from the ground. Subsequently, he soared through the air in a trajectory that defied the laws of physics. Surely, Even Newton would emerge from his grave to study this phenomenon. The reason for such an extraordinary feat was that the watchful eyes of the guards were all aligned parallel. Even when they looked upwards, they could only perceive a singular vantage point. Who could fathom that someone could ascend into the skies? Had it been daylight, perhaps a fortunate glance might have revealed this extraordinary sight, but under the cloak of night, Liao Jun, clad in black, seamlessly melded into the darkness. Moreover, his speed was astonishingly rapid, allowing him to effortlessly infiltrate the magistrate's residence, where a mere handful of soldiers stood as mere decorations that his toes touched the ground. He swiftly dodged the patrolling soldiers, steadied himself, and focused on his direction, employing his lightness skill to rush towards the great hall of the magistrate's residence. That it was nearly midnight, yet the hall remained brightly lit, indicating that something significant was afoot. Inside the magistrate's residence, how could one possibly evade the presence of the magistrate himself? Scaling the rooftop, Liao Jun gently lifted a tile to peer inside, and to his immense delight, he beheld a banquet table set in the center of the hall, with none other than Lu Chun and Huang Jingge present. Chapter 48. The trapped Mr. Chen was fervently raising his cup, showering praises. This decisive action to eradicate the bandits that have plagued us for years is a boon to the realm. And much of the credit goes to you, my lord, that I toast to your honor, to your honor, to your honor. Seated prominently, Lu Junsho wore a beaming smile, his face radiant with joy, while his lips continuously expressed false modesty. It is only through His Majesty's grace and your collective efforts that I have achieved this modest success, which is truly insignificant. The hall resonated with a chorus of flattery. Yet, amidst this seemingly unguarded atmosphere, Liao Jun's expression shifted dramatically. This moment, the absurdities were overwhelming. First, Lu Hongji and Mr. Chun had endured severe torment while bound for days. How could they possibly have recovered so swiftly? Second, Liao Jun distinctly remembered that during the siege, Lu Hongji's foolish son had been slain on the spot. Yet now, the entire residence bore no trace of mourning, and the magistrate himself exhibited not a flicker of grief. This was illogical. Third, their dialogue was equally incongruous. Had it occurred prior to their rampage, it might have been plausible, but now, after their tumultuous assault, with the official troops suffering significant casualties, one could only consider it a divine blessing that the Li family had not been condemned to death. How could they possibly spare him? The multitude of inconsistencies demanded a reasonable explanation. At this point, Liao Jun's heart sank. This is a trap. He realized the place of conflict was no longer safe, and he immediately contemplated retreat. Yet it was too late. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him. Liao Jun quickly turned, extending his palm to counter the attack, before he could discern the assailant's identity. An overwhelming force surged through his palm, the intensity and speed more formidable than anything he had ever encountered in his life. With this single strike, Liao Jun lost control of his body, and with a resounding crash, he was sent crashing through the roof. What a remarkable individual Liao Jun was. In the face of peril, his mind raced, devising an escape plan in an instant. To capture the leader is to capture the bandit. He aimed to seize the magistrate as a hostage. Alas, the magistrate, lacking in strength, was indeed an easy target. As Liao Jun descended from the roof, he propelled himself like a bolt of lightning towards the startled Lu Junsho, who was attempting to evade. The suddenness of the situation left Lu Hongji paralyzed with fear, standing rigidly in place, unable to flee. Seeing this, Liao Jun's heart soared with elation. Heaven has spared me. My life is not yet forfeit. He advanced, seizing the magistrate by the collar with both hands, bellowing, "Come here." Yet, reality deviated from his expectations. With a fierce tug, he anticipated that the unskilled magistrate would yield effortlessly, like a chick in his grasp. However, Lu Hongji remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Liao Jun realized that his wrists had been tightly grasped by the magistrate, and an immense force surged through him, threatening to fracture his wrists. Deception. This man is no magistrate. The realization struck him too late, as Huang Jinggue and Mr. Chen launched their attacks from behind. With his hands restrained, Liao Jun felt he had but one path left. He summoned all his remaining strength to his back, causing his entire back to swell 3 inches high. The sound of a tremendous impact reverberated in his ears as their hands collided. With that single blow, Liao Zhen was sent hurtling through the air. Fortunately, he used the momentum to break free from his captors and, channeling his remaining energy, made a dash for the exit. However, having set this trap, they would not allow him to escape. Almost simultaneously, a flood of soldiers surged into the hall, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Dai was over that a chill gripped his heart, and as his spirit waned, he could no longer contain himself. With a violent cough, blood spewed forth that he staggered, barely managing to lean against a pillar. Feeling as though his very insides had been rearranged, with pain radiating throughout his body. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I concede defeat, but I wish to die with clarity." Liao Zhen felt a profound sense of humiliation. Each of these individuals exuded power that matched his own, yet they had orchestrated a trap to ambush him, leading him directly into their snare. Had he unwittingly walked into a carefully laid trap? Did they await his arrival like hunters setting a baited snare? It was lamentable that he had become the prey, and all those years in the martial world seemed utterly squandered. Liao Zhen. "It is an honor to finally meet you," spoke the impostor magistrate, as he reached behind his ear and tore away a human skin mask, revealing a face of around 40 years of age. "Gao Tangsheng, Gao Tangjing, Gao Tangming." Liao Zhen's forced smile faded as he recognized them. So, these were the renowned Gao family S4 heroes. When did they become lackeys for the court? Before the Gao brothers could respond, a side door opened, and two servants assisted a figure into the room, followed by several others. None other than the magistrate Lu Hongji, Mr. Chun, and the trader Huang Jin. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. Good subjects choose worthy masters to serve. Such principles seem entirely lost on you treacherous bandits. What are you waiting for? Attack! Lu Hongji's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Liao Zhen at this moment. He stood tall and resolute, his voice carrying the strength of a man who was no longer the victim of an attack. "The revenge for my son, the hatred is boundless. How could he allow the architect of his suffering to live another second?" "Hold on, I have one question before we proceed." Liao Zhen leaned against the pillar, his gaze fixed on the cowering Huang Jingge hiding behind the magistrate, gritting his teeth. "What have I done to wrong you? Huang, why have you resorted to such treachery?" Huang Jinggue, who had been retreating since his entrance, was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with shame. Yet it was Mr. Chun who spoke up, offering reassurance. "Old Huang, at this juncture, what is there to hide? Let your elder brother depart with peace of mind." "Very well. I have already acted. What is there to fear?" Huang Jinggue clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. "Bowing deeply, brother. You have never wronged me in the slightest, and in fact, I will forever remember your kindness. However, now that you seek to confront the magistrate, I cannot allow it. Please forgive me, for after you depart, I shall ensure that I honor your memory in every festival and occasion." Initially, Huang Jinggue spoke with a hint of guilt, yet as his words progressed, his courage surged. This was the manifestation of a complete betrayal of conscience. Liao Zhen's eyes blazed with disbelief. "All for this dog of a magistrate. You knew all along. Huang Jingge, you have truly disappointed me." His anger intensified, and as his injuries flared, he unleashed another spurt of blood. Unable to maintain his stance, slowly sliding down the wooden pillar to the ground. Chapter 49. The reason now, dear reader, you may wonder, was Huang Jinggue's betrayal genuine? Did he truly sell out his benefactor for the magistrate? Indeed, it was true. The bond between Liao Zhen and Huang Jinggue was one of life and death, forged through countless trials. Otherwise, Huang Jinggue would not have sheltered them within the most secure chamber. Filled with wealth. In truth, at that time, Huang Jingge held no treacherous intentions. His loyalty was unwavering as he aided Liao Zhen and the others, harboring no ill will. The misfortune arose when they exited the secure chamber. Exhausted after days of tension, it was then that Liao Zhen instructed Huang Jinggue to guard the two captives. This opportunity revealed to Huang Jinggue that they were indeed targeting the magistrate Lu Hongji. The situation for Huang Jinggu was bewildering. His relationship with Lu Junsho was far more convoluted, in terms of emotional depth. Lu Hongji could not hold a candle to Liao Zhen. However, life is not solely governed by bonds of friendship. There existed a clandestine exchange between Lu Hongji and Huang Jinggu. The latter, leveraging the convenience of running an inn, provided certain forbidden items to members of influential families through the governor, thereby amassing wealth. Otherwise, How could he possibly accumulate such treasures in his secret chamber? It certainly wasn't he through the earnings of a mere innkeeper. Even if he operated for a millennium, he would not amass such riches without this underhanded trade. Later on, through Lu Hongji, Huang Jinggu sent his only son to train within the esteemed families. Hence, he could assist Liao Zhen against anyone in Xingning, but he could not betray Lu Hongji, even if it meant relinquishing the annual troves of gold and silver, simply to ensure his son received proper training among the elite. After weighing the pros and cons and making a painful decision, he resolved to betray Liao Zhen and the others that a parent's love for their child often leads to far-reaching plans. This is the backstory, of which Liao Zhen was completely unaware. Both Huang Jinggu and Lu Hongji were privy to it, and there was no need to elaborate further. Discussing it now would serve no purpose. With a wave of his hand, Lu Juanshou signaled, and the four brothers of the Gao family exchanged glances, stepping forward to take action against Liao Zhen, sealing his fate. The governor had come to a realization. They were all rebels, and allowing them to live posed a risk. Who knew if more bandits would emerge to wreak havoc? In the past, he might have entertained the notion of capturing them alive, perhaps even considering the allure of attracting a rescue attempt. However, having narrowly escaped death, he was genuinely fearful. The longer one lingers, the more dreams can unfold. It was better to kill one to warn 100, and Liao Zhen's weight in this matter was substantial. Could Liao Zhen resign himself to his fate? Drawing upon his remaining strength, he surged forward to confront the Gao brothers. The saying goes, one man fighting desperately is worth 10, and Liao Zhen was no pushover. In such perilous circumstances, he could not afford to hold back. Every move was a life-or-death struggle, executed with reckless abandon, entirely devoid of defense. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, the Gao brothers were unable to subdue him. It was not that they lacked strength. It was evident that their opponent was a cornered beast fighting for survival. For the sake of such a man, risking their lives felt hardly worthwhile. Thus, the four brothers communicated through glances and surrounded Liao Zhen to launch an all-out assault. Despite their efforts, he remained resilient. However, being severely injured, he was driven by sheer willpower. In the chaos, he could not overpower them. Nor could he escape, and he began to shout in desperation that in his haste, he made a critical mistake. Gao Tanglong feigned an opening to lure Liao Zhen into attacking that as Liao Zhen struck, Gao Tangjing pivoted. And together they managed to push Liao Zhen back 2 steps. Just as Liao Zhen staggered, the fists of Gao Tangming and Gao Tangxing struck from behind, and he could not evade them. With 2 resounding thuds, like hammers against a drum, they sent the leader crashing to the ground. Even mid-air, the Gao brothers unleashed a kick each. Liao Zhen bellowed, futilely reaching out to defend himself. But how could he withstand such force? With a thunderous crash, he was propelled from the air, crashing violently against the ground. The hall of the governor was paved with blue stone, and with this impact, the stones shattered beneath him, some reduced to powder. What tremendous strength! As Liao Zhen lay there, blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. Witnessing this decisive blow, the governor could no longer contain his fury. He slapped his servant beside him, pointing with rage. Sever his head and offer it as a tribute to my son. The servant complied, drawing a short blade and approaching Liao Zhen. This moment, Liao Zhen lay on the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His arms twisted and his body drenched in blood. He was gasping for breath, utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. Forgive me, the servant murmured, stepping forward to grasp Liao Zhen's hair and raise the blade to his neck. Liao Zhen closed his eyes, feeling an icy dread wash over him. This is it. I never expected to meet such an end. He clenched his eyes shut, awaiting death. The scene was equally distressing for Huang Jinggu, who closed his eyes in anguish, silently lamenting, "Brother, I am truly sorry. I shall burn paper for you every festival henceforth." But what use would that be to a deceased person? To his surprise, the anticipated scream did not arise. Huang Jinggu opened his eyes, bewildered, to see the servant still gripping Liao Zhen's hair, the blade raised but unmoving. Unmoving. The trembling Lu Juanshou, realizing the situation, roared in fury. "What are you waiting for? Strike!" At that moment, the 4 Gao brothers simultaneously looked up, and the eldest, Gao Tanglong, shouted, "Who goes there?" In that instant, a brilliant flash of fiery blade descended from above. The speed of the strike was so swift that the 4 brothers had no time to evade. They could only hastily muster their energy to defend themselves. Yet, how could they withstand such an onslaught? The fiery blade contained unparalleled violence. With a single slash, all four were struck, howling in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, each of them was of 7th-tier cultivation, possessing decent true energy. Had they been mere mortals, they would have been cleaved in two. Seeing this, Lu Junsho realized reinforcements had arrived, and he turned to flee, but it was too late. Not only was he hampered by his own physical limitations, even under normal circumstances, escape would be impossible. The figure that had descended from the roof swiftly dispatched several servants with precise strikes and then seized the governor with ease. In an instant, a familiar sensation overcame Lu Junsho, rendering him immobile. "Governor, long time no see." The newcomer, with sharp brows and bright eyes, wielded a short blade. It was Lin Yu. Chapter 50. Rescue among the group that day. Lu Junsho harbored the most hatred and fear toward this young man. It was he who had practiced pressure points on him and had slain his son. Now, how had he found himself in the hands of this very individual? Lu Junsho's body was rendered motionless, and his heart was in turmoil. Even if Lin Yu were to release him now, he would still be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Liao Zhen, who had resigned himself to death, found hope as Lin Yu appeared like a guardian angel. "Brother Lin, how did you come here?" he exclaimed, struggling to shake off the servant's grip and stumbling toward Lin Yu. The soldiers surrounding them stood frozen. Like wooden statues, their eyes wide with disbelief, unsure of what to do. It was not that they lacked the desire to intervene. Rather, Lin Yu's descent had been so intimidating that they had witnessed the Gao brothers being taken down in an instant and remained paralyzed with fear. Moreover, their superior was still in the enemy's grasp. Without orders, none dared to jeopardize their superior's life would mean risking their own heads to the court. This situation alarmed Mr. Chun, who had been watching from the sidelines. He shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry and rescue the governor. If anything happens, I will take the blame." As for Huang Jinggu, he had already fled through the back door the moment Lin Yu descended, disappearing without a trace. With a command, the soldiers brandished their weapons and charged forward. Lin Yu, however, showed no mercy. He glared fiercely, pressing his blade down, causing blood to trickle down Lu Junsho's neck. "Who dares to move? One more step, and I'll sever this corrupt official's head." The soldiers were left in a state of confusion, unable to advance or retreat, casting bewildered glances at Mr. Chun, who was issuing orders before he could utter another word. Lin Yu pressed his blade down, extending his left hand to point into the air, unleashing a stream of flame that surged toward him. Mr. Chun, a cultured man and an intellectual, was accustomed to using his wits rather than brute force. When he saw the flame racing toward him, he attempted to dodge, but his legs betrayed him. With a sickening thud, he cried out, stumbling back, only to collapse to the ground, his chest pierced clean through. The fallen man understood his fate and succumbed without further struggle. There was no need for Lin Yu to exert any additional effort. In but a few breaths, Lin Yu had dispatched the Gao brothers, captured the governor, eliminated Mr. Chun, and sent Huang Jinggu fleeing, all while stabilizing the situation among the soldiers. The scales of victory had shifted in mere moments. Some might wonder how Lin Yu had arrived so swiftly, having set out nearly a night later than Liao Zhen. The answer lies in the extraordinary steed he rode. This was no ordinary horse. It bore the blood of dragons, belonging to the class of mythical beasts. While it lacked other abilities, unable to soar through clouds or wield any combat skills, it possessed one remarkable trait: incredible speed. Regarding the swift steed, it is often said that it can travel 800 li by day and 1,000 by night. Such expressions are merely the exaggerations of literati. Even the most elite war horses in the army, despite the abundant spiritual energy of this world, can manage no more than 100 li in a single hour. Moreover, if a horse were to run at such a pace, it would surely succumb to exhaustion and perish within 2 hours. Thus, in ancient times, the urgent travel of 800 li necessitated changing horses rather than riders. However, this horse, named Xiao Bai, can cover 200 li in a single hour and can sustain this remarkable speed for 10 consecutive hours without pause. Such velocity would be considered a violation of speed limits on modern highways. Hence, despite Liao Zhen's early departure, Lin Yu swiftly caught up with him. When Lin Yu attempted to infiltrate the governor's mansion without any reconnaissance, he observed soldiers hastily converging in that direction, indicating that trouble was afoot. He quickly deduced that Liao Zhen must have stirred up some chaos. Finding a secluded corner, he leapt onto the rooftop and, employing his lightness skill, crept to the side of the grand hall. There, he chanced upon the scene of Liao Zhen being jointly subdued by the four formidable members of the Gao family. Just as he pondered how to rescue him, he heard the corrupt official issue a command for Liao Zhen's execution. This he could not allow. Without further deliberation, he took action from his vantage point on the roof, using a pressure point technique to incapacitate a servant from a distance. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flame blade, toppling the four attackers and seizing control of the governor. Lin Yu then retrieved a delicate white jade vial from his robe, crushing it with force, and extracted a purplish-red pill, which he promptly placed into Liao Zhen's mouth. Do not speak. Focus on healing. As the pill took effect, a wave of refreshing energy surged from Liao Zhen's stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body, followed by an influx of spiritual energy filling his limbs and bones. What kind of medicine is this? He wondered, too preoccupied to inquire further. Liao Zhen hastily sat cross-legged on the ground, activating his internal cultivation technique to harness the surging energy, lest it overwhelm him. In truth, Lin Yu's inexperience led him to administer this extraordinary pill, a gift he had received from Mu Zichu at the Yin residence. It was said that regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there remained a flicker of life within the body, it could restore them to health, even if they had been dead for an hour. Observing Liao Zhen's grievous wounds, he had thoughtlessly given him one. As a result, Liao Zhen narrowly escaped death at the hands of Lu Hongji, only to almost perish from this very circumstance. It is worth noting that Mu Zichu was a fourth-grade alchemist, a figure of considerable renown across the realm, and the healing elixir he offered was certainly no ordinary remedy. This was a fourth-grade healing elixir. For Lin Yu, consuming it posed no danger, as Mu Zichu understood that he was a qi cultivator, and such spiritual energy would greatly benefit him. However, Liao Zhen was merely a martial artist. The influx of spiritual energy into his body, while not as catastrophic as being doused in fire, was still a torment. Lin Yu's flame blade was essentially a product of the fierce clash between his internal true qi and spiritual energy, resulting in tremendous power. Fortunately, Liao Zhen sensed the anomaly in time, swiftly activating his own technique to manage the surging energy within him. Although the effects were less than optimal, the energy from the pill was already refined, providing some relief, preventing Liao Zhen from experiencing a catastrophic explosion on the spot. Release the Lord at once, or we shall make you pay dearly. While Liao Zhen was healing, the severely injured Gao brothers began to regain their composure. Upon seeing their lord captured, Gao Tenglong could no longer afford to concern himself with his own injuries and leapt forward, while his brothers brandished their respective weapons, encircling Lin Yu with fierce intent. Chapter 51. Counterattack. In light of the unfolding scene, Lin Yu remained unfazed, instead smiling as he cast a glance at the brothers. Addressing the still unarmed Gao Tenglong, he remarked, "Your brothers have brandished their weapons. A splitting lance, a chain hammer, a steel whip. What a grand display! Where is your weapon? Hurry and show it to me." This audacity was indeed remarkable. Gao Tenglong let out a cold snort, drawing forth a soft sword from his waist with a metallic clink that he brandished it with flair, declaring, "Child, behold my weapon. Should you perish, do not cry for injustice." What prompted such obedience from this figure? Why did Lin Yu's command compel him to comply? The previous display of power had instilled fear in the four brothers, making them wary of confronting Lin Yu without their weapons. This was in stark contrast to the earlier situation when they had surrounded Liao Zhen, emboldened by their numbers. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with his hand. "Excellent, truly obedient. Do you wish to engage? Come forth." Upon hearing this, the Gao brothers unsheathed their weapons and charged forward. However, Lin Yu pressed down slightly on his blade, causing Lu, the governor, to lurch forward, blood gushing from his neck. The governor's condition was dire. The initial wound had barely stopped bleeding when a new one was inflicted. Gao Tenglong was furious, stomping his foot in indignation. "How shameless! You threaten to strike and then wound the governor. You are utterly despicable. Child, if you dare, release Lu and face me in a fair duel. Let us see how I can carve 80 holes into you." "Huh. Who do you think you are, Shan Tianfang? Just because you declare a duel doesn't mean it will happen. Watch closely. If you wish to abandon the governor, come forth and see who strikes first, my blade or yours. Though unfamiliar with Shan Tianfang, the Gao brothers discerned that Lin Yu was not uttering pleasant words. They were tempted to disregard the governor's life and rush in recklessly, but the realization that their allegiance to the government hinged on the governor's fate held them back. Thus, the two factions faced each other, tension thickening the air within the governor's hall. Suddenly, Liao Zhen, who had been healing, erupted with a powerful aura, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Lin. Leave these matters to me." Before he finished speaking, Liao Zhen surged forward like a sword aimed at Gao Tanglong. Having fought Liao Zhen for a considerable time, the Gao brothers were well acquainted with his techniques. As Liao Zhen charged, Gao Tanglong attempted to evade while thrusting his soft sword at an odd angle. Simultaneously, the other three positioned themselves, swiftly surrounding him, their unique weapons converging on Liao Zhen from all sides. "Brother Liao, be careful." Lin Yu's warning came too late. Liao Zhen, undeterred, charged directly into the path of Gao Tanglong's soft sword. Catching him off guard, Gao Tanglong, taken aback, tried to withdraw his sword. His intentions were commendable, but Liao Zhen's newfound strength and speed surpassed all expectations, and he was struck squarely in the chest, letting out a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. Gao Tanglong's chest had caved in. He was dead. Liao Zhen had reached the 6th grade level. As Gao Tanglong fell, the other brothers' weapons, splitting lance, chain hammer, and steel whip, descended upon Liao Zhen, and the sounds of impacts echoed through the hall. Lin Yu shut his eyes, feeling a pang of despair. It's over. The events transpired too rapidly for him to intervene, that he inwardly cursed Liao Zhen's recklessness. Even if he had reached the 6th grade, how could he dare to take on their weapons so brazenly? Was he not aware of the danger? He could not save him 1,000 times over. Was he courting death? When he finally reopened his eyes, prepared to witness Liao Zhen's lifeless body, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Liao Zhen had indeed been struck and battered. Yet the lance had penetrated only an inch, and the hammer and whip merely rattled against him. Liao Zhen swayed slightly, but did not falter. His palm struck out, launching an assault against the three Gao brothers. The brothers stood dumbfounded, unable to process the fact that Liao Zhen had not been incapacitated. In the deadly struggle for life and death, how could one be afforded a moment of distraction? In that fleeting instant of bewilderment, Liao Zhen's palm struck, and with two resounding thuds, the heads of Gao Tang and Gao Jing burst like watermelons, each crushed by Liao Zhen's mighty blow, blooming into a myriad of peach blossoms. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 Gao brothers lay dead. My heavens! The sole survivor, Gao Tangming, witnessing the gruesome demise of his 3 brothers, was immediately gripped by terror, his soul nearly departing from his body. Forgetting all else, he hurled his steel whip and turned to flee. Liao Zhen reached for the steel whip beneath him, grasping it as he prepared to pursue. However, Lin Yu, seeing this, urgently called out, "Brother Liao, hold on! Do not pursue a desperate foe." Liao Zhen paused, his bloodlust momentarily abated. The leader of the gang, brandishing the steel whip, laughed heartily as he disregarded the soldiers surrounding him, swaggering back before Lin Yu and bowing deeply. "Brother Lin, your kindness needs no words of gratitude. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." Lin Yu quickly extended a hand to support him, while inwardly he muttered, "What do I want with your life? It cannot be exchanged for money. Brother Liao, have you truly broken through? Ha! It seems I cannot keep this from you, Brother Lin. Thanks to your assistance, I have reached the 6th rank. Truly, it is a miraculous elixir." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 52. Leaving the city, is there truly such a thing? Lin Yu gaped in astonishment. Although he had harbored suspicions, hearing Liao Zhen confirm it left him utterly shocked. In his past life, he had heard tales of those tenacious individuals who could not be killed, growing stronger with each battle, while others succumbed to their injuries in novels, tales, and dramas. This was a hallmark of protagonists. Take, for instance, a male lead who, despite having broken limbs and suffering from poison, encountered a formidable foe and emerged alive, even stronger than before. While he had never witnessed such phenomena in reality, he had heard stories of a certain player in America who could navigate sewers while blindfolded, maintaining a top-tier status in the league. Upon returning from an injury, he was said to have become even more formidable. Could it be that this Liao Jun was a protagonist as well? Though he seemed a bit aged for such a role, Liao Jun, unaware of Lin Yu's inner musings, continued without realizing that, in mere moments, his young companion's thoughts had traversed 2 worlds away. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, he stepped forward and seized the neck of the county magistrate, lifting him effortlessly. "Brother Lin, we cannot linger here. Let us take this dog official as a hostage and retreat." Lin Yu came to a sudden realization, chastising himself for being lost in thought. Had he forgotten how Gao's brothers had perished? Right. "Brother Liao, the winds are fierce. Let us flee." With that, they departed in haste, leaping onto rooftops and employing their lightness skills. Darting like lightning into the vast night, they made their escape. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. Their county magistrate had been taken right before their eyes. Should this be pursued, it would be burdensome for these mere foot soldiers. After some deliberation among the officers, they concluded that pursuing would yield no success, and even if they did catch up, they would be unable to fight back, even if they could overpower the assailants. The magistrate's life was at stake. Thus, they chose not to pursue, that if the court investigated, they would bear the blame for this debacle. Given the events of the past few days, it would be impossible to avoid punishment, and someone would surely face execution. Eventually, the officers decided to turn against their superiors. Amidst the chaos, they led their subordinates out of the city under the pretense of pursuit, becoming bandits themselves. But that is a tale for another time. For now, Lin Yu and Liao Jun brought along Lu Hongji, scaling rooftops and soon arriving at the city walls. Although the walls were tall and formidable, they posed no challenge to the two of them. With their internal energy coursing through their bodies, they easily vaulted over the walls and exited Xingning City. For ordinary individuals, such fortifications would be insurmountable, yet for skilled practitioners, it was as simple as walking on level ground. The defenses of cities relied not on the common soldiers, but on the adept martial artists within. Just like the previous incident when 18 had stormed the city gates, they were backed by numerous 8th and 9th rank fighters. As for the 7th rank, it was already sufficient to attain the status of a general in the military. The commander who had been beaten to death was a leader of the 7th rank. Thus, the defense of ordinary cities depended primarily on a small number of 7th rank warriors and a multitude of 8th and 9th rank experts. When it came to those above the 7th rank, their numbers were so diminished that they became nearly irrelevant at that level. It was truly a matter of matching experts of the same rank. Despite the chaos they had caused in Xingning, they emerged unscathed, which was not only due to their formidable strength but also a stroke of luck. The city was guarded by Yun Yin, who had gone to pursue Shan Tong, and the commander leading the troops had been mobbed to death upon his arrival. The remaining 7th rank warrior had been chased away by Lu Gongzi. With these combined factors, they had managed to rescue their target without incident. Moreover, no 5th or 6th rank expert would dare to stir trouble in any city. Should they attract the attention of the court and provoke royal high-ranking officials, anyone below the 3rd rank would find themselves in grave peril. As for how Lin Yu and Liao Jun could so easily escape this time, it was primarily due to their small numbers and the modest target they sought. Most importantly, after the county magistrate summoned the 4 Gao brothers, he believed that with their skills, combined with his own cunning, he could easily subdue the audacious bandits that prevent any leaks. He had set up a loose outer defense and tight inner security, failing to inform the lower-ranking officers. Only the magistrate's trusted aides were privy to the situation. Huang Jinghua not only revealed that Liao Jun might return, but also fully detailed the good relations Liao had in the martial world, fearing that there may still be spies for Liao Jun among them. The magistrate took extreme precautions. Thus, after Liao Jun's explosive breakthrough and the swift elimination of 3 Gao brothers, the city's defenses fell into a temporary void, with the soldiers unable to pursue them. The 2 successfully escaped. Had they been surrounded by a multitude, even if they ultimately managed to escape, they would have faced dire consequences. Could be said that this county magistrate brought this upon himself. He could hardly blame anyone else. After scaling the wall and exiting the city, Lin Yu and Liao Jun sought their horses. Liao Jun remarked, "Brother Lin, we can now release the magistrate's acupoint. Let's interrogate him first." Lin Yu nodded, reaching down to tap the acupoint of Lu Hongji on the ground. After a moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Hongji was still unmoving even after the acupoint had been released. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the county magistrate was no longer able to move. His eyes were rolled back, and his tongue was lolling out that a touch confirmed it. He was dead. Oh no, Brother Liao. This man has died, surely not. Let me check. Liao Zhen exclaimed, rushing forward to press on the magistrate's chest and pat his head, bewildered after a prolonged effort. He is truly dead. Truth be told, he ought to have considered that the magistrate was merely a civil official. Lifting him by the neck as if he were a chick, he had surely broken something vital. With only a thin layer of flesh remaining, it was a miracle he had not died long before. How convenient for you to die, dog official. There were so many matters you had yet to explain. Growing increasingly irate, Liao Zhen kicked the corpse with a powerful blow, sending it flying several yards away. Crashing against a tree with a thud. Uncertain of the force he had exerted, the entire body stuck to the tree. Brother Liao, calm your anger. We must continue our journey. Liao Hua is still waiting for us. Oomph. That scoundrel Huang Jinghua has escaped again. One day. I shall crush him with a single blow. With that, the two disregarded the magistrate's body and galloped away as the moonlight shifted and the wilderness fell silent. The two had been on the road for merely an hour when a flash of sword light pierced the sky. This sword light had initially passed, but suddenly halted, circling around and hovering beside the corpse of Liu. The county magistrate, a middle-aged man, alighted from his flying sword, and upon seeing the scene, he was instantly filled with rage. Such audacity! He raised his hand to dab a bit of blood, performing calculations with a swift motion. Moments later, the sword light surged again, pursuing the direction in which the two had fled. The county magistrate, Yun Yin, was in hot pursuit. Chapter 53. Yun Yin, Brother Liao, I congratulate you on your promotion to the 6th rank. How does it compare to the 7th? As the two rode on, having covered over 100 miles, Lin Yu thought that even if there were pursuers, they had long since been left far behind. It was then that he finally voiced the question he had long wanted to ask. For many years, he felt as though he was blindfolded, rarely encountering any experts. Either he had missed the opportunity, or they had already perished. The only exception was Mu Zichu, but at that time, he was preoccupied with finding Lin San and his wife, and with the Yin family in mourning, he had not had the chance to inquire too deeply. Thus, the only expert he could consult about Liao Zhen's breakthrough was none other than Liao himself. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, Liao Zhen could hardly contain his joy. Bursting into hearty laughter, Brother Lin, I must thank you for that miraculous pill. Otherwise, no matter how hard I trained, I could never have reached this day. Though the difference between the 6th and 7th ranks may seem but one rank, the disparity in strength is far greater than that between the 7th and 9th ranks, that I can now defeat 5 versions of my former self. As he spoke, he extended his hand, gesturing emphatically. 5. As the two travelers pressed onward, Liao Zhen imparted his martial arts wisdom to Lin Yu, who, unashamedly inquisitive, sought clarification on any points of confusion. One was eager to teach, the other keen to learn, and thus their conversation flourished effortlessly. Through Liao Zhen's elucidation, Lin Yu came to understand that not only did practitioners of Qi possess corresponding titles for their respective ranks, but martial artists did as well. A 6th-grade martial artist was referred to as a martial sect master, akin to the 6th-grade Golden Core cultivators that the name suggests. A martial sect master has attained a level of martial prowess sufficient to establish a sect of their own. Given Liao Zhen's current level of cultivation, he could easily establish a name for himself on a modest mountain and become a founding patriarch of a new sect. Moreover, the 6th-grade martial sect master also bore the moniker of Copper Skin and Iron Bones, implying that upon reaching this grade, one's physical body had been tempered to resemble that of iron. Although martial artists did not require the special physique demanded of Qi practitioners, they merely needed to sense a hint of Qi and allow a wisp of true energy to circulate within their bodies to enter the ranks. Once the true energy surged and filled their being, they had to compress the energy within, a process akin to compressing 10 parts into one. Upon success, they would ascend to the 8th grade. This process would need to be repeated for the 7th grade, which was the current martial realm of Lin Yu and the highest level that Lin San could teach him. Beyond that, Lin San himself was at a loss. This predicament left Lin Yu in a state of frustration. Despite reaching the 7th grade, he found his true energy strength had reached a saturation point, leaving him unable to advance further on his own. The martial manuals he possessed primarily focused on techniques for executing moves and applying force, but they offered little insight into the fundamental aspects of cultivation. It was assumed that any reputable teacher would provide such foundational knowledge. After all, who would pen multiplication tables in their manuals? Through Liao Zhen's explanations, Lin Yu experienced a moment of clarity that he realized that breaking through from the 7th to the 6th grade was not merely a matter of compressing and purifying true energy, but rather involved refining the physical body. The inability to compress true energy stemmed from the insufficient strength of his corporeal form, that by continuously circulating true energy, he could fortify and temper his bones, meridians, and flesh. Simultaneously, the strength of his true energy would gradually increase, a painstaking process. One day, when his body had been refined to the toughness of bronze and iron, he would no longer need to strengthen his true energy. It would naturally purify itself, and he would seamlessly ascend to the 7th grade. As for Liao Zhen, circumstances had shifted. Initially, his physical strength was far from adequate, and with his cultivation method and innate talent, he would require at least 20 more years to merely touch the threshold of the 6th grade. By then, he would be nearing 60, and whether he could still break through would remain uncertain. However, that medicinal pill had altered everything. Crafted by a 4th-grade alchemist, its quality was beyond reproach, brimming with vast amounts of spiritual energy that not only healed his injuries but also tempered his entire being, including his true energy, enabling him to break through to the 6th grade. From that point onward, his journey would involve continuing to refine his physical body while simultaneously beginning to temper his marrow, a process referred to as marrow refining. Once his entire body, including the marrow, had been refined, the subsequent purification of his true energy would herald Liao Zhen's ascendance to the rank of martial sovereign. In high spirits, Liao Zhen felt a surge of confidence. "Allow me to congratulate you in advance, my brother," he exclaimed with laughter. As the two men bantered and discussed martial arts, they remained oblivious to the fact that dawn had already broken and they were nearing the Tang border. Just as they began to relax, a beam of sword light sliced through the sky. While Lin Yu was conversing with Liao Zhen, he suddenly felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw a streak of sword light emerge from behind, arching gracefully through the air and coming to a halt before them. Liao Zhen quickly reined in his horse, his expression serious as he whispered, "Brother Lin, the newcomer does not come with good intentions. They are at least a 6th-grade Qi practitioner." Lin Yu also halted his mount, scrutinizing the figure before him. Despite examining the person thrice, he could not recall their appearance or attire. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Goodness, they can fly. Noting Lin Yu's silence, Liao Zhen took it upon himself to advance a few steps on horseback and clasped his hands in greeting. "Friend, may I inquire why you obstruct our passage? If you seek riches, name your price. We are fellow wanderers of the martial world, merely assisting one another." Yun Yan stood atop his flying sword, suspended in midair like a celestial being gazing down upon the two men below, snorting disdainfully. "How utterly foolish. You two insignificant martial artists dare to disrupt the county city repeatedly, committing heinous acts against officials and soldiers. Such crimes are unforgivable." Before he could finish speaking, he waved his hand, unleashing an attack from afar. Liao Zhen let out a warning shout. "Look out!" The two men leaped from their horses to evade the strike. Lin Yu managed to dodge just in time, but while Liao Zhen escaped, his horse was unfortunate enough to take the blow, letting out a pained cry as half its body was crushed into a pulp. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath them was indented half a meter deep. Before Liao Zhen could rise from the ground, a second strike followed, catching him off guard and landing squarely upon him. "Brother Liao." As dust settled, Liao Zhen was seen at the bottom of the crater, arms raised as if pleading for mercy, his clothing in tatters, legs buried deep in the earth. Yun Yan had only used one hand, flipping his palms with ease. Such a large figure as Liao Zhen had been reduced to a mere rodent. Unable to resist, that a dignified Qi practitioner dares to ambush me. I shall not rest until I have your life. With a mighty leap, Liao Zhen sprang from the pit, his toes barely touching the ground as he swiftly closed the distance to the middle-aged man, throwing a punch. Indeed, Brother Liao lives up to his reputation as a 6th-grade powerhouse. His speed and might are truly tenfold compared to before. However, Lin Yu's cheer came too soon, for the middle-aged man paid no heed to Liao Zhen's advance. remaining aloof atop his flying sword, that he merely shook his head and sighed at Lin Yu. I misjudged earlier. It seems you are also a Qi practitioner. Such cultivation at a young age is commendable. But it's a pity you dabble in martial arts. Utterly foolish. With a flick of his left hand, a ribbon of light shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Yu. The man's dismissive demeanor ignited Liao Zhen's fury. You shall face me. His aura surged as he summoned forth radiant energy, launching himself into the air for a full-powered punch. In his imagination, the man would either perish or be severely injured, at the very least forced to retreat. Yet, before his punch could connect, an invisible barrier intercepted it, causing ripples to cascade across its surface, a sight both mesmerizing and futile. Liao Zhen's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him. He landed back on the ground, staring at the vanishing barrier, exclaiming, "A protective artifact. How could you possess one?" Chapter 54. A fierce battle. Such protective artifacts were typically held by sect practitioners. Observing his demeanor and actions, this individual appeared to be stationed in Xingning, where guardians were usually recruited by the imperial court. How could he acquire such an artifact? Any guardian possessing such a thing would not be stationed in a minor place like Xingning. Alas, he was destined to remain unanswered, for Yun Yan's attention was now solely focused on Lin Yu. He regarded the crude martial artist with disdain. Interesting, just as Liao Zhen closed in to throw a punch, Lin Yu discerned the object hurtling toward him, that it was a multicolored rope. Upon recognizing it, Lin Yu realized the man intended to capture him alive. That in your dreams. Drawing his short blade, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to leap upward and cleave the rope. Swiftly retreating, there was no time to linger. The moment the blade struck, the rope coiled toward him like a serpent. Alas, while he retreated quickly, the rope was even swifter. Lin Yu barely managed to backpedal 2 zhang when the rope ensnared him. Having transformed from a mere meter in length to several zhang, coiling around him like a python. Suddenly, a flash of light surged along the rope, causing it to constrict. Should it tighten further, Lin Yu, regardless of his capabilities, would be captured. In that instant, there was no time for contemplation. He had to fight back, with true energy and spiritual energy colliding and merging rapidly within him. Lin Yu bellowed. Ignite! Flames erupted from his blade, and with a decisive slash, the rope was severed in two. That enveloped in flames, he surged toward the sky, aiming another strike at the man. The fiery blade collided with the protective barrier, sending shockwaves through the air as the circular shield trembled violently. There's a chance. Lin Yu's heart soared with elation upon witnessing the spectacle. He forcefully channeled the explosive true energy and spiritual power within him, unleashing 3 consecutive slashes as he descended. The 3 arcs of light struck the barrier in a triangular formation, causing the protective artifact's shield to flicker and shatter with a resounding crack. Yun Yan, caught off guard, had never anticipated that this young boy could unleash such formidable techniques. In a moment of negligence, the protective artifact was destroyed. You seek death. Yun Yan's demeanor shifted dramatically. The ethereal composure he once held was gone, replaced by a fierce glare. The radiance of his flying sword surged beneath him, ready to strike Lin Yu down. Yet Lin Yu, having exerted himself to unleash his ultimate technique, felt excruciating pain in his meridians. He collapsed to the ground, finding himself momentarily defenseless. This self-created fire blade of Lin Yu was indeed powerful, but its cooldown was excessively long, and the backlash it inflicted was too great, as Lin Yu teetered on the brink of death. Yun Yan, consumed by fury, momentarily forgot the brutish man beneath him whom he had always regarded with disdain. Liao Zhen watched as Lin Yu's 3 strikes rendered the magical artifact useless, revealing the figure of the man. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. Channeling all his energy, he propelled himself off the ground with a thunderous crash, soaring through the air to appear directly behind the man. All his might concentrated into a single punch aimed at Yun Yan's back. Though Yun Yan was furious, his reflexes remained remarkably swift. The brilliance of his flying sword flickered as he attempted to evade. Yet it was a moment too late. Liao Zhen's punch was too rapid and powerful. Even with a timely dodge, he still bore the brunt of the blow. Yun Yan staggered on his flying sword, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, as he steered the sword to flee at incredible speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Brother Liao, have we won? Lin Yu stammered, struggling to rise from the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Liao Zhen. How is it, Brother Lin? We have triumphed, but he is not gravely injured and could return at any moment, that we must depart swiftly. It is nothing, Liao Zhen reassured, supporting Lin Yu as they mounted a white horse and galloped away without looking back towards the border. Yet, they had scarcely traveled a few miles when the sword light reappeared behind them. Yun Yin was in pursuit once more. This was the cunning of that wretched man. Sensing the tide had turned against him, he had retreated to regroup and devised a new strategy, now returning with vengeance. Catching sight of the rapidly approaching sword light from the corner of his eye, Liao Zhen's heart sank. This was dire. The swiftness of the cultivator's flying sword was overwhelming. At this rate, they would soon be overtaken. Brother Lin, you have risked everything for me. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Resolute, Liao Zhen relinquished the reins to Lin Yu. I will hold off the pursuer. You must flee and take care of my family. With that, he leapt from the horse, charging directly at the rapidly approaching Yun Yin. Delivering a powerful punch mid-dash air. At that moment, Yun Yan's complexion was pale, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Entirely devoid of the calm demeanor he had displayed upon entering the fray, it was evident that Liao Zhen's earlier strike had not been insignificant. Even if it had not landed squarely, after all, a genuine cultivator, unprotected, was as fragile as glass. Yun Yin deftly evaded Liao Zhen's punch, incensed that this crude warrior dared to obstruct him. He resolved to eliminate him first. With a flourish of his hands, he began to chant incantations, and as he pointed, the flying sword beneath him seemed to come alive, darting straight for Liao Zhen. As a gold core cultivator, Yun Yin could already float in the air through sheer force of will, though not with the speed of his sword. Now hovering in the air, Yun Yin's fingers danced, and the flying sword swirled around, encircling Liao Zhen. Yet, Liao Zhen was not to be trifled with. His fists were fierce, and each time he struck the sword, it dimmed slightly. However, as a flying sword, its movements were not akin to a martial artist's blade. Under the man's control, it darted up and down, left and right, leaving Liao Zhen drenched in sweat, overwhelmed. Before long, he was covered in countless sword wounds, having only managed to strike the sword a few times when it briefly struck him. Otherwise, he stood no chance of hitting it. He longed to charge straight for the man, but this middle-aged foe offered him no opportunity. Desperately, Liao Zhen bellowed, "You coward, this is the common fate of all martial artists against cultivators. While cultivators are indeed physically weak, if you cannot even touch them, it is all for naught." As Liao Zhen struggled to fend off the relentless assault, a fiery blade of light emerged. The brilliant blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yun Yin. Yun Yin was taken aback, hastily maneuvering to evade. This momentary distraction allowed Liao Zhen to seize the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck the flying sword, which emitted a mournful cry as its brilliance swiftly dimmed. Seeing this, Yun Yin hastily redirected the sword, only to discover a half-foot-long crack marred its surface. "Damn it! How dare you damage my flying sword? You shall both pay for this." Liao Zhen, witnessing Lin Yu's return, was incensed, shouting, "What are you doing back? Run! Brother Liao, do not say such things. I cannot bear to watch you perish. Today we shall fight together." Liao Zhen contemplated this. Indeed, facing this alone would be a futile endeavor. With Lin Yu back, they would seek survival through a united front. They had no time for further discussion, as Yun Yan's attack was already upon them. This time, he refrained from using his flying sword offensively. Instead, it circled protectively around him as he produced several talismans from his palm, their energies illuminating brightly to go. With that command, one talisman transformed into a multitude of fireballs, raining down upon the two men. In an instant point, one might wonder why he hadn't used talismans earlier, but if one were in his shoes, they too would hesitate to expend such resources. In truth, Yun Yin was a man of ambition, an orphan with no family. He had struggled for survival on the streets until he fortuitously acquired a rudimentary cultivation manual. Through sheer determination, he had reached the 6th rank by the age of 40. 2 years prior, he had allied with the government, becoming the guardian of Xingning, hoping to gain access to cultivation resources. Beyond that, he spent nearly all his time drawing talismans to sell for sustenance. Otherwise, how could he afford that flying sword and protective artifacts? Thus, Yun Yin was reluctant to use his precious talismans, as they were made from spiritual stones. The flying sword and protective artifacts were meant for use, and he had no intention of squandering money on combat. Yet in this moment of urgency, he had no choice but to invest heavily, fearing the duo might evade his grasp through their brute strength. Opting for a saturation bombardment instead. This strategy was calculated. If he threw them one by one, it would take ages to bring them down. Better to strike decisively. On a side note, this is much like pursuing a woman. If one offers several small amounts over days, she hardly notices. Instead, presenting a substantial sum all at once might just win her over. Returning to the battle, this assault left Liao Zhen and Lin Yu reeling. Despite their best efforts to harness their energy in defense, they were thoroughly overwhelmed as the dust settled. Both men appeared like charred figures, blackened and emitting wisps of smoke. Seeing they had survived, Yun Yin unleashed another barrage of talismans. And Liao Zhen felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. We cannot fight this, Brother Lin. Run in separate directions. You head northwest and I will go southeast. Every escape counts. Realizing the truth, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. They were no match for Yun Yin, and combined, they would surely perish. As Yun Yin began his incantations, the two men split and fled in opposite directions. Yun Yin, noticing their retreat, hastily retracted his talismans. He too felt the sting of loss, as those were precious spiritual stones. With both men fleeing, he could save resources. Capturing them was merely a matter of skill. But with both men running in different directions, which one to pursue? He initially intended to chase Liao Zhen, the obvious leader among them, believing capturing him would yield the greatest reward. Yet, recalling Lin Yu's repeated ambushes, he felt it was intolerable to let such a pest live. He must be eliminated. Resolute, Yun Yin soared after Lin Yu, opting not to use his flying sword, reluctant to risk further damage before it had been properly restored. After all, the boy could not escape far. With his speed, capturing him would be a trivial task. Indeed, as he anticipated, he closed the distance quickly, catching up to Lin Yu, who was sprinting with all his might. Boy, you shall not escape me. A massive hand of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, descending upon Lin Yu with deadly intent. Should it land, an onslaught of follow-up attacks would rain down like a deluge, leaving Lin Yu no chance of survival. Yet, Yun Yin had underestimated Lin Yu. He had been vigilant, keeping watch over his pursuer as he fled. Just as the colossal hand descended, Lin Yu pivoted sharply, summoning a fire blade that had long been prepared, striking with ferocity just as the man's astonished gaze fell upon him, leaving no time to evade. Got you! As the blade struck true, Lin Yu felt a surge of elation, his heart soaring with joy. Inwardly, he thought, with this strike, you shall either perish or be gravely wounded. You sought to chase me? Let us see how you fare now. Yet his triumph was premature, though Lin Yu's fireblade was unleashed unexpectedly, interrupting Yun Yin's incantation and landing a precise hit. The survival techniques possessed by a gold core cultivator were beyond Lin Yu's imagination, as the glint of the blade approached, although the man was unable to evade in time, and could not summon his flying sword. His protective talisman had just shattered and was yet to be repaired. However, his manipulation of spiritual energy remained unaffected, but he immediately exerted his full strength to channel his spiritual power, instantly forming a protective barrier of ethereal energy around himself. Just as the barrier was completed, the fiery blade reached him, its crimson aura colliding with the spiritual shield. With a resounding puff, both the flame blade and the ethereal shield disintegrated simultaneously, leaving Yun Yin unscathed. His face twisted into a sinister grin as he gazed at Lin Yu, cackling with malevolence. Lin Yu, witnessing this, dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee, pursued relentlessly by Yun Yin, who struck out with several palms, all of which Lin Yu narrowly dodged. Finally, with gritted teeth, Yun Yin conjured several talismans with his left hand while his right brandished a flying sword, his anguished roar echoing for miles. You little brat, where do you think you can run? Today, I shall end you. At this sight, Lin Yu felt a chilling despair wash over him that it was the end. He would meet his demise today. Suddenly, a fleeting white shadow darted past him from the forest, causing Lin Yu's heart to momentarily skip a beat. Desperation surged within him, and with no reservations left, he unleashed his true energy, pushing his spiritual force beyond its limits. causing excruciating pain as his meridians threatened to rupture. Ignoring the agony, he realized that staying put would lead to certain death. So he unleashed a mighty shout, twisting his body to deliver a powerful horizontal strike that a fiery blade, significantly larger than before, shot across the sky. Although the man had been on guard, he could not fathom that Lin Yu could unleash such a terrifying move at this moment, causing him to panic and hastily wield his flying sword for defense. With a sharp crack, the sword he had painstakingly saved for half a lifetime shattered, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Yun Yin. Chapter 56. Can he really escape, despite the destruction of the flying sword? Lin Yu's fiery blade dissipated significantly, with the remainder being blocked by the ethereal barrier surrounding him. Although he remained unharmed, the loss of his prized flying sword inflicted a tangible wound upon his soul. Moreover, that was a considerable financial loss. "You little brat, I will make you pay." Yun Yin seethed with rage, nearly driven to madness. He no longer cared about the value of the talismans and was willing to exhaust his resources to kill Lin Yu. Yet, when he retrieved the talismans, he found that the previously fleeing Lin Yu had vanished without a trace. Yun Yan's spiritual energy surged as he scanned the area meticulously. Indeed, from a high vantage point, he spotted Lin Yu racing away on a white horse, already a mere speck in the distance. "You little brat, whether I ascend to the heavens or descend to the underworld, I will chase you down. There is nowhere for you to run." Yun Yin gritted his teeth, relentlessly pursuing him through the air. Meanwhile, Liao Jin was running for his life. When he sensed something amiss and turned back, his heart sank. His face turning pale, that he had believed that he was of greater importance than Lin Yu, and that the Qi practitioner would not let him escape, that if pursued, he would hold him off to buy Lin Yu some time. But who could have anticipated that the pursuer would not come after him? Now, he regretted that his escape meant abandoning Lin Yu to his fate. Damn it! With a determined bite of his teeth, Liao Jun turned back to chase after him. Better to face death together than to survive alone. Otherwise, what would become of his honor? Thus, he chased relentlessly, from midday until sunset, only to find that not only had he failed to catch up with Lin Yu, but he had also not caught a glimpse of the Qi practitioner. Eventually, as darkness enveloped the wilderness, Liao Jun knelt in despair, weeping. "Brother Lin, I have doomed you." And where had Lin Yu gone? Let us return to that moment. With a desperate slash, Lin Yu did not dare to witness the outcome, beckoning Xiao Bai, who promptly dashed over. Seizing the moment before the backlash fully set in, he summoned whatever strength remained, gritting his teeth to mount the horse. Xiao Bai, possessing an innate understanding, required no urging. Upon Lin Yu's ascent, it galloped away like a wisp of wind, covering several miles in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Yu lay sprawled on the back of the white dragon, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, every inch of him aflame with pain. His dantian and meridians felt as if they were ablaze, and he was relying solely on the sheer will to survive, to distract himself from the agony. He allowed his mind to wander, initially lamenting the meager 2 pills he had received from Mu Zi. How he wished for just one more. Then he recalled the fallen bandit and Elder Yin, followed by thoughts of Lu Yu, who was far away. Ultimately, his mind drifted back to memories of his past life. "I want to go home. My grandparents are waiting for me, that I cannot die here." Determined, as if imbued with boundless strength, Lin Yu rose to half his height, peering ahead at the horse's mane. "Xiao Bai." Into the forest. Xiao Bai, obeying the command without hesitation, veered down a narrow path and plunged into the woods. From high above, Yun Yin observed and burst into laughter. "You little brat, you dare enter the forest? With such a foolish mind, you deserve to perish today." With a slight shift in direction, he pursued after them, that he knew that in the air, he need not dodge trees, maintaining his speed unimpeded, while Lin Yu would be forced to navigate around the obstacles of the forest. Under such circumstances, escape seemed improbable. However, Lin Yu was not foolish. He had his reasons for entering the woods. He distinctly remembered that the horse beneath him, though nominally a steed, was in fact a magical beast, when the 4th Miss of the Yin family gifted him the horse. She had mentioned that its greatest asset was its speed, and being a magical beast, it could traverse mountains and rivers with ease. Given the current predicament, if he were to follow the main road, he would inevitably be caught. At that point, he would truly find himself with no way to escape. Thus, he decided to take a chance. If Xiao Bai could indeed perform as promised, then the dense forest would significantly increase his chances of survival. Upon entering the woods, Lin Yu was elated to discover that, indeed, Xiao Bai was not misleading him. The horse's speed remained undiminished, darting through the forest like a gust of wind, encountering boulders and trees. Xiao Bai navigated with leaps and bounds, even faster than usual. As they continued, the forest thickened, and Lin Yu and his mount traversed mountains and ridges. Eventually, Lin Yu gazed around and found himself surrounded by towering ancient trees and peculiar rocks. As if he were in a primordial wilderness. Outside the mountains, the relentless chase had left the Golden Core cultivator seething with frustration. He had initially thought that once they entered the forest and the mountains, capturing the boy would be child's play. Yet, how could Lin Yu run so swiftly, scaling several peaks without him managing to catch up? He watched helplessly as Lin Yu vanished into the mountains. Feeling as though all the air had been let out of him, deflated, that he understood that capturing this individual had become an insurmountable challenge. It wasn't that there were formidable forces within the mountains that intimidated him, but rather that his injuries had worsened through the chase. Continuing would only put himself in peril. With a heavy sigh, Yun Yin cast a fierce glare toward the direction Lin Yu had fled, shouting furiously, "Little brat, I will remember you. One day, I will tear you to shreds." Lin Yu, nestled within the mountains, heard the roar and thought to himself, "You don't even know who I am. What could you possibly remember?" He continued to gallop on his horse, still uncertain whether the man was genuinely giving up or merely attempting to deceive him. For now, the best course of action was to run as far as possible. As a result, they ran for an entire day and night, until even Xiao Bai was drenched in sweat and ravenous. The duo finally found a stream to pause. This was the advantage of Xiao Bai. Had it been any other horse, it would have collapsed long ago. Lin Yu rolled off the horse and, along with Xiao Bai, drank greedily from the cool stream, the refreshing water coursing down his throat, invigorating him instantly. After quenching their thirst, Lin Yu lay by the stream, gasping for breath, gazing up at the towering trees around him, a wave of joy at having escaped flooding his being, and he could not help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xiao Bai, in perfect sync, let out a few calls and then lowered its head to forage for tender grass. Equally famished. Just as the echoes of Xiao Bai's calls faded, Lin Yu noticed a rustling in the grass a few zhang away. And suddenly, a vibrant tiger leaped from the undergrowth, charging straight at the grazing Xiao Bai. Lin Yu's heart raced with alarm as he struggled to rise, shouting a warning, "Xiao Bai, be careful." However, he severely underestimated the combat prowess of the white horse. It was, after all, an 8th-level magical beast. How could an ordinary tiger hope to hunt it? Before Lin Yu had even fully stood upright, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The tiger leaped into the air. But Xiao Bai remained unfazed, merely shifting its hindquarters slightly. With a powerful kick from its back legs, it struck the tiger squarely in the chest. The tiger let out a pitiful howl as it was sent flying several meters away. Landing with a thud, motionless, Lin Yu watched in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously rubbed his hands together, chuckling awkwardly. "Dear sir, would you care for some meat?" Chapter 57. Stealth as he savored the tiger meat and roasted it over a fire. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. The exhilaration of escaping from peril flooded his mind, and with a dismissive smirk he remarked, "A mere 6th rank is hardly worth mentioning." Xiao Bai, ever cooperative, lowered its head and let out a shrill whinny, conveying the sentiment. "You are truly magnificent." Taking a hearty bite of tiger leg, he savored the explosion of flavors and couldn't help but exclaim, "It feels wonderful to be alive." Another crunch echoed. "So incredibly delicious. Hee. How about a bite for White Master?" With a disdainful glance, Xiao Bai spat a mouthful of saliva and turned back to graze. Feeding a horse meat? What an idea! Lin Yu wiped his face, disregarding the horse saliva coating the tiger leg, and took another emphatic bite. "Xiao Bai, from now on, whenever I have a morsel to eat, you shall too. And if one day I ascend to immortality, I shall take you with me. Hee. And when I return home, I'll find you 10 little Mares 10. You hear? Consider it a promise. Come, let us seal it with a pact. Extend your hoof." In the dense forest, the young man, clutching the tiger leg, ambled after the white horse. Ultimately, Xiao Bai could not resist him, extending a foreleg in a gesture reminiscent of affection for the simple-minded. Xiaobai in my hometown, their essay tradition. Once a pact is made, it cannot be changed for a lifetime. Bathed in the morning light, man and horse stood resolute against the wind. World, we have arrived. With a splash, the duo settled in a cave nestled among the mountains, residing there for a full 6 months. Lin Yu had not anticipated such a lengthy stay. He initially thought he would recover in a matter of 10 days to half a month. However, the severity of his injuries took him by surprise, especially after repeatedly employing the flame blade in quick succession. The final strike had been fueled by a surge of spiritual energy from consuming a miraculous elixir, far exceeding his inherent capabilities. This had pushed his body beyond its limits, leaving his meridians in a state of utter ruin and his dantian desolate. The slightest accumulation of spiritual power or true qi would bring him excruciating pain. After several futile attempts to force recovery, he resigned himself to the fact that unless he obtained another healing elixir, he would have to relinquish his fate to the passage of time. After a few days of despair, he came to realize that recovery was indeed possible. It simply required patience. Moreover, through this experience, he discovered that while his meridians and dantian were severely damaged, they had significantly widened compared to before. He speculated that once he fully recovered, though his strength might not elevate to the next tier like Liao Zhan, it would nonetheless see considerable improvement. Understanding this, he ceased to dwell on his predicament. As his body gradually healed, he spent each day frolicking with Xiao Bai in the woods, playing in the streams, hunting and fishing, living a life of relative ease. Although unable to cultivate in the short term, he was keen to continue his theoretical studies. Thanks to the existence of a storage ring, the loss of his visible bundle was inconsequential. The various martial arts manuals gifted by the Yin family remained intact, and this idle time was the perfect opportunity for him to catch up on his studies. Most of these manuals comprise foundational techniques, some of which were even introductory materials for the Yin family's disciples with potential for cultivation. This had been a specific request from Lin Yu, and though Mu Zichu had been perplexed, he still arranged for their preparation. In Mu Zichu's view, Lin Yu had already attained the 7th rank in martial arts and even reached the 8th rank among qi refiners. He was considered a formidable expert locally, and although he had somewhat misplaced his focus between the dual cultivation of martial and immortal paths, he shouldn't have needed such basic techniques. Little did he know that Lin Yu's journey to such heights had been akin to a blind man feeling an elephant, a product of his own experimentation. Besides teaching him some military techniques, Lin San had nothing more to offer. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he was genuinely incapable. The internal cultivation Lin San practiced had been tailored by Lin Yu's father, the great general, for his trusted confidants. But after a subsequent incident, Lin San's internal skills had stagnated at the 7th rank, leaving him only able to teach Lin Yu the burning technique for self-cultivation. In truth, when Lin San and his wife had ventured to the Urshan village, they had harbored hopes of inviting a renowned master to guide Lin Yu. The foundational techniques provided by the Yin family were a timely relief for him. Otherwise, continuing to fumble through his cultivation could have led to disastrous consequences. After all, establishing a solid foundation in cultivation is paramount. Just as an inexperienced builder can erect a tall structure, the question of when it might collapse remains uncertain. Lin Yu was determined to avoid such a collapse. He aspired to be a quality idol akin to Lu Dehua, whose fame spans decades. Through 6 months of earnest study and review of various cultivation knowledge, Lin Yu often found himself expressing his gratitude for his good fortune. Unbeknownst to him, he had brushed against death countless times. In this world, cultivation is broadly categorized into 2 paths, martial and immortal, corresponding to martial artists and qi refiners. Martial artists cultivate true qi, ascending from the 9th rank to the 1st, designated as martial practitioners, warriors, masters, sect leaders, supreme masters, kings, emperors, saints, and gods. Lin Yu had often internally scoffed at this classification, pondering whether it was concocted by some web novelist, rife with youthful exuberance. Regardless of his critiques, this classification had endured for over 7,000 years, and the Yin family's introductory materials provided the rationale for its specific timeline. The origins of martial arts lie in the physical cultivation methods of the qi refiners, a niche branch of cultivation known as body cultivation. Though part of the qi refiners, body cultivation was largely overlooked. However, 7,000 years ago, a cataclysmic change swept the world, resulting in a century-long depletion of spiritual energy. This marked the darkest hour for the entire cultivation community, with all chi refiners floundering like fish out of water. Awaiting their slow demise, it was during this time, driven by the instinct for survival, that chi refiners began experimenting with various methods to continue their cultivation, that a multitude of approaches emerged, and amidst this chaos, a martial saint arose, drawing inspiration from body cultivation and gradually developing the martial path. That century witnessed a flourishing of martial arts. Today, as hierarchical divisions, cultivation thresholds, and methods are largely remnants of that era. As the world transformed and spiritual energy began to recover, chi refiners regained their footing, yet the martial path continued to thrive. In contrast to chi refining, the most significant aspect of martial arts is its lack of restrictions. Diligent practitioners are guaranteed to ascend through the ranks. This has provided countless mortals who are unable to cultivate spiritual energy with a formidable avenue for advancement. As for chi refiners, also referred to as refining chi practitioners or cultivators, the precise origins of their cultivation practices are lost to time. Their cultivation stages are similarly divided into 9 ranks: chi refining, meridian condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. The term chi refiner derives from these 9 stages of cultivation. Both martial true chi and the spiritual energy of chi refiners are fundamentally derived from the transformation of the world's spiritual energy. This is why, at lower ranks, individuals like Lin Yu can cultivate both paths concurrently. However, as one's cultivation deepens, the true chi and spiritual energy become increasingly distinct and irreconcilable. Practitioners typically choose one path of cultivation. While some may attempt dual cultivation, it is predominantly chi refiners who do so. After all, spiritual energy can facilitate the operation of martial techniques, while martial true chi proves utterly useless for chi techniques, which is one of the reasons chi refiners often disdain martial practitioners. For someone like Lin Yu, whose martial true chi surpasses spiritual energy, it is a perilous inversion of priorities. The inability of spiritual energy to counterbalance the true chi places him at imminent risk of catastrophic bodily rupture. Furthermore, due to a lack of offensive techniques, he has recklessly forced a collision between the fire element spiritual energy cultivated through the burning technique and his true chi, executing his unique flame blade technique. Though its power is astounding, it is akin to a longevity seeker consuming arsenic, an act of self-destructive folly. Apart from the disparity in combat prowess, the most profound difference between martial practitioners and chi refiners lies in their lifespans. Unless a martial artist reaches the 5th rank, their lifespan is no different from that of an ordinary person. Even those who attain the long unreached level of martial saint, after centuries of cultivation, will only enjoy a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. In contrast, as chi refiners progress in their cultivation, their lifespans increase in tandem. A foundation establishment cultivator enjoys 150 years, while a golden core cultivator can live for 300 years. However, this presents a conundrum. Once a nascent soul cultivator could live for 500 years, a spirit transformation cultivator could enjoy a millennium, and a great ascension cultivator could approach 5,000 years. Alas, following the devastating era of spiritual depletion 7,000 years ago, even the lifespans of nascent soul cultivators were significantly shortened, now mirroring that of golden core practitioners. Capping at 300 years, that a spirit transformation cultivator now only lives 400 years. And even after the arduous journey to great ascension, their lifespan remains a mere 1,000 years, to compound the despair. Even if one successfully crosses the heavenly tribulation and becomes a great ascension cultivator, the path to ascension remains severed. Even at great ascension, one can only wait hopelessly for their lifespan to wane. This has become the nightmare of all cultivators since the era of spiritual depletion. Due to his injuries, Lin Yu suffered severe damage to his meridians, rendering his dantian a sieve, devoid of both true chi and spiritual energy. After extensive study, he finally resolved to prioritize spiritual energy, with true chi as a supplementary force. In truth, during his time at the Yen residence, Mu Zichu had suggested this very approach. However, faced with the imminent journey to find Lin San, he could not afford to lose his hard-won strength, and the thought of parting with the true chi cultivated over more than a decade was a painful prospect. This severe injury, however, did not compromise his foundational capabilities. After all, the elixir he consumed was not without merit, having safeguarded his meridians and Dantian from complete devastation. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to break from the past and concentrate on cultivating the burning technique. Lin Yu harbored such thoughts and acted upon them. Ever since his body began to gradually recover, he devoted himself to the meticulous practice of the burning technique, feeling the ethereal energies of the universe slowly transforming into spiritual power within his being. It was akin to a rebirth in cultivation. Lin Yu, now re-immersed in the art of the burning technique, found himself enveloped in an array of profound, ineffable insights regarding his cultivation and self. As his spiritual power steadily replenished and nourished his physical form, his injuries improved day by day. The spiritual power within him gradually coalesced, and the originally gaseous essence began to exhibit a tendency to liquefy as his wounds healed. Upon witnessing such a phenomenon, Lin Yu's heart surged with ecstasy. The liquefaction of spiritual energy was a significant milestone in transcending to the foundation establishment stage. He was determined to establish his foundation. Thus, his training became increasingly diligent. Were it not for his concern over his injuries, Lin Yu would have wished to toil without respite. Finally, on this day, as the last vestige of spiritual energy completed its liquefaction, an explosive surge of power erupted within him, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, flowing forth from his Dantian through the extraordinary meridians, breaking through the 12 layers of his being that instant. A resounding echo akin to the booming of a great bell resonated within him, compelling Lin Yu to rise and let out a long, triumphant howl. In a moment, the verdant mountains trembled and countless birds took flight. Lin Yu had established his foundation. This advancement not only meant that Lin Yu had finally rejoined the ranks of 7th-tier masters, but also signified that the long-standing deficiency in his spiritual power manipulation methods would be rectified. Standing outside the cave, Lin Yu felt the tiger skin around him fluttering in the absence of wind. With a soft command and a pointed finger, a fiery streak shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc before colliding with a massive boulder. With a thunderous crash, a stone over a person's height was instantaneously pierced, and the residual force continued to penetrate 2 enormous trees before dissipating. Lin Yu approached to examine the holes in the stone, his tongue clicking in astonishment. How could this possess power rivaling my self-created flame blade? Resolute, he decided to test it. Stepping back a few paces, he unsheathed his short blade and executed a strike, unleashing a wave of flame blade energy that left a deep gash of half a foot on the stone. Witnessing this, Lin Yu could not help but furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. The power of the flame blade had diminished significantly. Yet, while he felt discontent, he was not overly disheartened, for he understood that this was the norm and a consequence of his choice to primarily focus on the burning technique. If only his own spiritual power could unleash such tremendous destructive force, how splendid it would be. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, such thoughts had been entertained by others long before him. Yet the fate that befell those individuals was, alas, cautionary. The burning technique was incomplete. Aside from the intact cultivation methods below the 6th tier, it recorded only 3 means of spiritual power application, all of which required the foundation establishment stage to utilize. One was the finger technique Lin Yu had just demonstrated. The second was creating a protective shield of spiritual power surrounding the body, akin to the protective energy employed by the middle-aged man he had encountered. As for the final method, taking a deep breath, Lin Yu activated the spiritual power in accordance with the technique's instructions, and suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, engulfing his entire form in flames. With a roar, the fiery figure he had become vanished in an instant, transforming into a blazing streak that shot into the heavens. This sight startled the leisurely observing Xiao Bai, who leaped up in a flurry of alarm. Utterly terrified in the blink of an eye, the fiery figure swooped back and crashed to the ground with a thud. Coughing and gasping as the flames dissipated, Lin Yu emerged, smoke rising from his body. Damn it, cough cough. This escape technique should only be used in dire straits. In the mere moment it took, he had expended at least 1/5 of his spiritual power. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu felt a pang of dread, had he not recognized the signs and decisively halted. He would have exhausted his energy and plummeted from the sky. How perilous! After resting for an extended period, Lin Yu finally rose to inspect himself, only to let out a rueful chuckle. Great, now I've burned my pants off. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, he had accumulated some beast skins, sparing him from the embarrassment of running naked through the mountains. Why did I forget to stock up on supplies for my storage space? Having thoroughly washed himself by the stream, he wrapped several pieces of beast skin around himself for modesty, gazing at his reflection in the shimmering waters. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. What a true caveman! Upon returning to his cave, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, brimming with excitement as he began to name his newly acquired techniques. The finger technique would be called the Sun Finger. The escape technique would be dubbed Fire Escape. Simple and memorable. After all, the Uchiha clan wouldn't come after him for it.as for the protective shield. Perhaps it should be called the Magical Shield? No, he wasn't a magician. That belonged to Western fantasy. How about the Golden Light Shield? While grilling meat, Lin Yu pondered aloud, attempting to bestow grandiose titles upon his newfound skills. Yet, after much thought, it seemed that all the impressive names were already taken. Suddenly, a name flickered in his mind. What about the Prosperity Shield? A shield of flourishing prosperity from Huaxia. What a splendid name! He chuckled to himself, fully aware that this name would eventually be harmonized away. Finally satisfied with the names he had given to his 3 treasure techniques, Lin Yu took a hearty bite of roasted meat perfection. Ugh, wait, it's undercooked. Xiao Bai, unfazed by Lin Yu's outburst, ambled out of the cave with an air of nonchalance. However, just as Xiao Bai had half emerged from the cave, a sudden low hiss erupted, causing it to dart back in fright, its tail tucked between its legs. Lin Yu, caught in a moment of bewilderment while contemplating his meat, wondered what could be outside. Chapter 58. A good person driven by curiosity, Lin Yu grasped the roasted meat and stepped outside, only to find that after taking 2 steps, Xiao Bai had clamped its jaws tightly onto his tiger skin, its large eyes flashing with a clear warning. Danger lurked. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yu's mind as he swiftly grabbed his short blade, soothing Xiao Bai while quietly approaching the cave entrance to listen intently. Outside was eerily quiet, save for the distant chirping of insects. With unwavering confidence in his hearing, Lin Yu felt assured, yet Xiao Bai would not have reacted so without reason. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to venture outside. Regardless of whether it was people or beasts lurking beyond, sitting idle within the cave would only lead to inevitable doom. It was far better to confront the situation head-on. Cautiously, Lin Yu stepped outside the cave, surveying the surroundings. The forest remained unchanged, the bright moon illuminating the tranquil night sky. Nothing to worry about. Lin Yu turned to glance at Xiao Bai, whose large head was desperately trying to hide behind him. Xiao Bai's response was laced with evident tension and shivers. Something was amiss. With his blade in hand, Lin Yu took slow steps away from the cave entrance, channeling his spiritual power to heighten his senses, rendering the surrounding area visible in his mind. No1. Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed back into the cave, moments later peeking out with both head and horse. Anxiety etched upon their faces. Goodness, something big is about to happen. Under the starry sky, sword lights fell like rain. They descended from the horizon, slicing through the sky, vanishing into the depths of the mountains. Good grief, there must be at least 100. Lin Yu's face drained of color as he swiftly extinguished the campfire and retreated deeper into the cave, huddling closely with Xiao Bai, both trembling in fear. Xiao Bai, why do you think so many Qi practitioners have come here? I'm not that important, am I? Surely they aren't here to capture me. It wasn't that Lin Yu lacked courage. Rather, the enemy seemed overwhelmingly formidable. The ethereal lights in the sky appeared no weaker than the middle-aged man he had encountered before. If these hundreds of individuals were truly seeking him out, it would be far wiser for him to take his own life. From that day forth, for an entire month, Lin Yu transitioned from initial shock and fear to growing accustomed to the situation, ultimately resigning himself to a state of indifference. Let it be what it shall be. Lin Yu lay at the cave entrance, sprawled out in a star shape, basking in the sun while gazing at the fleeting sword lights in the sky. The influx of Qi practitioners was staggering. Daily, dozens, if not hundreds, ventured into the deep mountains. The rare sight of a single practitioner had become as commonplace as kangaroos in Australia, that it was evident that something monumental had transpired in the mountains. For these practitioners would not swarm like this without cause. Now, he merely hoped that this matter would pass swiftly. Otherwise, he might find himself caught in the crossfire. Yet, the thought of venturing outside filled him with trepidation. If everyone was heading inward and he dared to venture out, what if someone were to capture him out of caution? Fortunately, the direction these individuals were heading seemed quite distant from his mountain peak. If he remained discreetly hidden, he should be able to avoid attracting any trouble. Lin Yu reassured himself with this thought, and as a month passed, it seemed to validate his assumption, regardless of the time. The practitioner soaring above paid no heed to him, the wild man of the wilderness. Thus, Lin Yu gradually relaxed his worries for involving himself in the matter. He glanced at his own diminutive stature and wisely chose to forego such notions. After all, a mere cloud rock had nearly cost him his life. How could he contend with thousands of practitioners, none of whom appeared amicable, with the distant echoes of thunder resonating from afar? Lin Yu, now a nominal Foundation establishment cultivator, lacked weapons, talismans, and only possessed 3 techniques. To challenge these practitioners would truly be akin to inviting calamity upon himself. However, there are times in this world when the more you try to evade a matter, the more it seeks you out. That which you fear will inevitably come to pass, which is quite peculiar. Lin Yu had already been sufficiently cautious, daring not to venture outside during the day. Accompanied by his horse, he could only sneak out at night to gather some wild fruits and forage for fodder, proceeding with utmost caution. This night, as the pair quietly returned after a meal, a dark mist suddenly materialized in the shadows, barreling towards them. Oh no! Fire escape! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu unleashed his escape technique, transforming himself into a blazing figure that swiftly vanished from sight, narrowly avoiding the impending danger. The black mist, having missed its target, emitted a soft gasp of surprise and immediately surged towards the fiery apparition of Lin Yu. What the hell is this? Lin Yu cursed as he fled, observing the black mist pursue him like a relentless parasite. Despite elevating his fire escape to its utmost limits, he found himself unable to shake off the pursuing entity. He felt his spiritual energy draining at an alarming rate, causing a surge of panic within him. In just 10 breaths, his essence would be nearly depleted, and at that point he would not even need the black mist to end him. A fall from such heights would suffice. 9, 8, 7, 6. The black mist continued its relentless chase, seemingly accelerating further. If this continued, his demise was all but certain. It would be better to strike back while he still had some energy left. Even in death, he would take a bite out of his foe. I shall fight you to the bitter end. As the fire figure plummeted rapidly, he soon found himself on solid ground. A swift glance revealed the dark mist hot on his heels. One finger of the sun. Lin Yu turned and pointed, releasing a brilliant flare of fire that shot forth from his fingertip. Colliding squarely with the black mist, the sound akin to a tortured scream emanated from within as the flames surged, dispersing the darkness. Lin Yu, breathless, fell onto the ground, rolling behind a tree for cover. Peeking out, he observed the black mist gradually dissipate, revealing a tiny figure, no larger than a fist, writhing in agony in the air. A small hole, the size of a thumb, burned in its chest, surrounded by flickering flames and cries of despair. My goodness, a nascent soul. Lin Yu gasped in horror. The tiny figure glared at him with eyes full of malice, crying, "You shall pay with your life, little one." With that, it exploded, sending a spark of spiritual light racing toward Lin Yu. Oh no, alas, with his spiritual energy completely exhausted, he had no means to evade it. The light surged into his mind, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes to find himself in a peculiar space. Around him lay a murky chaos, devoid of distinction between up and down, left and right. Upon examining himself, he discovered he had no physical form, only a faint glimmer of light. The act of seeing was merely an ethereal sensation. Have I been transported again? While pondering this, a resounding boom echoed, and with a flash of light, a colossal figure emerged in the distance, its vastness beyond measure. Lin Yu felt minuscule in comparison. The giant raised its arms to the heavens and bellowed. Open, thus, the universe was born. Good heavens, Pangu! Lin Yu stared in astonishment. The giant, observing Lin Yu, expressed disbelief. How curious to find a small being here. With that, it lifted its ancient bronze hand and reached towards Lin Yu. As the enormous hand descended, Lin Yu instinctively activated his fire escape, flames bursting forth as he transformed into a fire figure soaring into the sky. Yet, the giant's hand was far too immense. Despite his desperate efforts to escape, he was caught. A profound agony pierced his very soul, pushing him to the brink of madness. With a triumphant laugh, the giant boomed, "Little being, merge with me." Its voice resonated throughout the cosmos. As its hands swept down, intent on obliterating Lin Yu. Overwhelmed by soul-searing pain, Lin Yu found himself on the verge of immobility, facing the giant's impending strike with little hope of survival. Yet, in that moment, Lin Yu, clutching his head in despair, suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "Old man, is that all you've got?" In that instant, he pivoted sharply, transforming into a colossal being himself, arms raised to counter the assault. The giant's expression darkened as it faltered. "I did not anticipate this, that a mere foundation establishment cultivator, yet you grasped the essence of enlightenment quite swiftly." Lin Yu, however, did not engage in conversation. Instead, he surveyed the realm around him, pondering aloud. "Is this the legendary sea of consciousness, the realm of the soul? It appears you wish to seize my essence, old man." The giant smiled, a mix of disdain and reflection crossing its features. "I have traversed the world for over a century. Who would have thought I would be reduced to fighting over a mere foundation establishment cultivator's essence? Alas, little one, you are no match for me. Leave your last words. Should the opportunity arise, I shall fulfill them, thus completing this karmic cycle." With a hearty laugh, Lin Yu retorted, "Old man, are you foolish enough to believe you can defeat me in my own sea of consciousness?" The Pangu giant, unfazed, merely shook its head. "Ah, the frog in the well. I am Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. This realm of yours was shaped by my hand. How could you hope to contend with me?" "Very well," the giant declared. "If you refuse to heed my warning, I shall exert some effort." With that, its hands turned, and once more, the massive palms came crashing down. Facing the incoming assault, Lin Yu remained unfazed. Mirroring the giant's earlier demeanor, that he sighed, "Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven. However, self-inflicted woes are inescapable. Old man, after living for so many years, it seems you have wasted your time. Allow me, a newcomer, to demonstrate my abilities." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu, transformed into a giant, suddenly closed his eyes, causing his form to explode into a shower of blood rain. This bizarre spectacle utterly astonished the Pangu giant. Before it could comprehend the situation, a multitude of Lin Yu's voices resonated throughout the cosmos. "He transforms freely. He transcends time. He embodies eternity, that I am the heavenly emperor, destined to subdue all adversaries. Countless tribulations, spanning eons, I remain undefeated, with a single hand. I challenge 3,000 emperors, and with both palms, I push through 13 provinces that I shall attain eternal life." It was as if he had merged with something extraordinary. After a lengthy silence, the cosmos lay still. Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the void, his form fluctuating between solidity and insubstantiality. Suddenly, the heavens shook, and a deep, resonant tone echoed through the AIRAT that moment. Lin Yu's form solidified, and he opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply as he surveyed the world around him, a fiery fervor igniting within his gaze, what a remarkable benefactor. Not only did you expend your own spiritual power to help me establish my sea of consciousness, but you even generously gifted me countless fragments of memory, a true savior. Regrettably, one must question the logic behind such actions. Comparing your intellect to mine, that is a daunting prospect, for once that door opens. I tremble at the possibilities, as laughter echoed in the cave. The crackling fire roasted tiger meat, the sizzling sound causing Lin Yu's mouth to water. Hours had passed since his awakening, and after absorbing the soul and memory fragments, he exited the sea of consciousness. Yet upon opening his eyes, a gaping maw lunged toward his throat. The ferocious tiger soon became a meal over the fire. How many have I consumed now? If this were my past life, I'd have been executed several times over. Lin Yu mused while flipping the meat, his thoughts drifting. Upon awakening, he initially intended to find Xiao Bai, but after a frantic escape, he had lost his way. Moreover, after exhausting all his spiritual energy in that final attack, he dared not traverse these perilous mountains alone until he regained his strength. Who knew what life-threatening entities might lurk in the shadows? Having absorbed the memory fragments, he gained considerable insight into his predecessor's origins and intentions. This individual was known as Qian Daoren, a nascent soul cultivator from the Dark Demon sect. His entrance into Chengwu Mountain was driven by rumors of a rising purple aura, heralding the emergence of a peerless treasure, attracting countless sects and demonic factions vying for it. Alas, Qian Daoren was rather unfortunate. During the ensuing conflict, his physical form was shattered, yet he managed to escape with his nascent soul intact. Encountering Lin Yu, he deemed him an easy target for possession due to his lack of cultivation. Little did he know that Lin Yu's flames, forged through arduous training, countered the dark powers he wielded. Thus, a formidable nascent soul cultivator was vanquished by a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Where could he seek justice? In a final desperate act, Qian Daoren chose to self-destruct his nascent soul, forcing his possession technique into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. However, Lin Yu had only just begun his foundation establishment. His sea of consciousness remained uncharted, and without a nascent soul to draw strength from, Qian Daoren was left with only his spiritual essence to forcibly carve out Lin Yu's consciousness. In Qian Daoren's mind, the clash of soul imprints within the sea of consciousness was a contest he believed he could easily dominate, confident that his centuries of experience would easily overwhelm a mere child. Yet, was he truly prepared for what lay ahead? Fortune seems to frown upon those unfortunate souls, as even drinking cold water can lead to misfortune. That he unexpectedly encountered Lin Yu, an eccentric individual. The centuries of experience he possessed indeed endowed him with vast knowledge and insight. However, for Lin Yu, who had been bombarded by countless imaginative narratives in his previous life, the mere extent of his thoughts was quite limited to this point. Lin Yu felt compelled to offer a fragrant stick to the Qian Daoist. For his situation was utterly lamentable. The Qian Daoist memories, accumulated over hundreds of years, were not only exceedingly complex, but also remarkably chaotic. Only a minuscule portion could be accessed, and the majority of accessible memories comprised trivialities devoid of significance. Crucially, there was a complete absence of information regarding cultivation methods. In this regard, Lin Yu discovered the answer within the Qian Daoist recollections. The Dark Demon sect had long ago imposed restrictions on their soul to prevent the leakage of their techniques. Not only was it impossible to impart these methods without permission, but even soul-searching techniques were utterly ineffective. Such malice was beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, despite these constraints, the Qian Daoist memories represented an immense treasure trove for Lin Yu. Although viewing the Qian Daoist recollections felt akin to watching a black-and-white film, leaving him unable to empathize, the centuries of experiences, even if merely a fraction, provided invaluable insights into the cultivation world that Lin Yu, who had never received guidance from a master, could greatly benefit from. One day, when he fully absorbed this knowledge, it would undoubtedly remedy his shortcomings. Among the most vivid memories of the Qian Daoist was the moment his physical body was destroyed by a single strike. Lin Yu witnessed this event from the Qian Daoist perspective in its entirety, that a woman clad in snowy white, with a stunning visage, wielded a pale blue longsword, which she merely waved, beneath the overwhelming sword energy. The formidable Yuaning cultivator, Qian Daoist, could only watch helplessly as his treasured artifact was shattered and his physical form obliterated, leaving him with no choice but to escape as a Yuaning. 3 days later, once Lin Yu's spiritual power had fully recovered, he could no longer remain idle, consumed by concern for Xiao Bai's safety. That it was exceedingly perilous to leave a solitary horse in such a treacherous situation. He feared that should someone seize the opportunity, it would spell disaster. However, before he had traversed 3 miles, a resounding boom echoed from the sky. Startled, Lin Yu looked up to see a spatial black hole slowly healing, from which 4 figures emerged, entangled in fierce combat. Sword energy surged, and demonic flames raged. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swiftly activated his fire escape technique, attempting to flee, but alas, it was too late. Just as he initiated his escape, the 4 fighters exchanged a powerful blow. The heavens and earth trembled. All 4 were forced back over 100 feet, hovering in a standoff. The incessant sounds of thunder and shattering resonated, and the combined might of their forces, coupled with their respective divine pressures, was far from trivial. Below, the trees and boulders of the mountainous forest shattered, leaving Lin Yu in a precarious situation. Although he had just activated his escape technique, he found himself immobilized under the immense pressure that felt as if the very sky were collapsing. Even with his spiritual power at its peak, he remained utterly paralyzed that he dared not withdraw his fire escape. Who knew what would happen if he did? Would he be crushed beneath this weight? This predicament was infuriating. The fire escape technique consumed spiritual energy, and even in his current state of immobility, his energy would still deplete. Lin Yu could only despairingly feel the spiritual energy within him draining at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, his fiery form dissipated with a puff, collapsing to the ground as his energy was entirely exhausted, unable to withstand the invisible pressure from above. Thankfully, due to his years of martial training, his physical form was reasonably strong. Otherwise, he would have been crushed in an instant. This scene, of course, did not escape the attention of the four combatants above, who reacted differently upon noticing the clearly unfortunate little cultivator. The elegantly dressed woman, with her enchanting features and graceful figure, observed Lin Yu's plight with keen interest and the frail constitution of you humans. Why does the old Taoist not lend a hand? Her lips parted, and a seemingly innate charm radiated from her. The Taoist, whose name had been called, let out a soft huff with a wave of his hand. A faint protective shield materialized above Lin Yu, instantly alleviating the pressure from above. The woman giggled, her voice laced with mockery. Elder Lu, as expected of one from the Ziyun Xian sect. Such noble virtue. I admire, unlike some who are all brawn and no brains. Furious, the sword-wielding man retorted, "You little fox, it seems my previous strikes did not suffice. Come, let us duel." He swung his sword, slicing through the air toward her. The woman, Hua Ying, paled and quickly dodged, exclaiming, "What a brute!" As she evaded, her colorful garments fluttered, revealing 9 ethereal fox tails. "You seek death," she declared, commanding her tails to unleash a barrage of wind blades. The swordsman, unfazed, executed an intricate maneuver. Engaging the ethereal blades with his own sword energy, as they fought, they gradually drew closer to Elder Lu of the Ziyun Xian sect. The old man, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, stepped back from the fray, shaking his head in dismay. Though the little fox has taken on human form, she remains ignorant of human nature. Why provoke the cultivators of the Xian Tian sword sect? Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden dark flash surged toward him. With a swift motion, Elder Lu dispelled the black light with a flick of his sleeve, sneering, impatient. "Are we, young one?" As he spoke, he rapidly formed seals, causing myriad runes to illuminate his surroundings, unleashing a torrent of spells toward the assailant in black. The black-clad figure cackled menacingly as a wave of black mist enveloped him, punctuated by the sounds of wails and cries. With a sweeping gesture, countless ghostly figures erupted from the mist, their numbers seemingly in the thousands, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The conflict intensified, blending the Ziyun Dao techniques with the sinister, ghostly arts. As the Xian Tian sword cultivators clashed with the Demon Fox sect, the battle raged on, shaking the very heavens and earth, until it became a chaotic melee. In the midst of this turmoil, Lin Yu found himself within a protective barrier that remained untouched despite the chaos outside. Uncertain of its strength, he had previously attempted to escape, but to no avail. The barrier held firm. Only when the onslaught of sword energy and wind blades struck did the barrier exhibit the slightest tremor. Witnessing this, Lin Yu abandoned any thoughts of fleeing, that he realized that not only could he not breach the barrier, but even if he could, the overwhelming spells and demonic arts outside would surely overwhelm his small frame before he could escape even 10 feet. With this realization, Lin Yu finally relaxed, perhaps embracing a sense of resignation. He retrieved a flask of wine from his storage ring, shattering the clay seal with a single hand before tilting his head back to drink. This was the very wine he had stored at the Yen residence, an exceptional vintage. Throughout 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu had scarcely indulged in alcohol, having only stolen a few sips of beer in his previous life before being caught and scolded by his grandmother. Here, however, his parents were unconcerned. But at his tender age, what business did he have with wine? The cool liquid entered his throat, igniting a fiery warmth that spread through his core, invigorating every fiber of his being. With a hearty laugh, Lin Yu drank half the flask, as the alcohol coursed through him. He felt a dizzying euphoria take hold. His senses heightened, and an overwhelming surge of strength enveloped him. Looking up, he observed the 4 combatants engaged in their fierce duel. With unrestrained enthusiasm, he tore open his shirt, puffed out his chest, and struck a pose of bravado. What a magnificent strike! The sword light is sharp. But alas, you veered off course, a tad further back, and you might have severed that fox's tail. Indeed, hasten, oh dear brother, you are slow again. Had you struck just now, that black fiend would have lost his head. Elder, you must move swiftly in your casting. Lingering too long will leave you vulnerable. That fox, does she possess any abilities beyond wind blades? Come on, sister, add some ice blades for good measure. That ominous black figure? Elders, eliminate him. He is clearly up to no good, say, beautiful lady, would you care to share a contact number? In his intoxicated state, Lin Yu shouted and critiqued from below, oblivious to the incredulity of the four above, especially the mention of the ominous figure, who was, after all, a member of the Dark Demon sect. Known for their volatile temperament, the black-robed figure continued to engage the sword cultivator. Lin Yu's taunts provoked a surge of rage within him. The surrounding black mist swelled ominously, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a soul attack directed at the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator dared not confront directly, swiftly evading in midair. Seizing the opportunity, the figure in the black robe twisted his form and struck down with a resounding slap that a massive, pitch-black palm of spiritual energy descended like the weight of Mount Tai. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, hands on hips, was commenting from the sidelines when the sky suddenly darkened. With a thunderous boom, a colossal imprint appeared in the ground, plunging deep into the earth that as the smoke cleared, Lin Yu's stunned silhouette emerged from the pit. Frozen in disbelief, before his astonished gaze, the protective barrier that had shielded him for so long flickered violently, shattering into fragments that vanished into the air. Indeed, the Ziyun Xian sect possessed remarkable magical arts. Such a casual protective spell was capable of withstanding the full force of the netherworld divine palm from this master. Truly extraordinary. Unable to restrain himself, the black-robed man exclaimed, but his hands remained swift. Delivering another palm strike, the Xintian sword cultivator, who had initially returned to the fray, now stood idly by, watching as the man seemed to swat at flies. Lin Yu's previous performance had thoroughly vexed him. Damn it, old fool. You are determined to kill me, aren't you? Having been scared into a cold sweat, Lin Yu was instantly sober. Seeing that dark palm descend once more, he understood that with his current strength, a direct encounter would be fatal. With his shield shattered, what else could he do but flee? In an instant, flames ignited as Lin Yu activated his evasion technique, swiftly retreating several dozen yards. Boom! Deafening sound erupted as Lin Yu barely escaped the range of the massive palm. Though he avoided the direct strike, the gust of spiritual energy generated by the descending palm sent him careening, as if caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the rocks. Lin Yu cried out in agony, blood spewing from his mouth as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. He was lifeless. The fly fell silent. The figure in the black robe, concealed in shadow, let out a harsh grunt. Turning to regard the Xintian sword cultivator, his aura surging ominously, clearly intent on further conflict. However, at that moment, the sword cultivator's fighting spirit had waned. After a prolonged battle among the four, they were equally matched. Continuing this way would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Elder Lu and the Fox Maiden, having observed the cessation of hostilities between the two, exchanged glances and also halted. Thus, the black-robed man could only suppress his overwhelming desire for combat. The four stood apart as they had at the beginning, each pair facing one another. After a lengthy silence, the Fox Maiden let out a light laugh, her movements imbued with an alluring grace. No more fighting. It's quite dull. With that, she turned and walked away. Her nonchalance, however, left the black-robed man in a difficult position, casting a malevolent glance at Elder Lu and the Xintian sword cultivator. The corners of his mouth twitched. Sly fox. Though formidable, he knew that the two before him were no weaklings. In a one-on-one confrontation, it would be a stalemate. Against two, he had no hope of victory. Why linger? The black mist surrounding him surged violently before he abruptly transformed into a streak of darkness, fleeing into the distance. With both a demon and a monster having fled, the remaining two, despite belonging to different sects, were still part of the Celestial Alliance, and thus could not engage further. Each chose a direction, vanishing like shooting stars, leaving behind a scene of devastation and scattered animal carcasses that as for the individual whose reckless words had led to his demise, he was long forgotten. Only Lin Yu, wounded in this chaotic world, remained to bear witness to the aftermath. For a long, long time, until the moon hung high in the sky, Lin Yu's lifeless body suddenly convulsed violently. What the Lin Yu opened his eyes, his soul returning to its rightful place. Instantly aware of the pain that coursed through him. What on earth is happening? Am I collateral damage? In that urgent moment, realizing the black-robed man's unwavering intent to kill him, he understood that even if he had narrowly escaped once, evading a second time would be nearly impossible, given the vast disparity in strength. Left with no options, Lin Yu could only awkwardly activate a secret technique he had glimpsed from the fragments of the Qian Daoist soul. This technique was rather ineffective and not affiliated with any sect. Hence, during the day, he accessed the memory fragments. It was one of the only useful pieces of information he found. The technique was nameless and simple to execute, but its sole function was to induce a state of false death. When activated, the soul would be sealed within the sea of consciousness, severing all ties to the outside world, while the physical body would enter a state of suspended animation, naturally reviving after 6 hours. The reason it was deemed ineffective was that during its operation, one would possess no ability to retaliate. Should an opponent choose to obliterate one's remains, or if one encountered wild beasts like tigers or leopards, they would undoubtedly become a meal. It was precisely for this reason that the Qian Daoist had never utilized this technique in decades. Yet, Lin Yu, having just acquired it from the soul fragments, found himself employing it. What a burden! At least he was spared from being devoured by a tiger. Why has this little fellow been either recuperating or on the path to recovery lately? While enduring his entire body's pain, Lin Yu grumbled to himself that it wasn't entirely his fault. Since leaving Xingning City, he had been grievously wounded multiple times, each injury life-threatening, which had become somewhat uncanny. Consequently, 3 days later, when Lin Yu's injuries began to heal, he piled earth into a furnace, inserted grass as incense, and offered his prayers repeatedly to the three pure ones, the Buddha of infinite life, the Jade Emperor, and all the gods. I, a mere mortal in a foreign land, pay my respects. After rising, he pondered the risks and decided it wasn't sufficient, turning back to create another pile, crafting a wooden cross. God, Jesus, Amen, Allah the Almighty above. Bless your Devo. He paid no mind to whether the Western deities understood his Chinese prayers. After all, when it comes to the divine, it never hurts to offer more prayers. Who knows, perhaps one of them would respond. With such thoughts, he busied himself. Having prayed to the Buddha of infinite life, should he not also pray to Mithra? After honoring the three pure ones, what about that teacher of Tao from the human realm? As a result, the small mound grew larger, the grass more densely packed, until Lin Yu was left sweating profusely, having only completed less than a quarter of his offerings to the myriad deities. That should suffice, right? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yu bowed 3 times before the incense altar dedicated to the 2 deities, Oxhead and Horseface, before resuming his journey. This time, he had learned his lesson and dared not rush while utilizing his powers. Who knew when a few formidable figures might emerge and smite him? Each of those 4 had exuded an aura rivaling that of Dongfang Bai when he first appeared, a pressure that felt as deep as an abyss. Could it be that these individuals were all 4th-grade transformation cultivators? Upon contemplating this, Lin Yu felt an even greater sense of trepidation. Transformation cultivators, according to the memories of the Qian Daoist, were esteemed figures even within the Celestial Alliance's demonic sects, often ranking just below the sect masters slightly lesser sects. They could even ascend to the position of sect master. Now, with For suddenly appearing, how could Lin Yu not be alarmed? He was simultaneously terrified and vaguely intrigued by the events unfolding in the deep mountains. Being merely immortal, he recognized that something significant must have occurred in those mountains, likely involving some precious treasure. Otherwise, these 4th-grade cultivators would not have descended to engage in such a fierce battle. Nevertheless, constrained by his own abilities, Lin Yu resolved to remain cautious. From that day forth, he traversed the mountain paths, neither running nor flying, taking each step as if he were a native of the mountains. This method of travel, while slow, ensured safety. After all, no great cultivator would randomly target a mountain dweller. Though there were exceptions among the demonic sections, for instance, the infamous artifact 10,000 Souls banner was known for claiming countless lives and harvesting souls. After 3 days of this slow journey, Lin Yu began to feel an increasing sense of unease. The clashes between cultivators above and below were becoming more frequent, with 4 skirmishes occurring in just the last day alone. Fortunately, his disguise held well. Although he had been noticed amidst the fierce battles, to the 4th and 5th grade masters, he was but an insignificant ant. Thus, Lin Yu narrowly avoided disaster. However, today, as he reached a mountain peak, He looked up to behold the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, spotting a familiar figure among the combatants. The sight of the sword cultivator from the Xiantian sect filled him with dread. A sudden thought of despair struck him. Had he taken a wrong turn? Chapter 60. Sword Cultivator, seeing the Xiantian sect sword cultivator. Lin Yu's worry from the past few days was finally confirmed. After so much careful maneuvering to avoid the battlefield, he had instead plunged deeper into its midst. The point of inevitable confrontation loomed ever closer. Otherwise, this sword cultivator would not be present here. Lin Yu smacked his forehead in frustration, regretting his missteps, but at this juncture, it was too late to turn back. The moment he arrived at the mountaintop, an enigmatic sword intent locked onto him with unyielding precision. It was evident that the sword cultivator engaged in battle found this fledgling cultivator, who had narrowly escaped death, quite intriguing. That I have no interest in you. Lin Yu longed to shout, hoping to convey his position. Yet in reality, he could only admit defeat, resigned to the fact that he was merely a delectable morsel presented on a platter. Otherwise, his petite frame would meet the same fate as those others in the sky. Sliced into pieces by the sword cultivator's blade. Humph. The little spawn of the demonic sect is becoming increasingly pathetic, the sword cultivator sneered, effortlessly dispatching a few lesser foes with disdain. With a swift motion, he soared through the air, looking down upon this insignificant foundational stage cultivator. You managed to survive under Chu Shan's hand. It seems you possess some skill. Where do you hail from? Chu Shan. Could it be that black-robed man from that day? In response to the inquiry from the sword cultivator, Lin Yu felt compelled to answer without hesitation, promptly rising to pay his respects. I am Sun Wen, hailing from the Dan Ding Xian Zone, and I am a disciple of the fourth-grade alchemist Mu Zi Chu. Fabricating a grandiose fade, Lin Yu was indeed a master of deception. Such lies rolled off his tongue with ease. At this moment, invoking the name of another brought a sense of unease. For what if someone from that sect were already present? If he were to impersonate another recklessly, it would be akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, inviting his own demise. The Dan Ding Xian Zone, not only comprised of individuals with generally placid dispositions, also afforded him some leeway due to Mu Zi Chu's esteemed reputation. Furthermore, given that Mu Zi Chu was often away from the sect, Lin Yu was not particularly well known among the sect members at this juncture. There was truly no more suitable individual to invoke. Did the sword cultivator actually believe Lin Yu's claim of being from Dan Ding Xian Zone? Surprisingly, he did. This was not entirely unfounded, as the cultivator distinctly sensed Lin Yu's demise previously. His physical form had lost all vitality, and his soul had dissipated. Yet now, the one who should have perished stood before him on the hillside. Leaving no explanation other than the outlandish antics of the Dan Ding Xian Zone's crazed alchemist that he asked for the notion of a false death technique. The sword cultivator had not entertained such thoughts. Who would bother with such trivialities? After all, a mere small cultivator whom he could easily crush was hardly worthy of his attention. The sword cultivator was extraordinarily tall, his hands reaching beyond his knees, standing before Lin Yu as if an adult gazing down at a child. He had presumed that this group only engaged in secluded alchemical practices and would refrain from meddling in such matters. To his astonishment, there was indeed this restless little fellow among them. Shaking his head, the sword cultivator casually placed a hand atop Lin Yu's head, gently ruffling his hair. That I have a history with your Qing Ling Peak's master. You shall accompany me. Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, he turned and strode into the depths of the mountains. Could Lin Yu dare to refuse? Though he cursed inwardly, he did not dare to linger, mustering his spiritual energy to closely follow. The sword cultivator, however, was not entirely inconsiderate. He intentionally slowed his pace, for if he had not, Lin Yu would have struggled to keep up, even to the point of exhaustion. Thus, caught in this involuntary escort, Lin Yu had no choice but to proceed alongside the sword cultivator. When they encountered other cultivators embroiled in conflict, upon sighting the sword cultivator, those individuals hastily retreated, as if avoiding a plague. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu's eyes were open to the grandeur of the cultivation world. Witnessing a cacophony of mystical techniques and an array of magical artifacts on display, that moment, a corner of the magnificent tapestry of the cultivation realm unfurled before him. After traversing for half a day, the landscape shifted dramatically. One moment he was surrounded by towering mountains, and the next he felt a jolt, as if he had crossed some unseen threshold an indescribable sensation washing over him. Before he could ponder further, a massive mountain loomed into view. Its peak soared into the clouds, adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants, while radiant halos danced in the sky, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. Before Lin Yu could inquire, the sword cultivator swiftly seized him under his arm and took to the skies on his sword. Lin Yu found himself ensnared in an iron grip, gasping as he struggled futilely against the constriction. In his desperation, he attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy, but to no avail. Some unknown technique rendered his power stagnant, akin to still waters. Who would have thought that my demise would be so humiliating? Lin Yu lamented that he had contemplated various scenarios for his potential demise since the moment he opened his eyes in this world and beheld that glistening spear tip, that he understood the cruelty of this realm. As an ordinary person, he recognized that in such a perilous environment, misfortunes were inevitable. Yet, even if granted 100 choices, he could never have anticipated being crushed to death by someone. It was an affront to his dignity. How could he accept such a fate? Just as despair threatened to consume him, expecting to meet his end, he suddenly felt his body loosen as the constricting arm released him, sending him plummeting to the ground with a thud. Gasping for breath, Lin Yu lay on the ground like a fish stranded on land, panting heavily. Never before had he been so close to death. Even in prior dangers, he had managed to struggle. But just moments ago, he felt as though he had seen his ancestors. After catching his breath, Lin Yu scrambled to his feet and stood obediently behind the sword cultivator, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. Once he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he was immediately struck by a cold sweat. The two stood upon a vast platform within the mountains, the ground beneath their feet smooth and intricately patterned. Clearly the work of skilled artisans. Upon this platform stood no fewer than several dozen individuals, either standing or seated. Among them, a striking figure in white caught his eye, none other than Xiao Wanqing, the one who had slain Qian Daoren. What filled Lin Yu with dread was that her position was not that of the strongest. Although the crowd was somewhat disordered, it was apparent that two individuals were at the forefront. One was a handsome youth clad in green, no older than 20, wielding a sword, while the other was an elderly man in black robes, with graying whiskers, holding a white banner, to the side of these two. A stone door emanated a slow, colorful glow. The sword cultivator, having brought Lin Yu, stood behind the youth, indicating that they were clearly allied with Xiao Wanqing and the young man, that if his deductions were correct. The four who had attacked that day were certainly of the 4th grade. What of these two leaders? The mere thought sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. Was he truly capable of participating in such a scenario? Chapter 60. The Secret Realm. The aftermath of the attack by those four nearly claimed his life, that if these two were to engage in battle, would his frail form not be reduced to mere ash? As Lin Yu racked his brain for a means of escape, Xiao Wanqing glanced at him and questioned the sword cultivator. Brother Feng, who is this person? Her voice was cool, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. A stray picked up on the road, claiming to be from the Danding sect, named Sun One, the sword cultivator replied. Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brow, casting a perplexed glance between the sword cultivator and Lin Yu. Then, as if recalling something, a faint smile graced her lips, and she sighed. Brother Feng, you truly are a romantic at heart. Xiao Junior's sister, Feng Mu, his bronze complexion tinged with a hint of crimson, elicited Lin Yu's astonishment. Who would have imagined this rugged man possessed such sentiments? From the tone of her voice, it seemed Feng Mu had brought him here for the sake of a woman. Could it be that she was the Qing Ling Peak's master he had mentioned? Lin Yu couldn't help but admire his own audacity. Even in such a precarious situation, he found time to ponder others' gossip that as more individuals arrived, the tension between the two factions escalated, that a single careless act could ignite a fierce conflict. Suddenly, the stone door blazed with radiant patterns, a colossal symbol materializing and shooting skyward. The stone doors appear to be pushed open by an unseen force, slowly swinging inward. Predecessors, the portal is open. Various opportunities await, each reliant on one's own merit. The elderly man disregarded the youth's words with a snort, his figure flashing as he entered the door. The young man scoffed, transforming into a streak of light that followed closely behind. With the leaders breaking through, the remaining individuals could no longer contain their eagerness. They unleashed their techniques, some employing escape methods, others soaring on flying swords, all rushing into the portal, leaving the platform devoid of presence in the blink of an eye. However, just as everyone had entered, the radiant light once again illuminated the two stone doors. With a thunderous roar, the doors slammed shut from within. The intricate patterns upon the doors glowed brilliantly, and after a dazzling flash of white light, the stone doors vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the barren stone walls, as if the doors had never existed at all. For Lin Yu, he truly did not wish to come inside. Yet he found himself powerless to resist. The sword cultivator Feng Mu, too indifferent to even inquire, seized him and marched forward. Fortunately, Lin Yu had gained some experience this time, as the large hand reached for him. He managed to slightly shift his body. Though he was still restrained and unable to channel his spiritual energy, at least he could breathe freely. Otherwise, he would have had to endure the sensation of near death once more. After traversing not far within the door, they entered a deep cavern. Lin Yu, being held captive, could not see the path ahead. He could only hear the wind howling past his ears as Feng Mu dashed through the cave at an unrelenting pace, occasionally twisting his body. Although Lin Yu could not see, he could surmise with a fair degree of accuracy that the cave must have numerous forks. Initially, from his perspective, he could still see others and hear their voices. But eventually, only Xiao Wanqing remained by Feng Mu's side. Xiao Shimi kept close, for the divine sense in this place was suppressed. Should they become separated, it would be difficult to reunite. Brother Feng, it is evident that this location has been artificially arranged, intended to scatter those who enter, making it easier to deal with them individually. Continuing like this is unwise. What Feng Mu could discern, Xiao Wanqing certainly could as well, seeing her brother Feng acting as if in a trance. Proceeding without pause or caution, Xiao Wanqing felt a surge of anxiety and could only voice her concern. However, Feng Mu disregarded her warning, persistently advancing at a rapid pace, infuriating Xiao Wanqing, who clenched her teeth in frustration. Left with no choice but to follow closely as they walked, Xiao Wanqing began to sense that something was amiss. The cave was devoid of light, rendering it impossible to see even one's hand in front of their face. Although both possessed extraordinary eyesight, they were still affected to some extent. Yet Feng Mu, undeterred by the numerous dark paths, pressed on without hesitation. Once or twice, such recklessness might be excusable, but to do so repeatedly raised suspicions. Moreover, she knew her brother Feng, though straightforward, was not a fool. He was astute and possessed a wisdom that belied his apparent simplicity. His actions today must surely have a purpose that as she contemplated this. Xiao Wanqing instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, her heart now filled with caution, wary of both potential traps and Feng Mu himself. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, countless betrayals had occurred over treasures and secrets. It was not uncommon for disciples to turn against their masters, let alone fellow sect members. They had traversed for an indeterminate time, seemingly without encountering any danger, and Lin Yu felt increasingly drowsy. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, and Feng Mu exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Shimi, we have emerged!" The three burst forth from the cave, and upon beholding the scenery before them, they were left utterly astounded. The sun hung high in the sky. Fluffy clouds drifted lazily by, and beneath the azure expanse, a small river meandered gracefully, surrounded by a lush carpet of flowers, grass, and trees stretching to the horizon, where colorful butterflies danced and birds chirped, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise. Brother Feng, what is this place? Seeing such a sight, Xiao Wanqing's eyes brimmed with skepticism, refusing to let her guard down despite the beauty before her. Feng Mu, casually discarding Lin Yu, turned to face Mu Wanqing, his face aglow with excitement. "Xiao Shimi, do you know where we are? This place appears to be a secret realm." "Indeed," he continued, rubbing his hands together, his enthusiasm palpable. "This is the dwelling of a great cultivator known as the Emperor Huaiyang, who lived 2,000 years ago. After that venerable one passed away, this place was concealed by profound spells that as time flowed on. Even the most brilliant formations must eventually falter. The path we traversed earlier was one of the few remaining functional formations, and now, after a millennium, this place has re-emerged in the mortal realm. Xiao Shimi, do you understand what this opportunity means for us?" As she observed Feng Mu's near-exuberant state, Xiao Wanqing felt no surge of excitement. Rather, she tightened her grip on her sword, her heart ringing alarm bells. Her gaze fixed intently on Feng Mu. How did Brother Feng come to know such secrets? She was well aware that this expedition was initiated due to recent sightings of purple light in this area, and the sect had utilized secret methods to deduce that a great treasure would soon emerge here. Thus, the Holy Sun Xiao Yuni had led everyone to this location, and after more than a month of searching and surveying, they had finally breached the outer formation to enter this place. But how had this Brother Feng come by such intricate details? Could there be a hidden agenda? Feng Mu, perceptive enough to catch on Xiao Wanqing's suspicions, shook his head in resignation and produced a tattered, yellowed ancient scroll, offering it to her. You worry too much, sister, that I possess no such deep schemes. It was merely by chance that I came upon this item. Several others discovered it as well, but in the ensuing struggle, I managed to take it for myself. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flickered as she accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal tightly packed characters of varying ages, indicating it was not penned by a single person at a single time. Upon closer inspection, it detailed the events and routes within, aligning perfectly with Feng Mu's words that a blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized. I have wronged Brother Feng. With that, she promptly returned the scroll with a respectful gesture, her fingers aligned as she performed a sword salute. Chapter 61. The old resident's Feng Mu chuckled heartily, accepting the scroll and waving his hand dismissively. No need for concern. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Caution is never a fault. I am heartened by your vigilance, sister. His words, so carefree, only added to Xiao Wanqing's sense of guilt for having misjudged him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu silently criticized, this girl is far too gullible. He had overheard their entire conversation, and now it dawned on him that the conflict Feng Mu mentioned must be the very one he had witnessed among the four that day. He never imagined that the enchanting foxwoman, the cunning elder Ziyun, and the ruthless figure in black could not outmaneuver this seemingly reckless man. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Not all individuals can be so coarse and bold as they appear. Lin Yu inwardly lamented the poor girl's naivety. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he realized that these two were discussing such secrets right in front of him. Surely they would not resort to silencing him. The thought made him sweat profusely. Unable to fight back or escape, if they truly intended to eliminate him, he would be nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Just as he feared the worst, Xiao Wanqing's cool voice cut through his thoughts. Brother Feng, what shall we do with him? She was referring to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart leaped to his throat. Feng Mu shook his head nonchalantly, a smile on his face that no matter. He still serves a purpose. Moreover, I doubt he dares to harbor any ulterior motives upon hearing this. Lin Yu quickly declared, what the senior says is true. I am deeply grateful for your guidance throughout this journey. How could I possibly entertain any other thoughts? His demeanor was respectful, his tone humble, a clear display of a grateful youth, since the matter seemed acceptable to the main party. Xiao Wanqing had no intention of playing the villain. Then I shall defer to Brother's judgment. Where shall we head next? Feng Mu soared into the air, determining the direction, and pointed ahead, according to the records. That way should lead us to the dwelling of that venerable one. With that, he reached down and seized Lin Yu, lifting him up and setting off, while Xiao Wanqing followed closely behind. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief, grateful he was not being squeezed tightly. Though being treated as a mere package was humiliating, it was far better than being crushed to death. The two flew swiftly on their swords, moving at great speed. This secret realm appeared boundless, the sky a brilliant blue and the grass a vibrant green, but it could not be truly infinite. Before long, a small courtyard came into view. The three entered before a quaint courtyard adorned with blue tiles and red walls, a stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. What an interesting abode this elder has, Feng Mu remarked as he inhaled deeply and ascended the steps, with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The heavy courtyard doors creaked open slowly, and the three entered in single file. The courtyard, comprising 3 sections and 6 chambers, was searched in a matter of moments. However, there was not even a single item of cultivation technique, heavenly materials, or earthly treasures to be found. Indeed, even the most mundane of earthly treasures were absent, leaving them despondent. The little courtyard appeared elegant, yet it lacked adornments, the most valuable item inside being a complexly patterned alchemy furnace. Yet as Feng Mu and the others examined it with hopeful anticipation, disappointment clouded their faces. The furnace was merely made of ordinary iron, Although its patterns were intricate, they served only decorative purposes. In the mundane world, it could fetch a price as an antique. Yet for the two of them, it held no value. Did I end the courtyard? Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brow and looked at Feng Mu. Brother Feng, what is this? At that moment, Feng Mu was filled with an overwhelming sense of irritation. According to the ancient scrolls, this place was undoubtedly the dwelling of that esteemed predecessor. However, one could hardly compare it to the lavish abodes of even the most ordinary wealthy mortals. Within this opulent alchemy chamber, there was merely an aesthetically pleasing alchemical furnace and a few cushions. The library, though densely packed with numerous bookshelves, was utterly devoid of content. Not even a scrap of paper could be found. As for the bedroom and kitchen, they were mere facades. Even a mouse would scurry away in tears upon entering. The two of them even conducted a thorough search across a vast expanse of grassland. Logically speaking, even a casual scattering of spirit herb seeds should have yielded thousands of years' worth of spiritual herbs in this secret realm. Regrettably, after extensive confirmation, all they encountered was the most mundane of weeds, suitable only for feeding horses, cattle, and sheep. The treasure trove recorded in the ancient scrolls was nowhere to be seen. Beads of sweat formed on Feng Mu's forehead as he felt an acute sense of urgency. He knew all too well that time waits for no one, and the duration for which those ensnared in the temporal trap could remain trapped was still a mystery. They had already delayed for far too long, and unforeseen circumstances were inevitable. If their deputy sect master were to arrive first, then all would be well, but if someone else were to come, the consequences would be dire. Anyone observing this situation would suspect that the two of them had plundered the treasures. The mere thought of this caused Feng Mu's countenance to change. The more he contemplated, the more anxious and furious he became, his inner rage intensifying. His gaze swept over the stone screen beside him, and he immediately found a target for his ire. With a thunderous punch, the sound reverberated throughout the universe. Feng Mu was jolted back several steps, astonished. The screen erupted with brilliant light, and the intricate patterns on the ground began to swirl, gradually forming a rotating Taiji diagram. Feng Mu let out a wild laugh, tears glistening in his eyes. "Ha ha, junior sister, look! It's worked!" Xiao Wanqing, standing beside him, observed everything clearly. Though she was unaware of the specifics, her heart brimmed with joy. "Brother Feng, is this the entrance?" "Indeed, junior sister. Look here." Feng Mu, his face alight with excitement, pointed to a depression that appeared at the center of the Taiji diagram. "This lad possesses an exceptionally pure fire spiritual energy. It's perfectly suited for this, as long as we let a drop of his blood fall upon it. The entrance to this hidden chamber will be completely unlocked." "Not good." Their conversation had not escaped Lin Yu's ears. Upon hearing Feng Mu's words, he understood their intentions all too well. At that moment, he had no time to spare for hesitation. With a flicker of fire, Lin Yu turned to flee. But Feng Mu had anticipated this move. As Lin Yu transformed into a fiery figure and fled a few meters away, Feng Mu swiftly seized him and dragged him back, instantly sealing his spiritual energy, rendering him as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. With his escape technique forcibly interrupted and his spiritual energy sealed, Lin Yu found himself in an absolute predicament, facing two transformation realm cultivators. "Kid, no matter who you are, you'd best cooperate, that a mere drop of blood won't cost you your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Beside them, Xiao Wanqing stepped forward to assist Lin Yu, casting a disapproving glance at Feng Mu. "Brother Feng, why make a mountain out of a molehill? Sun Wen hasn't refused. After all, he is from the Dan Dingxian sect, and given the stature of the Qing Ling Peak Master, how could we treat him this way?" With a delicate wave of her hand, the restrictions on Lin Yu were immediately lifted, and his spiritual energy began to flow once more. "How dare you act in such a manner in front of me?" Lin Yu understood the charade unfolding before him. The man and woman were playing good cop, bad cop, merely trying to force him into willingly offering his blood. This performance was truly absurd. No wonder Zhang Wuji's mother had warned him. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she may be. Truly a sage saying. The young woman, so ethereal in appearance, turned out to possess a heart as dark as night. Reluctantly, Lin Yu could only curse inwardly, forcing a smile as he bowed and replied, "Predecessors, you are indeed correct. I owe much to your guidance along this journey, and it is only right that I contribute that my earlier reaction was merely a moment of anxiety. Please do not hold it against me." However, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, my blood contains limited spiritual energy. It is not that I am unwilling, but I fear it may hinder your important matters. Feng Mu and Xiao Wanqing exchanged glances. Satisfied with Lin Yu's understanding, that do not fret over this. You cultivate the supreme Yang fire technique. Your blood is more than suitable to activate this formation here. That it seemed that during their initial encounter, this fellow had discovered the fire attribute technique Lin Yu was practicing. Damn it, no wonder you seized me without a word. You had intended to draw my blood from the very beginning. Lin Yu gritted his teeth in frustration, yet the circumstances were beyond his control. Under the eaves of another, one must lower their head. He could only continue to force a smile. Predecessors, your insight is truly remarkable. Since that is the case, I have no more doubts. Gazing down at the depression, which was not much smaller than a fist, Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to fill this. Would you? Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and forced out a drop of fiery red blood. What is blood essence? Unlike ordinary blood, blood essence resides within the heart's core and is the essence of a cultivator. The quantity of one's blood essence is extremely limited. For an ordinary mortal, 1 or 2 drops is already a significant amount. Given Lin Yu's current cultivation, he possessed no more than 10 drops, which represented the culmination of his training. Losing even a drop would severely deplete his vitality. Yet looking at that depression, Lin Yu was unsure if his meager offering would suffice, that a single drop of blood slid down his fingertip and plopped into the depression. Under the eager gaze of the three, the drop of blood lingered only briefly before being devoured entirely, that a gentle breeze stirred, lifting scattered strands of hair. Lin Yu shook his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. After a long moment, the anticipated transformation did not occur. While the blood had vanished, the so-called entrance to the treasure trove remained elusive. Could it be that 1 drop is insufficient? Feng Mu pondered for a moment and quickly discerned the reason. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder with a warm and friendly demeanor. Young brother, we need a bit more. Lin Yu inwardly cursed. Do you think this is tea? You can't just refill it. This is blood essence. However, he could only seethe in silent rage that he understood that if he cooperated, these two might spare him due to the reputation of the righteous sect and the fabricated background he had concocted. But if he resisted, Feng Mu would undoubtedly resort to more severe measures. Knowing that both options were poisonous, he had no choice but to select one to survive. Once he overcame this hurdle and achieved greater cultivation, he would make these two pay. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Lin Yu squeezed out a total of 5 drops of blood essence. By the time the 5th drop emerged, his face had turned as pale as paper, and his body felt as limp as a noodle. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. This sight stirred Xiao Wanqing's heart. She rushed forward to support Lin Yu and retrieved a vial of medicinal pills for him to consume. Watching Lin Yu's complexion gradually improve, Xiao Wanqing found herself reflecting on whether their actions were right or wrong. Brother Feng, perhaps we should reconsider. Feng Mu hesitated, yet the thought of the ancient scroll's secret treasure suppressed his compassion. Junior sister, there is no need for concern. After this matter concludes, we can provide ample compensation. As Lin Yu's 6th drop of blood essence fell, a radiant brilliance erupted from the Taiji diagram. Feng Mu swiftly retreated from the diagram's range, while Xiao Wanqing hurriedly pulled Lin Yu away as well. Just as the three exited the confines of the Taiji diagram, the ground trembled violently. The two exchanged alarmed glances, seizing Lin Yu as they soared into the air. Scanning their surroundings, only to be met with a shocking sight. Not merely the ground, but the very fabric of space itself was quaking. At that moment, for beams of light erupted from the distant horizon. Qinglong, Baihujuke, Xuanwu. The ethereal forms of the 4 sacred beasts surged forth from the light, converging in the sky that a fiery red beam descended from their convergence, crashing down before the three, plunging into the Taiji diagram. An overwhelming aura began to manifest. The heavens roared. The sky was collapsing, a cataclysmic disaster. At that moment, Feng Mu realized that they had both been deceived. There was no treasure here. There was no time to ponder where things had gone awry. It was evident that this secret realm was on the brink of destruction. Junior sister, run! Feng Mu shouted at the top of his lungs, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward their exit. Xiao Wanqing was not far behind. grasping Lin Yu and summoning her flying sword to follow suit, that in a frantic scramble like panicked stray dogs, they dashed forward, desperately attempting to escape the impending doom. The entire space was collapsing, countless fissures tearing apart the very fabric of reality, slicing through everything as if the apocalypse had descended. This force was far beyond what ordinary cultivators could withstand. Should a spatial rift ensnare them, even Transformation Realm cultivators would meet their demise on the spot. Feng Mu led the way, while Xiao Wanqing and Lin Yu followed closely behind, dodging left and right. By some stroke of improbable fortune, they managed to guide Lin Yu into a cave just before the annihilation of space. Alas, this location was still part of that secret realm, and with the space fracturing, how could this place remain unscathed? Having barely entered the cave, a deafening crash reverberated. The ground crumbled, and the heavens shattered. The entire mountain peak erupted, countless spatial rifts materializing in its wake. The unfortunate cultivators, who had been meandering within the cave, were thwarted by the array and had yet to enter the secret realm when calamity struck, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the spatial fissures. Regardless of whether they were golden elixirs, nascent souls, or transformation gods, a rift sliced through them, leading to their immediate demise. These individuals, who could shake the very foundations of the realms with a mere stomp, met with a tragic end in this desolate wilderness, leaving not even a name behind. Only a scant few, relying on their formidable strength or possessing divine artifacts for protection, managed to survive. Among them, the recognized future leader of the Xiantian Sword sect, the esteemed disciple Xiao Yuni. As the chaos subsided, this celebrated prodigy, witnessing the few remaining survivors, was momentarily enveloped in darkness, nearly succumbing to madness. The majority of his sect's formidable powers had been annihilated, and not a single one of his accompanying juniors had survived, especially not his late brother's only offspring. How could he possibly explain this to his brother in the afterlife? The very thought twisted his heart in agony. Casting a side glance, his fury ignited. That it was evident that many remained at the side of the old demon. Who else could be responsible for this treachery? You shall pay for this, old wretch. Blood surged in his eyes as Xiao Yuni let out a thunderous roar, his sword transforming into 2, then 3, and ultimately into a myriad of blades. The myriad sword technique erupted like thunder, unleashing unparalleled power towards the robed elder. Chapter 63. The Aftermath. The elder, equally enraged, found himself ensnared by the formation upon entering the cave. Fortunately, his profound understanding of arrays allowed him to decipher the intricacies. And just as he was prepared to dismantle the formation, the space collapsed. Countless rifts erupted unexpectedly, catching even the elder off guard. With great effort, leveraging his half-step integration power and the treasures amassed over his lifetime, he safeguarded a few fellow disciples and barely escaped, only to be met with a deluge of sword rain. Even a clay figure possesses some fire, let alone the elder of the infernal demon sect, who was not known for his temper. With a swift motion of his hand, a torrent of black mist poured forth, howling with the cries of countless vengeful spirits, the infernal demon sect's signature artifact. The 10,000 Ghost Banner clashed against the Xiantian Sword sect's ultimate sword technique. It was akin to a needle meeting a blade, a tiger on the mountain confronting a tiger descending, a dragon in the clouds meeting a dragon in the mist. The collision plunged the surroundings into chaos, shrouding day and night in darkness. The subordinates of both were too intimidated to intervene, retreating to a safe distance. These two had long been adversaries, their strengths seemingly equal. On ordinary days, a draw would suffice to conclude their duel. Both were peak 4th-grade cultivators on the verge of integration, competing for prestige and power. Unless a situation warranted total annihilation, life and death struggles were rare. After all, at this level, survival tactics were paramount, and none could predict the hidden cards of their opponent. Yet today, Xiao Yuni was intent on a life-or-death struggle, casting aside notions of sex, integration, or the path to immortality. Seeing that he could not subdue the elder immediately, his heart hardened. He swiftly altered his hand seals, retracting the myriad sword lights, only to release a colossal azure-white sword forged entirely from sword energy into the fray. The ultimate form of the myriad sword technique, returning the myriad swords to one. With his blood-stained attire, Xiao Yuni directed the sword with a firm command, "Go." The azure-white sword surged forward, effortlessly dispersing the black mist and vengeful spirits as if they were mere snow melting in the sun. Unable to withstand the slightest resistance, that you've lost your mind, Xiao Yuni, the elder bellowed in rage, his heart simmering with indignation. He too unleashed his most treasured skills, no longer holding back, with one hand gripping the banner and the other forming seals. A towering shadow, 100 feet tall, emerged from behind him. I shall confront you. With the elder's movements, the shadow lunged towards the colossal sword with a thunderous punch. The clash of these two formidable forces was no trivial matter. The resulting explosion resonated as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder, sending shockwaves soaring into the skies. Not only the two instigators, but all present were flung hundreds of meters away. As for the other survivors, misfortune befell them all, each one screaming as if caught in a tempest, tossed like autumn leaves. The entire sky cleared in an instant. Moments later, amidst the rubble of the collapsed mountain, two ragged figures emerged, Feng Mu and Xiao Wanqing from the Xiantian sword sect. Xiao Jr.'s sister, we have emerged. Yet before they could relish their escape, the scene before them rendered them speechless. The devastation. The corpses strewn about spoke of a terrifying conclusion. Could they all be dead? Xiao Wanqing's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes, only to be swallowed back that I refuse to believe it if we could survive. How could my second uncle, with his half-step third-grade strength, perish here? Xiao Jr.'s sister, our survival is due to. Feng Mu began, but upon seeing Xiao Wanqing's reddened eyes, he could no longer continue. How could he truly accept such a cruel reality? He hastily shifted the conversation. What you say is true. The two stood in silence, a palpable sorrow enveloping them. Just then, Xiao Yuni returned, having arrived in the nick of time. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Xiao Wanqing would have surely scoured the mountains for corpses. Wanqing, you're alive. As he descended, intent on finishing off the elder, he was taken aback by the mournful expressions of the two, that casting aside thoughts of the elder. He rushed forward to embrace Xiao Wanqing, not sparing a glance at Feng Mu. Second uncle. Xiao Wanqing could no longer contain herself, her tears flowing freely that he was her only family left in the world. To regain what was lost was the greatest fortune. Xiao Yuni gently patted his niece's back, soothing her until her sobs subsided, before questioning, where have you two been? How did you escape? His inquiries sparked realization in the pair. Feng Mu's expression shifted alarmingly as he urged, Hall Master, we must leave at once. This place is not merely a treasure trove, but the hidden lair of a great ascension cultivator, who has now awakened. What? Xiao Yuni's face blanched in shock, instinctively glancing at Xiao Wanqing, who nodded fervently. Second uncle, what Feng Senior brother says is true. We must depart. While he might have doubted Feng Mu's words, he trusted his niece implicitly. A devoted uncle indeed. Though the circumstances remained unclear, he understood the implication of a great ascension cultivator. This matter was beyond his control, involving a great ascension cultivator, no matter how secretive or otherwise, was not something he could probe into. Yet, the thought of leaving left him reluctant. If you two can escape, perhaps the other disciples are still trapped below. If we leave now. At this, Xiao Wanqing grew anxious. Her second uncle, though admirable, could sometimes be indecisive. Second uncle, our escape has its own complexities, which I will explain later, but we must hurry. Understanding that his niece was not heartless in making this decision, he relented. The three summoned their flying swords and ascended into the air, soon vanishing from sight. Shortly after their departure, a violent coughing erupted as the black-robed elder emerged from behind the boulders, his gaze fixated on the path the trio had taken. A great ascension cultivator? This news must be reported to the sect master post-haste. Xiao, you shall wait for me. One day, I will refine you into the primary soul of the 10,000 Ghost Banner. With a fierce glare, the elder vanished from sight. Chapter 64. The Emperor of Huayang and the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Yu crouched on the ground, gazing in a daze at what should have been completely his own space. The azure sky, white clouds, verdant mountains, and flowing streams painted a tranquil scene that a young man in white, fishing rod in hand, cast his line effortlessly, and with a gentle tug, reeled in a foot-long azure carp. The azure fish basket appeared to ensnare the fish, and the man's face broke into a broad smile as he patted the basket. Excellent. We shall have fish soup, Senior. The fish soup must be seasoned with scallions. Ginger and garlic to be flavorful, came a voice. The man smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Ah, indeed, thank you. With a flick of his sleeves, a cluster of scallions, garlic, and ginger sprouted from the earth. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Senior, are you planning to stay here permanently? You'll need to build a house as well. Regret washed over Lin Yu as soon as the words left his mouth. Wishing he could slap himself. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. That is quite reasonable. Thus, an ancient courtyard sprang up from the ground, its white walls and gray tiles strikingly familiar. It seems that indirect speech is not suited for me. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, resolved to be direct. Senior, please speak plainly. How can I escape this sea of consciousness? If there is anything you require from me, do not hesitate to command. That moment. Feng Mu and Xiao Wanqing were dragging him away. And just as they entered the cave, the ground began to collapse. Despair enveloped the three. A figure adorned with a dragon crown and clad in a dragon robe suddenly appeared, grasping Lin Yu and vanishing in an instant. Although it was but a fleeting moment, the immense pressure easily stabilized the surrounding space, indirectly granting Feng Mu and Xiao Wanqing a chance to escape. However, Lin Yu was not so fortunate. In the instant he was restrained, darkness enveloped him, and when he awoke, he found himself within his own sea of consciousness. Terrifying events unfolded in succession. Not only had his sea of consciousness become unrecognizable, but even the control over it had been seized, rendering him unable to extricate himself. It was as though he were trapped to the point of death within his own sea of consciousness. Such occurrences were utterly unheard of, even in the memories of the Taoist Qian. There were no precedents for such circumstances. This was indeed bizarre. Regarding the presence that had suddenly materialized within his sea of consciousness, Lin Yu harbored a vague suspicion. Could it be the legendary Great Ascendant? No need to rush. Waiting a while longer would not matter, having already waited several millennia. The man stretched lazily, casually casting his fishing rod, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yu's words, as if he were merely a familiar sight. You may not be in a hurry, but I am, Lin Yu thought to himself. How could he possibly compare to these extraordinary beings, having lived barely over 30 years? Yet he dared not voice his concerns aloud, for provoking this individual could lead to his swift annihilation. Instead, he forced a smile and said, I truly have no qualms, but I fear I might delay your important matters, and that would be a grave transgression on my part. You are quite the amusing little fellow. Since that is the case, I shall share a few words with you, the man replied, retracting his fishing rod and rising lazily. Have you heard of the Wujixian sect? Wuji, Xian sect? Lin Yu quickly reviewed the cultivation knowledge he had gleaned from Taoist Qian, mentally listing the 9 great sects. Zun, Xintian, Zixiao, Biluo, Xingqian, Danding, Lingshan, Qingxia, and Songhai. Respectfully reporting, I have not heard of the Wujixian sect, as it is not among the 9 great sects of the current cultivation world. The 9 great sects, you say? The man's expression darkened at his words, evidently aware that his own sect had long since faded into obscurity, that it was a testament to their insufficient heritage, explaining why even their sacred artifacts had gone missing. My Taoist title is Huayang, originating from the Wujixian sect, known in the world as the Huayang Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a jolt of realization and immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, So it is the esteemed Emperor. It is a rare fortune for me to behold your esteemed visage, that I pay my respects to the Emperor. The Huayang Emperor appeared quite satisfied with Lin Yu's demeanor, waving his hand with a smile. No need for excessive formalities. I am not one to concern myself with mundane etiquette. The reason I summoned you is that I have a task for you. Even Lin Yu's composure faltered momentarily. How could this esteemed figure claim to disregard such customs? Please, Emperor, command me that I shall do my utmost without question. The Huayang Emperor nodded lightly and continued, Though I have returned to life, my formations are incomplete, lacking 3 sacred artifacts, resulting in a separation of spirit and flesh. Your task is to retrieve these 3 sacred artifacts for me. Of course, I shall not ask you to toil without compensation. There is a tracking mark placed upon your flesh by an unknown individual that if you accomplish this task, I shall assist you in removing it. A tracking mark? Lin Yu was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. What exactly is a tracking mark, Senior? The Huayang Emperor glanced down at him, frowning slightly. What did your master teach you? You do not even know the most basic of knowledge. Lin Yu's expression darkened. feeling a pang of sorrow that I have no master. I am entirely self-taught. This revelation made the emperor regard Lin Yu with newfound respect, that self-taught and yet able to reach the 7th rank. Could this young cultivator be a genius? His tone softened considerably as he patiently explained. A tracking mark is a special technique that inflicts no harm upon the individual, and it can only be placed on those whose strength is significantly inferior. Its sole purpose is to allow the user to sense the precise location of the marked individual, no matter where they may be. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yu's thoughts began to stir. Who could have possibly placed such a technique upon him? He mentally reviewed everyone he had encountered, from Lin San to the recent Huayang Emperor, but none fit the profile. Either they lacked strength, like Lin San or Lu Yu, or they had no motive, such as the town guardian from Xingning. If it were him, Lin Yu would have been caught long ago. After much contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck him like a thunderclap. A figure he had only heard of from Lu Yu, an elder he had never met before, materialized in his mind. Could it be him? If that were the case, things could become quite interesting. Realizing this, Lin Yu quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Reporting to the emperor, the tracking mark may still prove useful. There is no need to remove it." If that is the case, what do you desire? In his heart, Lin Yu shouted for an Aladdin's lamp. He quickly racked his brain for ideas, and after some contemplation, he spoke. "Emperor, what I lack most is a complete primary cultivation method. Currently, I am practicing a fragmented version that only allows me to reach the 6th rank, devoid of various techniques and secrets, and any further cultivation methods are beyond my reach." After Lin Yu finished speaking, he eagerly looked towards the emperor, wishing to rub the lamp and see what might emerge. The Huayang Emperor readily agreed. "Very well, present your cultivation method for me to examine." Yes, Lin Yu dared not delay. Although he could not bring the actual scriptures into this sea of consciousness, he had memorized them thoroughly. This was, after all, his own sea, and although it had been usurped, displaying some characters would not pose a problem. With Lin Yu's manipulation, golden characters began to emerge under the azure sky, revealing the burning method. The Huayang Emperor raised his gaze to the appearing golden words, and his previously languid demeanor suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness. His brows furrowed, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. Before Lin Yu could speak further, the emperor's expression darkened, and a palpable pressure enveloped the space. Lin Yu immediately knelt. "Please spare me, Emperor." Though he was unsure how he had provoked this esteemed figure, seeking mercy first seemed prudent, that it was no shame to kneel before a great ascendant. "Where did you acquire this method?" came the emperor's cold voice, filled with an icy authority. Before Lin Yu could formulate a response, the emperor's eyes shone with a piercing light. With a sudden jolt, Lin Yu raised his head, and his very soul reverberated as he involuntarily recounted how he had come to possess the burning method, the manner in which it was gifted to him, how he practiced it, and how he had cleverly navigated its complexities, that he laid bare every detail regarding the burning method without reservation. Once Lin Yu finished, the light in the emperor's eyes gradually dimmed. At that moment, Lin Yu regained his senses, a wave of dread washing over him. Even in a spiritual state, he felt a chill surging from the crown of his head to the base of his spine. It was truly chilling. Unable to withstand it any longer, he collapsed onto the ground. "Oh my, how terrifying!" I am fortunate he only inquired about the burning method. Had it been something else, I might not have been able to protect my origins. At that moment, the Huayang Emperor's expression was exceedingly complex as he stared at Lin Yu, his ink-black eyes seemingly containing the weight of countless ages. One could not help but note that this emperor truly embodied the essence of a great ascendant. After a long pause, the Huayang Emperor finally sighed deeply and chuckled. "Little fellow, your luck is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That I humbly request the emperor to impart your wisdom unto me." The Huayang Emperor remained silent, raising a finger to touch Lin Yu's brow. Instantly, a torrent of words and symbols surged into Lin Yu's soul, gradually coalescing into a complete cultivation method that contained overarching principles, techniques, secrets, artifacts, anecdotes, and miscellaneous knowledge. Every detail was meticulously accounted for. What thrilled Lin Yu the most was that this method bore a striking resemblance to his original burning method. More accurately, it seemed the burning method was merely a simplified version of this complete method. Had he truly struck gold this time? Though he had not obtained the complete burning method, had he instead received something even more powerful. This is akin to seeking a bride, where any female would suffice. Upon marriage, one discovers that she is Liu Yifei. Lin Yu promptly kneels, overwhelmed with excitement, and respectfully exclaims, Junior expresses gratitude to the emperor for this fulfillment. Rise, the Huayang emperor gestures, and Lin Yu feels a gentle, yet irresistible force compel him to stand. This technique, known as the grandson scripture, is of unknown origins. It enabled me to dominate the realm for a millennium. That Wyjixian sect also rose to prominence among the 10 great sects through its power. While your so-called burning decision was merely a foundational exercise for our disciples in those days, at this juncture, Lin Yu, being a clever individual, quickly comprehends the implications and rises to bow once more. Stating, Ancestor, I offer my reverence. The emperor nods, accepting the gesture with ease. Stand. Upon addressing him as Ancestor, Lin Yu immediately feels a newfound closeness to the Huayang emperor and seizes the opportunity to inquire about a question he had long pondered but dared not ask. Ancestor, may I inquire why you have chosen me? The 2 individuals accompanying me are disciples of the Xiantian sword sect, both possessing the cultivation of transformation, and seem far more suitable for the quest for the sacred artifact than I. This was a question Lin Yu deemed essential to clarify, for as the saying goes, one ought to die with clarity. Such a perilous matter warranted a thorough understanding. Interestingly, it was not only Lin Yu who felt a sense of intimacy. The Huayang emperor shared this sentiment, for after 2 millennia, old acquaintances had long since been displaced, and perhaps this young fellow was now the one closest to him in this world that I in truth. The explanation is quite simple. My physical form was resurrected through your essence, and I shall impart upon you several sealing techniques. With your essence within, you can manipulate it, thus rendering you invincible below the 1st grade. Even if you encounter someone of the 1st grade, you can retreat unscathed. Naturally, the quest for the sacred artifact will become considerably easier. The unexpected fortune left Lin Yu in disbelief, almost wishing to pinch himself to affirm his reality. What does it mean to be invincible below the 1st grade? The strongest individuals he had encountered thus far, namely Dongfang Bai and several from the Xiantian sword sect, when combined, could not withstand even a single 2nd grade tribulation cultivator. Yet here he was, invincible below the 1st grade. Invincible! Just as Lin Yu reveled in his excitement, the Huayang emperor doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. The Dio not rejoice too soon. Even with the sealing techniques, they are not limitless. That I estimate you can summon them around 3 times before your essence is exhausted. At that point, you will be unable to retrieve the sacred artifact. So do not blame me for being unmerciful. The emperor discerned Lin Yu's thoughts and promptly curtailed his enthusiasm. Otherwise, there was no telling how this young lad might become reckless, emboldened by the prospect of his presence alongside the emperor's physical form. Indeed, Lin Yu had harbored such intentions, considering avenging his family with the emperor's might. Yet, the sudden cold reality sobered him. Lin Yu quickly acquiesced. What you say is true, Ancestor, that I shall remember your words, the Huayang emperor pointed. And a sealing technique appeared in Lin Yu's mind. You may proceed. There is a treasure upon your physical form known as the fixed boundary compass. Input spiritual power to guide you towards the sacred artifact. Should you encounter difficulties, resolve them on your own. Do not trouble me needlessly. Wait, Ancestor. Lin Yu began, but was abruptly dismissed by a wave of the emperor's sleeve that as he gazed upon the somewhat familiar scenery. Memories from his childhood, long sealed away, began to resurface. The once renowned Huayang emperor, revered by all, now bore a hint of moisture in his eyes as he softly murmured, 2 millennia have passed. How the world has changed. Chapter 66. The stingy emperor in a cavern long buried. Lin Yu's soul returned and suddenly opened his eyes. Without fully comprehending his surroundings, he immediately sought to re-enter his consciousness space. However, the space that should have been accessible now seemed as if it had been barred. Despite his efforts, he found himself unable to gain entry. This was not merely a sensation. It was evident that the door had indeed been closed. How could he seek justice for this predicament? Lin Yu squatted on the ground, a look of despair on his face, as he beheld the emperor's physical form before him, adorned with a crown of dragons and draped in a robe of dragons. Even his shoes bore the insignia of dragons. With hair as dark as night and skin as fair as porcelain, his countenance, chiseled and striking, resembled a sculpture of marble, his slightly opened eyes shimmering with starlight. The more Lin Yu gazed, the more irate he became, almost wishing to strike him twice. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. One must know their limits in courting disaster. After scrutinizing the emperor's form, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief, and a peculiar smile emerged upon his face. Much like a weasel eyeing a hen, Ancestor, this disciple's abilities are modest, and I propose to assist you in changing out of these ostentatious garments. Please do not take offense. After bowing respectfully, Lin Yu eagerly set about his task. Before long, he had left the emperor clad only in a pair of dragon-emblazoned undergarments. As Lin Yu examined the garments in his hands, sensing their profound essence, he nodded in admiration. Truly, these are treasures befitting my ancestor. Delighted, he stored them in his storage ring, retrieving 2 pieces of animal hide to drape over the emperor, and then loosened his hair, allowing it to cascade down. He surveyed the transformed appearance, nodding in satisfaction. Now this looks more appropriate. This was pure folly. Did he not consider that one day the emperor might seek retribution for this? But such concerns could wait. After ensuring the emperor's attire was suitable, Lin Yu began to weave seals and invoke secret techniques. Spiritual light flowed between them, and with a gentle command, a resounding echo filled his mind, as if connecting to a slumbering will. Raise your left hand. At Lin Yu's command, the emperor's physical form moved in response, raising its left hand slightly. Now raise your right foot. Turn around, perform a split. Stand on your hands. With each command given, the physical form executed a variety of movements, bringing Lin Yu immense joy, dispelling the frustrations of recent days. Is there anything more exhilarating in this world than witnessing a great ascension cultivator perform acrobatics? There is none. After half an hour of playful antics, Lin Yu reluctantly concluded his exercise, leaving only a command for the emperor to follow. Although the emperor's consciousness was absent, the physical form retained its instinctual responses, allowing for simple commands to be executed. However, should true combat be required, Lin Yu would need to construct a temporary shared formation using his own spirit, compensating for the physical form's deficiencies. Only then could the physical form unleash its potential. Thus, once Lin Yu's essence was fully expended, even with the seals remaining, he would no longer be able to control the physical form. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have been more generous in his offering. Yet, the insatiable nature of humanity is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Had he continued to bleed, he would have perished long ago, and none of this would have transpired. Then a thought struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. Where were the sacred artifact and compass? He found himself in a cave that had not collapsed, barely the size of a room, offering a clear view. Besides rubble, there was only rubble. The sacred artifact and compass were nowhere to be found, not even a shadow. Had he truly forgotten such a crucial detail? Realizing this, Lin Yu hastily attempted to access his consciousness space once more. Yet the tumultuous waves persisted. Unconvinced, Lin Yu meticulously searched again, even rifling through the garments he had stored, only to accept the harsh reality. The promised sacred artifact and compass were gone. What a betrayal! With no hope of recovery, Lin Yu resolved to cease his search. After all, in the end, it was not he who would be anxious. When the emperor sought him out again, he would deal with it then. With this thought, Lin Yu stood, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, an overwhelmingly disheartening truth confronted him. How do I get out? The space had collapsed, the mountain was destroyed, and he had no idea how deep he had been buried. Was he to dig his way out? He glanced at his hands, then at the emperor's physical form, contemplating the feasibility of this endeavor. In utter helplessness, Lin Yu began to dig upwards, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, the formation had been shattered, rendering the stones ordinary. Otherwise, he would have exhausted himself without making a dent at a hit. Oh dear, he exclaimed, with my steel whip, I shall strike you down. As Lin Yu shouted like a madman, the stones shattered under the force of his finger, and as he felt the thrill of progress, he dug with renewed vigor, slowly making his way to the surface. Just as he was enjoying the endeavor, a large mass of dark material mixed with stones fell from above as a rock exploded overhead. What could it be? Lin Yu's heart raced, and he quickly focused his vision, using the faint light from his finger to discern the object. It appeared to be a person. With the fire escape ignited, Lin Yu's aura surged, and mustering his courage, he approached to inspect the figure closely. Indeed, it was a person, to be precise. It is akin to a half-dead entity, utterly lifeless in every conceivable manner. The head and one right hand remain intact, while from the left shoulder to the right waist, the severance is remarkably neat, devoid of even a trace of blood. Alas, how tragic! Shaking his head in sorrow, he approached to examine the scene closely, only to find that a particular object upon the corpse's hand caught his attention. A storage ring. Oh, what a delightful surprise! Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully removed it. Holding it in his hands for a meticulous inspection, that it was completely undamaged. How intriguing! Instinctively licking his lips, Lin Yu felt his spiritual energy surge. Since the ring's owner had perished, the soul imprint upon it had naturally dissipated as Lin Yu's energy enveloped it. The residual spiritual energy was instantly dispersed, allowing him to imprint his own soul mark upon it. With the recognition of the storage ring as his own, a plethora of spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans flooded his mind. Lin Yu stood in a daze, with only one phrase resonating in his thoughts, echoing like a thunderous bell. My goodness, this is a fortune. After a prolonged moment, Lin Yu regained his composure, cherishing the ring as he placed it upon his hand, swallowing hard as he looked up. His eyes gleaming with golden light, brimming with determination. His fingers moved with wild abandon, akin to a child in a candy store, unleashing a flurry of energy. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't until he had exhausted all his internal energy that Lin Yu finally sank to the ground, panting heavily, his hands caressing the 5 storage rings adorning his left hand, a foolish grin spreading across his face. But then, an epiphany struck Lin Yu, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he turned to regard the physical body that had been silently trailing behind him. Surely, the Grandmaster wouldn't neglect to use storage artifacts, would he? Yet upon searching his entire being, there was nothing to be found. Thoroughly examining every inch of the body, Lin Yu's heart sank in despair. It makes no sense. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He hastily activated a seal and commanded, "Open the storage space." But the physical body remained utterly unresponsive. What could be the issue? Retrieve the sacred artifact, to his astonishment. The moment he tested this, the body's right hand flipped over, and with a ripple in the air, a 2-foot-tall statue of it appeared in its grasp. Lin Yu quickly took it into his hands, overwhelmed with joy, and continued, "Retrieve the boundary compass." The air rippled once more, revealing a palm-sized bronze compass in the body's grasp. Ha 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 ha, I am a genius. With the compass in hand, he placed both it and the artifact into his own storage ring for future study. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu slowly instructed, "Retrieve the spirit stones." The body remained motionless. Retrieve the elixirs. Still no movement. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a chill wash over him. Yet he refused to give up. Retrieve the talismans. Retrieve the magical artifacts. Retrieve the techniques. Retrieve the spells. After an extended period of futile attempts, Lin Yu cradled his head in despair, his face a portrait of frustration. Through numerous trials, he was forced to accept the harsh reality that aside from the sacred artifact and the compass, the storage space of the Emperor had left him with naught. What a miser. Chapter 67. A little fox falls from the sky. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Such was Lin Yu's state at this moment. He felt utterly despondent, a dignified cultivator of the great ascension stage. And yet his storage space contained not even a single strand of hair. In truth, he had wrongfully accused the Huayang Emperor. It was not that the Emperor had taken all the treasures, leaving behind only 2 items, but rather that the space he had opened for storing goods was inherently empty. After all, this esteemed individual had been on the verge of death, although theoretically, there was a possibility of revival. That remained merely a theory. Given the enormity of the sect at that time, how could the Huayang Emperor have possibly taken away any spirit stones or resources? Naturally, he had left everything behind at the sect. For Lin Yu to find these treasures was akin to encountering a ghost. After a long while, Lin Yu, with a bitter expression, could only console himself that, human beings are never satisfied. Once they obtain one thing, they yearn for another. It was as if an insatiable spirit had possessed him. An hour later, Once his spiritual energy had fully replenished, Lin Yu resumed his excavation work that as the tunnel he was digging grew longer. He encountered increasingly damaged magical artifacts, yet the storage rings continued to accumulate in number, leading to a peculiar sense of happiness tinged with concern. With only 10 fingers, there was simply no room left. As Lin Yu reveled in the joy of his harvest, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He had directly excavated this path, yet he had encountered over 20 corpses along the way, allowing him to deduce the staggering number of casualties from this calamity. How many individuals had been present that day outside the Great Gate? Surely, not all had perished here. Cultivators appeared to bask in boundless glory, while ordinary folk could hardly hope to match their prowess. Yet the dangers they faced increased exponentially. These individuals, if placed in the outside world, would each be formidable figures, yet in this treasure-seeking expedition, they had unwittingly become souls trapped underground. How pitiful and lamentable. Lin Su reflected, his hands never ceasing their work, that as he realized he could no longer wear all the rings. He tore a strip of hide from the Emperor's body, fashioning it into a long string for the storage rings to be worn around his neck. Every so often, he would pat it, feeling an exhilarating thrill within. His zeal for labor intensified, as the saying goes. The more one climbs the mountain, the more likely one encounters a tiger. The more one walks the night road, the more likely one encounters a ghost. Just as Xiao Yuni had pondered, could so many people truly have perished? Surely there must be a fortunate soul among them. The fox maiden, Yuechan, was one such individual that as the foremost member of the young generation of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, she had reached the transformation stage of cultivation early on, holding a status within her clan comparable to that of certain third-grade elders. According to the clan leader, little Yuechan's potential is limitless. A first-grade rank is within reach. Originally, the clan had intended to dispatch a fourth-grade elder or even a third-grade one to lead the expedition. However, after careful calculations, the clan leader entrusted this glorious task to Yuechan herself, citing her fated connection to the recently unearthed treasures. Thus, while other sects and clans sent at least 3 to 5 members, and some even sent more than 10, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan sent only Yuechan alone. Full of pride, Yuechan believed she had everything under control, but little did she anticipate the grave misfortune that awaited her. Within a certain cavern, she stumbled upon a skeleton clutching a scroll that appeared ancient and weathered. Before she could make a move, a brash warrior from the Xintian sword sect burst in, intent on slaying the demon. The ensuing scuffle escalated, drawing the attention of a certain Taoist from the Ziyun sect. Fortuitously, one of her allies also happened to be drawn into the fray that in the midst of a fierce battle among the four. They inadvertently activated a random teleportation array within the cave, sending them hundreds of miles away. When they finally managed to return to the cave, not only was the ancient scroll gone, but so too was the skeleton. Furious, Yuechan sought out the Xintian sword sect cultivator to exact vengeance. Yet before she could locate the brash swordsman, news arrived that the entrance had been discovered. Yuechan, not daring to delay, hastened to the scene, only to find that upon entering the cave, she had not even glimpsed a shadow of the secret realm before calamity struck. Relying on her innate abilities as a fox, Yuechan resorted to extreme measures to survive, losing 8 of her 9 tails in the process, narrowly evading several spatial rifts. However, the consequence of her desperate escape was dire. Not only was her strength reduced to a mere fraction, but in her severely weakened state, she could not maintain her human form and was forced to revert to her original shape, a pitiful white fox. That alone would have been manageable. Given some time to heal, she could have recovered. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity struck anew to AT that very moment. A blood magic cultivator, having narrowly escaped death himself, set his sights on her. This cultivator, equally wretched and half a body short, had nonetheless managed to survive through the use of blood sorcery. Desperate to regain his strength, he had no qualms about seizing Yuechan to forcibly consume her. Thus, the 2 severely injured beings began a chaotic chase within the confines of the small space. In comparison to Yuechan, the blood magic cultivator held a significant advantage. Though he was but half a man, he could still gesture and chant incantations, clumsily wielding magical artifacts that in contrast, Yuechan could do naught but flee. To evade capture, she leaped and bounded, but in the confined space, there was little room to maneuver. One misstep, and she was struck by a blood-red wind blade that sliced into her hind leg. causing her to tumble down with a pained cry. Before she could rise to escape, she was seized. The blood magic cultivator let out a sinister laugh. "Little fox, where do you think you can run?" As crimson light flickered in his hand, Yuechan felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body as her blood essence, demonic power, and even the essence of her very life were slowly siphoned away through his grip. "Ah!" She shrieked in agony, struggling fiercely, but her entire being was bound, rendering her efforts futile. It was over in an instant. Despair filled the little fox's heart, her breath becoming shallow and faint. Just then, Lin Yu came crashing up from below, unleashing a forceful strike that shattered the mountain rocks above. The blood magic cultivator, absorbed in his efforts to drain the little fox, heard the rumble and felt the ground give way beneath him. Yet, he was powerless to escape, clinging to Yuechan with one hand as he tumbled downwards, fortuitously landing at Lin Yu's feet. Having grown accustomed to corpses raining down from above, Lin Yu approached with ease, intent on retrieving the ring as per his usual practice. However, upon lowering his gaze and focusing, he discovered something peculiar. What on earth was happening? A half-dismembered corpse lay before him, clutching a gleaming object, its body radiating a flickering crimson light. Lin Yu, startled, leapt back 3 feet in fright, instinctively pointing a finger, which struck the bloodthirsty cultivator squarely in the chest. The bloodthirsty cultivator cried out in agony. His incantation abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Yuechan summoned his remaining strength, rolling and crawling away, finally breaking free from control. "You seek death." The bloodthirsty cultivator's aura surged violently, torrents of malevolent energy cascading downwards. In a fit of rage, he formed a hand seal, forcibly calling upon his severely weakened life treasure. With a faint chime, a blood-red blade materialized, charging towards Lin Yu with an unbeatable ferocity. It was evident that the battle-hardened bloodthirsty cultivator, upon engaging, had opted for the fiercest approach, granting no quarter to the diminutive cultivator before him. Still trembling with shock, as the lethal strike approached, Lin Yu instinctively invoked the art of fire escape in a bid to flee. It was not cowardice. He understood all too well that even the slightest breath of life remaining in his opponent was beyond his capability to handle. Yet, in that fleeting moment of activation, the corner of his eye caught sight of the Emperor's corporeal form standing just a step behind him, and his eyes brightened with realization. Of course, he abandoned the fire escape, spinning swiftly to take refuge behind the Emperor's body. The malevolent energy surged forth, but just before it reached him, the Emperor's form flickered with mysterious light, manifesting an invisible barrier half a foot away, which effortlessly dissipated the incoming dark energy into nothingness. The life treasure emitted a mournful wail, retreating in reverse, failing to reach the bloodthirsty cultivator's grasp, and in mid-air, its intricate runes faded, shattering into several segments with audible cracks. "Our ancestral master is truly formidable." Lin Yu silently cheered, bestowing countless praises upon the Huayang Emperor. This defense, instinctual to the corporeal form, far surpassed the control of the original being, a difference of unfathomable magnitude. Thus, the bloodthirsty cultivator's most potent strike dissipated into the void without leaving a trace. A cultivator of such high caliber, how terrifying indeed! With such a trump card, what was there to fear? Hiding behind the corporeal form, Lin Yu unleashed his one yang finger repeatedly, directing his assault against the bloodthirsty cultivator. The latter's plight grew dire. Already grievously wounded, the destruction of his life treasure compounded his suffering. Lin Yu's so-called one yang finger, in times of triumph, could have easily dispelled any attack with a mere wave. However, this was not that time. Now, he was forced to desperately muster the remnants of his spiritual power, countering while simultaneously chanting spells for retaliation. Indeed, despite the bloodthirsty cultivator's desperate attempts at countering, it was evident to him that this young cultivator was merely a 7th-tier practitioner. Any spell cast upon him would be insufficient for defense. Unfortunately, reality defied his expectations. The various spells merely rippled against the protective barrier of the corporeal body, yielding no effect whatsoever. Conversely, Lin Yu's one yang finger, embodying pure yang energy, was inherently lethal to the dark and cold energies wielded by the bloodthirsty cultivator. Any strike that connected resulted in a gaping wound. The bloodthirsty cultivator found himself in a state of utter frustration. Howling in rage, his composure shattered. His techniques became erratic, much to Lin Yu's amusement. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin Yu intensified his assault. The bloodthirsty cultivator, scrambling to shield himself, found his defenses crumbling under the relentless onslaught. With a piercing scream, several punctures appeared across his body, and with a thud, his neck tilted at an unnatural angle, falling still. He dead. Lin Yu tentatively stepped forward, craning his neck for a closer look. The bloodthirsty cultivator lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from his body. Initially intending to examine the body closely and continue his search for valuables, Lin Yu hesitated, quickly retreating. It was too risky. What if this fellow were to feign death? Through the shattered soul fragments of Qian Daorun, Lin Yu had gained profound insight into these cultivators, each possessing a myriad of life-preserving techniques, making them exceedingly difficult to predict. Furthermore, high-tier cultivators had the terrifying capability of soul possession. This one was not like Qian Daorun, whose nascent soul had been destroyed before plunging into Lin Yu's consciousness. This one's nascent soul had yet to manifest. While it was true that battles could escalate to the point of no escape, Lin Yu felt he lacked the power to contend. Resolute, Lin Yu ignited with fire energy, unleashing his one yang finger upon the corpse in a rapid succession of strikes. 5 fingers unleashed in a flurry, yet the body remained unmoving. Lin Yu pondered briefly, deeming it still insufficient. Another 5 strikes followed, and yet again, a barrage of strikes rained down. The body was reduced to a pitiful mess, a mere puddle of flesh. The bloodthirsty cultivator could no longer maintain the pretense of life.